In an era of universal awakening, you were born with congenital blindness, unable to open your eyes or even see the faces of your parents in this life, let alone undergo awakening. Not only that, but at the age of 4, during an attack by the corrupted, your parents sacrificed their lives to protect you. You were left to survive in an orphanage, destined to live out your life as an ordinary person. Yet, for 10 years, day after day, you trained desperately. Everyone mocked you, calling you a blind fool who had gone mad wanting to awaken. But you only smiled faintly, for you knew that from the moment of your birth, you had activated an apex template system known as the strongest template in the heavens. When you drew your first novice benefit template, you obtained the template of Asura, one of the 4 ghost swordsmen from the Arad continent of DNF. And now, as you finished your final single-arm dumbbell rep, a voice immediately rang in your ear, ding. Demon arm perfectly accommodated. Beginning fusion of the Asura template for the host. Chapter 1, Asura template. Jiangnan Base City, inside a private workout room of a villa in Lingzhou district. Tomorrow is the day of the awakening ceremony. According to the prompts from the Apex template system, there is a high probability that my physical fitness will reach the standard to accommodate the demon arm tonight or tomorrow, allowing me to fuse with the Asura template. I must work even harder. After training in the workout room for an hour, Suyi finally stopped and wiped his sweat-drenched cheeks. As his hand, wiping away sweat, brushed against those eyes that could not open, a trace of helplessness first flickered across his expression. But immediately after, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, betraying a sense of intense excitement. After so many years of hard work. Asura template. I wonder what kind of effects will manifest once the fusion is complete. Could he possess extraordinary power equal to that of an ability? Filled with anticipation, Suyi once again hoisted the barbell, which weighed several times more than himself, lifting and lowering it, once, twice. That's right. Suyi was, in fact, a transmigrator. It had been 18 years since he arrived in this extraordinary world overrun by the corrupted. A century ago, eerie secret realms descended upon Earth, and countless the corrupted surged forth from within. Had it not been for the mysterious spiritual mist that suddenly emerged on Earth, allowing humans to undergo awakening to fight back under its influence, Earth would likely have been driven to extinction by these the corrupted, creatures previously found only in myths. Therefore, awakening represents everything in this world. Those with an ability stand above thousands, while those without an ability are destined to live at the bottom of society for their entire lives. Suyi initially thought that arriving in such an extraordinary world would be just like in the novels, a meteoric rise to power, embarking on the path of an invincible protagonist. But the reality was that for the first few years after his transmigration, he lived a life worse than a dog's, having endured far too much. At birth, he was diagnosed with congenital blindness, unable to open his eyes, incapable of even seeing the faces of his biological parents in this life. At the age of 4, during an attack by the corrupted, both of his parents lost their lives while trying to protect him. Afterward, he was sent by the Dragon Kingdom government to an orphanage in a poverty-stricken area. Due to his blindness and young age, being thrust into a strange environment with no one to look after him made that period of time utterly desperate. Fortunately, he met his adoptive sister, who was also an orphan. Since his second year at the orphanage, she had been looking after him. Even when the orphanage closed down when he was 10, his 12-year-old sister gritted her teeth and fought for their survival. Whether it was delicious food or fun toys, she would always give them to him first, saying stubborn yet gentle things like, "As long as Suyi is here, I'm not tired at all." The fact that they could move from the slums to the Lingzhou district and even live in a detached villa was all thanks to her. Simply because, in this extraordinary world where abilities reign supreme, she had awakened. The SS-grade ice element's heaven-defying ability, Netherfrost. Immediately following that, she entered the strongest awakened university, Federal Saint University, and graduated ahead of schedule with qualifications that defied common logic. Furthermore, she joined the Night Watch, an organization dedicated specifically to fighting the corrupted. As her status soared, it allowed Suyi, a blind man, to finally lead a life free from worries about food and clothing. And now, this adoptive sister's sole wish is to cure his congenital blindness. You're pushing yourself too hard again. As Suyi was lost in thought, a woman's voice, cool yet filled with deep concern, suddenly drifted from behind him. Without him noticing, a tall woman with a spirited aura, clad in a black combat suit, had appeared behind him. Her ink-black hair fluttered in the breeze, and her curvaceous figure and long legs, encased in combat armor, were strikingly eye-catching. Her skin was as fair as jade, and on her exquisite face, those crescent-shaped eyes that seemed to hold a hint of a smile could deeply captivate anyone who met her gaze. Of course, Suyi could not see such a beauty, but her voice was one he knew all too well. Frost. She was his adoptive sister, the one who had looked after him for all these years without a hint of disdain, the person he had depended on as they grew up together. It's not a hassle at all. Getting more exercise is actually very beneficial for the body, Sister Frost. Hearing the youth's excuse, which he had used no less than 10,000 times, Frost's beautiful crescent eyes suddenly widened. Oh? So you've spent over a decade training like your life didn't matter, pushing yourself until you fainted every single time, just because you were bored? Approaching him with her long, slender legs, Frost, though clearly annoyed, still gently wiped the sweat from Suyi's forehead. Suyi, I will take care of you for the rest of your life, so it's okay even if you don't go through the awakening. When she reached the word even, Frost hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the issue with Suyi's eyes, she gritted her teeth and finished the sentence. Awakening, while mostly dependent on luck, is also somewhat related to one's physical strength and genetic quality. She was afraid that after Suyi had trained so hard for all these years, he might finally awaken an ability. But if he were then unable to walk the path of the awakened because of his eyes, the blow would be devastating. This feeling of going from hell to heaven, only to fall to the very bottom the next moment, was something she couldn't bear to let Suyi endure. Unless Suyi could awaken a perception-type ability. And it would have to be the kind that allows for precise perception of one's surroundings without the need for eyes, but the probability of that. It was simply too difficult. In this world, 18 is the optimal age for awakening, yet the probability of awakening is less than 1 in 10. In other words, there isn't even a guarantee that 1 out of every 10 people will successfully undergo awakening. With such odds, trying to awaken the specific ability you desire is like searching for a needle in a haystack. This was why Frost tried to talk Suyi out of it. Rather than seeing him crushed by the despair of such a drastic emotional fall, she would prefer Suyi to live with a small regret. She would take care of him for the rest of her life. These were the thoughts in Frost's mind, but she also knew that Suyi would never listen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been training so desperately until now. Catching the scent of her fragrance wafting toward him, Suyi indeed shook his head. You know me, Sister Frost. As he spoke, a cheeky grin immediately appeared on his face. Besides, my stomach is in great shape. I don't live off a woman's charity. After saying that, he added without blushing or missing a beat, well, even though I've been living off you for 14 years, that doesn't stop me from resisting it now. Oomph, always playing the clown. Frost let out a soft chuckle and tapped the young man's nose with her slender finger. Her crescent-shaped eyes curved slightly, looking incredibly enchanting. If anyone who knew her were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in utter disbelief. Could a 10,000-year-old iceberg actually melt? The very same Frost, who was known as the Ice Queen during her student days and hailed as a supernova-killing god within the Night Watch. To think she would actually reveal such a stunning and captivating smile. Alright, I'm heading out for night patrol. You're not allowed to keep training once I'm gone, you hear me? If I come back and find you still at it, hee hee. With a lingering, meaningful chuckle, Frost quickly left the villa to begin her nightly duty. A night watch dedicated to hunting down the corrupted that preyed upon humanity under the cover of darkness. Once Frost had departed, Suyi let out a helpless sigh. Oh, Sister Frost, it's impossible for me not to train. If I don't train, how can I fuse with the Azura template? And if I don't fuse with the Azura template, wouldn't I be forced to live off your support forever? As tempting as that sounds, it's not the life I, Suyi, want for myself. He obtained his Azura template the year he was born, having activated an Apex template system known as the strongest template in the heavens. It allowed him to unlock and utilize legendary, powerhouse templates from his past life. During his first ever newbie benefit template draw, Suyi obtained the template of Azura, one of the 4 Ghost Knights from the Arad continent in DNF. He was overjoyed for quite some time upon receiving this template, as it was a perfect match for someone like him who was blind. However, Suyi was completely stunned when the Apex template system notified him that his physical fitness had to reach a level capable of withstanding the demon arm before the fusion could take place. What should I do? The only option was to train like my life depended on it. Training this grind lasted for over a decade. Even with Frost constantly standing in his way, he gritted his teeth and endured it all. Fortunately, hard work pays off. As long as he makes it through tonight, Suyi will finally be able to unlock the Azura template. If he could truly master that power of the Azura, blindness, and even becoming the awakened, will no longer be a problem. Thinking this, although Suyi was exhausted, he still reached for the rest of the exercise equipment with an excited expression. If he could open his eyes at this moment, the luster in his pupils would definitely not be one of fatigue, but a brightness like never before. Chapter 2, His Stubbornness, 10 Bulls Couldn't Pull Him Back. Early the next morning. Ding! The host's physical fitness has met the standard. Commencing the integration of the demon arm. Ding! The host may choose to hide or reveal the external appearance of the demon arm. Please make your selection. It's here! In the simple room, Suyi, who was lying on the bed, hurriedly sat up. Hearing the long-awaited notification from the Apex template system in his mind, he was excited but made his choice immediately: hide. The demon arm of a ghost knight was far too hideous if such a blood-red left hand were to suddenly appear. Sister Frost would definitely be worried, and it would likely lead to a great deal of trouble. Suyi was a low-profile person, and since the Apex template system offered such a user-friendly option, he naturally chose to hide it. Ding! Demon arm successfully integrated. Currently in hidden state. As the notification from the Apex template system faded once more, Suyi felt his left hand suddenly become difficult to control and incredibly heavy. It felt as if a prehistoric beast imprisoned within was trying to break free from his left hand, appearing somewhat manic and violent. However, under the suppression of Suyi's will, this restlessness quickly subsided. Ding! Demon arm successfully integrated. Commencing fusion of the Azura template for the host. Fusion progress, 1%. Fusion progress, 2%. 18 whole years, 18 years, finally, the template fusion is beginning. Staring at the notification box popping up in his mind, Suyi felt a sense of reflection, but he no longer harbored the intense emotions he had at the beginning. Appearing quite calm, he simply watched the progress bar in silence. Fusion progress, 3%. About 10 minutes had passed, and the progress had only increased by a tiny bit. It was slow as hell. Of course, Suyi was in no rush. He even got out of bed to go take a leak. After all, he had endured 18 years. What was a little more time? Leaving the Apex template system to load on its own, Suyi began putting on the clothes Frost had prepared for him in advance. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, and he needed to arrive early. Based on the loading speed of the template integration, it should be nearly finished by the time he reached the awakening square. And while Suyi was busy washing up, down in the main hall on the first floor of the villa, Frost had already changed into casual attire, wearing a long purple dress that contrasted with her Nightwatch combat uniform. At this moment, she possessed less of a valiant air and appeared more radiant and moving, like a quiet violet, noble and elegant. Carrying 2 cups of tea, Frost smiled as she handed them to a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa and the lovely young girl beside her. "Teacher, today is Violet's awakening day. Shouldn't you be accompanying her to the awakening ceremony over at the provincial district?" On the sofa, Tanya, dressed in a black robe, her aura restrained and profound, yet still retaining her charm, heard these words. Her expression instantly darkened. "You've got some nerve, girl. If I hadn't taken the initiative to bring Violet over for a visit, were you planning on never inviting us at all? Think about it. She was a top-tier mentor at the prestigious Federal Saint University, a figure of significant standing even within Jiangnan Base City. Countless direct descendants of noble families and wealthy clans begged to have her as their mentor after being admitted to Federal Saint University as awakeners. Yet Frost was something else. In the nearly 2 years of their teacher-student relationship, aside from phone calls, she hadn't invited her home more than 3 times. How filial of you. But there was no helping it since this girl was her precious student. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and take the initiative to visit. After all, not only was this precious girl beautiful, but she was also the most monstrous talent of her year at Jiangnan Federal Saint University. Nowadays, she was even more successful and influential. This brought immense prestige to her as a mentor. Who wouldn't love a student like that? The cute girl with a hint of baby fat took the tea, pouting her cherry-like lips as she looked at Frost. "Sister Frost, you're so mean. Ever since you graduated from the Prodigy trial camp and joined the Night Watch as a high-ranking official, we've barely seen each other. My heart is broken." The young girl, named Violet, was not only Tanya's only daughter but also a top-performing high school senior at a prestigious academy in Jiangnan Bay City. With excellent physical fitness and parents who both possessed S-rank abilities, she was expected to awaken a high-level ability herself. This time, traveling from the Jiangnan Provincial District to the Lingzhou District, the mother and daughter had come not only to catch up with Frost. They were also deeply concerned about Su Ye's situation. That blind, stubborn youth who insisted on participating in the awakening ceremony, never failing to make others worry. Tanya took a sip of tea and said helplessly, "Is that boy still insisting on participating in the awakening ceremony?" She was, of course, well aware of her student's family situation. Tanya had a rather good impression of Su Yi. He was a polite and persevering handsome young man. With such character and perseverance, once he awakened a powerful ability, his future would be limitless. However, given the boy's current circumstances, if he failed to awaken an ability compatible with himself, the more powerful it was, the more cruel it would be. 40 years ago, a girl born blind awakened an S-rank elemental ability. However, due to her physical limitations, she gained almost zero combat experience and was ultimately unable to harness the true power of her ability. Over time, this led to a mental breakdown. She overexerted herself and was eventually consumed by the backlash of her own power. For this reason, even Tanya, a top mentor at the Federal Saint University, sincerely hoped that Su Yi would give up on the awakening ceremony. Glancing toward the stairs leading to the second floor, Frost bit her lip. "You know how stubborn Su Yi is, teacher. He's the type who won't budge for anything. He said that if he missed the awakening, he would rather. I'd rather be scrapped and rebuilt." At that moment, Su Yi's calm voice drifted over from the top of the stairs. His slender figure could be seen slowly descending, hand grazing the banister. Outside the villa gates, after half an hour of fruitless persuasion, Tanya and Frost looked on with darkened expressions as Violet carefully helped Su Yi into the hovering mana car. "Let's go. If we don't let this kid undergo awakening, he truly won't be able to accept it, and he might even do something reckless. Rather than having it backfire, it's better to let him participate in the awakening ceremony so he has no regrets." As for the outcome, hearing her teacher's sigh, Frost could only nod helplessly. "I will do my best to comfort him." As she spoke, she prayed silently in her heart. Her only wish now was for Su Yi to be able to awakening a sensory-type ability. Even if it were the lowest F-rank ability, as long as it was sensory-based, it would be the best possible ability for Su Yi. On the hovering mana car, Su Yi had just settled into his seat when Violet, sitting to his right, suddenly leaned her baby-faced, pretty face close to him. "Su Yi, you mustn't be nervous. Even if you don't awakening an ability, or if you awakening an unsatisfactory ability, it's really no big deal. Setting aside the fact that Mama's a powerhouse at the peak of the Sunfire tier, with Sister Frost's world-shaking SS-grade talent and the fact that I'm here in Lingzhou District to accompany you for the awakening ceremony where I'm bound to awaken an ability of at least A grade, if not S grade, I can definitely cover for you. So, don't panic." Su Yi. Covering for him. Was he really being forced to live off the women in his life? Hearing the girl's tone, which was clearly adorable yet carried a hint of feistiness, Su Yi's lips twitched violently. "Don't worry, Violet. I'm pretty open-minded about this. If I don't awaken an ability, it just means that's my fate. But a person has to have some expectations. I feel like I should be able to awaken an ability. With the power of Azura, surely it would reach at least a C grade or B grade level, right? As for the even more powerful A rank or even S rank abilities, so you wouldn't dare dream of them until the template integration was complete."
Hearing Suya's words, Frost and Tanya couldn't help but exchange a glance behind him, both secretly breathing a sigh of relief.
The fact that Suyi could say this showed that no matter how stubborn his personality was, he had more or less prepared himself for the worst. Compared to most of his peers, his temperament was already far more stable. Swoosh! Everything was ready, and the luxury automatic hover mana car soon sped off toward Awakening Square. However, after an hour of driving, just as they were about to arrive at the largest awakening site in the Lingzhou district, the cold notification voice of the Apex template system suddenly rang out in Suya's mind ahead of schedule.
Ding! Azura template fusion complete. Beginning the inheritance of Wave Dominion for the host. Chapter 3, The Awakening Ceremony begins.
In his seat, Suyi was sandwiched between the two beauties, Frost and Violet, one mature and one petite. The fragrance surrounding him was truly intoxicating. But at this moment, he had no time to enjoy any of it. Upon hearing the prompt from the Apex template system, he felt a surge of secret joy. The fusion had actually finished ahead of schedule. Based on the previous loading speed estimates, it should have taken until well after the awakening ceremony had begun for the fusion to potentially complete, shouldn't it? Host, the fusion progress of the template accelerates from slow to fast. Well, I'll be. This Apex template system certainly doesn't play by the rules. I absolutely love it. Without showing any outward emotion, Suya's consciousness sank into the Apex template system interface, and a character panel immediately popped up. Host, Suyi. Level, none. Ability Wave Dominion SSS+. Energy points, none. Template, Azura Unlock Progress, 0%. Template capacity, level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. Wave Dominion. SSS rank. His heart was pounding wildly. The moment his consciousness glanced at the panel, Suyi was instantly captivated by the 3 large S's in the ability column. The Apex template system had stated before the template fusion was complete that once the process was finished, his original ability would be devoured. Azura's core power will be transformed into his ability. This means that, judging by the ability ratings of this world, Azura's Wave Dominion is SSS rank. And there's even a damn plus sign attached to it. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it gets. In this world, ability levels are ranked from weakest to strongest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS. And the legendary SSS rank, known as the strongest tier, capable of rivaling the power of gods with a mortal body. Looking at the SSS rank Wave Dominion, Suyi realized his previous thoughts had been far too superficial. Hoping for Azura's ability to be a mere C rank or even B rank? That vision was simply as narrow as it could possibly be. At that moment, the notification from the Apex template system sounded once again. Ding! Due to the host's innate blindness, you have an extreme affinity with the Azura template, granting you an initial 20% character unlock progress. Would you like to unlock this 20% power now? Once unlocked, not only will the template's abilities be enhanced, but the host's physical fitness, soul strength, and mana realm as an awakened will also receive a comprehensive upgrade. Unlock now? There's even a benefit like this? Suyi suddenly felt that being born blind might not be such an unfortunate thing after all. He quickly communicated with the Apex template system through his consciousness. Do not unlock it for now. I'll find an opportunity to unlock it after the awakening ceremony. According to the prompts from the Apex template system, it was clear that once that initial 20% progress was unlocked, the power gifted back by the Azura template would definitely cause a massive stir. Tanya, a Sunfire tier powerhouse among the awakened, was still right there beside him. Even the slightest subtle change could potentially be detected. In this world, excluding those the corrupted who lurked within human society disguised as humans, it was virtually impossible for a true human to become one of the awakened or wield transcendent power before undergoing awakening. Consequently, Suyi naturally didn't want to be the exception. It would just bring nothing but trouble. During the brief moment he spent communicating with the Apex template system, Tanya's luxury edition mana levitation car had already begun its slow descent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Across the sky, mana cars weaving through the city were also arriving one after another. Although transcendent power was everything in this world, technology had certainly not remained stagnant. Nowadays, hovering mana cars powered by mana crystals have become a common mode of transportation. Of course, they are a symbol of the awakened and the elite for ordinary mortals. Being able to afford a four-wheeled electric vehicle is already considered well off. Still as realistic as ever. So, as mana cars whistled overhead one after another, the common folk below cast envious glances. As expected of the annual Awakening Day. At this time every year, these high-tech luxury cars that you hardly ever see suddenly pop up in such numbers. I suppose everyone inside must be the awakened? The awakened. My boy happens to be among the top 50 seniors in his high school class this year, and his physical fitness is quite decent. I truly hope he can awaken an ability during the upcoming awakening ceremony and then eliminate the corrupted for the sake of the people. If he does, all the hard work I've put in for over half my life to put him through awakening high school will have been worth it. My second daughter is also participating in the awakening this year, but I can still vividly remember the look of desolation on her older sister's face when she failed her awakening last year. As a father, I hope my children can awaken and lead extraordinary lives, yet I don't want to see them disappointed and sad. Sigh, I'll leave it to fate no matter what happens, this old father will always be their backbone. Don't be so pessimistic, brother. By the way, do you think a miracle like the one from 2 years ago will occur at our Lingzhou district awakening ceremony this year? Are you talking about that incredibly beautiful girl who awakened an SS rank ice element ability 2 years ago and caused a stir throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom? Yes. That's the one. She still leaves a deep impression on me even now. She was simply a monster of a talent. Ugh, you guys are in your 40s and fathers yourselves, yet you're still daydreaming. If you ask this old man, forget about this year for the next few years, or even the next decade or two, Lingzhou district won't see another SS rank prodigy like that girl. We'd be lucky enough to get an S rank talent, we'd have to burn incense and pray for that. The old man's right. A carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate is a rare stroke of luck, after all. I just hope our Lingzhou district can produce at least one S rank genius this year to save face. Let's just hope we don't repeat last year's disaster, not a single A rank in the whole lot. We were the laughingstock of the other districts. As one of the major districts of Jiangnan Base City, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 10 great survival bases with a population of 50 million, last year was indeed pathetic. 2 years ago? Incredibly beautiful, an SS rank favored daughter of heaven? Inside the luxurious mana car, Suyi heard these discussions from below just as the window was being rolled down. His handsome face turned imperceptibly toward Frost, who was sitting to his right. As expected. This adoptive sister of his was truly just as the internet described. She is already a household name, a favored daughter of heaven, not only in Jiangnan Base City but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, she possesses an SS grade ability talent. Since the Great Cataclysm a century ago, there have been fewer than 100 such individuals across the 7 global superpowers. And he, Suyi, had actually been meticulously cared for by such a legendary girl for over a decade. Ahem. If I hadn't unlocked the Wave Dominion, a power capable of rivaling the gods, I'm afraid I truly would have had to live off a woman's support for the rest of my life. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the car came to a steady stop in a private VIP parking space. Stepping gracefully out of the car first, Tanya turned to look at Suyi. Listen, kid. Even though you've already braced yourself, I want to give you one more heads up. The Awakening Ceremony is a global welfare event co-funded by various nations, so it draws massive media attention every year. It's even broadcast live across all platforms by national television, meaning the exposure is enormous. Pausing for a moment, the top mentor from Federal Saint University adopted an increasingly serious tone. Because of this, the results of the awakening naturally spark a wide range of opinions. In the past, many young men and women whose awakening results were less than ideal couldn't handle the pressure of negative public commentary. They often end up driven to extremes because they can't bear it. Your situation is a bit unique, and being Frost's sworn younger brother means that once we arrive at the scene, the public discourse surrounding you will likely be even more harsh. As the words fell, Frost, who was helping Suyi out of the car, saw her charming crescent eyes instantly turn as cold and sharp as blades. Who dares? In an instant, the woman who had been as gentle as water just a moment ago transformed into the chilling god of slaughter who hunted the corrupted through the night. It was clear they had touched her raw nerve. Little Violet shook her pink fists even more aggressively. Anyone who dares speak ill of Su Yi, this lady will absolutely finish them off. Noticing the extreme reactions of the two girls, Su Yi wore a look of helplessness. Did they truly believe he would fail the awakening? According to his understanding of the Apex template system, even without merging the SSS grade Wave Dominion, his original ability was already S grade. If it weren't for his blindness, Su Yi's own efforts would have been enough to achieve great things.
The awakening ceremony is about to begin. All participating students, please enter the venue immediately.
At that moment, a loud announcement echoed through the parking area. Su Yi quickly changed the subject. "Aunt Tanya, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Let's head inside first." There was no point in explaining anything to the three of them now. They would understand naturally the moment his Wave Dominion awakened. With that, he gave Frost's arm a gentle tug, and she had no choice but to reluctantly link arms with him as they walked toward the awakening square. Watching the two walk away, Tanya rubbed her temples and turned to her daughter. "Violet, remember to comfort that boy along with your sister Frost later.
Make sure he doesn't do anything reckless, understood?" Violet nodded with a charming innocence. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm an absolute pro at comforting people. I guarantee Su Yi won't shed a single tear." In this girl's mind, as long as she kept someone from crying even if they were wearing a mask of pure agony, it counted as the best possible comfort. Soon, the mother and daughter also made their way toward the entrance of the awakening square. Outside the square, a massive crowd of students participating in the awakening was pouring in, forming orderly lines accompanied by their parents. On those youthful faces, there was a mix of excitement, nervousness, and apprehension for the long-awaited awakening ceremony. It's finally about to begin. Chapter 4, Let the kids in front be the cushion first. As the largest awakening site in Lingzhou district, the grandeur of Awakening Square is beyond doubt. The entrance corridors and surrounding architectural materials are all constructed from expensive cyan crystal stone, which is both sturdy and luxuriously eye-catching. Consequently, when viewed from a distance, Awakening Square resembles a palace out of mythology, instinctively inspiring a sense of awe. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the VIP parking area, the scene was a stark contrast to the ordinary lanes outside where vehicles were lined up in long queues. This area appeared far more spacious and luxurious, as entry through here was strictly reserved for awakened individuals and their families. Inside the entrance. "Yo, you're finally here." Just as Su Yi and his three companions stepped into the corridor, a young man dressed in a gold-trimmed military uniform, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, greeted them. He approached with a smile, his tall and upright frame looming like a solid wall. Coupled with his handsome features approaching 30 and exuding a solemn, majestic air, his temperament was far beyond that of an ordinary the awakened. This man was Kane, the general supervisor of the Lingzhou district Awakening Square and one of the military powerhouses of the region. However, upon seeing him, Tanya spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Caught wind of it so quickly?" As expected of the Dragon Kingdom military's supernova. Teased by his most respected teacher, Kane didn't take offense. Instead, his face beamed with an even wider smile. He replied with a smile, "Teacher, even if I become the top leader of the Dragon Kingdom military, I will always be your precious student. It's rare for you to visit the Lingzhou district, so of course I had to get word of it immediately." As he spoke, he walked straight to Su Ye's side and slung an arm around his shoulder, right under Frost's murderous gaze. "Su Yi is the one who really looks out for me. He notified me right away. That's why I personally came to be the person in charge of this awakening ceremony to show some support for my lovely younger brother Su Yi and sister Violet." Su Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. "I only contacted Brother Huang in advance because I was afraid Sister Frost really wouldn't let me participate in the awakening." Tanya and Frost were the ones who disagreed with him participating in the awakening ceremony. Only Kane. This man, Tanya's former star pupil, Frost Sr., and a rising supernova within the military, was the only person who supported Su Ye's participation in the awakening. His exact words were, "I, Kane, hereby swear that I will unconditionally support Su Ye's participation in the awakening." Whoever tries to stop him will have to answer to me. To that end, this man known as Brother Huang even came to blows with his wife, who hailed from a powerful great clan, over this very matter. It was only because that quiet sister-in-law, who didn't want Suyi to be crushed by the gap in expectations after the awakening, was on Frost's side. That was exactly why Tanya and Frost were giving Cain such a sour look. Just like right now, the two of them were glaring at him intensely. If this guy hadn't been secretly giving Suyi encouragement and support, the latter probably wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating position, right? Don't glare at me. If the teacher and junior sister were truly firm about it, they wouldn't have let Suyi come to the Awakening Plaza in the first place. Under the weight of such a deathly glare, Cain forced himself to drop his playful grin, his expression turning serious. He transformed back into that solemn and majestic, iron-faced young commander. He looked at Frost solemnly. "Junior sister, you actually understand that with Suya's determination and perseverance, he wouldn't listen to you even without my support. We should both have faith in him. Even if the awakening doesn't go as planned, he still has us, doesn't he?" With those words, Cain casually slung an arm around Suyi and swaggered toward the VIP seats of the awakening square. Watching the two of them walk away with such arrogant strides, Tanya speechlessly took Frost's hand. "Let's go, Frost. Your senior brother is actually doing what's best for the kid." Frost nodded, but her tone suddenly became heavy with distress. "My senior and his wife have been so good to Suyi and me. How could I ever blame him? I only blame myself for being useless. Even after becoming a high-ranking member of the Night Watch, I still can't heal Suya's eyes." Thump! A sharp flick to the forehead landed hard. Tanya's expression turned stern. "How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to think like that. I have been asking people to search for spiritual medicines, and given your senior's status in the military, he has been keeping an eye out as well. If we persevere, we will find a way sooner or later." Frost rubbed her head, her crescent moon eyes gradually growing firm. "I understand, teacher." Only in front of her teacher would she reveal such a vulnerable side, and every time, her teacher was able to put her mind at ease. On the other side, Cain had already led Suyi to the VIP seats in the highest row. From this vantage point, one could overlook the entire Awakening Plaza. Whether it was the parents' seating area on the periphery or the crowd of young men and women who had been waiting in the center for a long time, everything was clearly visible. Of course, these seats were reserved exclusively for those with significant status in the Lingzhou district. As Cain took his seat, the eyes of everyone in the VIP section instantly gravitated toward him. "It's Commander Yi. I heard he's the one presiding over this awakening ceremony. Who is that boy next to him with his eyes closed? To be treated like that by Commander Yi, which family's elite talent is he?" It wasn't just the heads of the major awakening families who were puzzled. The younger generation beside them looked at Suyi with envy. To be treated with such warmth by Commander Yi, a role model admired by countless young people, naturally made everyone curious about the boy's background. At that moment, a tall figure in purple suddenly sat down right next to Suyi. It was Frost and the other two women, who had arrived a bit later. This caused the crowd, who had been focused on Suyi, to freeze once more, followed by a sudden contraction of their pupils. This breathtakingly beautiful face. "It's her!" Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. In an instant, the other awakened who were quietly waiting for the awakening to begin, along with the common people below, all turned their heads toward the sound. After their eyes were drawn to that striking, graceful figure in purple, every pair of eyes in the crowd instantly bulged wide. The entire awakening square erupted into a frenzy in the very next moment. That face! No way? Am I seeing things? Did I just see that girl who awakened an SS rank ability 2 years ago? It's her! That impossibly beautiful face, I saw her 2 years ago when I brought my eldest son for his awakening. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and that young girl has become even more dazzling. She truly is a favored daughter of heaven. Looking at where she's seated, even the awakened from those great families are a step below her. She must have become a prominent figure by now, right? She truly is the legendary girl of the Lingzhou district. This girl is beautiful. And with such great talent, if only my boy could marry a wife like her, but what a pity, that brat isn't worthy.
At the scene, the ordinary citizens stared intently at Frost, marveling and praising her.
Some of the younger boys, their faces flushed red, stole secret glances at Frost.
To them, Frost was the goddess of their dreams, far more beautiful than any school belle they had ever seen. Unlike these ignorant commoners, however, the high-ranking figures from the various awakening families did not dare to utter a single word. Having Cain present as the overseer for this occasion had already left them feeling immensely flattered. They never expected that not only would the monstrously talented Ice Queen be here, but even that terrifying mentor from Federal Saint University, Senior Tang, had arrived as well. It is important to realize that if these three were to so much as stomp their feet, it would be enough to send shockwaves through the three major circles of the awakened, the Night Watch, the military, and the educational system. In the presence of such figures, how could they dare to speak out of turn? If they were to displease these three, wouldn't they be inviting a major catastrophe upon themselves? From the seats of honor, seeing that the time was right, Cain looked toward Violet and Suyi with a smile. Do you two want to go up and undergo awakening now? I can wait until my dear younger brother and sister have finished their awakening before I officially announce the start, you know. Standing nearby, Tanya heard this and massaged her forehead in exasperation. Act normal. You're the one in charge this time, follow the protocols.
Cain nodded.
You're right, teacher. It's fine to let the kids in front act as a buffer that way. Suyi and Violet might just awaken a superior ability. The heads of the prestigious families sitting nearby heard this, and their faces instantly turned a shade of liver purple.
Using their juniors as a buffer? How detestable. This Commander Yi was indeed just as the rumors described, solemn and majestic when serious, yet utterly impartial and stern. But once he starts playing favorites, he is absolutely shameless. But there's nothing to be done.
He is the head of operations and one of the future pillars of the military. People might be furious, but they wouldn't dare speak out. Soon, Cain looked toward a soldier standing in the center of Awakening Square. The soldier nodded and immediately spoke with an air of authority, quiet. Once the scene had fallen into a complete silence, he continued to announce, in accordance with the established order, the high school with the most outstanding overall performance in Lingzhou district will be the first to take the stage for the awakening. The words fell. A young man from a noble family, who happened to be sitting in the row directly behind Suyi and his companions, stood up. He was the first person from Lingzhou district's top aristocratic high school to take the stage, though at this moment, his expression was grim. After all, being called a cushion naturally didn't sit well with him. Humph, he was already green with envy that the kid with his eyes closed got to sit right next to the goddess. Was he really expected to serve as that kid's stepping stone too? You've got to be kidding me. He was going to awaken a high-level ability, become the most brilliant star of this awakening ceremony, and give that Commander Yi a harsh reality check. With those thoughts, the youth strode onto the awakening platform with his head held high. Under the gaze of the crowd, he placed his hand upon the awakening steel. Chapter 5, Little Sister Violet is about to show off. Awakening steel. It is a vital wonder that grants humans a chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. It contains a mysterious spiritual mist, known today by the awakened as manhwa. It is a God-given power capable of drawing out the latent potential of the human body. Of course, those truly capable of channeling and awakening an ability are a rare few, less than 1 in 10. If an ability is successfully awakened, its strength is judged based on the reaction of the awakening steel. For those with weak abilities, the light emitted by the awakening steel remains dim. Those unable to awaken an ability lack even the qualification to make the stone monument flicker with the slightest glimmer. As for those with powerful abilities, the commotion they trigger will be truly breathtaking. The awakening steel emitting a vast and brilliant radiance is a manifestation of possessing infinite potential. 2 years ago, when Frost Awakening manifested the SS rank Netherfrost, that soul-stirring, violet-blue spectral glow enveloped the entire Awakening Square, with the light soaring 10,000 meters high into the sky. On that day, the Awakening Square was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, as everyone stared blankly at that graceful figure. The entire Dragon Kingdom was also deeply shaken. Anyone in the Lingzhou district who had witnessed that awakening ceremony in person had that scene forever seared into their minds. Even now, 2 years later, it remained the kind of earth-shattering spectacle that countless young people in Lingzhou dreamed of recreating. Just like the noble youth currently stepping onto the stage as the first candidate, though his heart was filled with nerves, it was also burning with ambition. He was full of grand aspirations, desperate to awaken a high-level ability and shock the world.
S rank. S rank. S rank.
With his palm pressed against the awakening steel, the young man cried out inwardly, his forehead damp with the sweat of intense nervousness.
And yet,
minutes passed, and a faint white glow barely flickered onto the surface of the stone tablet before quickly dimming back into darkness.
Zhang San, standard strength type, F class.
As the soldier announced the awakening result, the young noble Zhang San's face instantly turned deathly pale.
F rank. And it's the most common regular type.
Abilities are divided into 6 major factions: elemental, special, weapon soul, phantasmal beast, support, and regular. Among them, the elemental, special, and weapon soul types are the strongest, and are the types of abilities everyone yearns to awaken. The latter 3 types are somewhat weaker, especially the regular type, which is the most commonplace. It would be one thing if the ability's rank were high, but if it is low. Take Zhang San's F rank, for example. It is truly as weak as can be, providing at most a mere sliver of extra strength. No matter how hard he trains, he will never become a true the awakened. In an instant, negative emotions, despair, suffocation, and bewilderment eroded his mind, leaving him standing frozen in place.
Has he really become nothing more than a stepping stone? How is this possible?
He is a student from the top aristocratic high school in Lingzhou district. As the result was announced, the commoners watching below and the young men and women participating in the awakening all held their breath in unison. This, how can it be only F class? Conventional type, F class, unbelievable. That was the first batch on stage, the students with the best overall grades in Lingzhou district. Moreover, with an F rank ability, it's extremely difficult to become a true awakened. Even ordinary awakened universities would find it hard to admit you. Is it possible that this year will be just like the last, without a single A rank ability genius? Is it really okay to make people feel this hopeless right at the beginning? On the awakening square, some students who were about to undergo awakening had already lost their initial confidence, their faces breaking out in sweat. This was especially true for the students from noble families who were among the first group to step onto the stage for awakening. Even those who excelled in physical tests and possessed strong genes from their awakened parents began to feel a sense of trepidation. The awakening ceremony happens only once in a lifetime, and they truly did not want to fail. Yet, the awakening ceremony is inherently cruel. Those who succeed are always in the minority. In the VIP seating area, one could see Zhang San walking down from the awakening stage, his eyes vacant and spirit crushed by the blow. Frost looked at Suyi beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She was truly afraid that Suyi would be crushed by the blow, just like that young boy. The chances of awakening were already so slim for students with healthy and excellent physiques, let alone for Suyi, who was born with his condition. Even Kane, sitting on Suya's other side, no longer possessed the same confidence he initially had in his younger brother. This was evident from the slight, nervous twitching of his crossed legs. Next. Cruel as it was, the awakening continued. One after another, the elite students of Lingzhou District First Noble High School stepped onto the stage for their awakening, their faces etched with tension. Standard speed type, F rank. Next. Phantom Beast class, Iron-Clawed Cat, E rank. Next. Elemental class, Fire Element, Fire Snake, D rank. Not bad. After about 60 students had undergone underwhelming awakenings, one finally appeared who was somewhat decent. Yes. It's an elemental class. The female student began to bounce and skip with sheer joy, her spirits soaring. The atmosphere on site, which had been so tense it was difficult to breathe, finally eased slightly following the revelation of her awakening result. However, the awakened standing on the high platform had their brows furrowed, wearing bitter smiles. This was because such awakening odds were even more dismal than last year's. Last year, after dozens of students from the first high school had undergone awakening, at least one B rank of a conventional series had emerged. Yet this year, with nearly 100 students already tested, there has been only one D rank.
Even though it was an elemental type, the results are still abysmal.
Such an outcome left the soldier presiding over the ceremony in the center of the field looking helpless. Don't lose heart.
Next.
The words fell with a hint of resignation. The remaining students had no choice but to brace themselves and step forward. But the results? It was still a total disaster. Several hours had passed, yet most of the aristocratic high schools in Lingzhou district had only produced a handful of B-rank common type users. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast screens, in the Jiangnan main district of Jiangnan Base City, numerous geniuses with B-rank and even A-rank abilities from various factions had already emerged.
There was even a single S-rank prodigy among them.
This caused the group of young men and women in the center of Lingzhou district's Awakening Square to lower their heads in shame.
How embarrassing. I can't watch this anymore. From the seat of honor, Violet looked at the gloomy atmosphere of the scene, stood up with her hands on her slender waist, and said, "I'll do it." Hearing this, Sui spoke up to encourage her. "Good luck, Violet." He felt quite confident in Violet's talent after all. Both of her parents were S-rank individuals. She attended the top elite high school in the Jiangnan main district and was ranked among the top 10 students there. Taking everything into account, even in the worst-case scenario, her results shouldn't be too far off the mark. Suyi, don't worry about me. You're the one who needs to do your best.
As the young girl spoke, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt and hesitated over whether she should go up first. She knew that if she awakened a high-level ability, it would likely put immense pressure on Suyi when it was his turn to awaken.
If he failed to awaken, he might.
Oh well, she would just have to do her best to comfort Suyi when the time came.
Mom, Kane, Frost, I'm going now. Turning back to flash a cute peace sign, Violet walked straight down from the observation deck.
The eyes of everyone present were instantly drawn to her beautiful figure the moment she stepped down from the VIP seating area. Already lovely and charming, and seated alongside monstrous talents like Kane Frost, it was impossible for her to escape notice. Some of the power players who knew Violet's identity swallowed hard, their gazes fixed intently on the young girl.
Senior Tang is an S-class powerhouse his daughter certainly won't be lacking. Perhaps, she will also awaken a formidable S-class ability. This way, their Lingzhou district could also regain some face. Even though Violet is not originally from Lingzhou district. But since she is awakening here, wouldn't that still count as bringing some prestige to the district? This young girl's background seems quite extraordinary. I hope she can awaken a high-level ability. This year's awakening rates have left me stunned. My son actually only got an E-class regular series, sigh. Being able to sit with that legendary girl who was beautiful beyond words, she shouldn't be half bad. It has to be an A-rank ability. Otherwise, our Lingzhou district will lose all credibility. She doesn't look nervous at all. Is she really that confident? The local citizens on site had endured hours of suppression and were feeling utterly numb. Seeing Violet, a girl of extraordinary temperament and powerful background, step down now, a flicker of hope was rekindled in everyone. Violet is here. The soldier presiding over the ceremony caught sight of Violet and offered a rare, faint smile. As a trusted confidant of Commander Yi, he had naturally met the young girl on several occasions. "Hello, Uncle Zhou."
After greeting him politely, Violet took a deep breath, her cute little face set in a tense expression. Others saw her as confident, but only she knew that she was actually panicking inside. She was merely putting on a front of calm. Her small, jade-like hand did not hesitate, pressing directly onto the awakening steel.
In the next instant,
buzz! Accompanied by an invisible hum, a soft, light blue glow surged forth from the stone monument. In the blink of an eye, it had already risen dozens of meters high.
Chapter 6, Is there something wrong with this boy's eyes?
In the center of Awakening Square, a soft, light blue glow, carrying a sense of chilling cold, poured forth from the stone monument. It almost completely enveloped the awakening platform in the center of the field, and the crowd could no longer see that petite, graceful figure.
Above their heads, the light continued to rise steadily, its momentum breathtaking. 50 meters. 80 meters.
Soon, it broke through the 100-meter mark, dyeing the sky a beautiful shade of light blue.
The awakening light soared 100 meters into the heavens. This was the symbol of reaching an A-rank ability. In other words, little Violet was a genius with at least an A-rank ability. Judging by the momentum, it was highly likely to go even further, as that light blue glow of potential was still surging frantically upward. The audience on site had long been stunned into silence by such a display, leaving only the sound of people gulping in disbelief. It took a long while before they finally snapped back to their senses. Holy crap! This girl is a beast. According to what they say online, once the potential glow reaches this height, she's already an A-rank genius, right? More than that. Look at the momentum. That pale blue glow is still rising. Could it be S-rank? S-rank. Aside from that legendary girl 2 years ago, the last time Lingzhou district saw an S-rank was 6 years ago. I'm so envious. If my little girl were an S, no, even AB rank ability, I'd be more than satisfied. In the VIP seating area, Kane looked at his teacher with a smile. Congratulations, teacher. It seems a fierce mother truly breeds a talented daughter. Humph. That girl is still a far cry from Frost. Despite her words, it wasn't hard to tell from the slight curl of Tanya's lips that she was actually very pleased. After all, what parent wouldn't be happy to see their child excel like this? Sitting nearby, Frost was naturally delighted that Violet had awakened a high-level ability. However, she spent more of her time quietly observing the changes in Suye's expression. This was because the discussions throughout the venue were currently filled with nothing but awe at the commotion caused by that girl, Violet. Although Suye could not see it, he could certainly hear these voices. People subconsciously draw comparisons between one another, especially since Violet and Suye are of similar age. It was another group of young people undergoing awakening on the same day. She was truly afraid that Suye would be demoralized by that girl, Violet. Therefore, she had to pay close attention to the young man's expression. If anything seemed amiss, she would not hesitate to stop his awakening on the spot, even if it meant being resented for it. She would not allow Suye to suffer any irreparable psychological damage. Beside him, Kane and Tanya also stole subtle glances at Suye. Even the conversation praising Violet just now had been intentional, a small test to gauge the young man's current state of mind. And yet, did Violet awaken some powerful ability? Suye kept his eyes closed, a natural, easy smile playing on his lips. That girl really is amazing. The young man's calm demeanor left the three of them inwardly astonished. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Kane immediately winked at Tanya and Frost, his face full of pride. It was as if he were saying, "See? I told you, you can't shake Suye's determination. My brother is just that excellent." Meanwhile, on the other side, atop the awakening platform, Violet's eyes were filled with that soft, pale blue light, her hair fluttering in the air, making her appear utterly divine. The light of potential rising from above her head surged continuously toward the sky. It drew the astonished gazes of countless people throughout the Lingzhou district. Several more minutes passed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pale blue light finally came to a halt. It had reached a height of just over 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The absolute limit of an S-rank ability. Officer Zhou, the presiding official, looked at the words appearing on the stone monument and hurriedly announced the result with excitement. Violet, Elemental System, Water, Sacred Ocean Heart, S-rank. The words fell. The noisy exclamations at the scene fell silent, replaced only by the faint sound of people gasping in shock. Although most had already guessed after witnessing the spectacular sight just now that this young girl would likely be an S-class prodigy. Yet, when the result was laid bare before them, it remained somewhat hard to believe. S-class. In the past century, there have been very few such individuals across the entire globe. Every S-rank awakened serves as the pinnacle of human strength in the fight against the cunning corrupted. The reason humanity can still survive today, much like in the era of peace, is due to the protection provided by these powerful elites. Consequently, every S-rank awakened is prioritized for cultivation by the state and held in the highest esteem by the common people. It really is S-rank. Watching the results on the stone tablet, little Violet trotted back to the VIP seating area in a state of pure excitement. Her chubby, baby-faced cheeks were flushed as she giggled. "I didn't let you guys down, did I?" Hee hee. Tanya pulled the little girl into her arms, an irrepressible smile playing on her lips. "My precious girl." Held by her mother, the young girl's eyes suddenly welled up. If Dad were still here, he would have been so happy too. It had been 14 years since her father gave his life to repel the invasion of the corrupted. Ever since he sacrificed himself by holding off the majority of the high-level the corrupted single-handedly, this event had remained an insurmountable hurdle in her heart. Today was one of the most important days of her life, yet her father was not there to share it with her. For a moment, one could only imagine the complex emotions swirling within the young girl's heart. Looking at her daughter, a flicker of grief appeared on Tanya's still charming face, but she quickly recovered. "Silly girl, you are so outstanding that your father must be overjoyed." There, don't cry." The young girl recovered quickly. Wiping away her tears, she held Suya's hand with a tear-streaked face and said, "I'm sharing some of my luck with you, Suyi." "Good luck." Feeling the touch on his hand, Suyi grinned and said, "Violet's blessing, huh? Not bad. Let's start the awakening now." With that, he stood up. The crowd, who had been focused on the gifted young lady Violet, instantly shifted their gaze towards Suyi. Is that boy who has been keeping his eyes closed the one everyone is so jealous of about to undergo awakening too? He does look like he's only 18, so it should be his awakening. Wait, since he's also a young man with a powerful background, could he be about to awaken an S-rank ability as well? You're overthinking it. An S-rank? It's already a miracle that our Lingzhou district produced that S-rank prodigy girl just now. Exactly. If everyone could awaken an S-rank talent, the corrupted in this world would have been wiped out long ago. That young man has quite a background, though. Even if he's not S-rank, he shouldn't be half bad. Just looking at his lean, athletic build, you can tell he's definitely put in a lot of hard work. True, it's rare to see someone so handsome and dashing, but why does he always keep his eyes closed? Many people at the scene scrutinized Suyi closely, including the heads of the awakening families, who were equally filled with curiosity. While they could gather some general information about Violet through various channels, Suyi was someone they were truly learning about for the first time. And just then, they witnessed the scene of Frost and Kane tenderly linking arms with Suyi on either side as they stepped down from the stage. Those who were observing Suyi froze instantly, their eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute. This young man's eyes. Could there be something wrong with them? Chapter 7, Tantai Xian'er. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Suya's tightly closed eyes. They had originally thought that the youth kept his eyes shut due to some peculiar habit. Because of this, a small number of people even considered Suyi to be an extremely arrogant individual. After all, he didn't spare so much as a glance at the awakening ceremony currently in progress. But now, they were witnessing the scene of that legendary favored daughter of heaven and Kane, two top-tier figures slowly walking down the steps with their arms linked with the youth. It finally dawned on them that the youth didn't have his eyes closed out of habit or arrogance. Rather, there was something wrong with his eyes, he couldn't open them to see at all. Looking at the situation now, the boy was practically disabled, yet he was still here to participate in the awakening ceremony? It was simply too desperate, too cruel. For a moment, the young people who had previously harbored feelings of envy and resentment toward Suyi now cast looks of sympathy in his direction. Because anyone with common sense understood what it meant to participate in the awakening while being blind. It meant despair, it meant enduring several times the blow and torment of a normal person. Even if these normal students failed their awakening, they could still strive to live their lives as ordinary mortals. But once that young man failed his awakening, he would be forced to spend the rest of his life accompanied by eternal darkness. Even if the awakening is successful, failing to resolve the issue with his eyes would be a fate far more cruel than the first outcome. Unless he awakens an ability capable of curing blindness, but the probability of such a result is hardly worth mentioning.
They would rather bet on Suyi awakening an S-rank ability just as Violet did, than gamble on that third possibility.
Good luck, young man. Anything is possible. Someone shouted out from the crowd.
In the next moment, many ordinary parents with strong moral values also chimed in with words of encouragement.
That's right.
It's already amazing that you mustered the courage to participate in the awakening.
Keep it up, handsome. Who knows, you might actually awaken a sensory-type ability. Take the gamble, let's go. You've got great courage, little brother, I'm a fan. You must awaken a good ability, okay?
Of course, where there are those with a sound moral compass, there are naturally those with twisted views who simply cannot stand to see others succeed.
Pfft, what a bunch of hypocrites. Keep it up?
Please. He is blind and still has the nerve to come here and court death.
Isn't he just asking for trouble? Exactly.
Even if he fails his awakening, he'll still have people looking after him, living a life of luxury.
Why worry about him? Unlike us, if we fail our awakening, we have to face the harsh reality of society. It's so damn unfair. Actually, God is fair. He is that handsome and has a goddess taking care of him. It's only natural that he be blind, right? And he wants to awaken a perception-type ability? Bah!
Why don't you just go all the way and say he'll awaken some legendary, God-tier SSS rank perception ability while you're at it? These distorted voices only dared to mutter in hushed whispers. After all, Suya's background was significant, and this crowd didn't dare to speak out loud. As ordinary people, they would undoubtedly suffer if they were ever targeted by the awakened. However, with Frost and Kane's powerful mana levels and keen hearing, there was no way the mutterings of these commoners could escape them. The former's charming, crescent moon eyes instantly turned icy cold, swirling with killing intent. The Night Watch and the military have been risking their lives night after night to fend off the appearing corrupted, as well as the corrupted mystic realms from beyond the borders. They guard the safety of these ordinary people, striving to minimize their casualties. Yet, she never expected that such words would be the reward for their sacrifice. Although she knew that such scum represented only a small minority, the fact that they dared to speak ill of Suyi was unacceptable. She could not tolerate it.
Junior sister, calm down. Let's wait until Suyi finishes his awakening.
Beside her, Kane's iron-willed eyes had also turned cold to the extreme.
Nevertheless, he used his own aura to restrain his junior sister. Taking a deep breath to suppress her killing intent, Frost quickly gave Suyi a gentle smile. Suyi, don't be nervous, okay? Listen, so many people are cheering for you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yeah.
Suyi nodded with a light smile.
I hope I can awaken a good ability.
He had actually heard those whispers after all, he had already inherited the wave dominion. Although he hadn't unlocked that 20% progress yet, his sense of hearing had already received a terrifying enhancement. At a distance of just a few dozen meters, he could still manage to hear them. He simply didn't care. Soon, Kane and Frost brought Suyi to the base of the awakening platform. Being escorted onto the stage for awakening by two of the Dragon Kingdom's supernovas drew the eyes of the entire crowd, and even occupied one of the Dragon Kingdom's official livestream screens. The broadcast of this unique scene sparked heated discussions among the audiences of the other 9 base cities. But right at that moment, the largest screen in the center suddenly switched, and a single image instantly covered all the screens. On the screen, an exquisitely beautiful young girl stood before the awakening steel like a celestial fairy. Around her, phantom sword shadows stood tall, already enveloping the awakening square for thousands of meters. A sharp, buzzing hum of the sword rang out. And above the young girl's head, a phantom jade sword hung high in the firmament. Endless emerald light surged from the blade, crisscrossing in all directions and piercing through the very clouds of heaven. Such a phenomenon was even more exaggerated than the commotion Violet had just caused. People across the 10 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the awakening ceremony were instantly awestruck by the massive screen. To be precise, they were stunned by the young girl in the footage who had triggered such a vast and majestic phenomenon. What is going on? It's a vision triggered by an awakening. My God!
It's not from our Jiangnan base city. Which base city is it? Magic City. This is the Magic City base city channel.
The scale of this phenomenon, I saw something like it 2 years ago.
Wait, could it be? It definitely exceeds S-class.
It's even more dazzling than the light triggered by that water element girl from our Lingzhou district just now.
On the Awakening Square in Lingzhou district, everyone stared at the giant screen in utter shock.
Even Tanya, a powerhouse of the Sunfire tier, had a look of shock on her face, potential equal to Frost.
Magic City, is it that little girl?
At that moment, an excited male voice came through the screen.
Magic City base city, Tantai Xianer, weapon soul type, Jade Spirit Sword Soul, SS class.
The excited voice fell silent. Across the Dragon Kingdom, whether they were at the scene or staring intently at the screens, both the awakened and the general public alike, their eyes bulged as wide as light bulbs.
The top-tier weapon soul type. SS class. Tantai Xianer. Magic City.
Only 2 years have passed, and the Dragon Kingdom has produced yet another SS class monster. A prodigy whose talent is truly a match for Frost. Unlike the ordinary people at the scene, certain awakened individuals immediately thought of much more.
Because of this woman.
They have heard of it. Magic City base city, the Tantai family, a reclusive great clan from 100 years ago. One of the 10 strongest humans, the very family to which that sword saint belongs. And this Tantai Xianer was the jewel of the Tantai family. Only 18 years old, she happened to be participating in the awakening ceremony today as well.
No wonder. No wonder she could awaken such an ability. Chapter 8, Awakening, Golden Ripples.
At the Lingzhou District Awakening Square, the crowd remained immersed in the phenomenon created by Tantai Xianer for a long time. Even after the vision dissipated and the exquisite girl stepped off the awakening platform with a light smile, many boys still looked as if they had lost their souls. Clearly, compared to that peerless talent, her appearance was far more captivating to this group of love-struck fools.
Tantai Xianer, what a beautiful name. What a stunning woman.
Brothers, I feel like I've just added another goddess to my dreams.
Me too. No, make that 3.
That water element prodigy girl just now was so cute, then there's our legendary ice goddess from the Lingzhou district, and now Magic City has added another one. Even though I smoke, drink, and failed my awakening, I still hope for a chance encounter with a goddess.
I hope the heavens make it happen.
Brother, I've got a case of yellow urine, let me wake you up with a splash.
Meanwhile, at the largest awakening temple in the Magic City base city,
a crowd of local awakened from Magic City watched the silhouette of Tantai Xianer descending from the awakening temple, their faces filled with pride.
Lady Xianer truly lives up to her reputation as our Magic City's genius girl. She easily suppressed the youths of the other 9 base cities without breaking a sweat. Ha ha ha. Of course, she is a descendant of the Tantai family, after all. This feels great.
2 years ago, that Frost from Jiangnan base city emerged and kept the other 9 base cities, including Magic City and the imperial capital, from holding their heads high.
Now we finally vented that frustration. This is so damn satisfying.
In my opinion, if Lady Xianer had been born 2 years earlier, there's no way that Frost could have taken the top spot. It is satisfying, but we shouldn't get too careless.
The awakening ceremony isn't over yet. Who knows, maybe another SS rank monster will pop up from Jiangnan base city. Ha ha ha.
Brother, your sarcasm is top tier.
Fine, I'll join in with a jinx of my own.
If any of the remaining youths from Jiangnan base city produce a monster capable of rivaling Lady Xianer, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while having diarrhea.
Holy crap. Brother, you're ruthless.
I'll keep it simple, I'll live stream myself wearing black stockings while walking through the busiest commercial street in Magic City.
Ha ha ha.
You guys are all masters of sarcasm. On the Tantai family's VIP platform, Tantai Xianer walked with light steps and soon sat down beside a handsome middle-aged man. Her exquisite, picture-perfect face instantly lost its previous ethereal and cold demeanor the moment she saw him. Her obsidian bright eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. Father, you have to keep your word. As long as I become the most outstanding one of this session, you must let me attend the Federal Saint University in Jiangnan to be with Violet. The handsome middle-aged man was none other than the current head of the Tantai family, Tantai Jin. He was Tantai Xiener's biological father and also one of the high-ranking figures presiding over the Night Watch in Magic City. His own father was one of the 10 strongest humans and the mysterious sword saint of the Dragon Kingdom. His power and influence were immense. Faced with his daughter's persistent questioning, Tantai Jin's face darkened. "You girl, is it not good enough to enter the Federal Saint University here in Magic City? If you want to see that girl from the Zhou family, you can go whenever you want. Moreover, your grandfather is one of the most powerful beings in the world. Now that you have awakened a sword-type tool soul ability, your growth rate by his side would be far beyond anything you could achieve in Jiangnan." Federal Saint University was jointly funded by 7 nations, with one campus built in the base cities of each of the 7 great powers. It was an internationally shared university for the awakened, a gathering place for geniuses. The requirements are stringent. Only exceptionally young talents with at least a C rank ability are eligible for admission. The Magic City base city is inherently slightly stronger than Jiangnan base city. Consequently, the Federal Saint University here is by no means inferior in education to its counterpart in Jiangnan. In fact, it boasts even more abundant resources. As a father, he naturally hoped his daughter would stay and study locally, but he had a moment of lapse a few days ago. He had actually made a wager with this young girl. No way! Tantai Xiener's pretty face instantly stiffened, her beautiful eyes widening in anger. "I made a promise to Violet that we must attend the same university. Besides, Dad, you made a bet with me. You have to accept your loss." Her fierce and feisty demeanor immediately silenced Tantai Jin. After a long silence, the aging father stubbornly argued, "Girl, I haven't lost this bet yet. Who knows, maybe another SS rank monster like you will show up in a bit. Don't be so hasty." He said it, but he knew in his heart that he was likely doomed to lose. Another SS rank? If the odds were that high, then 2 years ago, the youth from all 9 base cities including their own Magic City wouldn't have been utterly suppressed by that MO girl. One must realize that in the past century, even counting those fallen SS rank predecessors, there haven't even been 100 of them globally. Dad, although you usually teach me to be humble, I have to be arrogant just this once. I, Tantai Xiener, am calling it now. Among the remaining people, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to have talent better than mine, not even 1/10 of it. If there really is some guy who lucked out. As she spoke, the girl flashed a dangerous smile, "And if he dares to stop me from going to Jiangnan to study with Violet, I'll be his enemy for the rest of my life." Of course, that if is impossible. Keep being stubborn, Dad, hee. Caught in his daughter's disdainful gaze, Tantai Jin could only grit his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Square in Lingzhou District, after the shocking shockwaves from Tantai Xiener's awakening had subsided, the crowd shifted their focus back to Su Yi, most of them casting looks of sympathy and pity. Sigh. Some people are born with a future destined for greatness, like Tantai Xiener. But others are born into a life full of hardships, like this young man before them who appeared to be blind from birth. Regardless, life must go on. One could only hope this boy would be able to awakening an ability that suits him. Awakening ability. In front of the awakening steel, Frost gazed gently at Su Yi. "Su Yi, are you ready?" Cain patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Be a man. Don't be afraid. At worst, it's just death or glory. Brother Cain, even if I fail, I'm not going to die." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yi placed his hand onto the awakening steel without a moment's hesitation. "You should have said the next part, immortality for 10,000 years. The words fell. Inside Suye's body, it felt as if something had broken through its shackles. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tide of golden ripples erupted from the awakening steel. It flowed like a golden ocean, rapidly sweeping across the entire awakening square. One by one, mysterious golden runes emerged above his head, spinning faster and faster. If one listened closely, they seemed to emit a sacred sound, like the whispers of gods and spirits. In the next instant, a towering pillar of golden light centered on Su Yi shot straight into the firmament. Hum!
Hum. Hum. Hum.
In a flash, the golden light pierced through layer after layer of clouds, surging toward the depths of the infinite starry sky.
Chapter 9, I remember now, it's a god-level talent.
At this moment, the entire awakening square spanning several kilometers and capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people was completely enveloped by a golden ocean. It was as if a golden sun had descended upon the mortal realm, reflecting the earth into a world of gold. Everything, regardless of what it was dyed gold in this instant. Moreover, that golden torrent continued to sweep outward. In the blink of an eye, it wasn't just the awakening square. The skyscrapers surrounding the square and the tens of thousands of streets were all engulfed. Even countless ordinary citizens were blanketed by it, bathing in the golden radiance. Faces illuminated by the gold showed expressions of confusion and bewilderment, frozen in place. What's going on? Did I freaking turn into gold? Wait. Could this be an attack by the corrupted? Should we head to the shelter? The sirens haven't gone off, so probably not. Holy crap! Look at that golden pillar of light. After the initial shock, many people quickly noticed the towering golden pillar above Suye's head that pierced through the sky, their faces filled with horror. It's coming from the direction of Awakening Square. Is this another disturbance caused by the awakening ceremony? But this is fucking ridiculous, isn't it? It's even more outrageous than that light blue glow from before. You can't even see the end of it. I'm watching the live stream right now. It is indeed the awakening ceremony. This year's ceremony is simply unbelievable. Would you believe that a blind youth caused this? No way. I have to go to Awakening Square to see what on earth is going on. In the entire Lingzhou district, everyone stopped what they were doing. They clutched their phones to watch the live stream while frantically swarming toward Awakening Square. If the disturbance caused by Violet earlier had merely made them look sideways in admiration and envy, then the divine golden radiance from Su Yi, which was about to envelop the entire Lingzhou district, had driven their curiosity into a frenzy. It was a sense of awe and a thirst for knowledge regarding something far beyond their scope of understanding. Right now, they had only one thought. They had to see with their own eyes what kind of ability that blind youth had awakened at the base of that golden pillar. Meanwhile, inside Awakening Square, the atmosphere was eerie. Silence. A terrifying silence. Everyone held their breath, gasping for air, not even daring to take a full respiration. Their faces were flushed red as they stared wide-eyed at the awakening stage. Although the blind youth's back was obscured by the golden radiance, they knew the boy was right there. Could this be another SS rank monster? At that moment, a trembling voice was the first to break the silence. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone present twitched violently. SS rank. Could their Lingzhou district be on the verge of birthing another SS-class peerless genius? One wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Looking at this scale, it's no less impressive than the commotion Tantai Shan'er just caused. The radiance of potential has directly enveloped the entire Awakening Square. It really could be SS class. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. What is going on this year? First, the magic capital base city produced an SS-class genius like Tantai Shan'er, and only a moment later, our Lingzhou district is about to produce one too. This is even more surreal than my wife giving birth to quintuplets. However, many people soon reacted, thinking of Suya's eyes that could not open. For that youth. Is this truly a good thing? The world of the awakened is said to be incredibly difficult, requiring one to engage in life and death struggles with the cunning the corrupted in the dead of night. Only in such desperate straits can one grow. It comes back to the same question: if the youth cannot obtain an ability that solves his blindness, even if he obtains a peerless talent like SS class, without vision in the early stages, how will he cultivate? How will he fight those cunning the corrupted? And how will he achieve growth? Although it is said that after becoming a powerful the awakened, one gains certain sensory abilities that transcend ordinary humans, allowing one to fight even without the need for eyes.
But without enduring the hardships of the early stages, how can one undergo a complete transformation to become a powerful the awakened? For that youth, this is a cruel path that must be traversed. Unless this SS class ability, radiating with divine golden brilliance, is of the sensory type. If so, Suya's achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of Tantai Xiener. In the VIP seating area, Tanya, who shared these thoughts, suddenly had a change in expression. What's happening? 20 minutes have clearly passed, so why hasn't the spreading golden radiance stopped? And the pillar of golden light overhead is also. One must know that she had released her perception since the very beginning, naturally sensing that the golden glow of potential had already swept beyond the awakening square. In her judgment, the golden radiance should have dissipated after roughly 20 minutes, signaling Suya's successful awakening of an SS class ability and allowing the results to be known. Because it was the same for both Frost and the recently awakened Tantai Xiener. The limit for the release of potential for an SS class ability is always around 20 minutes. But now, she had been staring intently for over 20 minutes, and yet Suya's golden glow of potential showed no sign of dissipating? Tanya's face, which still retained its charm, was gradually overcome by horror, and she vanished from her seat in the next instant. When she reappeared, she was already high in the sky above Awakening Square, hurriedly looking down to assess the surroundings. What she saw nearly caused her to lose her footing in the sky. From her vantage point, the sweeping golden radiance was continuously enveloping the surrounding city areas. Within her field of vision, she could no longer see the end of this vast golden ocean. But she was certain that the golden glow centered on Awakening Square was still spreading outward at a lightning-fast pace. It was highly likely to completely cover the entire Lingzhou district, an area populated by a full 50 million people. There was even the possibility of it spreading to the rest of the Jiangnan base city. Swallowing hard subconsciously, Tanya looked toward the center of the awakening platform below in disbelief. This kid is definitely beyond the SS rank. If not SS rank, then could it be? At that thought, her entire body began to tremble slightly. And at the very moment that thought crossed her mind, a new change indeed occurred at the center of the awakening platform. Under the horrified gazes of Cain and Frost, Suya's body slowly floated into the air. Su Yi! Su Yi! The two tried to reach out and grab Su Yi, but they were blocked by the towering golden pillar. No matter how hard they pushed, they could not take a single step forward. The crowd below could also see a faint silhouette of Su Yi through the ethereal golden pillar. However, they were completely bewildered. To these ordinary people, such a strange scene was something they had never witnessed before. They were simply wondering why the phenomenon triggered by the blind youth was different from that of Tantai Xiener. Weren't they both SS-ranked geniuses? An 8-year-old child who was curiously staring at the ethereal golden pillar suddenly said with a grin, "This big brother is definitely more than SS rank. I heard my teacher say that above SS rank, there seems to be another level. I forgot what it was called. Ah! I remember now, it's God-tier talent." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence once again. Chapter 10, His Eyes Must Be Healed. A God-grade talent? Everyone who heard that youthful voice froze, their reactions a mixture of confusion and shock. Most people looked completely bewildered. Clearly, they had never heard of this so-called God-grade talent. After all, they were just ordinary people, already exhausted from the daily grind of making a living. Naturally, they didn't have the spare energy to delve deep into the various intricacies of the awakened. The most they knew was that 2 years ago, during the Frost Awakening, a peerless SS grade talent had emerged. That young girl had successfully leaped over the Dragon's Gate, becoming a legendary figure that common folk loved to talk about. An auntie, sensing the gravity of the situation without quite understanding it, looked curiously at the young child. "Little boy, can you tell auntie what a God-grade talent is? Compared to that pretty sister who was just up there, which one is more powerful?" As the auntie finished her question, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A number of the awakened who knew the truth and were already dazed with shock instantly snapped their heads toward her, nearly choking on their own spit. This is just unbelievable. They desperately wanted to snap at this obviously uninformed woman. "Do Do you even know what a dimensional strike is, lady?
But seeing her status as an ordinary citizen, they could only look at her with bitter, helpless smiles. The 8-year-old child stared at her with wide eyes.
Auntie! There's no comparison at all.
That pretty sister was already very, very amazing, but a God-grade talent is 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more amazing than her.
My teacher said that if someone can awakening such an ability, they can become a god.
Teacher also said that the reason humanity hasn't been wiped out by ghosts and monsters is precisely because these great human gods are guarding our world.
He also said, I forgot again.
Anyway, my teacher talked about God-grade talents in such an exaggerated way they're practically omnipotent.
That powerful.
The auntie's mouth dropped open as she looked toward Suyi inside the golden pillar.
Will that young man become a god in the future?
The child nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting the golden glow as he said with longing, of course.
Big Brother will definitely become a god who protects us humans. As this conversation reached the ears of the other uninformed ordinary citizens, their brains simply short-circuited. A god? Those high and mighty, unreachable beings that existed only in myths and legends? Heavens! Just what kind of ability did this youth awaken?
Meanwhile, within the sky-sustaining golden pillar, Suyi, unaware of the massive commotion he had caused, had already ascended to the very center of the heavens and earth. The sky over the Lingzhou district, which had been clear for 10,000 miles, began to change as he continued to rise. In the next moment, it was actually filled with waves of golden radiance surging from the pillar, appearing like a golden ocean hanging upside down in the firmament. The very heavens and earth are being obscured by the light of potential, there's no mistake.
No mistake at all. It really is an SSS rank ability.
In midair, Tanya's still charming face had flushed deep red, an SSS rank ability, powerful enough to rival the strength of the gods.
Even if that kid is blind and didn't awaken a sensory type, it won't be a problem anymore. Ha ha ha. To make this top mentor from Federal Saint University laugh so heartily and without regard for her image. It was easy to imagine that she was truly so excited she could no longer control her emotions.
Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past Tanya's side. An old man with an afro, wearing a yellow t-shirt, cyan beach shorts, and black flip-flops, stepped out from the wind. As soon as he appeared, the old man cupped his chin and raised an eyebrow at Tanya. It's been a long time since I've seen such an unladylike side of you, Xiaoyun.
I'm suddenly not quite used to it.
Tanya snapped a glare at him. Your mouth is as bratty as ever, you old fossil.
Humph. This fashionably dressed old man was none other than the principal of Jiangnan Federal Saint University, Chen Yud. One of the strongest individuals in Jiangnan Base City, and an old hero who had saved humanity multiple times. Seeing his academy's prized mentor being so dismissive, Chen Yud didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to look excitedly at Suyi, who stood at the center of the world. Is it this kid? The third SSS rank in our Dragon Kingdom, and my, Chen Yud's, god-grandson. God-grandson?
Tanya instantly shot a look of disdain at the old man.
Back when Frost entered Federal Saint University, this old fossil had also taken her in as a god-granddaughter. As long as a young person had monstrous talent, this old fossil would take them in as a god-grandchild. How damn shameless.
Senior Yud, you're still as shameless as ever.
Just then, a hearty laugh rang out.
At some point, a hook-nosed middle-aged man wearing the black uniform symbolic of the Night Watch had appeared behind the two, looking at Chen Yud with a smile. The newcomer was, naturally, the General District Chief of the Night Watch in Jiangnan Base City, Bai Jing. However, not a second later, accompanied by a sharp screech, a valiant-looking woman in her 50s with short hair and a military uniform also appeared beside Bai Jing with a smile. Seeing her, Tanya immediately flickered to her side, grabbed her hand, and said in surprise, Sister Ring, weren't you out in the beyond observing the situation of the secret realms? Sister Ring was merely the nickname of this spirited woman because her ability belonged to the Phantom Beast Hawk type. Those familiar with her called her Sister Ring.
Her identity was truly extraordinary.
Yufeilan, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan Base City military, and one of the most powerful female figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Yufeilan looked at Tanya and said with a light smile, I had some urgent business and needed to return to Jiangnan. Then I received news that you brought Violet to the Lingzhou district for the awakening, so naturally, I had to come and take a look." As she spoke, she also looked toward Suyi inside the sky-sustaining golden pillar with great excitement. "My dear friend, tell me quickly, what is the deal with this young man?" Bai Jing and Shen Yud also looked at Tanya with equal urgency. As the three major titans of Jiangnan Base City, the three of them were usually either in seclusion or busy with their respective duties concerning the survival of humanity. Naturally, it was impossible for them to attend every awakening ceremony in person. Even when Frost awakened years ago, they only went to check on that monstrous girl after the fact. But at this moment, the commotion Suyi had caused represented a completely different level of significance. After receiving word from their subordinates, the three of them didn't say a word and rushed to the scene without a moment's delay. SSS rank. Since the Great Cataclysm a century ago, only those 10 ultimate powerhouses, beings as divine as gods, possessed such potential. Since then, these 10 earthly deities, whose power could rival gods, had been working tirelessly to protect the safety of all humanity. They had slain countless invading evil gods and monsters beyond the borders, forbidding them from stepping a single foot into human territory. However, since the Sword Saint of the Dragon Kingdom awakened the SSS rank weapon soul system Heavenly Sword Soul 70 years ago, humanity had not produced another SSS rank god tier talent. On the other hand, in the outer realms over the years, one evil god after another had been born, which placed immense pressure on the 10 ultimate powerhouses. One of them had even nearly fallen. Unexpectedly, just when humanity thought the scales were about to tip toward the corrupted. Today, 70 years later, their humanity, their dragon kingdom, had actually awakened another god tier talent. What a great fortune for mankind! In mid-air, after hearing Tanya explain Suya's situation, born blind, the three titans of Jiangnan Base City all furrowed their brows. However, Chen Yut soon grinned and said, "Rest assured, since this kid possesses an SSS grade talent, our Dragon Kingdom will definitely do everything in our power to help him grow, and even heal his eyes, no matter the cost." Bai Jing nodded, setting aside the fact that this kid is the hope of humanity. He is also Frost's sworn younger brother. "We must cure his eyes." Yu Filan gazed intently at Suyi inside the golden pillar. "No matter what ability this little guy awakens, we must cure his eyes." Looking at these remarks, it was clear that in the subconscious minds of the three titans, they had believed all along that Suyi would still be affected by those eyes. He hadn't even considered the best possible outcome, for instance, awakening a god-tier ability that perfectly aligns with oneself. Chapter 11, Special Type SSS Grade. Of course, it was only natural for the three of them to think this way. After all, it is already a miracle among miracles that Suyi was able to awaken an SSS grade ability. How could I dare to demand specific types of abilities? To be so greedy would surely invite divine retribution. Regardless of what this kid's ability type is, he has already far exceeded our expectations. We've been well and truly slapped in the face. Tanya stared at Suyi with deep emotion, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned to Chen Yud. "Old man, the next issue is how our Jiangnan Federal Saint University is going to deal with the inevitable entanglements from the other 9 academies." The words had just left his mouth. Chen Yud's eyes widened with a fierce glare. Those bastards wouldn't dare. He naturally understood what Tanya meant. Suya's actions have caused such a stir that they have undoubtedly alerted the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is likely that the attention of the other 6 major powers has been drawn here as well. Everyone in this group understood perfectly well what Suya's awakening signified. It's quite possible that those guys from the 9 great academies are already on their way here. Staring at Suyi on the livestream screen with a hungry, predatory look in their eyes. If Tanya hadn't stepped in and successfully talked Frost out of it 2 years ago, that pride of the heavens might very well have been snatched away by those bastards. But Suyi was a god-tier talent. The 11th SSS class existence in human history. The temptations he would face were bound to be even more frenzied and relentless. After all, having a future god of the human realm graduate from one's academy was an achievement worthy of being etched into the annals of history. For them, as principals and educators, the prestige would be immense, a true honor that would bring glory to their entire lineage.
And while prestige was one thing, the benefits would be absolutely astronomical.
They would receive massive state support, wave after wave of resources, and the ability to attract geniuses from far and wide. Under these combined effects, the Academy's overall ranking would undoubtedly soar.
With just these 2 points alone, how could those bastards not fight tooth and nail to snatch him away?
They would likely resort to any despicable means: honey traps, empty promises, you name it, bombarding Su Yi with everything at once. Thinking of this, Shen Yud felt a sudden throb in his head. It seemed his only choice was to wait for the boy's awakening result, cut through the red tape, and move swiftly to claim him as his god-grandson. However, just as this shameless thought crossed the old principal's mind, hum! Accompanied by a resonant hum that echoed through the heavens, the golden ripples that had spread out until they were lost to the horizon finally came to a halt. Then, they surged upward into the sky, merging with the golden ocean hanging upside down in the void. The brilliance of the golden glow grew even more radiant at that moment, yet it was not at all piercing. Instead, it offered a gentle, divine sensation, like being bathed in warm sunlight. To everyone's shock, they discovered that the golden light, which had been flowing quietly beside them just a moment ago, was now receding at a rapid pace.
The next moment,
it transformed into massive golden dragons, jostling and soaring toward the center of the golden pillar that connected heaven and earth.
Is the result about to come out?
Watching the golden dragons continuously circling Su Yi, wrapping him into a cocoon of golden light, the four people including Tanya began to breathe heavily. Witnessing the birth of a god-tier talent was nerve-wracking. In front of the live broadcast screens across the 10 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone held their breath and watched intently. Looking at the situation, it seems the result is about to be revealed.
My God, we've been waiting for a full hour. Dragon Kingdom. Isn't that obvious?
This is a talent on par with the gods.
You think it's some F-rank garbage like yours that can't even stay lit for a single second?
I feel offended, but that's just the reality of it. It's the difference between the bright moon and a firefly. No, wait, comparing us to him is practically an insult to that guy.
But that boy seems to be blind. Will that have an impact? Are you freaking stupid? Do you think if he really awakens an invincible SSS rank ability, the country won't do everything in its power to support him? Forget a god-tier talent, even an SS rank talent would get that kind of treatment.
True.
Ugh, I'm dying of envy.
Lingzhou District.
It's Lingzhou District again.
They already produced that ice goddess 2 years ago, and only 2 years later, another one pops up who is even more freaking ridiculous.
What kind of blessed land is that?
I suddenly want to be reincarnated in Lingzhou District.
Reincarnation +1.
If the people from the other 9 major base cities were reacting with frantic praise, then the Magic City base city was feeling a bit awkward. After all, just moments ago, they were beaming with pride over the natural talent of their own Magic City prodigy, young Lady Shenner. But in the next instant, they were slapped in the face on the spot, the kind of slap that leaves your face swollen like a pig's head. Hey, to that brother who just said he'd live-stream himself doing a handstand while having diarrhea, when the stream? Can you give us a heads up? And that macho man who promised to walk the streets in black stockings doing an otaku dance, I'm a stockings fan, I want to see it.
Damn it! Are you guys even from the Magic City base city? Others are slapping our faces left and right, and you're still rubbing salt in our wounds? Sorry, I'm from Jiangnan base city. Just passing through the Magic City. Everyone shut the hell up. We humans have awakened such an invincible genius, shouldn't we be happy instead? Brother, where are you from? Jiangnan base city. Add #%%.
In the VIP seating area of the Magic City Awakening Temple, Tantai Jean spoke with a look of deep emotion. My girl, one must remain humble. Remember your father's other teaching, there is always someone better, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. Looking at her father's expression as he struggled to hold back his laughter, Tantai Shenner's pretty little face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Her silver teeth ground together, and her delicate hands were clenched tight. Next time I see that guy, I definitely won't let him off. In the center of the Awakening Square in Lingzhou District, Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, the golden radiance of heaven and earth had completely enveloped Suyi into a massive, gold-patterned cocoon. Crack! After another hour of waiting in the tense atmosphere, everyone heard a crisp cracking sound. On the runic surface of the holy and eerie gold-patterned cocoon, a visible fissure appeared. In a chain reaction, the sky-piercing golden pillar began to slowly dissipate, lowering the gradually shattering golden cocoon. Before the golden cocoon could even land on the awakening platform, golden glowing characters began to emerge on the awakening steel. Officer Joe jolted, snapping out of his daze. Upon seeing the words, his face flushed red as he hurriedly announced the result. Suyi, Special System SSS Grade, Type Unknown. The words fell. Exclamation point. Everyone felt as if their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, their ears were ringing. This boy. He really has a god-level talent. And it's the special system, the one with the highest ceiling in the top tier. But immediately afterward, an unbearable curiosity gnawed at them. What about the type? What on earth is the type? Beside the awakening platform, Frost closed her beautiful eyes and clasped her hands together. Dear God! Please let Suyi see this world, I beg of you. Chapter 12, Yes, I can see now. Crack! In front of the awakening steel, the runic golden cocoon enveloping Suyi became covered in dense fissures as it continued to descend. And at the very moment it touched down on the awakening platform. With a sharp shattering sound, it broke apart completely. Turning into golden light fragments that scattered in all directions, Suyi's tall and vigorous figure was revealed amidst the drifting light. Suyi! At the base of the awakening platform, Frost and Kane were incredibly nervous. Everyone present, as well as those watching the live stream, immediately widened their eyes to look at the youth. A slender yet vigorous build, messy jet black hair, a black windbreaker, and a handsome, striking face. And yet those eyes remained tightly closed. Seeing this, many let out a sigh, though they still gazed at Suyi with profound respect. It seems it's not the kind of ability that allows the eyes to open and grants a new ocular technique. Still, even if it's another type, it's bound to be invincible. It's just a bit of a shame that he couldn't obtain one perfectly compatible with his own condition. Actually, it's not a big deal. Even if it's not perfectly compatible now, it's only temporary. Remember, this is a god-level talent. With proper cultivation at the Federal Saint University and the support of the state, he will undoubtedly become a powerful awakened. I've heard that truly powerful awakened no longer rely so heavily on external vision anyway. What type do you think it is, if it's not a sensory or ocular type? Regardless of the type, the special system has never been weak. While the Dragon Kingdom audience reacted with sighs and admiration, the attitudes of the other 6 nations varied. The Bear Country was fine after all, they had maintained a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom for a century, even into this current transcendent era. The 2 countries remained close allies. However, the attitudes of the Eagle Nation and the Sakura Nation were noticeably more petty compared to the other 4. For instance, upon seeing that Suyi seemingly hadn't awakened an ability type compatible with his physical defect, many from the Eagle Nation and the Sakura Nation actually breathed a sigh of relief, even posting sour comments on their respective forums. Ha ha ha! What a pity for this Dragon Kingdom boy! Why wasn't humanity's 11th SSS rank awakened born in our Eagle Nation? If that were the case, our country would have 3 god-level talents and become the world's undisputed #1 power. Damn it! Baka! Our Sakura Nation only has 1 SSS rank god-level talent, yet the Dragon Kingdom now has 3. This is unfair. And they just awakened a beautiful SS rank girl earlier too. This is agonizing. I curse this kid's ability type to be something totally useless. On the bright side, this Dragon Kingdom kid is incomplete. That's good news. Although there were a small number of broad-minded, powerful awakened in both countries who felt sorry for Suyi for the sake of all humanity, the majority of people from those 2 nations were narrow-minded, posting reckless comments. After all, even a century ago, these 2 countries harbored great hostility toward the Dragon Kingdom. Such mindsets are deeply ingrained and not easily changed.
On the Lingzhou District Awakening Square.
Tanya and the other three immediately flashed to the front of the awakening platform, staring tensely at Su Yi.
As the three titans, including Chen Yud, appeared, the leaders of various awakening clans in attendance stood up one after another.
They hastily bowed in greeting. The three big shots naturally had no time to deal with these people at this moment. They only wanted to know exactly what ability Su Yi had awakened. SSS great abilities are unique, and it is difficult for the awakening steel to detail their specific effects. When the Sword Saint awakened 70 years ago, it similarly captured the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom.
Standing beside Frost, Tanya gave her precious student a gentle nudge. "Frost, go on."
After worrying for a lifetime, this girl's darling boy had awakened such an ability. One could only imagine how emotional she felt at this moment. Even her tightly clenched jade-like fingers were trembling. Kane teased from the side, "Don't cry now, junior sister. Hurry up there and check on your little sweetheart." Glaring at Kane with her slightly reddened, beautiful eyes, Frost flickered away and appeared behind Su Yi, who was quietly sensing his wave dominion. She quickly murmured in a soft voice, "Su Yi, you've already awakened the most powerful ability in the world. Don't worry about your eyes, we'll take it slow from now on." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi suddenly turned around, grinning as he teased, "Oh? Sister Frost, why are you crying? Is it because you're too excited that I awakened an ability?" "I am not crying." Frost instinctively started to retort with a playful scolding, but in the next instant, her tall, delicate frame shuddered violently.
"Su Yi. What did he just say? Sister Frost, why are you crying?" But hadn't Su Yi's eyes remained closed? As if realizing something, the tears in Frost's crescent-shaped eyes could no longer be held back.
She looked at the boy's tightly shut eyes in disbelief, her words catching in her throat.
Could it really be what she was thinking?
Or did Su Yi simply hear the sob in her murmur and... Her mind was a tangled mess until a gentle hand wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye, finally calming her slightly. However, she remained completely frozen in place.
Instead of stopping, the tears in her eyes grew more frequent.
She hurriedly took a step forward and pulled Su Yi into a tight embrace. She let out a choked sob that made one instinctively want to protect her. Feeling the sensation of the beauty's tall body pressing against him, Su Yi's face flushed.
"A lot of people are watching, Sister Frost."
Ignoring everyone else's gaze, Frost's eyes held only the boy's handsome, bashful face. "Su Yi, your eyes?" Her gentle voice trembled to the absolute limit.
"Yes, I can see now. This ability will be my eyes from now on."
The words fell. Frost truly couldn't hold it back anymore, breaking down like a child sobbing uncontrollably. Over 10 years of constant worry and the suppressed longing to cure Su Yi day and night were completely released at this moment.
On the awakening stage, although the conversation between Su Yi and Frost was quiet, how could it escape the ears of Tanya and the others?
Chen Yud and the other two big shots looked at each other, seeing the irrepressible ecstasy in one another's eyes. This kid. Not only did he awaken a god-tier ability, but this ability actually matched his own condition in such a miraculous way.
An outcome beyond imagination. Calling him the chosen one wouldn't even be an exaggeration.
Without a word, Chen Yud gave a direct wave of his hand. A gust of fresh wind swept through, whisking Su Yi and Frost away from the awakening stage. "Old Zhou, I'm leaving the rest of the awakening ceremony to you. I'm going to pop some champagne." After shouting the greeting, Kane also laughed loudly and led the excited girl, Violet, away from the awakening square. In the vast awakening square, only rows of bewildered faces remained.
After a long silence. "Did you see that?
What that youth did just now?"
"I'm envious, but that's not the point.
The point is that brother could accurately wipe the goddess's tears."
"Does this mean he can see now?"
Without any guidance, he accurately wiped the tears for that legendary girl himself. He seemed like a completely different person compared to when he needed help getting onto the awakening stage just now.
Who would believe that's a coincidence? It's definitely an effect of that god-tier ability. My god.
Not only did he awaken an SSS rank special type ability, but it even seems to perfectly suit his own needs. Damn, even novels wouldn't dare write it like this.
Ha ha ha. Another legend is born.
This is a great blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. The audience at the scene and the people across the Dragon Kingdom watching the livestream reached a boiling point as they gradually processed what had happened.
In contrast, the United States and Sakura Nation were shrouded in a blanket of silence. Chapter 13, Governing the Waves of All Things. In the Lingzhou district, within the Nightwatch Villa area, Tanya and the others, including the three big shots like Chen Yud, had already returned to the residence. The first floor main hall. Chen Yud looked at Su Yi, who was sitting quietly beside Frost, with a fervent expression. Young man, how about becoming my god-grandson? Through a brief introduction, Su Yi had learned the identities of the three powerhouses. Beyond his awe and reverence, he also gained a general understanding of the three seniors. Senior Chen Yud, in particular, left a deep impression on him as a person with a rather unique personality. All along the way, with his overly familiar attitude, Chen had been just a step away from claiming Su Yi was his long-lost grandson. Finally, Bai Jing, who was standing to the side and could no longer bear it, grinned and teased, Senior Chen, how about I become your god-grandson instead? Chen Yud glanced at him, I don't take in old grandsons. Bah! Bai Jing immediately sneered upon hearing this. You old geezer, not only do you lack self-awareness, but you're also shameless. I still care about my reputation. I didn't take you as a god-grandson, it would be more appropriate to take you as a son. Old man, so you're still brooding over the fact that I rejected you back then? How petty. Humph. Ridiculous. Cain, you be the judge. Back then, between me and this kid Bai Jing. Senior Yud, I don't know much about the history between you and Senior Bai. Ignoring the bickering of these two rivals, one being the president of Jiangnan Federal Saint University and the other the chief of the General District of the Nightwatch. Such bickering was a daily occurrence for them, one just had to get used to it. Of course, they only acted this way in front of acquaintances before outsiders, they both exuded an aura of overwhelming dominance. Glancing at the two, Yu Filan turned toward Su Yi with a face full of expectation and curiosity. Little Su, can you tell Auntie Yu the name of your ability and its specific effects? The words fell. Chen Yud and Bai Jing, who had been bickering, immediately fell silent and looked at Su Yi in unison. An ability that could allow the naturally blind Su Yi to gain vision, while also being a special type, the category with the highest potential ceiling in the first tier. And a god-tier ability at that. Even with their vast experience, they couldn't guess the specific type, so they were naturally very curious. According to conventional logic, a special type that could restore sight to a blind person was most likely an ability related to the eyes. For instance, a mutation involving special heterochromatic eyes combined with pupil techniques, most people would think along those lines. If it weren't a special type but still possessed the effect of enhancing vision, it would generally involve the strengthening of the six senses, which would fall under the support type. Those who awaken such abilities often have their six senses enhanced, and if the ability rank is high enough, they might even possess special sensory functions. However, by comparison, their combat power would be somewhat weaker. Consequently, those who awaken auxiliary type 6 senses perception abilities often become support-oriented awakened. They assist those who have awakened first-tier abilities, the awakened with the strongest killing power, in hunting down the corrupted. However, Su Ye's situation was different. His eyes hadn't undergone any new physical mutation. While it clearly seemed related to the auxiliary 6 senses, it was classified as a special type. It was completely baffling. To know the specifics, they would have to ask the man himself. Gulp. Being stared at curiously by 7 people, 14 eyes in total, Su Yi subconsciously swallowed hard. Judging by the situation, if he didn't speak up, they would probably keep staring at him for more than 3 days and nights. Organizing his thoughts, Su Yi spoke slowly. My ability is called Wave Dominion. Wave Dominion. The 7 of them looked at one another, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Kane nodded repeatedly, as expected of an SSS rank ability. Even the name sounds incredibly high-end. Yu Filan quickly asked, and the specific effects? With a name like that, wouldn't the specific powers be world-defying? After all, among the top 10 strongest humans, not a single one was weak.
Suyi had no choice but to continue his introduction. Wave dominion, as the name implies, everything has its own vibration or wave. I can control the waves of all things, such as the fluctuations of fire, ice elements, killing intent, lightning, and even more wave-based powers. They can all be used by me. As for why I can see, it is naturally because, supported by this ability, even though my eyes still cannot open, as long as my heart keeps beating, my body and the constant flow of these universal waves serve as my eyes. I suppose it's a pretty decent ability. The words fell. The seven fell silent. Kane looked at Suyi with a darkened expression. Suyi, what was that last thing you said? Suyi was taken aback. As long as my heart keeps beating. Not that part, the very last sentence. The last sentence? Suyi rubbed his chin. It's a pretty decent ability. This power really is quite good, Brother Kane. What's wrong? What's wrong? At this moment, with the exception of Frost, the other six, including the ditzy and cute Violet, felt a collective urge to pin Suyi to the ground and give him a good thrashing. As long as one's comprehension wasn't so poor that they'd be confused by 1 + 1, anyone who heard Suyi's description would understand. 1 + 1 Suyi. Everyone should be able to understand what this ability signifies. Mastery over the vibrations of all things. In other words, any vibration generated by any power can be harnessed by Suyi. This is quite simply a heaven-defying, monstrous ability that is comprehensive to the extreme. And to top it off, it possesses such effects on a god-tier foundation. Yet this kid actually said it's just a decent ability? Merely decent. Then by this kid's standards, wouldn't S ranks like them be considered worse than trash? At this thought, the six of them grew angrier the more they dwelled on it, especially Violet, who stared at Suyi with a resentful glare. She had only just awakened her S rank. Her joy had been completely ruined by this damn Suyi. How annoying. He clearly has every right to show off and be arrogant, yet he chooses to be humble and low-key. Damn it. This kid is really asking for a beating. Yufeilan suppressed his excitement and shock, asking again, Xiaosu, does this mean your ability possesses heaven-defying, all-encompassing sensory capabilities and comprehensive lethality? Suyi nodded. That is one way to understand it. Hiss. The commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan base city military immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. In his mind, he subconsciously began comparing Suyi's ability with those of the 10 gods among men of humanity. The conclusion he reached was, Suyi's ability could likely rank among the very top in terms of functionality, lethality, and potential. In fact, aside from how his lethality might compare to the Sword Saint of their Dragon Kingdom, he might very well rank first in every other category. With such a heaven-defying ability, if this youth truly grows to the point of stepping into the divine realm in the future. Terrifying. Yufeilan dared not imagine it further. At that moment, a notification chime rang out. It was the virtual smartwatch on Shen Yud's wrist. Glancing at the information on the watch, the old principal hung up while cursing. Those bastards from the 9 academies have arrived in Jiangnan. Truly shameless. Just because their own base cities don't have geniuses, they want to come and poach ours? Bah! 1-4 Federal Saint University. While cursing, Shenya turned his gaze toward Suyi, becoming serious for a rare moment. With a look of earnestness, he said, Little Su, your talent has already shaken the entire Dragon Kingdom. The instructors from the 9 federal academies have arrived in Jiangnan, hoping to recruit you through special admission. I've told you before about the importance of the university stage, so even if you have awakened an SSS level ability, you must still go through university training. As he spoke, the old principal's face beneath his afro suddenly looked a bit awkward. Even though I was a bit shameless earlier, I actually want to respect your personal choice. Among the 9 federal Saint universities, Modu and Taikyo are slightly stronger, but the other 7 including our Jiangnan aren't bad either. You can think it over carefully and decide which academy you want to attend. Although he desperately wanted Suyi to study in the Jiangnan main district, he was, after all, one of the principals of the Dragon Kingdom's 10 federal Saint universities. As a titan in the Dragon Kingdom's educational circles, he had to consider the bigger picture. The ultimate goal was always to provide talent for the nation. So, even if Suyi chose to go to Modu or Taikyo, he would just have to accept it, however painful it might be. Of course, if Suyi really went to another academy, he could accept it, but he would likely harbor that regret until the day he was buried. However, sitting on the sofa, Suyi didn't even hesitate, replying with a smile, "Senior Chen, I want to attend Sister Frost's alma mater."
Frost's alma mater. Wait a minute. Isn't that my own Jiangnan Federal Saint University?
For a moment, Chen Yud felt like his soul was about to jump out of his body. His old face turned beet red, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Not only Chen Yud, but even Tanya was stunned, an irrepressible look of joy appearing on her still charming face. Frost, on the other hand, looked at Suyi quietly. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Suyi, just follow your own thoughts. I don't want you to make a choice just because of me, okay?" To her surprise, Suyi shook his head. "Sister Frost, do you remember what we promised back at the orphanage? You were the one who said that once we could both go to school, we'd go together hand in hand." Hearing this, a flush of crimson immediately surfaced on Frost's exquisite cheeks, and a sweet smile played at the corners of her mouth. Of course she remembered that was her childhood wish. "So now, by attending your alma mater, I'm partially fulfilling our promise. This is also my wish, so it's naturally a choice made of my own free will." Hearing this, before Frost could speak, the girl Violet interjected joyfully, "Xianer just messaged me saying her father won't let her study in Jiangnan anymore." I was so sad. But now that I have Suyi to accompany me, I'm not sad anymore. Wah-aha! Laughing, she suddenly asked curiously, "Suyi, have you met Xianer?" "Suyi, Xianer? Don't know her." The people he knew were basically all in this hall. He truly had no idea who this Xianer was. Violet's eyes filled with confusion instantly. "That's strange then. Xianer said she wouldn't let you off easy once the freshman competition starts." Her tone was super fierce. "I really thought the two of you had some kind of grudge." Suyi was completely bewildered, but he didn't pay it much mind, assuming she must have mistaken him for someone else. Only Tanya stood to the side with a peculiar expression, seemingly lost in thought. "Ha ha ha. Since young Su has already decided to enroll at Jiangnan, I'll go ahead and clear the crowd. Xiao Yun, tomorrow is the Academy's freshman orientation day. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh, and as for the freshman class president, young Su will take the position. There's no need to go through all that troublesome election business. Our Jiangnan's strongest monster must enjoy the highest level of treatment." After leaving these words behind, Chen Yud transformed into a gust of breeze and vanished. Bai Jing looked in the direction where Chen Yud had disappeared and couldn't help but curl his lip. Knowing Senior Chen's temperament, he is definitely going to show off in front of those instructors from the 9 grade academies, especially to that person from the Federal Saint University in Magic City. As he spoke, he looked at Suyi with a smile. "Young Su, work hard. Once you graduate, Uncle Bai will put you in charge of an entire district directly, starting as an inspector." An inspector of the Night Watch's first district was already a formidable figure, possessing the most power second only to the district lord. Even those talented veterans who had toiled for years might not be able to secure such a position in their entire lives. It was easy to imagine just how prestigious this treatment was. Coupled with Chen Yud's announcement before leaving that Suyi would directly become the freshman class president and enjoy the highest resource treatment. To say everything was smooth sailing or like pie falling from the sky would be an understatement. And all of this was what Suyi deserved after demonstrating his invincible talent. It proved once again that this was a world where ability determined one's life. It was brutally realistic, yet surreal. Nighttime was when the corrupted emerged, and it was also when the Night Watch and the military hunted them down. But tonight, Frost, Kane, and even a powerhouse like Yu Feilan took a brief moment to relax. They stayed to celebrate with Suyi, and a night filled with laughter and joy passed quickly. Early the next morning. Outside the villa. "Suyi, make sure to take good care of yourself at the academy, okay? You've never been to school before because of your eye problems. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Violet or your teacher. Once I move to the main district for my post in a while, I'll cook more delicious food for you." Frost went on with her reminders for a full half hour until Tanya couldn't help but tease, "You really look like a young wife worried sick about her husband going on a long journey." These words instantly made both Su Yi and the rambling Frost blush.
Teacher, I'm entrusting Su Yi to you. I know. This kid is much more composed than you think. You can rest easy, girl.
At the final moment before departing for the Jiangnan main district, Frost stepped forward and gave Su Yi a gentle hug, her face full of reluctance.
Su Yi could only smile helplessly. Don't worry, Sister Frost. I'm not a kid anymore.
Maybe in a little while, I'll catch up to your footsteps and become an outstanding awakened respected by countless citizens, just like you. Humph, always trying to act tough.
Remember, take good care of yourself, do you hear me?
Half a day passed. Sitting inside the mana car, Su Yi perceived the science fiction-inspired skyscrapers passing by through the power of fluctuations. His handsome face was filled with curiosity. Though the journey had been nothing but city after city, he watched with great interest. Whether it was the busy commoners on the streets below or the mana cars speeding past, he sensed everything in detail. Everything gave him the wondrous feeling of truly beginning to integrate into this world. After more than a decade of blindness, constantly immersed in darkness, he had finally unlocked the Azura template to regain his vision. Naturally, he was full of curiosity toward everything. Su Yi, we're here. Hearing Violet's laughter, Su Yi quickly extended his perception toward the front of the mana car. In his field of vision, a towering building sat perched there like a prehistoric behemoth. The ancient gates were taller than typical buildings, and above the gates, for sharp, imposing characters were carved.
Federal Saint University. Chapter 15, Very interested in Mr. Su Yi. Federal Saint University. Su Yi remarked with emotion, just the gate alone must be several hundred meters high, right?
Seeing Su Yi looking like a curious child, Violet proudly introduced, the height of this gate isn't even that tall. Some special buildings inside the academy are several times higher than this.
You'll see once you get inside, Su Yi.
After all, she had spent a period of her childhood living at Federal Saint University with her mother. Regarding the layout of Federal Saint University, she wouldn't claim to know it like the back of her hand, but she was fairly close. It was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Su Yi, so she naturally had to fulfill her duties as a host. Turning to look at Su Yi in the back seat, a smile appeared on Tanya's face. Little guy, welcome to Federal Saint University. For the next 2 years, this will be your home. Enjoy your academy life to the fullest. I'll be counting on your guidance, Auntie Tanya. Call me teacher. Yesterday it was you who told me to call you. There's a way to address people at home, and a title for school. Naturally, you must change it to teacher. Looking at Tanya, who had clearly become much stricter, Su Yi felt as if he were recalling the fear of being dominated by his homeroom teacher in his previous life. Yet, this kind of feeling actually made him feel incredibly close to her. College life in the era of the supernatural, huh? Whether in this life or his previous one, he had never experienced it. It truly was time to make up for those past regrets. The three of them chatted and laughed as they quickly drove the mana car into Federal Saint University. Since it was opening day, the area outside the main gates was already a sea of people. They were all freshmen admitted to Federal Saint University, accompanied by the parents who had come along with them. Even many media PR teams were present, constantly interviewing these young people. Hello, handsome. How are you feeling right now about being able to enter Federal Saint University? Facing the reporter's interview, the fleshy-faced, chubby freshman replied smugly, happy, of course. Don't be fooled by the fact that I only awakened a C-rank ability and was barely admitted to Federal Saint University back in my hometown. I was the #1 genius. Plus, I'm handsome. My future is bound to be limitless. I'm definitely on track to reach the pinnacle of life and marry a rich, beautiful woman. Ha ha ha. Reporter. In truth, many of these talented freshmen from various districts shared the same sentiment as that handsome chubby guy. Their youthful faces were currently filled with pride and excitement. After all, entering Federal Saint University had been their lifelong dream. Now that they were finally standing before the gates of their dreams, it was inevitable they would be high-spirited and unable to restrain their enthusiastic speeches.
Another reporter asked, "Then may I ask, handsome, do you think Suyi will come to study at the Jiangnan Federal Saint University?"
I heard news yesterday that big shots from the other 9 major academies all came to Jiangnan for the special recruitment of Suyi.
Before the sentence was finished, the chubby guy pointed straight at the reporter's nose and started cursing. "How bold! What is your status? What is Brother Ye's status? Is Brother Ye's real name something the likes of you can call?"
Little reporter, don't be ungrateful, apologize right freaking now.
The reporter was stunned. Sorry, handsome. Do you think Brother Yi will come to study in the Jiangnan main district? You're freaking asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Are Brother Ye's thoughts something we can guess? Asking such idiotic questions. You should ask if Brother Yi is handsome. If Brother Yi is badass. Only then can I answer. You got it? Got it. Ever since yesterday's national broadcast, Suye's world-shaking phenomena had completely won over the younger generation.
One after another, they began to view Suyi as their idol. After all, if someone's talent is only slightly better than yours, you might feel envy, jealousy, or hate. But if that person's talent is so powerful that you have to look up to them, you will likely only feel admiration and awe. At that moment, as Tanya's mana car drove into the campus without any obstruction, many sophomores who were currently receiving freshmen immediately looked up toward the sky. It's Instructor Tang's car. The Atmana car. It really is Instructor Tang. When I was watching the live stream yesterday, she was still with Senior Frost. Senior Frost, the legend of our Jiangnan Federal Saint University. That blind youth seems to be very close to her. He was actually hugged by the goddess in public on the awakening stage. My heart is breaking. Blind youth? He is someone who awakened a god-grade talent. Looking at yesterday's situation, his vision might have already recovered. You're still calling him a blind youth? May I ask what level your ability is, you salty dog? You! Do you think if that youth is studying in Jiangnan, he might be inside that car? Inside the mana car, through the windows that weren't fully closed, every voice discussing Suyi reached the ears of the 3 individuals. Violet covered her small, cherry-like mouth and giggled softly. Suyi, you're a big celebrity now. Suyi looked pained. I'd rather keep a low profile. Seeing his expression, Tanya laughed and scolded. That remark of yours is exactly what Frost said back then. Sister Frost's personality is naturally low-key. And yet, she ended up suppressing everyone in the academy who dared to defy her. Suyi. True, when his sworn sister got fierce, she was indeed formidable and not low-key at all. Half an hour later, Tanya led Suyi and Violet directly to the front of a towering, palace-like building. Violet, the young girl, eagerly introduced it to Suyi. Suyi, this is the teaching building for elite students. You need an ability level of at least grade A to be considered an elite student. Only grade A counts as an elite student? This requirement is a bit high. Suyi was secretly stunned. Then, he learned more from the young girl's mouth. It turned out there was only one elite class, and the entire class admitted only 100 people. That's right. Exactly 100. In the vast Federal Saint University, although grade S prodigies were rare, grade A individuals could still be recruited in significant numbers when screened from the massive population across the numerous districts of Jiangnan. Therefore, during the monthly survival of the fittest ranking battles, the slightly inferior key classes would frantically challenge the elite class for the bottom 10 slots. The losers drop out, and the winners move up. This was exactly the competitive atmosphere the academy hoped to see. At this moment, the elite class classroom was nearly full, occupied by the geniuses and monsters of this year's intake. Tanya had just stepped into the classroom with Suyi and Violet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, a flurry of gazes swiveled simultaneously toward Suyi. In those eyes, there was curiosity, defiance, and intense battle intent, but for the most part, there was admiration. Once Suyi and Violet had found their seats, Tanya stood on the podium and cut through the whispering below. She spoke with a smile. From today on, I am your homeroom teacher. You can call me Teacher Tang or Mentor Tang.
Now, as future classmates, why don't you start with a simple self-introduction to get to know one another? Who wants to go first? The words had barely left her mouth when a girl sitting in the front row with waist-length silver hair immediately stood up. She had a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll, eyes like green agates, and skin so fair it seemed to glow. Combined with her high, delicate nose, it was clear that this girl, who looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale, was not from the Dragon Kingdom. She cleared her throat and introduced herself elegantly in fluent Dragon Kingdom speech. "Hello everyone, my name is Alina Shirls, and I come from the Bear Country. My ability is the special type SS grade Wraith Awakening. I have many hobbies, but recently I've added a new interest. I am very interested in Mr. Suyi. I want to get to know him." Chapter 16, Mana Guiding Technique. I am very interested in Mr. Suyi. I want to get to know him. After the Bear Country girl Alina Shirls finished speaking, she didn't forget to look back and smile at the stunned Suyi. She then sat down gracefully, every movement carrying the innate noble temperament of a lady from a prestigious family. In the next moment, upon hearing the girl's introduction, the entire classroom erupted in a significant commotion. "I knew that girl from the Bear Country looked familiar. It really is that princess. Alina Shirls. It really is her. She looks even more radiant in person than on TV. Her mother is from the Dragon Kingdom and her father is from the Bear Country, a genuine mixed-race beauty. And isn't she the only SS-grade genius to awaken in the Bear Country this year? Her grandfather is one of the 10 strongest humans, the god of the Bear Country, the heroic Spirit King. Her aptitude is bound to be incredible. But why isn't she studying at the Federal Saint University in the Bear Country? Why did she come to our Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Country have always been allies. Besides, according to my father, our academy's principal seems to have some history with the heroic Spirit King, so it's not surprising she came to Jiangnan to study. But why do I feel like, based on what she just said, she came here specifically for Suyi? That's normal. I'm from the neighboring Linhai base city, and I also rushed here to enroll because of Brother Ye's reputation." Inside the classroom, many students discussed in low voices. Most of the boys were casting admiring glances at Alina. A mixed-race beauty was truly captivating. It was just a man's natural instinct, definitely not because they were perverts. Next. The classroom did not fall silent until Tanya spoke. One by one, the geniuses from various major regions stood up to introduce themselves. Soon after. Then, a feminine-looking young man with shoulder-length black hair, dressed in a kimono, stood up. In slightly awkward Dragon Kingdom speech, he introduced himself. "I am Yagami Kenta, from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. My ability is the S-rank regular series speed multiplication. Because my father will be serving in the Jiangnan Night Watch for a period, I am studying here in Jiangnan. My hobbies are kendo and challenging the strong. My wish is to spread the kendo of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom across the entire world, making it the #1 swordsmanship in the world." As he spoke, he sat down with a cold and arrogant expression. Another foreign student, and one from that bunch in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, those guys who are living quite comfortable lives. And his words were incredibly arrogant. Making the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's kendo the #1 swordsmanship in the world? Many students snorted in disdain at this. Even though you are an S-rank genius, you don't even have a Weapon Soul Series sword-type ability. How are you going to achieve the world's #1 swordsmanship? Have you asked Miss Shenner from the Magic City base city of the Dragon Kingdom? Of course, they wouldn't say these things to his face. The hospitality of the Dragon Kingdom people emphasizes the principle of "we will not attack unless we are attacked." This Yagami Kenta had not verbally slandered the Dragon Kingdom, so there was no need to harbor too much hostility toward him. Some students even held a strong sense of curiosity toward him due to the influence of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's anime culture. Of course, calling it anime culture really just meant they had learned a few phrases of the Cherry Blossom language from it. For example, common phrases used by boys like Yamit, Itai, and Komochi. After Yagami Kenta sat down, the next student immediately followed with their introduction. Half an hour passed, and Violet finished her cute introduction. The person after her happened to be Suyi.
In an instant, every student, including the foreign geniuses Alina and Yagami Kenta, turned their gaze towards Suyi. Those diverse gazes appeared once more, but this time, they were joined by the shy stares of several young girls, peeking at Suyi while their little heads fantasized about who knows what.
Suya's famous name. They had already learned about it yesterday. The God tier gifted. The 11th SSS class existence of humanity. That divine and spectacular vision had crushed all the other geniuses of the same year so thoroughly that not even dust remained of them. There was no doubt that at yesterday's awakening ceremony, Suyi was the most dazzling star in the entire world. Judging by how he had just found his seat on his own, it was obvious that he had obtained an ability perfectly suited to his current situation. They just didn't know what the specific effects of this ability actually were. Being stared at like this, Suyi didn't panic. Instead, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. It was as if he had returned to his high school days in his previous life, to the day he lowered his head and nervously introduced himself. A breath of youth suddenly surged into his chest. He stood up with a light smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Suyi, and I come from the Lingzhou district of Jiangnan. My ability is the special type SSS class Wave Dominion. As for hobbies, I didn't pay much attention to them before due to some issues with my eyes, but now that I've regained my sight, I suppose I'll go looking for some interests." It was an introduction as brief as could be. Wave Dominion. So that was the name of that god-tier ability? It sounded quite domineering. Many students looked at Suyi with expressions of longing. They just wondered what the power and effect of this ability truly were. Was it like the elemental type with a wide range of destruction? Or like the weapon soul type with staggering lethality? Or perhaps something extremely special and eerie? The curiosity was unbearable. Since the introductions are finished, let's begin practicing the mana guidance technique. On the podium, Tanya patiently explained to the students, "I'm sure many of you already know the function of the mana guidance technique. Once you sense the spiritual mist of heaven and earth, you use the guidance method of the mana guidance technique through your ability to absorb and transform it, eventually condensing it into the mana that fuels your ability. This is the reason why we, the awakened, can evolve and grow, and eventually stand without fear against the corrupted." As for the absorption and transformation of the mana guidance technique, the mana obtained by each person is different. Those with higher ability ranks will naturally absorb the spiritual mist faster and in greater quantities, and the quality of the transformed mana will naturally be more terrifying. As she spoke, Tanya looked at Suyi and smiled. For example, Suyi, with his SSS class god tier ability, his speed and quality in absorbing and transforming the spiritual mist will be at a level difficult for ordinary awakened to reach. His progress will be incredibly fast. As those words fell, all the students cast envious glances towards Suyi. It was good to be a god-tier talent. The starting point alone left them far behind. The same mana guidance technique, but different talents created a gap as wide as heaven and earth. It was despairing. Likely, only the dozen or so S-class students in the class and SS-class geniuses like Alina could barely hope to keep even a hint of pace with Suya's footsteps. After a short while, Tanya's voice rang out again. The progress made during the first practice of the mana channeling technique is the fastest. The record holder for the strongest initial practice in human history is none other than a Sword Saint predecessor from our Dragon Kingdom. He leaped from having no mana level at all directly into the early stage of the Silver Realm, nearly stepping into the middle stage, with mana permeating his internal organs. 1 week from now will be your freshman trial. Therefore, you must take this first cultivation session seriously. Strive to ensure that you aren't left defenseless when facing the corrupted during the trial. Alright, everyone come up now and collect a copy of the mana channeling technique. Below, hearing that the first cultivation was so crucial and that they would have to face the corrupted in a trial just 1 week later. The expressions of the crowd grew tense. But unlike these talented young men and women, Suyi was secretly delighted. The 20% progress of his early stage Azura had not been unlocked yet. This was the perfect opportunity to boost it all at once. Once the progress is unlocked, not only will the template's abilities improve, but his physical fitness, soul strength, and even mana realm will be enhanced across all dimensions. He wondered if,
after unlocking this 20% progress, he as a fellow SSS rank Divine Awakened could reach the level of that Sword Saint Senior who held the strongest record, or even surpass it? Chapter 17, 20 Seconds, Unlocked. In this world, the realms of the awakened are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starglow, sunflare, transcendent, king, and the legendary invincible god of war, who can rival gods with a mortal body. Furthermore, each realm is distinguished by early, middle, late, and peak stages. The 10 strongest humans are existences at the peak of the god of war realm. That Sword Saint Senior, on the second day of awakening, relied on his first cultivation of the mana induction technique. He skipped the bronze realm entirely, reaching the early stage of the silver realm, and even had half a foot in the middle stage. He remains the record holder to this day, with no one before him and no one since. Although the other 9 strongest humans were not as stunning as the Sword Saint, they all relied on their SSS rank divine talents to reach the early stage of the silver realm, a chasm that other awakened find difficult to cross in a lifetime. Therefore, Suyi didn't actually have much confidence in whether he could surpass the Sword Saint. However, what could be guaranteed was that with a talent no weaker than the 10 supreme gods of the human world, he would certainly be able to step into the silver realm. Inside the classroom, the students were orderly receiving the mana induction technique. The mana induction technique is distributed via a special stone material called a skill transmission crystal. It stores the induction method and the experiences of powerful individuals sensing the natural spiritual mist. One only needs to focus their mind to communicate with it and read the contents. A bit cool. Looking at the hexagonal, white jade-like stone in his hand, Suyi was secretly amazed. Since the Great Cataclysm 100 years ago, this world has birthed some strange and special products. After being utilized by humans, they indeed brought many convenient effects that are difficult to explain with science. No wonder humans are willing to sacrifice so much to reclaim the former territories of Earth, also known as the Outlands. But the Outlands are filled with the corrupted secret realms, which are essentially forbidden zones for humans. Moreover, just dealing with the corrupted that sneak into human communities at night through eerie spatial tremors is already overwhelming. How could humanity possibly have the strength left to reclaim their lost territories? Heading into a forbidden zone without a certain level of strength is a death sentence. You wouldn't even know how you died. You have all received your skill crystals. Next, try to sense the spiritual mist of heaven and earth. Use your ability to slowly feel for it. Once you open this bridge and practice the mana guiding technique, only then can you be considered a true awakened. As Tanya spoke, she sat quietly in her seat, observing the group of students. The students looked at each other with a hint of nervousness. However, as geniuses with at least A rank abilities, their comprehension skills were exceptional. The next moment, they all closed their eyes, using the ability within their bodies to sense the invisible spiritual mist flowing through the world. In the past, the stronger the talent, the faster one could open the bridge to heaven and earth. Conversely, those with weaker talent often found it extremely difficult to sense the spiritual mist at all. This is why it is said that those with F rank or even E rank abilities find it nearly impossible to become true awakened. Because it is difficult for them to open the bridge in the first place, and even if they manage it by some stroke of luck, the subsequent absorption and conversion process would be agonizingly slow. Suyi also began his sensing immediately, and Tanya's gaze shifted toward him at that moment. I wonder how long it will take this kid. According to her knowledge, Senior Dantai, the Sword Saint of the Dragon Kingdom, opened the bridge to heaven and earth in less than 5 minutes. That feat shocked every instructor of that generation. As for the Dragon Kingdom's other supreme deity, the founder of the Dragon Kingdom Nightwatch, the Dark Yama, he was only 3 minutes slower than the Sword Saint. He was the Dragon Kingdom's god of war before the Sword Saint stepped into the divine realm. The mortal gods of other nations were no slouches either. According to world records, they all opened the bridge to heaven and earth in under half an hour, leading to their legendary achievements. So, how long would it take Suyi, who possessed the same god-tier talent? Tanya was consumed by curiosity. And in the short span of less than 30 seconds while she was speculating, suddenly, within her perception, a faint wisp of spiritual mist drifted, and drifted, and drifted. Finally, under her stunned gaze, it surged into Suyi's chest.
Tanya abruptly looked down at the information ring on her wrist. 20 seconds. In just 20 seconds, that kid opened the bridge to heaven and earth? As if to dispel the lingering doubt in Tanya's mind, Suyi stood up at that exact moment. Then, without disturbing the other students, he walked softly up to her. "Miss Tan. Teacher, may I head back to the dormitory first?" He was now desperate to unlock the progress of Azura. However, he didn't know yet if there would be any adverse reactions during the unlocking process. For instance, whether the demon arm would suddenly burst out. Just to be safe, it was better to unlock it back at the dormitory. Besides, he had heard that top students were treated very well and could have their own detached villas within the academy, which was perfect for his unlocking. Looking at the young man, Tanya nodded blankly. It wasn't until Suya's figure had been gone from the classroom for over 10 minutes that she finally snapped out of it. That brat is a total freak. 2 hours later, as the second student to wake up, Alina had just opened her emerald-like eyes. She immediately looked towards Suya's seat. When she found that the young man who filled her with curiosity was gone, she hurriedly asked Tanya, "Teacher, where is Mr. Suyi?" "Him? He's already gone back to the dormitory." Hearing this, the mixed-race girl, who possessed both Eastern gentleness and the exquisite facial features of a Bear Country native, showed a disappointed expression. "When did Mr. Suyi go back? I wanted to say hello to him. I knew that as a god-tier talent holder, he would definitely open the bridge between heaven and earth before us. 2 hours and 20 seconds ago." Hearing this, Alina looked at her information wristband. Including Mr. Suyi, everyone in the class seemed to have closed their eyes to begin sensing at exactly 2 p.m. And now it was 4 p.m. and 42 seconds. Alina looked at Tanya in confusion. "Teacher, did Mr. Suyi leave without sensing?" "He left after sensing." Hearing this, Alina subconsciously tilted her head. Mr. Suyi left after sensing? But 2 hours and 20 seconds ago, wasn't that right when the sensing had just started? Ah! The girl suddenly let out a startled cry, covering her cute cherry-like mouth. Teacher, Mr. Suyi, he... Yes, he succeeded in sensing within 20 seconds. As the words fell, Alina was completely stunned. Her grandfather, the heroic spirit king and one of the 10 strongest humans, had taken 18 minutes to bridge the connection between heaven and earth. 20 seconds. What kind of concept was this? Mr. Suyi is simply incredible. In an instant, the young girl's eyes turned into stars, looking incredibly dazed and cute. On the other side, Suyi had quietly returned to the elite student villa area. As the most talented existence among the freshmen. His villa, number 666, seemed to be more than twice the size of the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyi went straight to the largest bedroom and opened the Apex template system interface. When his thoughts focused on the Azura template. Ding! Due to the host's natural blindness, there is an extreme compatibility with the Azura template. Therefore, you have gained 20% initial character unlock progress. Would you like to unlock this 20% power now? Unlock. Chapter 18, Breaking Records, Unprecedented. As Suyi gave the command, he also began to take out the skill transmission crystal to practice. This was a two-pronged approach. In his mind. Ding! Azura progress unlocking. Current character progress, 1%. The cold progress notification of the Apex template system had just finished. Suddenly, Suyi felt several surges of power emerge out of thin air within his body, frantically nourishing his physical form. His flesh, his internal organs, and even his cells were all being strengthened at this moment. This was undoubtedly a physical feedback. As for his soul strength, it was also being washed over by a mysterious and profound force. A cool, refreshing, and wonderful sensation almost made Suyi cry out loud. This is even more exhilarating than physical enhancement. Furthermore, after that tiny increase in his soul strength, he felt that the speed at which he practiced the mana guidance technique had changed. It seemed to have quickened significantly. Evidently, his comprehension had been enhanced. A guidance method he had originally estimated would take 3 minutes to grasp roughly was mastered in under a minute. Amidst his shock, a surge of pure mana simultaneously enveloped Suyi. It was the powerful mana gifted back by the Apex template system. Without a word, Suyi hurriedly assumed the posture of the guidance method. With his head slightly tilted, legs crossed, and hands in a sky-lifting gesture, his consciousness sensed the subtle changes within his body. Before long, driven by wave dominion, the pure mana surrounding him was completely absorbed and integrated into his epidermis. In the realm of the awakened, once one can integrate mana into the skin, they are considered to have officially stepped into the early stage of the bronze rank. In less than 2 minutes, Suyi had actually entered the early stage of the bronze rank. If a normal awakened person were in his place, they likely wouldn't have even grasped a single hair of the guidance method yet, let alone the mana. Current character progress, 2%. Soon, another 1% of progress was unlocked, and several surges of power swept through him once more as a feedback reward. Asura's basic abilities and various sword techniques flooded into Suyi's mind like a divine initiation. Back step. Quick rebound. Leap. Ancient memory. Ghost slash. Upward slash. Even the innate basic swordsmanship of the Ghost Knight was now completely mastered by Suyi. It felt as natural as moving his own limbs. He could unleash their full power with ease. Only 2% unlocked progress and it's already like this. By 20%, I can definitely break through to the silver rank with 100% certainty. Suyi, who was guiding mana into his body and feeling the pleasure of his surging power, hurriedly gave an excited command, Apex template system, accelerate the unlocking speed. Current character progress, 3%. Current character progress, 5%. Current character progress, 9%. Current character. As if sensing the host's urgency and anticipation, the Apex template system humanely accelerated the unlocking process. A more violent power, this time without any reservation, surged forth entirely, dedicated to enhancing Suyi's strength. The flesh and cells of his physical body were boiling. His soul was also evolving toward an unknown level. His mana realm, under this two-pronged assault, was rising rapidly. A few minutes later, 1/4 of Suyi's skin was completely filled with pure mana mid-stage bronze realm. 10 minutes later, 3/4 of his skin and flesh were now filled with mana purified to the extreme. Late-stage bronze realm. In past records, even a genius with an A-rank ability, when practicing mana induction for the first time, could never reach this level. Take Frost, for example, the SS rank ice element Netherfrost. During her first cultivation session, she reached the peak of the bronze realm, with her body's skin completely saturated with mana. She was even a hair's breadth away from penetrating the interior of her body to step into the silver realm. If she had truly entered the silver realm then, she would have undoubtedly been the first person in history to barely keep up with those possessing god-tier talents using only an SS rank ability. But unfortunately, there is a significant gap between the bronze realm and the silver realm. She only had half a foot through the door and found it difficult to cross after that. Instead, she promoted to the silver realm during her normal daily cultivation after that initial session. Even so, Frost remained the strongest record holder at Jiangnan Federal Saint University for all these years. In the bedroom, another half-hour passed. Beneath Suyi's skin, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, he was completely filled with mana, which circulated incessantly. Peak bronze realm. He had reached the absolute limit of what an SS rank prodigy could achieve. However, this was far from his limit. In the next moment, pure and terrifying mana broke through the shackles of flesh without any resistance, permeating deep into his body. Early Silver Realm. He had stepped into the tier reached by the 10 strongest humans during their very first cultivation session. Current character progress, 12%. Current character progress, 13%. Current. Yet, the cold notification voice of the Apex template system continued. By the time he reached the mid-silver realm, Suyi's expression was one of days, "I've surpassed Senior Sword Saint." At this moment, the unprecedented record for the highest level reached during a human's first mana induction session had been shattered by Suyi. Was he excited? Certainly, he was excited, but right now,
so you felt more curiosity about what heights the remaining unlock progress could reach.
Current character progress, 20%. After several full hours, the notifications from the Apex template system finally ceased. This meant that the Azura progress rewarded by the Apex template system was fully unlocked.
At Suye's command, a character interface slowly opened.
Host, Suye. Level, Peak Silver Realm. Ability Wave Dominion SSS+. Energy points, none. Template, Azura Unlock Progress 20%. Template capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. Peak Silver Realm, what a pity. If there were at least another 5% unlock progress, I could definitely step into the Gold Realm. Of course, Suye was already very satisfied with his current mana realm. The enhancement of his physical body and soul had also reached a terrifying level. He had even mastered several of Azura's core abilities. Murderous Intent Sensing. Wave Manifestation Brand. Ice Wave Sword. Spirit Crescent. Azura Spirit Blast. As for more terrifying abilities like Wave Manifestation, Murder, the dual swords of fire and ice waves, or even the Agni Sword formation, they were still beyond his reach. With the current Azura progress at 20%, he was not yet able to master them. However, Suye was in no hurry. As long as he killed the corrupted to obtain energy points or completed the random tasks from the Apex template system in the future. By gradually increasing his progress, he would eventually master all those wave abilities. Let's go test its power. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suye's spirits were at an all-time high. He quickly stepped out of the bedroom and headed toward the villa's training room. The villas for top students were all equipped with training rooms, and Suye's oversized luxury villa, in particular, was fully furnished with state-of-the-art equipment. Inside the spacious training room, Suye looked at the mechanical force tester 10 meters away, his expression full of anticipation. Wave Manifestation Brand. Chanting silently in his heart, a golden rune condensed from the power of waves appeared above his head in the next moment. Suye quickly positioned his hand in a knife hand starting stance. With Wave Manifestation Brand, every basic attack would be accompanied by a sweeping surge of wave power. It was absolutely the core of the Azura's core abilities. Just as Suye was about to use the force tester to gauge his strength, on the rooftop where he could not sense. Accompanied by a light breeze, Shenyud's figure quietly emerged, his face filled with shock. This kid, he's finished his first cultivation session already? After learning from Tanya that Suye had actually opened the bridge of heaven and earth in just 20 seconds, he had rushed over to the villa. To his surprise, it seemed the boy had already completed his mana guidance technique cultivation as well. Truly worthy of one with a divine talent. Looking at the current situation, it seemed he had succeeded in his training and was planning to test its power? Thinking this, Shenyud curiously released his king-level spiritual sense, spreading it toward Suye. Chapter 19, If this isn't a freak, then what is? If this kid has truly finished his cultivation, he should be able to step into the Silver Realm, right? I just wonder if it will be the early stage, or the middle stage. The middle stage. A feat that even that fellow, the Sword Saint Tantai, couldn't achieve. If little Su steps into the middle stage of the Silver Realm during his very first cultivation session. Thinking of this, Shenyud's old face beneath his explosive hair turned beet red, stimulated by his own thoughts. He belonged to the same generation as the Sword Saint. However, being born in that era meant that whether it was a prodigy like him or any other genius, they were destined to be suppressed by the Sword Saint Tantai, unable to hold their heads up and only able to look up in awe. In his youth, he was naturally arrogant and refused to yield. Although he has long since made peace with it and become a close friend of the man. But he still harbored a bit of petty emotion. For instance, even when they set aside their levels to compete in drinking capacity, he still couldn't win. It was truly infuriating. However, if a student from his own academy could break the record left by that fellow Tantai, wouldn't he be able to tease that guy at the drinking table in the future? Of course, Shenyud also knew that surpassing the Sword Saint was incredibly difficult. After all, that was the ultimate SSS grade Heavenly Sword Soul of the Weapon Soul system. Among the 10 strongest humans, in terms of individual combat power, he was the undisputed number 1. Once, when Shanghai-based city was besieged by a dragon-level the corrupted secret realm, it was like a natural disaster had arrived, leaving everyone in despair. In the end, it was this kindly sword saint who, with a single sword, unleashed a river of sword chi that blocked the endless horde of the corrupted outside the territory. That day, behind him were the lights of 10,000 homes and the defenseless common people. Yet this sword saint, relying solely on the sword in his hand, ensured that not a single person in Shanghai-based city was sacrificed. Even when a secret realm avatar descended, this sword saint fearlessly slew that evil god the Styx avatar of a 9th-tier demon seed on the spot. He became the first person in human history to slay a god and was revered by the world. Even such a person could only manage to place half a foot into the middle stage of the silver realm during his first cultivation of the mana induction technique. For Suyi to surpass that, it was indeed a ridiculous idea that most would reject immediately. To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him would already be a great fortune for humanity. Thinking this, Chen Yud's king-level spiritual sense silently made contact with Suyi. Mana has permeated the body, he has indeed stepped into the silver realm. Chen Yud's face lit up with joy, and he continued to probe deeper. Let me see, to what extent has the mana permeated his body? Suddenly, the old principal froze, subconsciously rubbing his eyes. Then he probed back and forth again. Wait a minute. What the hell does it mean that his mana is extremely pure and has already filled his internal organs, limbs, and every bone in his body? Is there something wrong with my king-level spiritual sense? But that shouldn't be right. This is a spiritual sense that can only be awakened by opening the brain domain after reaching the king realm. There shouldn't be any issues. Third time's the charm, let's look one more time. At this moment, Chen Yud's pupils were bulging as wide as light bulbs, looking like an old ox that had just finished plowing a field. His breathing was clearly abnormal, huffing and puffing for air. He's just one step away from breaking through the abdominal barrier to condense a mana spring. Holy crap! He really is at the peak of the silver realm. After repeatedly confirming Suya's current realm, Chen Yud nearly lost his footing and crashed down from mid-air. The next moment, he flickered and appeared directly behind Suyi inside the training room. Suyi also sensed the old principal's appearance through his vibration perception instantly and took a sudden leap back. Principal! What the hell? Can't you just walk through the door like a normal person? You scared the life out of me. I almost sent a vibration blade chi right behind me. As soon as he appeared, Chen Yud placed both hands on Suya's shoulders. Breathing heavily and ignoring the latter's look of disgust, he hurriedly pressed, Kid! You've really reached the peak of the silver realm? Dodging the flying spit, Suyi nodded, I broke through by luck. Crap! What kind of luck is that? This kid. Ha 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 ha. Even as he grumbled internally, Chen Yud could no longer suppress his excitement. You kid are a freak. A peerless monster. A peerless monster indeed. Ha ha ha. Connecting the bridge between heaven and earth in 20 seconds. Mastering the mana induction technique and completing the entire cultivation process in just 3 hours. Reaching the peak of the silver realm on the very first try. If this isn't a freak of nature, then what the hell is? A total monster, a complete anomaly. Ha 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 ha. Leaping backward to dodge the flying spittle, Suyi spoke with a face full of dark lines, Principal, watch the spit. The spit. Oh. My apologies. I lost my composure. Chen Yud quickly snapped back to reality, laughing awkwardly. It's all your fault, kid. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack. As he spoke, he pointed toward the force testing machine 10 meters away, attempting to change the subject and restore his image as the principal. Ahem. That force testing machine in front of you can withstand a blow from an ordinary early-stage Gold Realm awakened or a Tier 3 corrupted. Give it your all. You're young, it's natural to be excited to test your strength right after becoming an awakened. Don't worry, I'll be right here to back you up. There won't be any situation where your ability spirals out of control. Suya's promotion to the peak of the silver realm had indeed stunned him,
But since it was the boy's first time using an ability, he still needed to supervise. He wouldn't dare let such a peerless, monstrous talent play around recklessly. At the same time, he felt lucky he had arrived when he did. If Suyi had had an accident during his first attempt at using his ability, it would have been a catastrophic loss for humanity. It wouldn't be safe until the kid spent some time familiarizing himself with his ability and reached at least an introductory level of control. Hearing the old principal's words, Suyi nodded and once again assumed the starting posture for a hand blade strike. It can withstand the attack power of the early Gold Realm? Then he could relax. After all, a Gold Realm awakened was far beyond what a Silver Realm could compare to. Although he didn't yet know the exact power of his wave dominion, it was a gold-rated machine, surely it could hold up? During that brief moment of calculation, a third wave mark manifested above Suyi's head. Golden yellow, pale red, sky blue. Watching from the side, Shenyud was secretly marveled by the sight. No longer hesitating, Suyi locked his perception onto the impact surface of the machine. Swish, swish, swish. His right hand swung 3 times in rapid succession. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 golden blade slashes whistled forth, each larger than the last, tearing through the air resistance and hacking fiercely toward the impact surface. Regarding the first 3 basic attacks of the wave mark, each subsequent strike is more terrifying than the previous one. The third strike, in particular, is even more powerful than the sum of the first 2, often catching opponents completely off guard. Under the watchful eyes of Suyi and Shenyud, the first blade slash was the first to strike the impact machine. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out on the spot. The impact machine swayed precariously, but before it could recover, the second golden wave blade slash, nearly 10 meters in diameter, struck fiercely once again. Crack! With a crisp sound, a tiny crack actually appeared on the surface of the impact machine. Whoosh! And the third blade slash, even more terrifying, elongated, and massive, was already close at hand. Chapter 20, Someone More Like the Corrupted Than the Corrupted. The third blade slash, with a diameter of well over 20 meters, resembled a shimmering golden crescent moon. Carrying a force that could destroy anything in its path, it hacked violently into the impact machine. Rip! This time, there was no sound of metal clashing, nor were there any cracks that would make Shenyud's heart skip a beat. Instead, accompanied by a sharp cutting sound, the entire 8-meter-tall force measuring machine was split in 2 from the middle by the crescent blade slash. The cut was incredibly smooth, and the wave blade slash continued toward the metal wall behind it with undiminished power. Had Shenyud not acted in time, neutralizing the blade energy with a gust of wind, the back wall of the training room would likely have suffered the same fate. Suyi instinctively looked at Shenyud, and the old principal also looked at his prized student. For a moment, they stared at each other in mutual silence. Thud! Thud! It wasn't until the force measuring machine, severed in 2, collapsed to the ground that the silence was broken. Suyi, principal, are you sure this machine is capable of withstanding the early Gold Realm? Hearing this, Shenyud glanced dazed at the machine lying in 2 pieces 10 meters away. It should be correct. Suyi looked speechless. This damn thing is way too fragile. So much for being able to withstand it. Damn, I've been played. Good thing I didn't use my full power just now, otherwise, forget the third wave blade chi. The very first one would have trashed the machine. Besides, I only had 3 wave manifestations above my head at the time. If all 5 marks were out and spinning frantically, how insane would that be? As it stood now, the marks above Suyi's head had already reached the 5th one, and they were rotating slowly. He could feel that his current state was far beyond what it had been with only 3 marks. And as the marks spun faster and faster, the roaring wave power within his body seemed to grow increasingly terrifying. In this state, any wave-based ability he unleashed would likely be devastatingly powerful. Quickly dispelling the wave manifestations, Suyi looked at Shenyud awkwardly. Principal, does this mean my attack power has reached the early Gold Realm? Shenyud was still staring at the dynamometer in a daze. Hearing this, his face immediately darkened. Reached the early Gold Realm? Do you have any idea that with the power of your last blade chi, any ordinary early Gold Realm practitioner with an ability below a rank would have been sliced into a human stump?
This brat is just too damn ridiculous. To think I was actually worried he might get hurt by losing control of his ability? I should have been worried about him tearing the training room apart. Observing with his King Realm spiritual sense, Chen Yud noted Su Yi's instantaneous strike just now. Whether it was the concentration of power in those three-blade chis, or the control over precision and speed, it had definitely reached the fluent stage, or perhaps even higher. Ability mastery was divided into 5 stages: entry, fluent, manifestation, instinct. And the most terrifying, most elusive final stage, absolute control. The absolute control over one's own ability. A student who had awakened less than 2 days ago had already mastered his ability to the fluent stage. No! Judging by those crescent-shaped blade chis he just unleashed, it should be the manifestation stage. In less than 2 days, his mastery over his ability had already reached the stage of manifestation. If word of this got out, who the hell would believe it? Anyone who believed it would have to be a complete moron. Even that fellow, the Sword Saint Tantai, took over a month to reach the manifestation realm, using his heavenly sword soul to manifest terrifying sword chi. From that point on, his peers could only look up at his meteoric rise. But this kid in less than 2 days, and without any professional instruction, had subconsciously manifested blade chi through that wave dominion. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chen Yud would be questioning reality right now. Of course, even knowing it was true, he was starting to question life anyway. They were both human, so how could the gap be this massive? Pulling a high-end cigarette from his pocket, Chen Yud took a deep, emotional drag and then coolly blew out a smoke ring. If he could, he wanted to dedicate a funeral dirge to the youth of this era. After stubbing out the cigarette, Chen Yud seemed to recall something. He frowned first, then looked at Su Yi with a serious expression. Little Su, your specific level can only be identified at a glance by powerhouses with king-tier spiritual sense. Therefore, when declaring it to the outside world, just say you are at the silver realm. As for the rest, let others guess for themselves. Do you understand? Su Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. Why? Logically speaking, the stronger his talent, the easier it should be to receive national protection and a massive influx of resources, right? Granted, his SSS rank status was already enough to earn that treatment. But if he performed even more miraculously, wouldn't the level of importance placed on him be even more exaggerated? Facing Suya's confusion, Chen Yud remained silent for a long while before replying in a tone laced with undeniable disgust, because in this world, besides us true humans who hate the corrupted, there are people who are even more like the corrupted than the corrupted themselves. The words fell. Suya's expression stiffened. He wasn't stupid, he immediately understood the subtext in Chen Yud's words. Principle, these people who are more like the corrupted than the corrupted, they can't stand to see humanity prosper, can they? As long as you understand. After giving Su Yi a deep, meaningful look, Chen Yud's solemn expression vanished in an instant. He grinned and said, let's not talk about those miserable things. The freshman trials will begin in a week. You'd better prepare well and try to gain some experience during the trial. With that, the old principal handed Su Yi a bracelet that looked quite prestigious. This is proof of your status as the chief student. Within the academy, whether it's cultivation resources, weapons, or any of the cultivation platforms, you have unconditional access to everything. Having said his piece, Chen Yi turned into a gust of wind and vanished. People even more like the corrupted than the corrupted themselves? It seems this world is far less simple than I thought. Fastening the bracelet onto his wrist, Su Yi cleared his mind. Upon returning to his bedroom, he immediately activated the information bracelet. A virtual interface quickly popped up. This prestigious bracelet, a symbol of the top student, did more than just offer a specialized storage space for items. It also appeared capable of connecting to the Academy's federal Skynet. The federal Skynet was incredibly useful, providing access to knowledge regarding both the awakened and the corrupted. Furthermore, it functioned as a virtual marketplace where students could use their points to purchase necessary items. Naturally, these purchases required a sufficient balance, making student points vital for the average student. Aside from a monthly allowance, these points could only be earned through exceptional academic performance. However, for Su Yi, as a god-level talent holder, points and credits are completely unnecessary. Because under the special authorization of the state, he can enjoy all the resources within the academy. The privilege is nothing short of immense. After entering the federal Skynet, Su Yi immediately sought out the weapon mall. For someone who possesses both short sword mastery and katana mastery, a handy weapon is a necessity. It could bring a massive boost to his combat power. Sword or blade, which one should I choose? Chapter 21, that little fellow might just take that step. Wait. Choose? Why the hell would I choose? With these privileges and my mastery of multiple weapons, why wouldn't I take them all? Slapping his forehead at his own momentary confusion, Su Yi made a decision right then and there. Katanas, swords, blunt weapons, as long as he was proficient in them, wouldn't it be better to get one of each? Since it's free anyway, if it's suitable, he'll take it. In this world, the weapons and combat suits required by the awakened, along with certain special cultivation resources, are all categorized. The 7 nations have uniformly divided them into 9-star qualities, exactly corresponding to the 9 major realms of the awakened. Furthermore, each star level is subdivided into junior, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier quality differences. Although Su Yi is only at the silver realm, his current physical strength and overall power are sufficient to handle 3-star top-tier weapons and combat suits, which correspond to the peak of the gold realm. It's worth noting that most the awakened at the peak of the gold realm cannot afford such quality. Slowly scrolling through the virtual screen, Su Yi began to filter through the options seriously. Gale set, although it comes with a combat suit and a long sword, it pursues speed too much, it's a bit too light and not quite suitable. Golden Rhino set, a bit crude, the overall coordination isn't great. Water Spirit set, this size, are you sure it wasn't designed for a slender waist? After browsing several pages, although they were all top-tier 3-star items of the highest quality and ridiculously expensive, they all had more or less some shortcomings. Yet, a single weapon from such an imperfect set cost a staggering 5,000 points, with a market price exceeding 10 million federal credits. It was outrageously expensive. At Federal Saint University, a graduating sophomore in the gold realm might not even be able to scrape together 5,000 student points across 2 full semesters. As for federal credits, a full 10 million was no small sum even for the awakened who had joined the Night Watch or those at the gold level in private organizations. It would practically drain more than half of their savings. After all, 10,000 federal credits is enough for an ordinary family to live on for several decades. Of course, for Su Yi, who suffered from OCD, he naturally looked down on these items. Well, truth be told, he was just feeling a bit arrogant now that he had privileges and deep pockets. Otherwise, an excellent weapon forged from special materials like this would have been a precious hunk of iron far beyond his reach. You get what you pay for. Let's find the most expensive ones. No longer bothering to browse slowly, Su Yi scrolled directly to the final page of the 3-star top-tier category. And just like that, under the guidance of his wave perception, the visuals became instantly more pleasing. The Xiaolong series. The Berserkers series. The names, the grade, and the prestige were indeed on a different level. Correspondingly, there were prices that would make the scalps of many gold rank awakened go numb. 8,000 points. 18 million federal credits. And that was just the price for a single weapon or a single combat suit. Ultimately, Su Yi selected the series with the best overall quality and the highest price among dozens of options. The Dark Gold Supreme series. Since it didn't cost him anything anyway, he just went for it. The Dark Gold series, in terms of both appearance and quality, was absolutely the ceiling of 3-star top-tier gear. It was rumored to be forged from a special material called Dark Gloomvine, which was extremely difficult to obtain from the outer realms. A suit of armor forged with only 1/10 of that raw material could withstand attacks from an ordinary Diamond Realm combatant. As for the weapons, they could even wound many Tier 4 corrupted. Badass. Without hesitation, Su Yi placed his orders immediately: a sharp longsword, a greatsword, a domineering katana, and a heavy, dark gold blunt weapon. Along with a complete set of dark gold battle armor. He took them all. After he presented his credentials as the top student, the Federal Skynet responded promptly: "Respected Mr. Su Yi,
your order for the Dark Gold series products has been successfully placed. A specialist will deliver them on time in half an hour.
Done.
Lying comfortably on his bed, Suyi waited quietly.
Meanwhile,
in the principal's office of Federal Saint University, Chen Yud had just sat down when the information bracelet on his wrist immediately emitted a notification sound. Upon seeing the caller, the old man's grin stretched from ear to ear as he chuckled and quickly answered the call.
A moment later,
a 4D virtual screen slowly popped up. On the screen was a blurred figure. Although he was simply sitting there cross-legged, he exuded a sharp aura. It was as if what sat there was not a human figure at all. If one had to describe it, it was more like a sword. An indiscernible sword shadow hovering silently on the screen. Looking at the figure on the screen, Chen Yud took a sip of tea and grinned.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. To think you'd actually contact me first. I thought you really didn't care about anything else besides cultivation and lost all curiosity.
From the screen, a weathered but kindly male voice emerged. I am human too, and I have emotions.
It is a tremendous blessing for our Dragon Kingdom to give birth to a god-tier talent. Naturally, I am curious. Has that little fellow practiced the mana guidance technique yet?
By the end of the sentence, the anticipation in the man's voice was impossible to hide.
He opened the bridge of heaven and earth in 20 seconds. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Good lad. He's even more impressive than I was in my youth.
Then his realm.
Unexpectedly, Chen Yud refused to answer this time.
With a crooked mouth, he picked his nose smugly and said, take a guess.
The figure.
This old afro last time they were drinking, he should have used a sword to shave it all off for him.
Looking at how smug you are, could it be the mid-stage? Chen Yud, guess again. Interesting. Very interesting.
The figure suddenly burst into hearty laughter, late silver rank.
Ha 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 ha. The younger generation is truly to be feared. Truly formidable.
Chen Yud, that kid has half a foot in the gold rank. The laughter stopped abruptly. On the screen, the figure trembled slightly, and a series of low sword hums echoed one after another.
Seeing this, Chen Yud raised his eyebrows mischievously. Scared you, didn't he? Yes. I'm shaken.
As if suppressing his emotions, the figure let out a trembling laugh after a brief silence. I'm so shaken by you, old explosive hair, that I'm thrilled.
Ha ha ha. Good. What a boy. In 10 years.
10 years from now, he will be humanity's greatest variable.
Our hope. Hearing this, Chen Yud tucked away his playful grin and frowned. 10 years, isn't that too hard for the kid?
You have to realize, even for someone like you to step into such a realm, it took nearly 70 years.
You can't rush it, you can't rush it.
To step into the god's domain within 10 years, how could that be easy? If Suyi could enter it before 30, it would already be considered a feat worthy of the peerless talent he was currently displaying.
The figure shook his head. God's domain? No.
What I mean is, that little fellow might be able to take that step. The words fell. Chen Yud's eyes widened into circles as he looked at the figure in total disbelief.
Chapter 22, You make me feel pressure, so I'm challenging you to take that step. Chen Yud was absolutely floored.
Was his old drinking buddy operating on a whole different atmospheric level? God's domain was already a realm that countless the awakened could only hope for but never reach in their entire lives. As for that even more distant and ethereal unknown level, if his old friend hadn't casually mentioned it over drinks, even a peak king-class powerhouse like himself, standing at the top of the human pyramid, probably wouldn't even know it existed. Even his old friend himself probably wasn't certain what exactly lay beyond the end of God's domain, right? He had only said that there would be such a step. And now, he was actually saying that this kid, Suyi, could reach that realm. What a bold claim. I have a premonition. Seeing Chen Yud's stunned expression, the figure chuckled softly. Of course, it's more of a hope that he can achieve it.
After all, isn't such talent worth looking forward to?
Chen Yud took a deep breath, but 10 years is simply too short.
Perhaps the pressure those secret realms are putting on humanity is truly too immense. We are indeed acting with some haste.
The figure seemed somewhat wavered this time, no longer insisting on his own view. After a long silence, he sighed with emotion, "We just have to do our best. Under my protection as his master, we must ensure that little fellow grows up smoothly."
Yeah, that's a given. Wait. Master? Damn it.
I knew you sword-brained bastard wanted to poach him.
I'm telling you, no way. Ha 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 ha. Elite Student Villa number 666.
Half an hour later, under the professional service of a woman in business attire, Suyi satisfiedly took delivery of the Dark Gold series equipment set. Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to begin the unboxing process. It lives up to being the most expensive. This aesthetic is incredible. Looking at the weapons neatly arranged in the exquisitely crafted boxes, Suyi first picked up the Dark Gold long blade. The blade was nearly 6 feet long and about 2 palms wide. Its dark gold luster radiated a noble temperament without being ostentatious, hitting the perfect balance. Combined with the hilt carved with dragon scales and the dragon-like fine patterns running through the entire blade body, it hit every mark of Su Ye's aesthetic and suited his personality perfectly. Swish! Swish! With 2 light swings, the air emitted sharp blade whistles, feeling entirely without resistance. A fine blade. Su Yi was instantly enamored with the weapon. After storing the Dark Gold long blade into his wristband, he proceeded to unbox the rest of the Dark Gold series weapons in combat suit one by one. After testing each of them, Su Yi headed toward the training room with a sense of deep satisfaction. He had heard that classroom lectures on the preparations for the freshman trial would begin tomorrow morning. Therefore, it was essential to adapt to his abilities in the shortest time possible. Tonight, he planned to perform every single Asura move to ensure he had a clear understanding of his overall strength. All this was in preparation to frantically earn energy points during the freshman trial. That's right. Just moments ago, Suyi had learned from the Apex template system that energy points were required to continue increasing his unlock progress. As for acquiring energy points, aside from completing random missions to obtain unlock progress scrolls and other special rewards, killing the corrupted is the simplest way. Therefore, for Su Yi, the freshman trial is not only a means to gain experience in fighting the corrupted, but also his primary channel for obtaining energy points. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has regulations stating that as students, they cannot participate in the exorcism operations of the Night Watch or the military without authorization, except for specific academy missions. Only after graduation and joining one of these factions can they conduct official hunting operations with a formal serial number. This is not only for the protection of the students but also out of fear that some hot-headed, reckless students might interfere with the Night Watch's operations, leading to irreparable losses. Thus, the freshman trial can be said to be Su Ye's only current opportunity to acquire energy points. Thinking secretly to himself, Su Yi immediately began training frantically in the training room. Wave inscription. Early the next morning. Inside the elite student classroom, a group of genius students had already arrived early. At this moment, these 100 elite students were gathered in small groups, discussing their cultivation insights from yesterday, some with joy and others with sorrow. Those who were joyful had naturally achieved success in their cultivation and were proudly showing off to their deskmates. Those in sorrow all wore long faces. They were already feeling miserable enough and now had to watch others show off. So satisfying. After returning to the villa last night, I successfully mastered the mana induction technique and advanced to the mid-stage of the bronze realm. I guess that's the limit of what an A-rank ability can reach, haha. Although I was a bit late and only grasped the induction method by early morning, I also just reached the mid-stage of the bronze realm. I haven't slept all night and feel a bit sleepy now, but hey, it was worth it. Can you guys stop talking? Damn it! Is my comprehension really that pathetic? I'm still a bit short of running the induction method normally. Shit! I have to train hard when I get back tonight. Even among a rank ability geniuses, there are gaps. Just admit it, little brother, huh? The dozen or so S-rank prodigies in our class should have all reached the late stage of the bronze realm by now, right? They should all be there.
And with Princess Alina Shirl's talent, a special type SS rank, she has definitely reached the peak of the bronze realm. She has the same aptitude as Goddess Mo. Isn't that obvious? As the only SS rank favored daughter of the Bear Country this year and the granddaughter of the heroic Spirit King, it would be strange if she didn't reach that level after one night. What about Su Yi? At the mention of Su Yi's name, the entire classroom fell silent in an instant, becoming deathly quiet. The expressions of all the students were dazed. Yesterday, after they had opened their bridge of heaven and earth one after another, they hadn't even had time to celebrate before being stunned by a piece of news. Their bit of joy and pride vanished instantly, completely crushed by the blow. 20 seconds. Su Yi had actually opened the bridge of heaven and earth in just 20 seconds. He finished several times faster than the top 10 strongest humans did in their youth. Compared to Su Yi, they were practically less than trash. What was there to be happy about? Even though they knew he was an SSS rank god tier talent, being students in the same classroom made them subconsciously compare themselves to him. For instance, they wondered if they could close the gap by even a tiny, microscopic margin. Yet the result was, the distance was impossibly far. Their mentalities completely crumbled. As a result, when this group of students left the classroom yesterday, every single one of them was silent, walking out with long, dejected faces. Huh? Why is it so quiet? Am I the first one here? At that moment, a voice came from outside the classroom. It was Su Yi, who had arrived late because he overslept after training so late. But according to his perception, everyone was clearly already here. Why was it so quiet? And right then, 3 figures stood up simultaneously, all rushing to the classroom door at once. Just as Su Yi pulled the door open, he saw Violet, Elena, and Yagami Kenta standing right inside. The 3 of them were looking at him with intense, burning gazes. Holy crap! What are you guys doing? Violet's gaze was understandable. It was filled with joy and excitement. As for Elena, well, that was also somewhat understandable. After all, she had said yesterday that she was quite interested in him. People from the Bear Country were passionate and curious, so she naturally took the initiative. But what was with you, Yagami Kenta? I'm not even close with you. What the hell is with that burning, sinister stare? Before the 2 girls could speak, Yagami Kenta pulled out a Japanese katana from somewhere and pointed the hilt directly at Su Yi. I said yesterday, my hobbies are kendo and challenging the strong. You make me feel pressured, so I want to challenge you. Chapter 23, The gap is too large, maybe next time. This. As the awkward Dragon Kingdom words fell, Su Yi stood there looking completely bewildered. Challenging me? What's wrong with this, little Japanese idiot? What nerve did he snap so early in the morning? Again! This Yagami Kenta is way too arrogant. Brother Yi. Accept his challenge and take him down. Yeah, crush him. This guy had the nerve to use a blade to bully a girl just now. If my rank wasn't lower than his and I weren't just an A-class ability user, I'd definitely have a go at him. He even said that besides Alina and you, Brother Yi, no one in our year can handle his flying star sword style. It's infuriating. Don't egg him on recklessly. It won't be good if Instructor Tang comes and sees this. We're not egging him on, it's the truth. He just said our class's swordsmanship can't compare to his Sakura country's kendo. Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry, but there's nothing we can do. Very few people in our class actually know swordsmanship. Even if they do, you saw it wasn't Kursen just challenged and defeated by Yagami Kenta? Then Violet tried to step up to get some payback, but... Damn it! I hate to admit it, but that guy's regular Type S-class speed multiplier combined with his kendo is indeed fierce. Listening to the various voices in the classroom, Su Yi gave Violet a surprised glance. In other words, a good show had played out in class before he arrived? That girl named Kursen, because she possessed an A-class weapon soul-type sword ability, was challenged face-to-face by Yagami Kenta. After she was defeated, Violet couldn't stand it and tried to reclaim some honor, only to be defeated as well. This is a bit embarrassing. Stared at by Suyi's peculiar expression, Violet gnashed her teeth and glared at Yagami Kenta. He's the one who forced the challenge even though his rank and ability are both higher than Kursan's. Isn't that just bullying? I couldn't stand it, so of course I challenged him. And then you got beaten? The girl's baby fat face instantly filled with grievance. He's too fast, and I'm not yet familiar with using Sacred Ocean Heart. Hearing this, Yagami Kenta glanced at her coldly. Even if you were proficient with it, you still couldn't dodge my blade. You! Ignoring the fuming Violet. Yagami Kenta looked at Suyi once more. There's still some time before class starts. Well, will you accept my challenge? His tone was somewhat aggressive, as if he wouldn't let it go unless Suyi accepted the challenge. Everyone in the class also looked toward Suyi. Yagami Kenta clearly didn't want to give Suyi a way out. He could have waited to issue a private challenge, yet he insisted on doing it right before class and right in front of everyone. As the most talented student in the class with a god-tier talent, if Suyi were to refuse the challenge, he would lose momentum and fall behind Yagami Kenta. Yet, even if he accepted and won, it would only be seen as expected. The fear was the worst-case scenario, at this early stage, when no one is particularly proficient at controlling their abilities. There was a chance Yagami Kenta's swordsmanship could gain the upper hand over Suyi. An S rank gaining an advantage over an SSS rank. No matter how it was spun, it would bolster Yagami Kenta's reputation. It was precisely because this swordsmanship prodigy from the Sakura Kingdom thought this way that he dared to challenge Suyi without fear. Future gaps could be worried about later. For now, he felt he had a chance to test his skills against Suyi. The gap is too large. Maybe next time. However, under the tense gaze of the crowd, Suyi merely spoke those words with a light smile before walking past Yagami Kenta and heading straight into the classroom. What baffled the other students even more was that Yagami Kenta didn't even try to stop him. When he challenged that female classmate earlier, hadn't he practically shoved his sword hilt into her face? Where was that overbearing, self-centered, and arrogant energy now? Some students who were hoping for a spectacle showed expressions of disappointment. It seemed they wouldn't get to see Suyi teach Yagami Kenta a lesson in person today. Or perhaps Suyi wasn't confident either? That must be it. It made sense. Even as a god-tier talent holder, he had only just undergone awakening. While his potential and power were heaven-defying, his level of control likely wasn't much higher than theirs. Though it seemed like he was avoiding the fight, it was indeed a wise choice. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to crush Yagami Kenta later once he was more proficient? Of course, if they could see Yagami Kenta's face right now hidden as he stood with his back to them, turned deathly pale. They probably wouldn't be thinking that way. Gulp. At the doorway, Yagami Kenta subconsciously swallowed hard. The hand gripping his sword hilt was actually trembling. Just now, the moment Suyi spoke those words, he felt an invisible force brush past his neck. He had instinctively wanted to draw his blade to defend himself, but that invisible force had already touched the skin of his throat. The touch was ice-cold and incredibly sharp. Yagami Kenta was certain that if he had dared to move just a moment ago, this force would have absolutely pierced through his throat. Suyi. It was definitely Suyi who had acted. At this thought, Yagami Kenta froze completely in his tracks. In other words, if Suyi wanted to defeat him, or even kill him, he wouldn't even have the chance to draw his sword? For a moment, a sense of frustration and despair flooded Yagami Kenta's mind, and the hand gripping the hilt of his sword fell limply to his side. Mr. Suyi is indeed very impressive. Seeing this, Alina, who was standing nearby, covered her mouth and giggled, then pulled Violet along to follow Suyi. As a special type SS rank Phantom Awakener, she was extremely sensitive to changes in space. Although it all happened very quickly, there was no way she wouldn't have noticed it at such a close distance. In fact, the moment that power appeared, her hair stood on end like a startled kitten's. If that force had been directed at her, it would certainly have been difficult to withstand. Thinking this, her curiosity about Suyi grew even stronger. Only Violet, after seeing Yagami Kenta's expression, looked completely bewildered. Alina, what's wrong with that guy? Why did his face suddenly turn so pale, and he's even breaking out in a cold sweat?
Alina pointed at Suye's retreating back and smiled cryptically. You'll have to ask Mr. Suye about that.
Hearing this, Violet grew even more confused. Ask Suye? Didn't the two of them do nothing at all?
It wasn't until Alina leaned in and whispered an explanation in her ear that the young girl's eyes widened as she looked at Suye. Suye is such a cheater, he actually used a sneak attack.
Alina.
Soon, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yagami Kenta returned to his seat looking utterly soul-crushed. His appearance left everyone in the class completely baffled. An A-rank international student from the Eagle Nation nearby looked at him and offered some comfort. Buddy, what is with that look?
Suye is an SSS rank monster, yet he didn't accept your challenge. You should be happy, it proves he is somewhat wary of you. If I challenged Suye and he didn't accept, I'd brag about it for a whole year. Wary? Looking at the youth from the Eagle Nation with a deathly pale face, Yagami Kenta muttered dejectedly, if you challenged me, do you think I would accept? Buddy, you'd probably kill me in a single strike, right? After all, the gap between us is so huge.
Put. As if a blade had been driven deep into his heart, Kenta Yagami stared blankly at his Japanese katana, suddenly losing the will to speak. Chapter 24, Spatial Tremors, the primary culprit behind humanity's confrontation with the corrupted.
Suye, have you already advanced to the Silver Realm?
From her seat, Violet turned around and looked curiously at Suye, who was sitting behind her.
Otherwise, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Sitting intentionally beside the two of them, Elena's emerald-like eyes also drifted toward Suye.
She smiled sweetly and said, Violet, Mr. Suye's talent is even a bit more impressive than my grandfather's.
He must have advanced to the Silver Realm by now, right? Mr. Suye.
Her grandfather, one of humanity's strongest gods, the heroic spirit king, Xerxes. During his first practice of the mana induction technique, he had reached the early stage of the Silver Realm. Since Mr. Suye was able to open the bridge between heaven and earth in just 20 seconds, his talent was bound to be superior to her grandfather's in certain aspects. He had definitely advanced to the Silver Realm as well. In fact, she suspected that Mr. Suye might even be beyond the early stage of the Silver Realm. If he had reached the mid-stage, then the Mr. Suye she admired would be incredibly amazing. Students nearby who overheard this also pricked up their ears, dying of curiosity. Facing the curious gazes of the two girls, Suye gave a light chuckle and nodded. I have indeed advanced to the Silver Realm.
Also, Elena, you can just call me Suye.
We're classmates, there is no need to be so formal. He had a fairly good impression of this enthusiastic, mixed-race prodigy girl. She was warm and cheerful, hitting it off with Violet so quickly they were already like sisters. Based on what other students said about her, her reputation seemed quite good as well. She was a pure, candid, and stunningly beautiful young girl.
Elena's face flushed slightly. Then I won't be formal anymore.
Suye, please look after me from now on. To have persevered through so many years in the desperate situation of blindness, and then successfully awaken a god-tier talent, it was truly impressive. She genuinely admired a version of Suye like this. It was just like the fairy tale she had loved since childhood, where the prince usually endured great hardships. Then, in the depths of despair, he would radiate his own light, eventually growing through hard work to become a beloved king. Such a life story was truly captivating.
Instructor Tang is here.
At that moment, a student at the door shouted, and the whispering throughout the classroom instantly ceased. Instructor Tang's arrival meant the briefing on the freshman trial was about to begin. They took the freshman trial very seriously. They had to listen carefully. After all, the freshman trial meant facing the corrupted head-on. If they didn't understand things clearly, getting injured would be the least of their worries. Even death was a possibility. In previous freshman trials, such incidents had occurred before when the leading instructors and upperclassmen couldn't keep watch every second. Reckless students were devoured by the corrupted on the spot. By the time rescuers arrived, these students had already become meals for the corrupted. Walking into the classroom, Tanya was very satisfied with the silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Of course, she did not forget to reprimand, Yagami, next time you want to challenge someone, remember to get their consent first.
As a top student of Federal Saint University, not knowing basic etiquette is unacceptable. As a powerhouse at the peak of the Sunfire tier, even if her perception was far inferior to the heaven-defying spiritual sense of a king rank, sitting in her upstairs office, she could still keep everything happening in the classroom within her sight. Hearing this, Yagami Kenta, who was still in a daze, quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Tanya. "I understand, Instructor Tanya." After reprimanding Yagami Kenta, Tanya cast an imperceptible glance at Suyi. This kid, just as the old man said, has reached the peak of the Silver Realm. The subtle attack of that power just now. I'm afraid most sophomores in the regular classes wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it? What a little freak. She complained with a slight curl of her lips, but in her heart, she was delighted. The more monstrous Suyi performed, the more accomplished and gratified she felt as his semi-guardian. On the other hand, that girl Violet was too rash in trying to show off her personality needs to change. Withdrawing her gaze, Tanya stopped wasting words and got straight to the point, speaking solemnly. "Before I discuss the details of the freshman trial, I have a question for you. If you encounter a spacequake, whether during the trial or within the academy, what would you do?" As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the students instantly turned pale, and they answered without hesitation, "Run as far as possible and wait for rescue from the night watch in the military." A spacequake. Even when hiding in base cities, this is the greatest culprit that humans must face directly from the corrupted. 100 years ago, after humans gained extraordinary powers, they thought that by hiding in remote corners, they could slow down the erosion of the corrupted secret realms. But who would have thought that after only a few years of peace, a sudden and strange spatial amplitude would completely erase humanity's tranquility? Although this sudden strange spatial amplitude was not as damaging as the threat posed by the corrupted secret realms, it possessed a capability that humans have been unable to resist to this day. That is the ability to make the corrupted appear out of thin air within human communities. It acts like a spatial portal. The corrupted can quietly pass through this door and be randomly teleported into human base cities. Furthermore, it is extremely well hidden, which is a devastating blow to humanity. Moreover, the appearance of these doors often occurs at night, leaving humans in a desperate situation of being under constant threat of attack. Therefore, since that day, humanity has not had a single day of peace. Every day, people disappear for no reason, devoured by the corrupted. Even though the awakened have done their utmost to stay on guard, they are helpless and can only watch as those monsters and demons slaughter their compatriots before hiding and vanishing again. It was from that moment onward that all of humanity joined forces to establish the Night Watch. Utilizing a collective of support-type sensory, the awakened, they spent day and night developing a device capable of detecting singular spatial amplitudes at the earliest possible moment. 5 years. A full 5 years. The first anti-spacequake device was born. It allowed for the detection of spatial anomalies the instant they occurred, enabling the Night Watch to be dispatched ahead of time to deploy barriers and suppress the threat. Though the sacrifices remained significant, it was finally possible to reduce the degree of damage within base cities to a manageable level. Only then did humanity possess the capital to barely withstand the singular spatial amplitudes. And these singular gateways were named by humanity as spacequakes. 14 years ago, Suya's parents passed away because of the sudden appearance of a level 1 spacequake, sacrificing themselves to protect him. To this day, he still vividly remembers the bone-chilling sound of his father and mother being gnawed and chewed upon that day. Therefore, whether it be ordinary people or the awakened, everyone fears the occurrence of a spacequake to the absolute extreme. Observing the reactions of the students, Tanya nodded with satisfaction. Having this awareness is correct. Alright, next, I will introduce you to the types of the corrupted you are about to face in the freshman trials. As she spoke, Tanya tapped on a virtual screen behind her. As the screen slowly flickered to life, a pitch-black shadow, humanoid in shape yet distinctly inhuman, gradually became clear. A mouthful of fangs protruding from its lips, several human faces layered upon one another, an indescribably horrific visage. Inside the classroom, as the image was fully revealed, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold and eerie, making the students' hair stand on end. Chapter 25, Uncontrollable Killing Intent. Most of the students present came from awakening families. Consequently, they more or less knew a thing or two about common types of the corrupted through their elders.
They immediately recognized the awkward and terrifying-looking the corrupted before them. The ogre. A Tier 1 corrupted, corresponding to a bronze rank human awakened. Cunning and troublesome specters, they specialize in devouring human flesh to survive and gain opportunities for evolution. Furthermore, they are very picky, possessing a loathsome and hair-raising obsession. That is, they only eat human faces and heads. Anything below the neck, they refuse to touch. So, when you discover a headless corpse, there's a high probability it was the work of an ogre. At this thought, the students in the classroom, already bristling with fear from the lifelike ogre on the screen, became even more ill at ease, their bodies stiffening and their eyes betraying an irrepressible terror. Could it be that one of their targets for the freshman trials, the corrupted, would be this ogre? Many of the more fragile and timid female students already had tears welling in their eyes. They were terrified. At that moment, on the screen, the twisted silhouette of the ogre suddenly moved. Dropping to all fours, it used an unnatural, crawling motion to charge fiercely toward a black-clad the awakened wielding a long saber in the alley. The moment its face, a mashup of several distorted human visages, spotted the awakened, it instantly twisted into an expression of greedy bloodlust. Disgusting saliva leaked from the gaps in its tusks, like a frenzied hyena that had just laid eyes on a delicious meal. It opened its bloody maw and lunged to bite the black-clad the awakened. Beast! The black-clad the awakened cursed and swung his blade in a direct slash, the sharp edge clashing squarely against those rows of tusks. With a loud clang, both sides were repelled by the force of the impact. But before the black-clad the awakened could react, the ogre, the very instant it touched the ground, forced its bones to snap with a sickening crack, redirecting its momentum to strike again. Talons like scythes tore through the air, clawing viciously toward the head of the black-clad the awakened. This ogre was actually ignoring the laws of inertia, sacrificing its own body to injury just to seize the initiative for a second strike. The sight made the students' scalps tingle with dread as they watched the black-clad the awakened in suspense. Fortunately, the black-clad the awakened seemed to have anticipated this, narrowly evading the attack with a quick roll. However, just as the students let out a collective sigh of relief, a sharp black shadow shot out from the ogre's mouth, aiming straight for the chest of the black-clad the awakened. Exclamation point! Not only were the students in the classroom caught off guard, but even the black-clad the awakened himself froze for a split second. And the consequence of that momentary lapse. Put! The black tongue, as hard and fast as an iron whip, pierced clean through the chest of the black-clad the awakened. In the next instant, razor-sharp claws tore his lower body apart, and a massive amount of blood gushed out. After 2 wretched screams, the black-clad the awakened became nothing more than a meal for the ogre. No matter how much he convulsed and struggled, he could only be pinned down and cruelly devoured. Crunch, crunch. The chilling sound of flesh being torn and faces being chewed instantly reached the ears of the students present, turning their faces even paler. Many girls covered their eyes, trembling, not daring to look. In his seat, Suyi heard the sound, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him as he clenched his fists tightly. This strange, slightly excited chewing sound, there was absolutely no mistaking it. It was exactly the same as the sound of his father and mother being bitten 14 years ago. Ogres. That day, the creatures that attacked his family were definitely ogres. Yee, run. Dad and Mom will hold it back, you run. Run now. Is anyone there? Lord awakened. Someone, please come. I beg you. Heavens, save my Yee. You beast. Over here. Over here. Yee, you must live on. Those feelings of helplessness, confusion, and heart-wrenching grief flooded back into his heart at this very moment. Staring fixedly at the screen, Suyi wished he could pull out his dark gold longblade right now, rush into the screen, and hack this ogre into 1,000 pieces, grinding its bones to dust, carving its flesh away blade by blade, and slaughtering it to the very last. Kill, kill, kill. They all must die. A terrifying aura of killing intent diffused unconsciously. The surrounding students, already pale, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They all looked in astonishment at Suyi, whose face was slightly distorted and who was making a teeth-grinding sound. Violet looked over with a worried expression. Suyi. She had heard her mom and sister Frost whispering that Suya's parents had seemingly died in the jaws of ogres 14 years ago during a spacequake while trying to protect him. But for all these years, Sister Frost had never let Suyi come into contact with information about the corrupted, nor had she told Suyi the truth. Given Suya's reaction now, had he recalled some terrible memory? Beside him, Elena placed her hand on Suya's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, Suyi. It's okay, it's all in the past." The files mentioned that Mr. Suyi was an orphan. Was it because of the corrupted? The surrounding students, seeing Suyi in such a state, all fell into a silent hush. After a long while, many students also began to show fierce, grim expressions. Like Brother Yi, I also come from a poor background. My mother died at the hands of the corrupted back when I was in junior high. I can never forget that day, the sound of my father holding me and crying in absolute despair. Damn it! Once I become a powerful awakened, I will absolutely exterminate every last one of those corrupted. My big brother. He also sacrificed himself during a mission to protect the civilians. I must join the Night Watch and avenge him. I'll become an awakened that makes him proud. Although I know I shouldn't say this right now, I still have to remind you, don't let anger cloud your reason. The freshman trials are about to begin. You should calm down and properly understand the situation regarding the corrupted. Improving yourselves is the only way forward. We know that, of course. But after enduring the pain of life and death separation for so many years, as long as you're human, who wouldn't be furious seeing the culprits behind it all? Sigh. On the podium, Tanya watched all of this silently, not lifting a finger to stop the students from venting the rage in their hearts. Especially Suyi. Frost had protected him for so many years, keeping the truth and information about the corrupted hidden from him. After all these years, he had likely accumulated a hatred that was difficult to extinguish. It was better for him to vent it now. Only after all the students' emotions had calmed down significantly did she speak solemnly, "As you all saw just now, although the ogre is only a first-order corrupted, it is cunning and ferocious. Its speed and unpredictable behavior must be monitored at all times. Specifically its knife-like tongue, which often delivers a fatal blow the moment we relax. Therefore, when facing an ogre, you must remain calm and composed, always keeping a trump card in reserve. If it is cunning, we must be even more cunning and ruthless. Alright, next is the second category of the corrupted." In this manner, Tanya spent the following hours meticulously and seriously explaining every potential danger of the freshman trials and the characteristics of the corrupted to the students. It wasn't until several hours later that she allowed the students to head back and properly digest the information. Suyi was the very first to leave the classroom, under the worried gazes of Violet and Alina. Using his privileges, he entered the corrupted trial tower, a facility specifically designed to simulate the corrupted so that students could experience initial combat against them. As soon as he stepped into the pitch-black space that resembled a starry universe, a mechanical voice rang out, "Student Suyi, please select the simulation target. Please select the number of simulations. Please select." Before the simulation apex template system could finish, Suyi spoke expressionlessly, "Ogres. Quantity. Infinite." As he spoke, the dark gold long blade appeared in his hand. At this moment, he had completely transformed into Ashura, his killing intent surging wildly. Chapter 26, Madness. Within the cosmic space of the corrupted trial tower, after Suyi stated the quantity, the simulation apex template system gave a mechanized prompt, "Student Suyi, the infinite ogre mode is a hell-level difficulty. Are you sure you wish to select it? Hell-level difficulty? Heh." Even a hopeless, certain death mode could not deter the demonic, frenzied killing intent he felt at this moment. Gripping the dark gold supreme blade tightly, Suyi replied coldly, "Simulate." The words fell. The corrupted species, ogre's quantity, infinite strength, tier 1. Simulation generating. In 10 seconds, the first wave of ogres will arrive in the virtual space. Challenger, please be prepared. Countdown. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 1. As the notification faded, circular magic arrays manifested out of thin air all around the space. Accompanied by the continuous gathering of blue energy, twisted and horrific ogres began to emerge from the arrays.
1, 2, 50.
In less than 5 seconds, the ogres within the simulation space had become an overwhelming, dense sea of blackness. Sharp, distorted bodies, side-like claws, faces layered with human features, and mouths full of fangs. Their appearance wasn't exactly identical to the ogre in the classroom, but it was close. However, their expressions were not as lifelike, they were relatively dull. This was the only drawback of the trial tower. It could only simulate an empty shell and then use the data collected by the Apex template system to restore their stats as much as possible. Perfect consistency was impossible.
But for the current Su Yi, this was enough.
The monstrous killing intent suppressed in his chest needed to be unleashed. Without a word, Su Yi raised his dark gold blade and charged out with the swift ferocity of a cheetah. The explosive speed in that instant actually left behind a trail of afterimages.
Die! The imposing, nearly 6-foot dark gold blade was held across his chest during the sprint.
As he neared the 6 lunging ogres, he swung it horizontally with a terrifying whistle, like a bolt of dark gold lightning flashing through the air. Squelch, 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 squelch. The 6 ogres didn't even have a chance to react before their 6 hideous, terrifying heads tumbled to the ground, vanishing into blue stardust. Without slowing down in the slightest, Su Yi, his face cold and grim, charged once more into the dense swarm of ogres. Die, 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 die. Die! Accompanied by low, guttural roars, heads of ogres went flying one after another under flashes of dark gold blade light. Wherever the horizontal blade swept, not a single ogre was spared. It was as if the Grim Reaper himself were passing through, harvesting lives with every stroke. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the trial tower, many people had noticed the room marked with Hell Mode. They were all sophomores. After all, at this stage, most freshmen either hadn't opened their bridge of heaven and earth yet, or they had opened it but hadn't successfully practiced mana channeling, leaving them with no combat power to speak of. None would dare set foot in the trial tower. Even if they had succeeded in their cultivation and come to the tower, it would be useless without points. Therefore, aside from a few freshmen who were just there to watch the excitement, the rest of the people in the lobby were all sophomores here for their own trials.
Seeing the simulated state marked as Hell Mode, these sophomores were drawn over one by one. They're all simulated ogres, and the number, holy crap! Infinite! How many points would this even cost?
Even if I sold everything I owned, I couldn't afford to simulate 100 ogres.
Infinite numbers, what kind of concept is that? This is the first time I've seen this. Wait, the challenger is a freshman? What's going on? It really is marked as a first-year student. Ridiculous. This is absolutely insane. Setting aside his strength for a moment, how can he afford the points for such a massive expenditure of energy? Could this be a case of someone having chief student privileges? I heard that the legendary senior MO from 2 years ago was able to squander resources like this in the trial tower only after she secured the position of chief student in her freshman year and gained the privilege to enjoy all resources. Does that mean this freshman became the chief student right after enrolling? Damn! Isn't that even more of a freak than senior MO? A freshman with the qualifications to make the academy grant chief student privileges immediately, it's Junior Su Yi. It has to be him. Now that you mention it, I just remembered that boy with his eyes closed who entered this room really did look like Junior Su Yi. It is him. Some of the sophomores finally realized the truth, their faces glowing with fanaticism. When they heard during yesterday's orientation that the famous Su Yi had actually enrolled at their Jiangnan Academy, many sophomore seniors were beyond excited. After all, having a peerless monster in their own ranks was a huge point of pride. Moreover, ever since witnessing that awakening ceremony, they had long wanted to see this Junior Su Yi's true face. To their surprise, before they could even go looking for this god-tier talent, he had appeared in the trial tower on his own. Once the trial is over, I definitely need to get on good terms with this junior. But to their surprise? 10 minutes have passed, so why hasn't Su Yi come out yet? Logically speaking, facing an infinite wave of Tier 1 ogres, he should have been out by now.
Given Suye's talent, he probably reached the level of the top 10 powerhouses in their youth after his first cultivation session before coming to test his mettle at the trial tower.
But even at the early Silver Realm, facing infinite ogres, forget 10 minutes, he shouldn't even be able to last 3, right?
Yeah, those high-profile sophomores in the Gold Realm might be able to hold out for 10 minutes without being defeated after all. They've condensed at least one mana spring. But even then, they'd eventually be ground down and exhausted. But Suyi is only at the early Silver Realm. Plus, his mastery probably isn't that refined yet. Even if the power of his ability is heaven-defying, by all common logic, there's no way he should have lasted past 10 minutes. Then again, for a peerless monster, it only seems logical that he doesn't play by the rules. Oh, I almost forgot, while we can't see what's happening inside, we can pay points to check the kill count.
I'm dying of curiosity. Who's in? Let's pool our points together. I'll chip in. If Suyi really lasted 10 minutes against those ogres, I bet his kill count is at least around 50. I want in too. I'm guessing 60.
Soon, after the group of sophomores pooled 300 points, they immediately pulled up the kill count information for the room Suyi was in. In the next moment, under the curious gazes of the students, the data showing the number of defeated ogres slowly emerged.
Units. Tens. Hundreds. Wait a minute. Thousands? Thousands? It really is freaking thousands. And it's over 3,400? In 10 minutes, over 3,400 ogres were defeated? Was their vision failing them, or was the Apex template system malfunctioning? These upperclassmen rubbed their eyes vigorously, staring wide-eyed once more.
Hiss! The sound of collective gasps filled the air. It really was a kill count of just over 3,400, and that number was still rising at a terrifying speed.
In other words, that junior, Suyi, was currently slaughtering ogre after ogre in a total frenzy?
In contrast to the shocked expressions of the sophomores, Violet and Alina, who had followed Suyi all the way to the trial tower, stood silently in the corner watching the room's display. Although they were also stunned by Suyi's madness, their primary feeling was one of deep concern. They knew that the more frantic Suyi's actions became at this moment, the more agonizing his internal state truly was.
Suyi. Mr. Suyi. Chapter 27, The Freshman Trial Begins, Abandoned City number 9527. Time ticked by slowly, and before long, another 10 minutes had passed.
Everyone in the hall stared fixedly at the rapidly climbing kill count. It was nearly 7,000 kills.
Junior Suyi. Is he really only in the early stages of the Silver Realm?
This was the biggest doubt surfacing in the minds of all the sophomores present, filled with disbelief. Even if Junior Suyi's combat power was off the charts, allowing him to fight a peak Silver Realm opponent while only being at the early stage.
Isn't this stamina and mana capacity far too abnormal?
How long do you think Junior Suyi can hold out at this killing speed?
Nearly half an hour has passed. Can he make it to an hour? Or is he actually at the end of his rope right now? An hour, that seems impossible. An hour is indeed impossible, but he has already held on for half an hour. And this kill count of nearly 10,000, it's freaking insane. Anyway, I definitely couldn't do it. Who here could? Unless they VE advanced to the Gold Realm and condensed a mana spring. But even then, whether they could kill nearly 10,000 ogres in half an hour is still an unknown. Is this the power of a god-tier talent? Truly terrifying. Outside the hall, while everyone was shocked by Suyi's combat power and endurance, they were also secretly filled with anticipation. Where exactly was the limit of this monstrous junior? Was he at his breaking point, or did he still have strength to spare? If it was the latter, he would undoubtedly become another legend of the academy.
Meanwhile, inside the simulation space.
Die!
Suyi had completely descended into a killing frenzy. One man, one blade, he was tearing through the entire wave of evil creatures. He had absolutely no idea of the sensation he was causing outside. Within his fluctuation perception, nothing remained but the endless swarm of ogres. After carving out a swift wheel of blades and cleaving dozens of ogres at the waist, he murmured silently in his heart.
Ancient memory.
A unique eye mark, condensed from the power of fluctuations, instantly appeared above Su Yi's head.
Ancient memory instantly increases one's combat power for 20 seconds. Cooldown time is 40 seconds.
This was precisely one of the foundational abilities used by an Asura to buff their own strength.
Not enough. However, even after feeling the surging mana and the overall spike in combat power within his body, Su Yi remained unsatisfied.
In the next moment, he swung his left hand forward. A vast circular magic formation, spanning a full 100 meters, unfurled with him at the center. The blood-red runes of the formation emitted an eerie crimson glow, pulsating rhythmically as if they possessed a life of their own. In the center of the blood formation stood the phantom of a ghost god wreathed in raging flames. Though its appearance was hideous, it carried an indescribable sense of holiness.
Kazan of the Iron Arm.
Another of the Asura's abilities to boost combat power and a group buff at that. Kazan of the Iron Arm summons the phantom of the ghost god Kazan. For 120 seconds, it increases the combat power of the user and their party members within range. If this ability is cast again while active, the original formation disappears immediately, and a new phantom of Kazan is awakened centered on the summoner.
Cooldown time is 6 seconds. With the stacking of these two buff effects, Su Yi's internal power continued to skyrocket at this moment.
Though his surface strength was at the peak of the silver rank, he was now not far from reaching the gold realm. As for his true combat prowess, it far exceeded what it had been before. Without a hint of hesitation, the empowerment of this state drove Su Yi into an even greater frenzy. Leap! After activating a third buff state, he suddenly lunged upward. The combination of his violent physical strength and the leap state sent his jumping power to a terrifying level in an instant. His slender figure was like an arrow shot into the heavens, reaching an altitude of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Then, with a mid-air flip, the domineering dark gold longblade vanished, replaced by a dark gold greatsword taller than himself and heavy as a mountain.
Silver Stream.
With a low shout, Su Yi immediately transitioned into a downward strike, plunging like a meteor toward the heart of the ogre horde below. Driven by the 1,000-pound weight of the dark gold greatsword and the momentum gathered from a height of hundreds of meters, this silver stream descended.
It was terrifying to the absolute extreme.
The sheer downward force even compressed the air in the simulated space, triggering a series of explosive sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi crashed into the tide of the corrupted, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons. Before the greatsword could even touch the ground, dozens of ogres below were instantly crushed into a flurry of stardust by the overwhelming pressure.
The next moment. Boom!
Following a deafening impact, a shockwave of staggering power erupted from Su Yi, sweeping outward with a devastating momentum that leveled everything in its path. Within a 100-meter radius, every ogre touched by the shockwave was annihilated instantly. With this single strike, a void several hundred meters wide was cleared amidst the overwhelming tide of ogres.
In the trial tower hall.
Outside the simulation room where Su Yi was located, the kill count suddenly took a massive leap. The 5-digit figure, which originally started with a 1, jumped directly to a 3.
Ha!
For a moment, the crowd failed to process what they were seeing, falling into a stunned silence.
Everyone, did the kill count just jump? Unless I'm blind, it definitely did. Holy crap! This is ridiculous. I'm completely numb. Damn it, give me my points back. I'm done watching. If they kept watching, they wouldn't even last the hour their hearts would give out first.
But on second thought, since the points were already paid, they had to endure it, or it would be a total waste.
As long as Junior Su Yi hadn't come out, they weren't going anywhere.
However, several hours passed, and night began to fall. The seniors could only leave the trial tower one by one in a state of numbness, while Su Yi's kill count continued to climb.
Alina, what should we do?
Violet looked at the princess of the bear country beside her with concern.
Su Yi has a very stubborn personality. Do you think he's fallen into a state of obsession? Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? The kill count is still rising, which means Mr. Su Yi is fine.
He's just venting his emotions.
He'll be fine in a while. I suppose so. But does venting emotions really require killing so many ogres? If it were me, killing just one would be a struggle. Suyi is truly amazing. Ah!
Alina, look quickly, the kill count jumped again. In the end, the two delicate and gifted young ladies actually fell fast asleep on the individual sofas in the trial tower. Alongside them were some bored sophomore students, each with a quilt, sticking their heads out to squint at the kill count information. They were all driven to this by Suyi. Over the next few days, to their surprise, Suyi actually stayed cooped up inside this simulation room. Even after cancelling the infinite hell mode for the ogres, he refused to come out. After resting for a short while, he would set up another mode. People were green with envy over such privileges. It wasn't until the 5th day. Inside the simulation space, Suyi paused the simulation, pulled the dark gold Supreme Combat suit out of his bracelet, and quickly put it on. With a slender figure, a cold and stern helmet concealing his face, and a noble, domineering yet sophisticated dark gold exterior, under his wave perception, it actually looked somewhat similar to the second wings of the Firmament rare avatar set from his previous life's DNF, the version without wings. However, this dark gold Supreme Combat suit was dark gold, appearing much more exquisite and durable to the eye.
Sophisticated with a hint of flashiness. Not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Suyi immediately walked out of the simulation room. Actually, he hadn't wanted to leave. After slaughtering a massive number of ogres on the first day, he had already calmed down. The real reason he lingered inside was that after frantically using various Azura abilities, the progress of his character unlock had actually improved quite well. Although it was only 0.2%, it was a genuine increase. Under such circumstances, how could Suyi possibly leave? If it weren't for the fact that today was the freshman trial day, he would definitely have stayed to train more, striving to reach a 21% character unlock. At that moment, another message from Tanya arrived on his top student bracelet. "You brat, hurry up and assemble." The trial location this time is abandoned city number 9527, one of the old urban districts of the base city. We depart in 10 minutes. If you're a second late, you're banned from the trial tower for a year. Chapter 28, Departure. Meanwhile, at the dedicated parking area of Jiangnan Federal Saint University, 5 massive aircraft, each 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide, sat parked in the area. From a distance, their black metallic texture was striking, featuring rugged lines blended with a perfect touch of sleekness. Black Hawk Annihilator, that was the model of these 5 heavy aircraft. Not only could they carry hundreds of people, but they were also equipped with absolute firepower capable of annihilating rank for the corrupted, which corresponded to human Diamond Realm powerhouses. These 5 Black Hawk Annihilators were the designated transports prepared to take the freshmen to the trial grounds of Waste City number 9527. Beneath the aircraft, the genius freshmen qualified for the trial had already gathered. Every one of them had mastered mana conduction techniques and met the strength requirements. Anyone below the mid-bronze realm was strictly prohibited from participating. Consequently, only students from about 4 key classes had managed to reach this level. Of course, everyone in the elite class had naturally met the qualifications over the past week. They now stood at the very front of the lines, drawing everyone's gaze. Perhaps because they were overly nervous, these fellows had actually started showing off the equipment they were wearing for the trip. It seemed that by doing so, their anxiety could be alleviated and distracted. Saya brothers, the academy only issued 500 student points this time, which is just enough for a standard 1-star mid-tier set. Based on my strength, I should be wearing 1-star peak-tier armor and weapons, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough points. If my dad hadn't chipped in some Federation credits to buy me a 2-star low-tier set, I almost wouldn't have had a combat suit to wear. Your dad is alright, at least he knows how to give you some pressure. My mom is just annoying. She insisted on paying full price for a 2-star low-tier set for me, so now I can't even spend my points. Doesn't this make me look like a mama's boy? I earned those points with my own talent, why won't she let me spend them? So annoying. That's nothing. My grandpa is even worse. He said he wanted to buy me a 2-star mid-tier set. I'm only at the mid-bronze realm,
how could I possibly handle that? The combined weight of the armor and weapons would be heavier than I am. Wouldn't that just hold me back? In the end, I had no choice but to spend 2-star mid-tier money to get the absolute top of the line 2-star low-tier set. I can barely manage to wear it.
Damn it! Can you second-generation awakening brats stop humble bragging?
We kids from poor families are still stuck with 1-star mid-tier gear.
Who's bragging? Being pampered honestly feels terrible. Oh, excuse me, I have to take this call.
What?
Grandpa, you still think a 2-star low-tier suit isn't safe enough and want to upgrade it to a top-tier 2-star mid-tier?
But I'm about to leave.
Maybe next time.
Anyway, brothers, where was I?
WDNMD.
By the way, what level do you think Brother Ye's armor and weapons will be? He has top student privileges, so he'll definitely be wearing a set at the absolute limit of his strength. I bet it's at least the best among 2-star peak tier.
Think bigger.
At least 3-star low tier. True. After all, he's a monster who slaughtered over 10,000 ogres in half an hour. With that kind of combat power, a 3-star set isn't out of the question. While this group of elite freshmen was busy posturing and discussing, many sophomores had begun to gather around the parking area to watch. The freshman trial, time flies.
Seeing them is like seeing my former self.
Your former self?
You didn't even qualify for the first batch of the freshman trial back then, and here you are getting sentimental?
Ahem, we're all from the ordinary classes, can't you let it slide? We're seniors now after all, let me act cool for a second. Speaking of which, it seems there are more genius freshmen qualified for the first trial this year than last year. Last year, including those guys from the elite class, there were fewer than 3 classes worth. This year's freshmen, if you count the elite class, make up almost 6 classes. The most terrifying part is that in last year's elite class, S-rank prodigies were already the ceiling, and there were fewer than 10 of them. But in this year's elite class, there are over a dozen S-rank prodigies alone. On top of that, there's that SS-rank princess from the Bear Country, plus.
We have a god-tier talent.
I declare that, strictly in terms of top-tier talent, this is the strongest freshman elite class in the history of our Jiangnan Federal Saint University. Unquestionably, it's absolutely the strongest batch ever. It looks like they're about to set off, so why hasn't the protagonist arrived yet? I skipped class just to get a glimpse of Junior Suyi. If he doesn't show up, won't I have skipped for nothing? Forget it, worst comes to worst, I'll just skip another one. It's all or nothing, the most they can do is dock some points.
I'm not panicking.
Why are you still calling him Junior Suyi? To be able to slaughter over 10,000 ogres in half an hour, most of us sophomores in the regular classes probably couldn't match that strength and potential.
Call him Brother Yi.
Ah, my bad, it really should be Brother Yi.
As many sophomores on the scene chatted, the conversation eventually drifted immediately towards Suyi.
After all, over the past few days, Suyi's exploits in the trial tower had become common knowledge throughout the entire academy, and everyone was deeply shaken. That is why everyone here, whether it was the sophomore seniors or the group of freshmen who hadn't qualified for the trials, had come specifically to see Suyi.
Holy crap!
The Dark Gold Sovereign series. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone instinctively began looking around.
One must understand that equipment of this caliber is extremely rare.
Much like ordinary civilians spotting a rare luxury car, people would look over subconsciously. There, on a path leading into the parking area. Clack, clack, clack. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of metal striking the ground, a slender figure clad in cold, dark gold battle armor with a dark gold longsword strapped to his back walked slowly toward the freshman trial point. The noble, domineering, yet elegant appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. It really is the Dark Gold Sovereign series battlesuit and longsword. This is the creme de la creme of 3-star top-tier gear. It can even withstand some attacks from the ordinary diamond realm. To wear such equipment, it seems only those few influential figures in the academy have that kind of background, right? Even your average gold realm teacher wouldn't be willing to spend the money on this stuff. The freshman trials are overseen by Diamond Realm mentors, and then led by capable sophomores from the elite class who command the freshman squads.
Using a longsword and having such resources, could it be Senior Zhao Ju? Is he actually willing to lead freshmen in the trials? I remember Senior Zhao Ju had the Owl Dragon series before. After one vacation, he has swapped it out for a full set of Dark Gold Sovereign. Badass. As expected of a direct descendant of the Zhao family from Jiangnan Base City, and the second-ranked figure on the Academy's Hall of Fame.
Meanwhile, at the trial assembly point, as they watch this dark gold figure walk up and stand at the front of their elite class. This group of second-generation elites, who had been hyping things up more and more, instantly became as quiet as mice, not daring to utter another word. In the presence of this tycoon sporting the Dark Gold Supreme series, their own battle suits and weapons were no different from scrap metal. They wouldn't dare boast anymore.
Since everyone is here, prepare to depart.
This trial remains the same as previous ones. Each class will be overseen by a diamond tier instructor, and a sophomore student will serve as the leader to guide the freshman squads into the abandoned city for the trial.
Without further ado, let's head out.
As Tanya's voice broadcasted from all directions, both the participating freshmen and the onlookers were momentarily stunned.
Everyone is here? What about Su Yi? The protagonist hasn't even arrived yet, and they're leaving already? Just as the crowd was filled with confusion and dissatisfaction.
The authoritative voice of the instructor leading the elite class followed immediately after Tanya's, transmitting from the fighter jet.
Elite class roll call, Su Yi.
Hearing the teacher call his name, Su Yi, standing at the very front of the line, responded softly from within his dark gold helmet, present.
As he spoke, the cold, stern helmet retracted instantly with 2 clicks, revealing a handsome, well-featured face with eyes closed. Su Yi. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The person wearing the Dark Gold Supreme series was actually Su Yi. That terrifying weight, which an ordinary early-stage gold tier could not withstand, he had managed to carry while strolling leisurely to the parking area just now. This physical strength. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 29, Eligibility for Solo Action. Su Yi, you're too much. You walked so close and didn't even say hello.
If the teacher hadn't called the roll, Alina and I wouldn't have known you were here.
With a cold huff, Violet quickly approached Su Yi, curiously sizing up the dark gold battlesuit.
This dark gold series is great, but it must be very heavy.
Are you sure it won't get in the way?
Her words voiced the concerns of all the students in the elite class. This dark gold supreme suit and long blade were indeed impressive, expensive, and incredibly cool. However, regarding the weight and the difficulty of controlling it, though they hadn't tried it themselves, they had seen the detailed descriptions in the mall and the analysis from professionals. This top-tier set, which was at least a 3-star peak series, was truly not something an average gold tier could handle. Even if one could barely manage it, they would be more or less hindered by it. One might be dragged down and suffer a backlash before even unleashing the full power of the set. Therefore, it was better to settle for the next best thing, something that allowed for free movement and a perfect fit, than to show off for the sake of vanity. After all, in the past, many of the awakened had lost their lives because of such posturing. Facing Violet's question, Su Yi didn't know how to explain. Should he say, "My physical strength is invincible, so I can handle it easily"? This was simply too ostentatious. He gripped the dark gold hilt hanging behind his back with his right hand, and then he gave it a casual flourish. Shwa! The blade instantly tore through the air, whipping up a violent gust of wind to the side. Not until the echo of the blade's whistle faded did Su Yi sling the dark gold longsword behind him. "It's a perfect fit, don't worry." Watching Su Yi, the group of top students, including Violet, fell silent, staring at his right hand with darkened expressions. Was it really just a perfect fit? Damn it! That strike just now, that intense wind and speed. It looked like it could have easily taken their lives. Yet with such an understated posture, such effortless ease in his arm-s movement, it was merely a flourish that looked as casual as could be. Total humble brag. Chief Su. At this moment, they fully believed that Su Yi truly could master the Dark Gold Sovereign series. Did this mean his physical strength already surpassed most gold rank the awakened? And it's only been a week? Hiss.
Absolutely terrifying. Still in a daze, the group quickly boarded the fighter jets. Vroom, 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 vroom. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the Black Hawk Annihilator jets pulled away from the academy, trailing 5 long plumes of exhaust. Inside one of the jets, the young men and women of the elite class sat nervously in their seats after recovering from the shock Suyi had caused. Listen up, all of you. What you are about to face are real the corrupted. You must be cautious, cautious, and cautious again, especially in abandoned city number 9527 as night falls. Bizarre the corrupted can pop out at any moment and catch you off guard. So, don't you dare lose your heads or throw tantrums. Remember, if you want to stay alive, listen to the advice of your seniors before you act. On a small platform inside the cabin, the square-faced instructor responsible for overseeing the elite class looked toward Suyi while giving these instructions to the students. Suyi, although you are a god-tier talent and have proven your strength in the trial tower, remember that the corrupted in the trial tower are just data condensed from energy. They cannot compare to the real the corrupted. Do not be careless. Of course, with your current strength, you are already more than capable of handling most tier 1 the corrupted. Once you've gained some experience from your seniors, there shouldn't be much of a prob. However, before Instructor Sure could finish his sentence, Suyi interrupted directly, Instructor Sure, I will not take the corrupted lightly, but for this trial, I intend to act alone. As the words fell, not only were the students stunned, but even Instructor Sure, famous for his stern and expressionless face, stared blankly at Suyi. Acting alone? Is he freaking kidding? Although the trial grounds were special locations deliberately left by the Night Watch and the military for young people to gain experience. As one of the ruined urban areas from before the Great Cataclysm, the number of low-tier the corrupted inside over the years was greater than the number of rats. The corrupted. Even though most of the high-tier the corrupted had been cleared out, for low-level the awakened, it remained a forbidden zone for life. Once you stepped in alone, you wouldn't even know how you died. Even a gold rank the awakened would lose a layer of skin if they grew careless. In such a dangerous place, Suyi, a freshman who had never even fought a real the corrupted, actually wanted to act solo? Instructor Sure's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Are you joking? Is this what you meant by not taking things lightly? A little rookie who hasn't even killed a single real the corrupted wants to act alone? Do you have no idea how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is? Violet, sitting in her seat, also whispered a warning, Suyi, you should still act with the seniors. Don't try to show off. Alina even walked up to Suyi, her green eyes beneath the silver head armor filled with worry as she looked at the youth with concern. The 5 or 6 top sophomore students who had been resting with their eyes closed naturally opened them and looked at Suyi in shock. This freshman class leader had god-defying talent and plenty of strength, but he seemed a bit too overconfident. You have to realize that even the former senior MO, the Ice Queen, never dared to make such a headstrong request. At most, she simply didn't require much care from her seniors. She would handle every the corrupted she encountered herself, but of course, she still needed assistance when surrounded. Although Suya's talent was far superior to senior Mo's, one can never be too careful. After all, the unpredictability of the corrupted had already cost humanity far too much. Beep 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 beep. Just then, Instructor Sure's wristband suddenly chimed with a message. While he was still fuming with rage, he saw the incoming information and abruptly looked up at Suyi. The shock in his eyes was clearly visible to all the students. But his next words left the group of students completely dazed. Suyi, pay attention to your safety while acting alone, do you understand? Suyi nodded with a smile. The principal, old as he was, had kept his word. This way, he could harvest energy points without any restraint, no longer forced to participate in trials that, to someone like Suyi, were nothing more than child's play compared to the other students. Seeing this, Iori Kenta, who was still in his seat, felt a flash of resentment in his eyes and blurted out, Teacher, since Suyi can act alone, I also want to. If it was only Tier 1 the corrupted, he could do it too. He was truly unwilling to accept being insta-killed by Suyi last time. For this trial, even if he couldn't surpass Suyi, he would consider it a success as long as he stayed hot on his heels. Do you have no damn clue how much you're worth?
I already know what Suyi is capable of, which is why I'm letting him act alone.
You're not even a silver tier the awakened, and you want to go solo?
I think you're just looking for an early grave.
Teacher, sure, One more word and you're sitting out this trial entirely.
Just as the 5 instructors were giving their final reminders to the students, the 5 Black Hawk Annihilator fighters finally reached their destination after a full 6-hour flight.
A pitch-black ruined city, flickering under the bath of moonlight. It was already deep into the night. Without electricity, the students had to rely on the faint moonlight to see.
Stepping off the transport plane, they were met with looming black silhouettes and the occasional shrill, mournful wails echoing from within the city.
Exclamation point. The hairs on these young geniuses' necks stood up instantly.
The more timid among them subconsciously backed away, trembling uncontrollably. This sense of eerie loneliness hitting their hearts directly was far too sinister. Taichi Yagami, who had just been showing off by trying to emulate Suya's solo act, was now staying close to the group, not daring to move an inch.
He had completely chickened out.
I'm heading in first, teacher. Suyi, on the other hand, looked expectant.
After covering his head with his dark gold helmet, he transformed into a dark gold and black shadow, charging into the eerie, pitch-black city. Chapter 30, First Kill Achievement. Suyi.
Watching the young man's figure vanish into the darkness, Elena was about to chase after him, but she was stopped by Instructor Sure.
Instructor Sure, are you really comfortable leaving Mr. Suyi alone?
Seeing the anxiety and worry in the mixed-race girl's clear green eyes, Instructor Sure replied gently, "Don't worry. Our academy, even our Dragon Kingdom, values Suyi and all of you, the hopes of humanity, more than anyone else. His true strength is not weak. Besides, someone will be following him, otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting him act alone." Hearing this, Elena's expression softened slightly, but she and Violet still looked toward the direction where Suyi had disappeared with concern. Even though Instructor Sure had said so, it was natural for girls to worry after seeing such a spine-chilling environment in the trial grounds.
Alright, next, let's begin assigning squads. Sophomores will each lead a 10-person freshman team to enter the trial grounds in batches. Remember, safety first, training second. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, fire your rescue signal immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyi had already charged into the ruins. His figure was hidden in the night like a black leopard, moving rapidly through the area. A nauseating aura. In his wave perception, this vast ruined urban area was filled with waves of dead silence. There was no sign of life at all. The surroundings were all relics of the old era, old-fashioned buildings, rusted scrap cars, and streets riddled with cracks. All of this had turned into decay under the erosion of 100 years. The ground was even covered in long congealed black bloodstains, and from time to time, mangled skeletal remains could be seen. Seeing this scene, Suyi could immediately imagine how miserable and hopeless this city must have been when it was swept over by the corrupted years ago. Yet, such ruined cities could be found everywhere on Earth. Shaking his head helplessly, Suyi continued sprinting toward a street covered in thick moss. Under the dual warning of his passive abilities, killing intent perception and wave perception, he hadn't noticed a single movement for the time being. Wave perception allowed him to instantly detect any rustle of leaves or movement in the vicinity. Killing intent perception, on the other hand, allowed him to sense any living creature the moment it harbored ill intentions toward him, and these creatures naturally included the corrupted. Schwa! Suddenly, the moment he stepped onto this mossy street, a narrow, elongated dark shadow lunged fiercely toward Suyi's back. With a slight curl of his lips, Suyi dodged the eerie strike with a simple sidestep. A sliver of moonlight happened to spill down, revealing that a humanoid dark shadow had appeared behind Suyi at some unknown point. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It had pitch-black skin, humanoid limbs covered in scales, a long slender tail tipped with a terrifying barb, and a purplish-black snake head with a black tongue flickering at high frequency, emitting the low, distinct hissing of a serpent. A Tier 1 corrupted as snakeman. According to Tanya's introduction, it was a low-tier corrupted as troublesome as an ogre, being exceptionally fast and highly venomous. Even if one dodged its physical strikes, the potent venom would still prove a headache for many awakened. The strange attack that had just targeted Suyi was precisely that barbed snake tail, which resembled a long blade.
Hiss, hiss. At this moment, upon seeing Suyi in his dark gold battlesuit and catching the scent of a human, the snakeman's reptilian eyes were instantly bloodshot. It flickered its tongue greedily while its barbed tail lashed wildly. In the next instant, the low-intelligence creature lunged forward again with a series of eerie, swaying movements. In this ruined urban district filled with low-tier corrupted, they hadn't seen a human in a long time, aside from devouring their own kind to evolve. One could imagine just how famished and thirsty this snakeman was at this moment. It is indeed more formidable and realistic than the snakeman in the trial tower, but that's about it. Within his perception, the snakeman's movements were as slow as a dog's. Suyi didn't even want to draw his blade. The moment the creature closed in, his right hand blurred slightly. Immediately, a massive snake head went flying. The charging body of the snakeman collapsed straight to the ground after skidding several meters past him. Insta-kill! To Suyi, even a genuine Tier 1 corrupted was no different from a toy in the face of his absolute strength. The only thing he was looking forward to now was the notification sound in his mind. Ding! The host has killed a Tier 1 corrupted snakeman, obtaining 130 energy points. The cold notification sound faded. Suyi felt a surge of satisfaction, finally, some energy points coming in. Back in the trial tower, he had already learned from the Apex template system about the acquisition ratio of energy points. Killing a rank 1 corrupted would yield anywhere from 100 to 300 energy points, depending on the type and strength of the corrupted. This Naga only provided 130 points, which meant it was a bottom-tier weakling among its kind. Only a little over 100 points. When will I ever be able to unlock the current progress? After the initial satisfaction, Suyi felt a headache coming on. Unlocking a template requires energy points, and the conversion ratio for Azura's progress. It was simply beyond ridiculous. To go from 0% to 1% required 10,000 energy points. From 1% to 2%, it was 20,000. It doubled immediately. Right now, Azura's unlocked progress was at 20.2%, which meant to reach 21.2%, that single 1% would require a staggering 210,000 energy points. Damn! Outrageous! 210,000, how many rank 1 corrupted would he have to kill to scrape that together? One had to understand that real corrupted weren't like those in the trial tower, where you could kill as many as you wanted just by spending energy. Setting aside the corrupted currently lurking in the base city under the influence of spacequakes. Even in this current trial ground, he had to hunt them down one by one. Unless a corrupted secret realm descended and the source of the scourge swarmed out, there was truly no way to kill a massive number of corrupted in a short period. Fortunately, besides using energy points to unlock progress, the Apex template system seemingly offered rewards like progress unlocks through missions. At least there was some hope, otherwise, there wouldn't even be a path to grind. Ding! Host has completed the first kill achievement. Reward, 50,000 energy points, 1 random energy scroll 10,000 to 100,000 points, and 1 basic unlock progress scroll. Just then, a second notification from the Apex template system rang out, leaving Suyi momentarily stunned. There's actually such a good deal? Just when he was short on funds, the benefits arrived instantly? The strongest template, Apex template system, shares a state of mutual survival with the host. Everything is centered around the hosts. Any opportunity to help the host grow stronger will be prompted immediately. This Apex template system is a real one. In high spirits, Suyi continued his rapid dash deeper into Moss Street. At the same time, he diverted a portion of his focus to examine the rewards he had just received. 10,000 100,000 energy random scroll grants a random amount of energy points ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. The line between a bad luck magnet and a lucky king is but a single thought. Friendly tip, please open this when your luck is peaking or after you've stepped in dog poop. The results might surprise you. Good grief, a gambler's favorite. Regarding his own luck, Suyi only had one thing to say, FCK. Shifting his attention to the other scroll, his heart suddenly twitched. His breathing gradually became rapid and heavy. Chapter 31, Random Mission, The Willing Taker. Primary Unlock Progress Scroll grants a random template unlock progress between 1% and 2%.
Note, primary scrolls can only be used for unlock progress below 30%. Young man, let fate decide. Looking at the description of this scroll, Suyi knew that this was exactly what he wanted most, no doubt about it. This was a whopping 210,000 energy points. In fact, if he got lucky and hit the 2% progress mark, that would be equivalent to 430,000 energy points. What could be better than direct unlock progress? One only had to look at the 20% progress previously rewarded by the Apex template system to know it had caused his strength to take a qualitative leap. It felt incredibly damn good. The pity was that these opportunities to directly obtain unlock progress were rare. Otherwise, his strength would grow even faster, allowing him to unlock more of Asura's core abilities. For instance, mastering Mind's Eye, or controlling the wave manifestation, dark shadow that could shroud the entire world within his own wave domain. And then there was the breath of Raymond, the power of the second awakening. Just thinking about it made him surge with excitement. Apex template system, if there's a primary unlock progress scroll, that means there are higher level ones above it, right? If the primary level was already like this, wouldn't the higher level ones grant even more unlock progress? Above primary, there are intermediate, advanced, and super levels. The unlock progress obtained is indeed higher, but correspondingly, only tasks with greater difficulty will yield such rewards. Hearing this, Suyi grinned, then how about giving me a mission? Apex template system. Ding! Based on the host's level of desire and current situation, a 1-star random mission has been triggered, Exorcise Evil. Mission content, kill 500 Tier 1 the corrupted within 3 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in failure. Conversely, the shorter the time taken to complete the task, the final judgment will be made based on a comprehensive evaluation to issue an appropriate reward. After a moment of silence, the notification chime of the Apex template system actually rang out. 1-star random mission. Ask and you shall receive. This Apex template system really comes through. Suyi was genuinely touched. In the next instant, all the detailed information regarding the Apex template system mission flooded into his mind. These random missions were divided into 5-star ratings, with 1 star being the lowest difficulty. However, there was still a chance to obtain a basic unlock progress scroll, along with some other rewards. As for 2-star random missions, those guaranteed a 100% chance of obtaining a basic unlock scroll. Regarding scrolls above the basic level, those required at least a 3-star mission to start. For now, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Still, as long as there was a shred of a chance to get a basic scroll, Suyi was more than satisfied. 3 hours, 500 Tier 1 corrupted. It wasn't exactly hard, but it wasn't simple either. With good luck, one could encounter the corrupted in succession and finish the mission just in time. With bad luck, you might not even run into a few in an entire hour, leaving you completely stranded. In his past life, Suyi had experienced all sorts of peerless misfortune, drinking 1,000 bottles of a certain energy drink without ever winning a buy one get one free prize, smashing the bottle caps in rage on the spot. In gacha games, whether pulling skins or grinding the abyss, his eyes were never once blinded by the flash of a top-tier drop, leading him to delete his accounts in fury. Even in those fun hand-holding games at school, he hadn't touched a girl's hand from childhood to adulthood. Everything was just difficult upon difficulty. People nicknamed him the #1 African chieftain of his middle school, claiming it was better to buy a blackened pot than to bet on Suyi's luck. Handsome, but with a face permanently darkened by misfortune. Damn it! It was all a history of shame. I'll just have to take the path less traveled. Recalling those painful memories, Suyi stopped in his tracks with a darkened expression, then pulled the dark gold sovereign greatsword directly from his bracelet. The dark gold greatsword, over 2 meters long with a weight that even an average gold realm expert would struggle to lift. At this moment, however, it was held effortlessly in his hand like a plastic toy. There were indeed many corrupted in the abandoned city zone, but that was considering the vast total area. They weren't literally filling every single street. Since he couldn't find that many in a short time, he would have to pull the mobs himself. As for how to pull them? It's simple, stay right here and let the willing take the bait. Here goes. No longer hesitating, with the leap state fully active, Suyi stomped his right foot violently. Bang! Crack, crack, crack.
The street beneath his feet was instantly shattered by terrifying physical strength, with cracks spreading continuously in all directions. Using the momentum, Suyi's figure soared into the sky.
What is this kid doing?
At that moment, atop an old high-rise building several hundred meters away, a tall, thin middle-aged man in black martial arts gear looked toward Suyi in mid-air with confusion. He was the powerful mentor responsible for looking after Suyi individually this time. A peak Diamond Realm practitioner and a mentor from the combat department, he was more than capable of protecting the Academy's peerless genius in this trial ground filled with low-level the corrupted. Just moments ago, after seeing Suyi take down the Snake Man in a single strike, he couldn't help but clap and cheer. That sense for danger, that composure, and that casualness, all of it had stunned him, leaving the mentor beyond satisfied. Unlike other freshmen in the past, this kid far surpassed his peers in every aspect. He was even more composed when facing the corrupted than an average member of the Night Watch. As expected, a genius capable of causing such a stir in the trial tower would hardly be frightened by the corrupted. It seemed that even without his protection, as long as Suyi steadily sought out and trained against the corrupted, he would be perfectly fine. But instead of searching for the corrupted, why did this kid suddenly jump so high? In the midst of his confusion, the mentor's eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap! Don't tell me this kid wants to. Before he could finish his sentence. In his line of sight, Suyi, carrying his greatsword, had already transformed into a streak of light and slammed violently down toward the old city district below. It was too late to stop him. Rumble! The terrifying pressure caused the moss-covered streets below to flip upward, as if an earth dragon were turning over, while vast sections of decayed ground cracked and spread outward. The shockwave swept in all directions in less than a few seconds. Everywhere it passed, buildings collapsed, high walls shattered, and everything in the old city district was engulfed and crushed. What the F? Hundreds of meters away, the tall, thin instructor stared at the leveled street shrouded in dust, completely dumbfounded. While shocked by Suyi's strength, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn it! He wanted to take back every word of praise he had just given that kid. This kid. Stable, my foot. He's more like a total lunatic. Making such a massive commotion has definitely attracted every corrupted within a radius of hundreds of meters. Once those corrupted swarm over after hearing the noise, Suyi will be absolutely surrounded. Does this kid think he is still in the trial tower? Shit! Cursing under his breath, the tall instructor stared fixedly at Suyi, suppressing the urge to rush in and drag the boy away. The principal had said that unless it was an absolute emergency, he shouldn't intervene. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow. He was also told that Suyi was very strong and that he should observe him first. But after causing such a stir, and seeing the kid standing there waiting with such a calm expression, the instructor couldn't help but panic. He was genuinely terrified that the boy would try to show off and end up in an accident. After all, these were real corrupted. A small number was one thing, but if they swarmed and Suyi lacked experience, who was to say he wouldn't panic? Just as the tall instructor was keeping a close eye on the scene. On the other side, Suyi had already jumped out of the massive crater he created, landing on the flattened ground that had been reduced to yellow soil. Stowing away the dark gold greatsword, he waited with expectant perception. It's here! Before long, under his wave perception, one corrupted after another began to crawl and close in. The air suddenly became thick and oppressive. Ogres, snake men, ghouls, tiger men, imps, earth-rot spirits. Every low-level corrupted introduced in class was there. Clang! Drawing his dark gold longblade, Suyi licked his lips with excitement. They're all just energy points. Chapter 32, A Strange Corrupted Never Seen Before. Dust and mist hung heavy over the flat, yellow earth. Silhouetted figures flickered under the moonlight, slowly closing in from all sides in a calculated encirclement. Tracing the source, they caught the scent of Suyi, the unmistakable scent of a human. These first-tier corrupted, each more grotesque than the last, paused for a brief, stunned moment. Then, in the next instant, Jia jia jia. Hiss 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 hiss. Woo woo. Roar. Greedy, jubilant cries erupted as they suddenly lunged forward, scrambling over one another to pick up the pace. Just like Suyi, they were excited. Normally, gathered like this, they would have inevitably turned on each other to kill and devour. But compared to the flesh and blood of a human, their own kind was nothing but a pile of shit.
Right. That's more like it.
In the center of the clearing, sensing the pack of corrupted rushing at him like rabid dogs, Suyi's lips curled into a grin of pure satisfaction. Their mindless frenzy meant he could kill more, and kill them efficiently.
If these corrupted lost their nerve and scattered, wouldn't this entire pull have been for nothing?
This needed to be finished quickly.
Wave manifestation brand.
With a low murmur, a golden runic seal materialized above Suyi's head, rotating slowly. Feeling the surging power of the waves within his body, he flicked his blade toward the densest cluster of shadows before the corrupted could even get close.
Buzz!
The ring of the blade echoed as a narrow, sweeping wave of energy, spanning several dozen meters, tore through the air.
Slash!
The air was instantly sliced open, letting out a sharp, piercing shriek.
In a flash, the blade energy plunged into the gloom with devastating force. All that could be heard was poochie 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 poochie.
The sound of flesh being sliced echoed repeatedly as pitch-black blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the shrill, agonizing screams of the corrupted.
Ding!
Host has killed a Tier 1 the corrupted ogre, gaining 160 energy points.
Ding!
Host has killed a Tier 1 the corrupted imp, gaining 265 energy points.
Ding!
Host has killed a Tier 1 the corrupted snakeman, gaining 176 energy points.
Ding!
Host has killed a Tier 1 the corrupted earth rot spirit, gaining 230 energy points.
Ding!
Host has killed a Tier 1 the corrupted. In just an instant, before the thick clouds of dust could even dissipate, dozens of the corrupted had already fallen under that lightning-fast blade chi. Yet even so, driven by their insatiable greed and low intelligence, the horde of the corrupted still burst through the dust, swarming toward Suyi with increasing speed and hunger. But what awaited them were more terrifying golden waves of blade chi, and
ground splitter.
Wave sword. The wave power within his body surged violently. After the previous blade chi had annihilated another wave of the corrupted, Suyi charged his strength for several seconds. Gripping the dark gold longblade, he swung upward from his starting stance with explosive force. A wave of blade chi, spanning a full 100 meters like a golden tide, immediately clung to the earth and surged forward.
Kaka kaka kaka.
The yellowish soil was instantly plowed into shocking, deep ravines. The small group of the corrupted charging forward was engulfed by the ground splitter wave sword and ground into dust by the surging tide of blade chi. It seems, there is no need to worry about this kid. In the distance, the tall, thin instructor stared blankly at the shattered earth destroyed by the wave sword, completely stunned.
This is a damn dimensional strike.
Setting aside the tide-like golden sea of blades for a moment.
Just those narrow, golden streaks of blade chi alone were enough to slay an ordinary early-stage Gold Realm combatant.
They weren't something a Tier 1 the corrupted could withstand. Even if a Tier 2 the corrupted showed up, they'd be sliced like vegetables. A textbook example of a dimensional strike. The principle was right. Suyi's actual combat power has truly reached the Gold Realm.
And it's not even just the early stage.
It is highly likely to be mid-stage, or even higher. Completely relieved, the tall and thin instructor's tense mood finally relaxed as he looked on in awe. With this kind of talent, it probably won't be long before he is admitted to the National Prodigy Trial Camp by exception, right? Just like Frost 2 years ago, who only studied at Federal Saint University for 1 year before being admitted to the Prodigy Trial Camp by exception. As for Suyi, he might be even faster and more outrageous. Meanwhile, on the other side, the residual energy of the ground quakewave sword had just passed, and with Suyi as the center, the area within a radius of dozens of meters had completely become a death zone. Buzz 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 buzz. One after another, the corrupted were precisely exterminated by waves of fluctuating blade chi before they could even get within 20 meters of Suyi. They were either decapitated or cut in half. Severed limbs and broken arms lay across the ground, and foul-smelling blood flowed, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The scene looked like an Azura hell. It wasn't until 10 minutes had passed, Only then did Suyi put away his dark gold long blade with a smile. Less than half an hour, nearly 200 of them, not bad. A total of 164 Tier 1 corrupted had yielded him nearly 30,000 energy points. Among them, the two special types of Tier 1 corrupted, imps and earth ghouls, were the most valuable, and their strength was significantly more prominent than that of ordinary Tier 1 corrupted. Killing one would yield just over 200 energy points, but their numbers were somewhat sparse. Their population base simply couldn't compare to common corrupted like ogres and snakemen. It seems there won't be any more corrupted within this several 100-meter radius. Even if there are, there won't be many. Instead of searching slowly, it's better to head straight to the next area and repeat the process. The efficiency should be faster. After waiting quietly for a few minutes and finding that no more corrupted were approaching, Suyi thought for a moment and headed directly toward another area, while simultaneously connecting a sliver of his consciousness to the Apex template system. Host, Suyi. Level, Peak Silver Realm. Ability Wave Dominion SSS+. Items, 100,000 Energy Random Scroll 1, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll 1. Energy Points, 79,215. Template, Azura Unlock Progress 20.2%. Template Capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. The 50,000 from the first kill reward plus this harvest makes nearly 80,000 energy points. If I get lucky with the Energy Random Scroll, reaching 210,000 energy points doesn't seem that difficult, plus the random missions. Everything was slowly accumulating in a positive direction. Thinking of this, Suyi couldn't help but accelerate his pace. As for the next wave of luring monsters, his dark gold greatsword was already thirsty for blood. But right at this moment, Suyi suddenly came to a halt, his brow furrowing slightly. Within the range of his wave perception, on a patch of open ground dozens of meters away, a gaseous shadow resembling black smoke was suspended in mid-air. 2 grotesque arms condensed from black mist were raised high as the shadow paced back and forth, its intentions unclear. As the gaseous shadow continued its pacing, wisps of black energy flowed out toward the surroundings, dissolving into the void. A corrupted that teacher Tanya didn't mention, and it's not first order. Is it second order? Or third? With his perception firmly locked onto the gaseous shadow hovering and pacing in mid-air, Suyi pondered silently. He quickly tapped his top student bracelet and input the characteristics of this eerie entity. Unable to search. Unable to search. He actually couldn't find it. Even though he had described its characteristics quite accurately. Suyi frowned deeply and began to slowly approach the gaseous shadow. Unexpectedly, before he had even taken a few steps, the shadow suddenly looked in his direction, and then it turned around and bolted. It has intelligence? Suyi was stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he gave chase immediately. Chapter 33, Ominous Omen. Suyi was incredibly fast, like a bolt of dark gold lightning, charging straight toward the gaseous shadow. He had heard that an intelligent corrupted was at least 4th order. That glance from the gaseous shadow was clearly a sign of intelligence. But if it really were a 4th order corrupted, why would it run? Shouldn't a corrupted be ravenous upon seeing a human? Why did it slink away like a thief caught in the act instead? Strange. Truly strange. However, within his perception, the pressure the shadow exerted on Suyi was not as stifling as that of a diamond tier instructor. In other words, it likely wasn't a 4th order evil entity. Not 4th order, yet possessing intelligence and engaging in such bizarre behavior. Could it be a 2nd order, or perhaps even a 3rd order special evil spirit? Logically speaking, freshman trial ground number 9527 was reserved for student evaluations. An evil entity of this caliber should not have appeared here. Even if a Tier 2 entity were to exist, it would only be a 1 in a million occurrence resulting from Tier 1 entities devouring each other. But this dark shadow was clearly not one of the designated trial targets. He had heard that at the boundaries of the abandoned zone, support type awakened had laid down barriers, making foolproof preparations for the freshmen. Could this not be an accident? Was this gaseous shadow actually something the academy government had prepared on purpose? But damn, it's way too fast. Is this really one of the trial targets?
At this moment, Suyi chased after it with a deep frown, yet the gaseous shadow's speed was not a single bit slower than his own. One had to realize that his current speed had already reached the level of the gold realm. Although he hadn't fully unleashed his maximum speed, it was enough to prove that the gaseous shadow was definitely a Tier 3 corrupted, without a doubt. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters behind Suyi. What's going on? This sector of the abandoned zone was clearly scouted by the military and the Night Watch yesterday. There absolutely shouldn't be any corrupted above Tier 1. They even paid a huge price to set up barriers to prevent other corrupted from entering, ensuring everything was foolproof. But this corrupted. The tall, thin instructor was currently even more confused and anxious than Suyi. He had never actually seen this gaseous, shadow-like entity before. No! He had never even heard of it. As a combat instructor at Federal Saint University, he had knowledge ranging from Tier 1 corrupted all the way up to Tier 9 and Elder God variants. But this gaseous shadow was truly a first for him. A Tier 3 corrupted with intelligence, a gaseous body resembling entangled black smoke, the ability to manifest limbs, and the capability to glide through the air at high speeds. In human history, such a thing had absolutely never appeared. This entity was 100% a new species. And it was certainly not something deliberately arranged by the Academy. An accident. An accident had occurred during the freshman trial. I must contact those outside the barrier immediately to find out what's going on. If there's more than one of this kind of corrupted. At that thought, the tall instructor's heart lurched, and he hurriedly dialed his phone. On the other end of the line, a commanding male voice soon rang out, "Impossible. Our barrier unit hasn't detected a single Tier 3 that corrupted entering this abandoned city zone. We can barely withstand spacequakes. Do you really think we'd make such a rookie mistake?" Thump! Ignoring the angry tone from the other side, the tall, thin instructor felt his heart sink like a heavy stone upon hearing that answer. The unit maintaining the barrier hadn't detected anything abnormal? Then what was the deal with this specific corrupted? Could it have just materialized out of thin air? A wave of foreboding suddenly flooded the instructor's heart. He replied, "Officer Yen, send people to search the entire abandoned city zone immediately. That Tier 3 corrupted is definitely real. We cannot be careless." The other end went silent for a moment. After a long pause, the voice responded, "Sorry, I overreacted just now. The search operation begins in 5 minutes. Hanging up the phone, the tall, thin instructor proceeded to call the instructors stationed with the 6 classes. Once he had finished briefing and contacting them all, he turned his attention back to Suyi and the gaseous black shadow still hovering and flying in front of him. He desperately wanted to take down that black mist immediately, but he also wanted to observe first. He wanted to see if this corrupted, while being pursued, would seek out others of its kind for protection. If there were no others, fine. But if a second corrupted like this was discovered, the freshman trials would have to be terminated. Because at this very moment, most of the freshmen, led by a top sophomore student, had already entered various parts of the abandoned city zone. If a squad lacking the strength to face this corrupted were to encounter it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Up ahead. Suyi's perception was locked onto that gaseous corrupted as immense power suddenly exploded from his legs. Bang! His terrifying physical strength shattered the concrete ground instantly, and his silhouette lunged forward, closing the gap with the corrupted. To his surprise, the black shadow seemed to sense Suyi's movement. It also erupted with a burst of speed, unexpectedly pulling away by nearly 40 meters again. Interesting. With a cold sneer, Suyi swiftly drew the dark gold longblade from his back. Triple slash. Muttering under his breath, he transformed into a flash of blade light. Following the arc of the slash, his entire body surged forward over 20 meters. As if teleporting, the second slash followed immediately, bringing Suyi directly beneath the gaseous corrupted. And as for the third slash, empowered by the leap state, he slashed fiercely toward the dark shadow hovering in mid-air. Shwa! The final crescent-like strike reflected a sharp luster under the moonlit sky. The gaseous dark shadow had just sensed movement below and attempted to manifest a smoky figure to look down, only to be startled into a shudder by the blade light flashing right before its eyes. Exclamation point. Poochie.
As the blade light swept through, a corner was sliced clean off the originally circular cloud of gas.
Woo!
The next moment, a sharp, ear-piercing scream erupted from within the dark gaseous shadow. The sound was loud and hoarse, a shrill cry that could be heard from hundreds of meters away.
Suddenly. Woo! 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 Woo!
As this mournful wail subsided, identical sharp and eerie sounds echoed from every direction across the abandoned city district. They came so abruptly. Moments later, massive plumes of black smoke and gaseous threads rose from the locations of these sounds. The remaining faint moonlight was continuously absorbed and devoured by the black mist. The night sky over the abandoned district lost all visibility, turning pitch black.
What's happening? Suye's brow twitched violently. How had the sky over the abandoned district changed so completely in less than a second?
Standing in the depths of the night, listening to those eerie cries one after another. His heart pounded incessantly, and a frantic sense of foreboding gnawed at his mind. The tall, thin instructor behind him stopped hiding and appeared directly beside Suyi. "Suyi, are you alright?"
"I'm fine, instructor. I just landed a hit on that thing above me, and then..."
Facing Suya's confusion, the tall, thin instructor was also at a loss. He was seeing a situation like this for the first time as well. Beep 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 beep. A rapid notification sound rang out. The tall instructor nervously picked up, and Officer Yan's voice came through. This time, his tone was heavy with gravity and unease.
"Instructor Huang, you were right.
An unpredictable situation has emerged within the abandoned district. After those strange cries broke out just now, our barrier squad ceiling barrier vanished without reason. The space within the abandoned district right now is extremely unstable."
Chapter 34, Whatever you fear most will happen.
Upon hearing this, Instructor Huang's face turned pale, and a flicker of unease began to surface deep within his eyes. The barrier disappearing for no reason. Did those eerie cries truly have the power to shatter the barrier? Once the barrier vanished, the consequences would be unthinkable. To say nothing of whether the uncleared Tier 2 and Tier 3, the corrupted in the neighboring abandoned districts, would sense the commotion here. In the absence of a barrier alone, spatial stability becomes a major issue. Even in the central areas of the base city, where barriers provide stability, spatial tremors still occur. But this abandoned district currently has no barrier guarding it, meaning the unpredictable crisis of a spatial tremor could occur at any moment. Even if the barrier unit were to redeploy the barrier, it would be impossible to complete in a short amount of time.
During this interval, danger lurks everywhere.
If a spatial tremor occurs, even if it's only level 1 for those freshmen.
Instructor Huang did not dare imagine the rest. He quickly responded to Commander Yin, "Cancel the freshman trials. We cannot gamble with the hope of humanity. We must wait until we return and investigate the cause before making further plans." To his surprise, Commander Yin replied with a trembling voice, "I'm afraid it's too late." "What do you mean?" Instructor Huang's body jolted. The anti-spatial tremor device is reacting.
Cold sweat began to bead on Instructor Huang's forehead. Beside them, Sui also furrowed his brows, subconsciously tightening his grip on the dark gold blade.
How could it be such a coincidence? Why did the anti-spatial tremor device react at the exact moment the barrier broke? A reaction from the device meant that a spatial tremor was about to occur. And it just so happened to be occurring right at the trial location for this group of freshmen. Everything was because of that eerie the corrupted.
However, these strange Tier 3 the corrupted were indeed an unexpected development. Vaguely, Sui felt an underlying sense of uncanniness about the whole situation, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Now, one can only hope that the impending space tremor does not bring any more unexpected complications. A level 1 space tremor is the most common crisis within major base cities. The strongest corrupted it can sustain do not exceed Tier 3, and their numbers are limited. With the 7 diamond rank instructors currently on site and the military personnel outside the perimeter, they could barely manage to cope by putting forth their absolute best effort. It's a Level 2 space tremor. However, exactly what they feared most came to pass. Commander Yen hurriedly announced, "I have already contacted Commander-in-Chief Yu, but even for a powerhouse of her caliber, it will take at least an hour to reach here. Therefore, we must hold on for 1 hour. Even if we die, we must protect these students." As those sonorous and resolute words fell, Instructor Huang took a deep breath. "Understood. We protect them even if it costs us our lives." As educators, these gifted freshmen represent the future of humanity. They absolutely cannot be allowed to come to harm. Let's go, Sui. Things have reached a point where the trial can no longer continue. You possess formidable strength. Staying by my side will not only allow me to protect you but also let us work together to escort the freshmen during the retreat. Understood. Nodding his head, Sui could no longer concern himself with any mission objectives. A level 2 space tremor was about to descend, an extreme disaster capable of teleporting even Tier 4 corrupted. The corrupted. Sui was not so arrogant as to think he could handle such monsters. If he encountered one alone, never mind the mission, his life would be the first thing forfeit. He could only try to kill any Tier 1 corrupted he encountered during the retreat process. And in less than a moment, the black wisps of smoke in the sky had completely shrouded the air above the abandoned city district. The freshmen scattered throughout the district were almost all in a passive state, dazed by the sudden turn of events. Those who were originally battling Tier 1 corrupted found it difficult to fight back once their vision was obstructed, and casualties began to appear. Retreat! Follow me, don't run blindly. Those with wide-range attacks, don't conserve your mana, attack the corrupted to buy time for the retreat. Though the sophomore elites were also incredibly nervous, they fulfilled their responsibilities, commanding the overwhelmed freshmen. But even so, in the darkness, some freshmen failed to react in time and were ambushed by speed-oriented creatures like lesser imps. Ah! My leg's been pierced. Senior! My mana is almost depleted. What should I do? These boys and girls, who usually lived privileged lives, were paralyzed with fear when faced with such a predicament. Out of necessity, the sophomore elites of each squad could only grit their teeth and exhaust every effort to protect them. The situation was precarious. On the other side. Crack! At that moment, within a street in the abandoned city district, accompanied by an invisible crisp sound, a deep, rippling vortex quietly emerged. A withered arm shrouded in green miasma was the first to reach out from the vortex, followed by its entire body. Surrounded by a cyan aura, its withered torso clung to its bones. The mysterious head of this creature was veiled by strands of hair that resembled iron whips. A frigid chill leaked continuously from the mouth beneath its hair, cold and bone-piercing. A tear for the corrupted and Earth zombie. Once the Earth zombie had fully stepped out of the vortex, a giant sword condensed from pitch-black flesh followed closely behind, floating in the air. It was a full 3 meters long, with blood vessels and flesh writhing across its surface. In the center of the blade, a massive eyeball emitted a faint purple glow, rolling around eerily. A Tier 4 special demonic species, the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus. Even among Tier 4 beings, these were extremely difficult to deal with. For human the awakened, if they weren't at the peak of the Diamond Realm, they were better off running as far as possible. Soon after, several more Tier 4 the corrupted stepped out of the invisible vortex. Their forms varied, but all carried a terrifying and oppressive aura, followed by numerous Tier 3 abominations. In an instant, the temperature plummeted within a radius of dozens of meters, becoming deathly cold. Every Tier 1 that corrupted in the streets and alleys trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground. Driven by instinct, they were unable to move an inch. Go! A hoarse male voice echoed from an unknown source. The sentient Tier 4 the corrupted at the lead offered no resistance, scattering in all directions throughout the abandoned district. The strongest among them, the Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus and the Earth Zombie, charged directly toward the general direction of Su Yi and Instructor Huang. Their speed was so great they covered 100 meters in a heartbeat. Everyone, a Grade 2 spatial quake has appeared. Location unknown. Location unknown. You must be on guard against attacks from High Tier the corrupted. In a narrow alleyway, one black and one dark gold figure were sprinting.
Hearing Commander Yen's channel-wide announcement, Suyi finally couldn't help but voice his doubts. Teacher, don't you feel like all of this is happening a bit too strangely? Instructor Huang suppressed his unease. If even you've realized it, how could we not?
What caught us most off guard was that gaseous the corrupted's ability to break the barrier. Once we return this time, humanity must immediately devise a way to defend against it. Before he could finish, a sudden surge of danger struck. The hair on both Instructor Huang and Suye's arms stood on end. Buzz! Two curved, eerie purple lights, each hundreds of meters long and laden with evil energy, suddenly pierced through the void from 1,000 meters to their right.
In less than 2 seconds, the attack had reached an unreactable distance. Suyi could even smell the scent of death. Chapter 35, I must do what I can.
At the critical moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in Instructor Huang's eyes.
Golden Spirit Bell.
He whispered, and a phantom of a golden bell appeared out of thin air. Then it continued to expand, 10 meters high.
50 meters high. 100 meters high.
Towering, magnificent, and shimmering with golden light, this phantom bell shielded him and Suyi completely. This was Instructor Huang's weapon's sole defense ability, the A-rank Golden Spirit Bell.
The next moment, two curved, eerie purple lights crashed directly onto the surface of the Golden Spirit Bell. Clang! Clang!
Two deafening metallic crashes immediately echoed throughout a radius of several hundred meters. The terrifying shockwaves generated by the two impacts erupted with a roar, sweeping outward in all directions.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to powder, spiraling into the air like a scene from the apocalypse.
Terrifying.
Inside the Golden Spirit Bell, Suyi was stunned as he watched the old city district outside transform into something resembling a small-scale natural disaster.
Is this the kind of destruction caused by a diamond tier powerhouse?
No wonder the forums regarding the awakened ranks often say there is a chasm-like gap between the gold tier and the diamond tier. Because at the diamond tier, one must compress the mana within the fountainhead, it essentially becomes two entirely different levels of power.
Dust billowed.
Although this move had blocked the assailant's sneak attack, Instructor Huang's expression was extremely grim at this moment. Ghost Sword Embryo, and a ground zombie.
Two special evil entities among tier for the corrupted. The spatial quake had only just appeared. How did they find this place so quickly and precisely?
Furthermore, this level 2 spatial quake didn't seem like an ordinary one. To encounter these two types of special, the corrupted talk about terrible luck.
This is dangerous.
Cold sweat poured down Instructor Huang's forehead. In a one-on-one situation, he wasn't even confident he could contend with the ghostly spirit sword fetus. Under these circumstances, a ground zombie had been added to the mix.
Despair. If he were alone right now, it would be fine. If he couldn't win, he would run, paying a heavy price at most. But as it happened, he wasn't alone. Beside him was Suyi. This human god tier talent, one of the future supreme powerhouses who would guard humanity. Therefore, he absolutely could not retreat.
He had to fight for a chance for this kid to escape, but by doing so, for himself. It would be a certain death situation with zero chance of survival. A certain death situation, so be it. Muttering softly, Instructor Huang turned to look at Suyi. In a moment, I will hold back these two, the corrupted.
You take the opportunity to run toward the fighter jet, do you understand? Do not look back. Your mission is to stay alive. With his keen perception, how could Suyi not hear the resolution to die in Instructor Huang's tone? For a moment, he hesitated to speak. He wanted to help Instructor Huang, but his own strength indeed had too vast a gap compared to tier for the corrupted. Being able to escape with his life from their hands would already be considered a heaven-defying feat. But if he truly had to sacrifice such a great senior who only wanted to protect them, it would be a lie to say he wouldn't feel guilty. Taking a deep breath, Suyi immediately replied seriously, Teacher, I can help you briefly control one of the corrupted for nearly 5 seconds, and I can increase your strength to a certain extent for a short time. Find the right moment to heavily injure one of the corrupted first. After I've done what I'm capable of, I'll escape. That way, your chances of survival will also be higher.
Before he could finish, Instructor Huang cursed out loud on the spot, "Nonsense!
If something happens to you, how am I supposed to answer to the headmaster? Even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace. You are the hope of humanity."
Shaking his head, Suyi had already activated his wave inscription, saying stubbornly, "Teacher, I'm serious.
I have a very stubborn personality, nothing you say will work. You brat."
Seeing Suyi actually draw his blade with a posture ready to fight, Instructor Huang was struck by a fit of anxiety and anger. But just as Suyi said, based on the student files, this kid's temper was indeed ridiculously stubborn. Even being blind, he insisted on training desperately for over 10 years. Nothing that Girlfrost said could stop him.
Furthermore, based on his various actions in the trial tower, he was indeed as stubborn as an ox.
The ground zombie's attack methods involve corpse chi erosion, and its hair can extend and retract at will, piercing in the awakened's body like steel needles.
Its physical body is also as hard as iron and very difficult to break. Its weakness is the neck hidden beneath the strands of hair.
As for the ghostly spirit sword fetus, its lethality is the most ferocious. It can levitate, its speed is as fast as lightning, and it can release highly penetrating purple light from that eye. There's also the sword chi from the blade itself. But relatively speaking, its defensive power cannot compare to the ground zombie. The powerful regenerative ability of its flesh and blood blade compensates for this.
Its only weakness is that eerie eye. If the eye is injured, its strength will be greatly diminished.
In the end, Instructor Huang still explained the characteristics of the two the corrupted to Suyi. If this kid truly insists on assisting him, then he has no choice but to take it seriously. If all else failed, he would have to sacrifice himself to hold the line until other Diamond Realm experts could arrive to take over the boy's protection.
After a brief moment of deliberation, Suyi replied, "Then let's target the ghost spirit sword fetus. We only have one shot to destroy its eye." As long as the ghost spirit sword fetus, the most lethal threat, was severely damaged, Instructor Huang's golden spirit bell could definitely hold out for a while. Perhaps, even at a heavy cost, they could survive until reinforcements from Commander Yen and other Diamond Realm experts arrived. The ghost spirit sword fetus, isn't it too fast? Can you even control it?
Facing Instructor Huang's concern, Suyi smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." Instructor Huang nearly choked, looking at him with utter disbelief.
Give it a try?
Damn it, kid, I thought you actually had a plan.
Meanwhile, clang, 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 clang.
Under the relentless assault of the ghost spirit sword fetus's purple light and the earth zombie-esque collisions, Instructor Huang's golden spirit bell was already riddled with cracks. Once it shattered, it would take him at least dozens of seconds to manifest another one.
Kid, the golden spirit bell is about to break. Are you ready?
At this point, his only choice was to go all in.
Hearing this, Suyi nodded solemnly while fully buffing himself. Ancient memory. Leap. Kazan of the destruction.
As the crimson magic circle descended and the ghost of flame stood tall in the center, Instructor Huang's expression instantly turned to one of shock. The power of my mana has increased by at least a sixth.
Suye's wave dominion has this capability too? Transcendent perception, power boosting support, and extreme lethality. This special type god tier ability was simply too broken. Teacher, this buff only lasts for 2 minutes. There's a 6-second cooldown before I can cast it again, so stay alert. As Suyi spoke, 5 wave manifestations had already fully condensed above his head, spinning rapidly. At this very moment, under the combined empowerment of ancient memory, Kazan the Soul Blade, and the 5 manifestations, everything from the wave power within his body to his basic attacks and his various Azura abilities had received a terrifyingly massive boost. It could be said that this was his ultimate state. In this form, even though he was still in the Silver Realm, he felt he could defeat or even kill any opponent in the Gold Realm. However, what they were facing now was a Tier 4 corrupted, an existence that even those at the peak of the Diamond Realm would have to handle with extreme caution. I know. Feeling the explosive surge of power within his body, Instructor Huang suppressed the shock Suyi had caused him. A suit of silver battle armor instantly covered his body, and a sharp, heavy silver spear appeared in his grip. Right at that moment. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! The golden spirit bell protecting the two of them shattered completely. Chapter 36, To kill 1,000, one must lose 800. It's here! The moment the golden spirit bell shattered, Instructor Huang found himself temporarily unable to condense a complete replacement. However, he was still capable of imbuing Su Yi with some of its properties. A layer of golden light surfaced on Su Yi's dark gold battle armor, as if he had been plated in gold, enveloping his entire body. Nevertheless, the massive disparity in strength was something that could not be bridged in a short amount of time. In terms of speed alone, it was difficult for Su Yi to even react. In the blink of an eye, the earth zombie had flashed directly in front of him, and a bone-chilling cold instantly began to erode his senses. Guard! Su Yi could only rely on his powerful murderous intent perception and anticipation to subconsciously raise his defense. A withered, pale claw carrying immense force slammed violently against the blade of the dark gold longsword. Clang! A dull sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. Beneath his helmet, Su Yi's expression strained as he was instantly sent flying backward. Swoosh! Bang, 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 bang. In less than a second, he had been sent flying nearly 100 meters, smashing through layer after layer of ruins before finally crashing into a building, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to sway. Su Yi! Mentor Huang's tense voice came through the wristband. Teacher, I'm fine. Proceed with the plan. Lure the ghost sword spirit fetus into my attack range and restrict it for just 1 second, then I can deploy my control measures. Beneath the rubble, despite the properties of the dark gold battlesuit and the golden spirit bell, and the fact that his parry had neutralized most of the force, Su Yi still felt as if his arm was about to dislocate, nearly losing his grip on the dark gold blade. If not for the parry, the web of his thumb would have surely burst into a bloody mess. Deal! Mentor Huang also knew that there was no more time to waste. The moment Su Yi was sent flying just now, his heart had nearly stopped. That single strike, had it been any other gold rank the Awakened, even an S-class specializing in defense, or even an SS class the Awakened, they would have been heavily injured on the spot, if not killed instantly. Yet Su Yi had actually withstood it and seemingly still had the strength to fight on. Such a monstrous talent! Nothing must be allowed to happen to him. 120 seconds. After 120 seconds, regardless of whether the plan succeeded, he would send Su Yi away. With that thought, Mentor Huang leveraged the state of the blade Soul Kazan and directly entered his strongest form. The mana within his body hummed and vibrated, surging violently as it was activated. Buzz! The power of the golden spirit bell was infused into his silver spear and battlesuit, making him look like a literal god of war. Though he specialized in defense, his offensive power was not lacking. Combined with his cold weapon, he achieved a seamless integration of offense and defense. Die! Like a streak of golden light, Mentor Huang's spear lunged like a dragon, breaking the sound barrier in the blink of an eye. The 100-meter distance vanished in an instant as he pierced toward the ghost spirit sword fetus. It was incredibly fast. However, the ghost spirit sword fetus merely spun. A beam of eerie purple light shot from its strange eye, twisting and winding to entangle Mentor Huang's momentum, neutralizing his hardness with softness. Swoosh! The next moment, a second purple beam, carrying terrifying piercing power, stabbed back through the void. In a flash, the offensive was reversed. This ghost spirit sword fetus possessed combat experience that was not inferior to a human the Awakened in the slightest. In the distance, watching his teacher desperately use the rotating spear to resist the impact of the purple light pillar, Su Yi's expression turned grim. It seems I have no choice but to close the distance proactively. Otherwise, with the intelligence of a tear for the corrupted, it's impossible to find an opening so easy. Holy shit. Block! Having barely recovered from the residual force, Su Yi saw the earth zombie's terrifying form closing in again, a powerful axe kick driving straight toward his face. Clang! Once again, he was violently sent flying, but this time, Su Yi subconsciously adjusted his body position. The direction of his flight was actually toward the battlefield of the ghostly sword fetus and Instructor Huang. Triple slash!
Enduring a body that felt like it was falling apart, Su Yi, still mid-air, ignored the risk of muscle strain and forcibly twisted his form to execute the strike. Leveraging his momentum combined with the blink-like teleportation of the slash, he dodged the shockwaves of the purple light while closing the distance to the ghostly sword fetus. Even as the earth zombie charged up behind him once more, Su Yi acted as if he didn't care at all. Right up until the final slash, just as he was about to fully enter the attack range of the ghostly sword fetus, suddenly, he abruptly shifted the direction of his strike. The target, the earth zombie right behind him. Teachers! Kill! Instructor Huang's eyes erupted with brilliant golden light as he simultaneously lunged toward the earth zombie, which was less than 10 meters away. Buzz! A miniature golden spirit bell, less than 10 meters in size, rapidly condensed and descended upon the bewildered earth zombie. Weren't these two humans acting like they were desperate to kill that ghostly sword fellow? The earth zombie's charging body couldn't help but falter. Just a moment ago, the two had exposed their backs to it while rushing toward the sword fetus. If it had wanted to, its hair and corpse chi could have absolutely finished them off. But this sudden turn of events caught it completely off guard, causing it to lose its chance for a sneak attack entirely. On the contrary, after its brief moment of daze, the redirected assault from those two humans was unavoidable. The shimmering golden spirit bell directly enveloped the earth zombie. Roar! No matter how its hair lashed out like a waterfall, how its corpse chi surged wildly, or how the earth shook, the golden spirit bell only showed a few surface cracks. It might shatter in the next moment, but this window of less than 2 seconds was already enough for Su Yi to unleash his power. His teacher had created the opening. This was the only chance, and it absolutely could not be missed. Spirit Crescent. The 5 marks above Su Ye's head suddenly vanished. As he swung his long blade, a massive blue orb of light, 100 meters wide and condensed from the power of wave markings, emerged and surged toward the earth zombie with relentless vibration. Under the spiraling rotation of the Spirit Crescent, the surrounding space actually underwent large-scale tremors. One could only imagine just how formidable the power contained within was. Bang! The earth zombie, having just shattered the golden spirit bell, had not even had time to stretch its limbs before it was enveloped by the Spirit Crescent. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying vibrations continuously tore at its iron hard body, pinning it in place and forcing out shrill cries of agony. Roar, 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 roar. Teachers! With a loud shout, Su Yi leapt fiercely into mid-air. This kid actually managed to suppress a tear for the corrupted. Instructor Huang's expression was one of intense excitement, but now was not the time to relax. The long spear in his hand erupted with a surging golden glow, continuously condensing and compressing. Without a second word, this golden spear entirely condensed from the power of the golden spirit bell and now expanded to dozens of meters in length was hurled directly toward the earth zombie's neck. Swish! This spear lit up the entire night sky, piercing through everything. The brilliant golden light contained nearly 80% of Instructor Huang's mana. Silver cut. Almost simultaneously, Su Yi, carrying the dark gold greatsword, plummeted like a streak of light. 2 ultimate moves struck together toward the earth zombie's weak point, its neck. Whiz, whiz. At that exact moment, the ghost spirit sword core reacted. 2 eerie purple lights pierced through the void, hurtling toward the two of them. In almost the same instant. Put! The dark gold greatsword and the golden spear stabbed violently into the earth zombie's neck. The 2 eerie purple lights also struck Su Yi, who had just released his greatsword, and Instructor Huang, who was attempting to use his own body to shield Su Yi from the attack. Chapter 37, Generous Rewards, Violet in Danger? Boom! Rumble! The ghost orb seemed to have reached its critical point, directly unleashing its final energy in a complete explosion. The blue waves expanded outward like a mushroom cloud. A deafening roar echoed through the night sky. The fierce winds were blown into reverse, the air evaporated instantly, and the earth was plowed into layer upon layer of deep craters. Su Yi! Instructor Huang, bracing himself against the impact of the eerie purple light and blue ripples, no longer had the luxury of looking after Su Yi. Looking toward the youth engulfed by the 2 clashing forces of blue and purple, his eyes turned bloodshot, filled with broken capillaries. He was at the peak of the diamond realm. Even if he took a direct hit from such an attack, he had his combat suit and physical body to withstand it, resulting in a severe injury at most. But Su Yi, a mere peak silver realm caught in the collision of these two energy forces, what could he possibly use to block it? How detestable. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to that kid's crazy idea. Changing direction to assassinate the Earth zombie was an idea Su Yi came up with while being knocked back. He had told the instructor to switch targets simultaneously, taking advantage of the Earth zombie's lapse in vigilance to end its life with a thunderous offensive. The plan was indeed successful. The Earth zombie was killed. But in exchange, they had to endure the attack of the ghostly sword fetus of Pyrrhic victory. This was not the outcome he wanted at all. To kill a minor tear for the corrupted at the cost of losing humanity's hope. He would rather the one dying be himself. Damn it! Instructor Huang was consumed by regret, desperately trying to sense and locate Su Yi's figure, but he was hampered by the two chaotic forces and couldn't detect him at all. But right at that moment. Teacher, I'm not dead, but I can't move for the moment. Sorry, the rest. Cough cough, is up to you. Su Yi's weak voice came through the bracelet, causing Instructor Huang to freeze momentarily. The next moment, he gave an excited command, "Don't move. Don't you dare move. Just stay right there. You did great. Your teacher will handle the rest." Ha 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 ha. Laughing with tears of joy, Instructor Huang neutralized the purple light and immediately pulled out a spare long spear to charge at the ghostly sword fetus again. That kid Su Yi should be lying under some nearby ruins right now. I absolutely cannot let this ghostly sword fetus notice him. I must move the battlefield elsewhere. With that thought, Instructor Huang adopted a life for a life stance, frantically forcing the ghostly sword fetus back. Fortunately, killing the Earth zombie hadn't come at too high a price. The fact that he still had any combat strength left was entirely thanks to the opening created by that kid Su Yi's desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Su Yi lay quietly in a gully formed by a massive blade scar. His aura was now withered and faint. His once domineering dark gold battle armor was battered and broken, stained a dark crimson with blood. The armor was cracked in multiple places, exposing the skin beneath, where blood continued to seep out in fitful spurts. Ugh! Coughing up another large mouthful of blood, Su Yi's body convulsed, nearly losing his breath entirely. Damn! I almost GG'd right there. Just now, if he hadn't instinctively used guard in mid-air and utilized the explosive force of the ghost orb to counteract that eerie purple light, he truly would have been finished. One look at the tragic state of the dark gold armor was enough to gauge the sheer destructive power of that strike. An armor capable of withstanding multiple attacks from the Diamond Realm had been completely wrecked in a single hit. Fortune truly favored him. Ding! Host has killed a Tier 4 corrupted Earth zombie, gaining 4681 energy points. Ding! Host has completed the achievement slaying an overpowered foe, rewarded with 100,000 energy points, a 100,000 to 200,000 random energy scroll 1, junior unlock progress scroll 2, and consumable random scroll 5. Is this what they call surviving a disaster brings great fortune? Lying on the ground, Su Yi managed to pull his lips into a strained smile. This haul was worth it. 2 junior unlock progress scrolls solid. The amount of energy point rewards had also increased. And there was even a brand new item. Consumable random scroll, capable of randomly drawing any consumable from the Arad continent. Will it be a powerful secret potion that grants special abilities, or plain water so weak it's negligible? Come on, young man, pull. Ignoring the scent of a pay-to-win trap, Su Yi's expression shifted. Consumables, meaning there might be health potions? In his current state, if he wanted to move, he would have to lie here for at least a while longer. Although the gully he was currently in was well hidden and there were no corrupted nearby, making it temporarily safe. What if his luck turns sour? What if a Tier 1 ogre or something happened to wander by in a few minutes? In his current condition, he'd likely be swallowed whole and GG on the spot. This consumable random scroll was like a spring in the middle of a desert. It was too damn timely. Drawl. Without a second thought, Su Yi directed his consciousness toward the scrolls.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a coin of destiny. Coin of destiny, upon use, there is a 50% chance of triggering either divine retribution or restoration. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Suya's already pale face instantly turned shades of blue and purple. He was fuming with rage. WDNMD. In his current state, getting this damn thing, was it because he wasn't dying fast enough? If luck was on his side, it would be fine, he'd be restored on the spot, full of vigor. But with his shitty luck, the kind where he couldn't even win a free bottle after buying 1,000 bottles of Red Bull. Was it not certain that a bolt of lightning would strike down and send him straight to reincarnation? Continue. He wouldn't use that thing even if it killed him. Damn it! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of special strength secret medicine. Special strength secret medicine increases the user's overall strength by 50% for 30 minutes. Limited to the host's use, with no side effects. Fuck! Why is my luck being wasted on such weird areas? This medicine is incredible, but what's the point if it doesn't quench my current thirst? Suyi almost couldn't hold back from vomiting blood again. This secret medicine was indeed amazing. But in his current state, he couldn't afford to use it. With 2 scrolls gone, Suya's consciousness began to tremble slightly, hesitant just like his hands used to be when pulling gacha in his past life. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and tapped the next scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 shiny Remy's aid. This name sounded a bit familiar. Shiny Remy's aid restores 30% HP and MP, and removes all abnormal statuses without restriction. It really is this thing. Suyi finally smiled. Reborn into a new life in a different world, it seemed his luck had indeed improved quite a bit. Without hesitation, with a thought, he immediately consumed the Remy's aid. In the next instant, a cluster of green light enveloped his body, warm and brimming with a rich aura of life. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds later. Suya's various wounds, which had been intermittently bleeding, miraculously stopped. His flesh even writhed for a moment, immediately restoring to its original state. If not for the bloodstains on top, it would be impossible to tell he had ever been injured. After 5 seconds, the several ribs that had been shattered were also completely healed. 30%! It seemed he could already walk freely and had even recovered a significant amount of combat power. With a flip, Suyi jumped out of the ravine. Instructor Huang and the ghostly spirit sword fetus were already fighting over 1,000 meters away, with only the echoes of thunderous tremors reaching his ears. Teacher, good luck. In my current state, I really can't help you anymore. Feeling the condition inside his body, Suyi shook his head guiltily and sprinted directly toward the fighter jet. Now was not the time to show off. If fighting the battlefield zombies was a last resort, then trying to help his teacher deal with the ghostly spirit sword fetus in this state would simply be a hindrance. Moreover, if another tear for the corrupted appeared, he would truly be at his wit's end. However, after running for over 1,000 meters, he didn't encounter a tear for the corrupted, but he did run into someone who made his heart heavy. A classmate from the elite class, Meng Kurson. She seemed to be a student from Violet's squad, but at this moment, she was running toward the fighter jet alone, looking disheveled and helpless, and she was also injured. But the problem was, where was Violet? Where was their squad? Why weren't they together? As if realizing something, Suya's expression turned deathly pale again as he hurriedly intercepted Meng Kurson. Chapter 38, Human Nature, The Rescue. Ah! The blurry black shadow that suddenly appeared caused Meng Kurson to jump back violently like a startled rabbit. She raised the rapier in her hand with a tremble, holding it to her chest with a face full of despair. I'll take you down with me. She was in a desperate rush to head back for reinforcements. She absolutely could not die here. Violet and the seniors had fought so hard to give her this chance. She had to kill the corrupted in front of her and find someone to go back and support them. Like a cat that had been startled into a fierce, bristling explosion of aggression, a dim sword phantom emerged above the girl's head, her aura becoming sharp and piercing. Sensing her state, Suyi spoke up quickly, "Don't panic, classmate Kurson. As he spoke, he slowly approached. A ripple of golden light surfaced, illuminating a blood-stained, handsome face beneath a cracked helmet. Su Yi! Seeing who it was, Meng Kursen suddenly went limp, as if she had found a life-saving straw. Her eyes grew red, violet. She and the senior stayed behind to cover us. A Tier 3 corrupted suddenly appeared, and the senior, she also. Looking at the girl's incoherent state, Su Yi frowned and interrupted, "Don't rush, speak slowly." A moment later. After understanding the specific situation, Su Yi's expression turned grim, his brow furrowed tightly. Violet, something had happened to her, just as he feared. "Su Yi, let's hurry to the fighter jet. If we don't go for reinforcements now, Violet and the others." Shaking his head, Su Yi said solemnly, "Which direction?" "Huh? In which direction are Violet and the others?" Feeling the chilling intensity in Su Yi's tone, Meng Kursen was visibly startled. She instinctively pointed toward the direction she had come from. Whoosh! Just as she was about to say something, Su Yi's figure vanished instantly. In the dark of the night, only a voice suppressed with killing intent drifted back. "Go back first, and be careful." Meanwhile, outside a spacious abandoned factory. Within a radius of dozens of meters, raging flames were burning. The surrounding buildings and combustible materials had all been ignited, standing out vividly against the black night. In the center of the blaze, 5 or 6 figures stood back to back, looking with despairing faces into the shadows beyond the firelight where the light could not reach. "There!" Greedy, excited, and eerie cries echoed incessantly. "Senior Chen, we're surrounded. Damn it! Why did the trial grounds suddenly turn into this? So many high-level the corrupted just appeared out of nowhere. Are we going to die? Don't talk like that. Hold on. The teachers will come to save us. Senior Chen. Sob. Violet and the others are bleeding so much, my ability can't keep up with the healing at all. What should I do?" In front of the group, Senior Chen, clad in a tight-fitting combat suit and looking deathly pale, heard the words of the support-type junior. She glanced at the 3 figures being protected by the crowd. "Focus everything on stopping Violet's bleeding first. For the others who aren't in immediate life-threatening danger, use your judgment. As for the rest of you, if you don't want to die, pull yourselves together." Of the 3 figures, Violet's injuries were currently the most severe. As an S-rank existence, she had not only exhausted her mana to share the burden of the pressure. She had even blocked a strike from a Tier 2 the corrupted for a female classmate, resulting in a massive gash across her abdomen. She had come within a hair's breadth of losing her life instantly. Now, due to excessive blood loss, she had fallen unconscious, her face as pale as a sheet of white paper. The other 2 lying freshmen had also been heavily wounded during the retreat, completely losing their combat effectiveness. On the scene. Aside from 5 or 6 freshmen who could barely remain standing, only the team leader, Senior Chen, a top sophomore student, could contend with the predatory the corrupted glaring at them from the surroundings. But even with her early-stage gold level, the effort of constantly protecting this group of freshmen had left her utterly exhausted. Furthermore, she had to remain constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Hidden in the shadows beyond the reach of the firelight were 2 Tier 3 shadow demons, along with nearly 100 Tier 1 and Tier 2 the corrupted. It was a near-certain death trap. There seemed to be no way to break the deadlock. 5 minutes at most. If no reinforcements arrived within 5 minutes, her rank fire-type ability would gradually burn out. At that point, the environment would be swallowed by darkness once again. Once the deterrent was gone, that pack of the corrupted would stop playing around and would absolutely swarm them. The distress signal was blocked by the black smoke filaments in the sky, and she lacked the strength to break through the encirclement and fight her way out. Thinking of this, a flicker of despair finally appeared in Senior Chen's eyes. What should I do? If she were alone, she might have a chance to escape, but these freshmen. Should she run? Suddenly. In that moment of distraction, a massive shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, streaked across the ground where the firelight could not reach, launching a rapid assassination attempt. Oh no! Senior Chen's expression changed drastically. She had been careless, letting her mind wander in such a dire situation. Her delicate hand waved urgently, unleashing a surge of terrifyingly hot orange flames toward the dark figure that had already closed in. While the Shadow Demon's raw power wasn't particularly outstanding among Tier 3 the corrupted, its stealth and assassination capabilities were undoubtedly top tier. It could merge into the shadows and wait for a flaw in its prey. If one did not stay focused and vigilant, its terrifying speed and unpredictable strikes were nearly impossible to react to. Senior Chen was already exhausted, and her lapse in concentration due to the crushing pressure of despair meant she couldn't react in time. After hurriedly blasting out a sea of fire, the Shadow Demon, its true form revealed and wreathed in black aura, easily dodged the attack and closed the distance. A scythe condensed from black mist swung directly toward her slender neck. As the scythe loomed larger in her pupils, Senior Chen instinctively shifted her body in terror, but even so. Poochie! Her left arm was severed. Blood sprayed as the fair limb flew through the air. Ah! Senior Chen let out a blood-curdling scream, her voice exceptionally tragic. In the next moment, enduring the excruciating pain, she unexpectedly bolted toward the weakest point of the corrupted without looking back, leaving behind a group of stunned freshmen. Senior, she ran away. Senior! Please don't leave us behind. Woo-woo, are we really going to die? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Faced with the desperate pleas of the freshman, Senior Chen remained completely indifferent. Under the crushing pressure of death, she could not bring herself to be the noble one. She wanted to live. Even if she would be held severely accountable afterward, that was a matter for later. Right now, she only cherished her own life. She couldn't care less about any freshman. A terrifying thought even popped into her mind. She hoped those corrupted would hurry up and devour a few freshmen to give her a chance to escape. However, in her panic, she seemed to have forgotten that there was more than just one Tier 3 Shadow Demon. A second scythe of black mist once again filled her frantic eyes. Poochie! Ah! That is my body, how could? The head of a beautiful woman, its face filled with shock, was sent flying. As Senior Chen died, the surrounding flames that were still burning gradually began to extinguish, and darkness crept in bit by bit. Jia jia jia. Woo woo. Ho ho. From all directions, accompanied by the excited wails and ghostly howls, the group of corrupted who had long been unable to wait swarmed toward the six-dazed freshmen like hungry wolves pouncing on prey. But just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Ground slash. Wave sword. Chapter 39, Quest Advancement, Mysterious Figure. The moment the voice fell. Whoosh! A wave of golden blade energy could be seen sweeping in from the distance. Carrying an unstoppable momentum, it reached the freshman first. Just as it was about to cause accidental injury, it split into two separate waves, tearing through the earth on either side. The terrifying tide of blade energy plowed two bottomless ravines, dozens of meters long, completely cutting off the offensive of the corrupted. Under the dazed gazes of the freshmen, those corrupted who had clearly reached their doorstep were instantly sucked into the wave of blade energy. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. In an instant, they were completely slaughtered. A desperate situation with no hope of survival was resolved by the sudden surge of sharp golden waves. We're still alive. Someone saved us. It's the teachers. The teachers are here. Woo-woo, that was so scary just now. To be able to wipe out so many evils in one strike, it must be the teachers. Phew, saved, we're saved. The 5 or 6 freshmen collapsed, sitting on the ground trembling, their faces showing the relief of surviving a disaster. At this moment, they all subconsciously assumed that the newcomer was definitely one of their instructors. After all, only the instructors could possess such power to exterminate a large number of evils, right? But when a figure drenched in blood, holding a cracked long blade and wearing dark gold combat armor, appeared before them, everyone was stunned. Su Yi. It was an instructor, sure. Which meant that the sharp golden wave just now, which rivaled senior sister Chen's sea of orange flames, was unleashed by Su Yi? Isn't he just in the silver realm? How could this destructive power be even more terrifying than the gold realm? Amidst the shock,
a feeling of apprehension once again surged in their hearts. Looking at Su Yi's current state, even his combat armor was shattered like this. He must have suffered heavy injuries before. For someone in the Silver Realm to unleash a strike comparable to the Gold Realm, even for one with a god-tier talent, it must consume a massive amount of mana. He is probably exhausted by now. Outside, there were still 2 Tier 3 Shadow Demons and the remaining Tier 1 and Tier 2 corrupted. He shouldn't have come. Su Yi shouldn't have come. To save them, he is going to end up losing his own life too. They desperately wanted to live, they desperately wanted to be rescued. But by recklessly charging in like this, wasn't he just adding one more unnecessary sacrifice? Su Yi's value to all of humanity was hundreds of times more important than all of them combined. If he ended up dying along with them in a moment, it wouldn't be worth it at all. For these highly educated students who had yet to experience the harsh realities of the world, their thoughts at this moment were indeed quite pure. Ignoring the worried gazes of the students, Su Yi hurried to Violet's side. Looking at the girl who usually had a silly, cheerful smile on her face, now unconscious with a furrowed brow in a state of misery, his expression grew even grimmer. She needs treatment immediately. He suddenly swung his dark gold blade toward 2 positions behind him. Buzz! Buzz! Clang! Clang! 2 vibrating blade auras, carrying an unparalleled momentum, traveled dozens of meters to repel the attacking scythes of black mist. The 2 shadow demons let out a shriek and quickly dissolved back into the shadows. Killing intent was everywhere. He truly couldn't afford to be careless. One slight slip up and he could be killed in an instant. Turning around to face the surrounding corrupted, Su Yi glanced at the female student capable of healing. Take Violet and the others out of here and treat them properly. If you're not confident about making it back to the extraction point, find a hidden spot to take cover first. The female student blurted out, but what about you, Su Yi? Giving the dark gold blade a light flick, Su Yi replied with a cold expression, I'm staying behind to cover the retreat. Hearing this, several students who had been slumped on the ground scrambled to their feet. No! Brother Yi, your current situation is too dangerous. We've recovered a bit of strength, we can help you. Right. Those shadow demons are terrifying. With more people, we can focus better and watch each other's backs. If you're alone, it's too dangerous. Senior Chen was only hit just now because she panicked and... Things are already this bad anyway, at worst, we die. Maybe if we stay together, we can hold out until the teachers arrive? We should leave. You saw it yourselves, Brother Yi could react even when facing 2 shadow demons at once. If those demons target us instead, staying here would only make us a liability, wouldn't it? But... Go! With a cold shout, Su Yi swung his blade directly toward the alleyway that served as a shortcut to the fighter jets. Ground wave sword. Boom! A golden wave of blade energy, stretching a full 100 meters, instantly ground the blocking the corrupted into dust. It leveled the winding alleyway, plowing a flat, earthen trench that provided the fastest direct route to the aircraft. We really can't stay and be a burden. How does Brother Yi have so much mana? It's like it costs him nothing. Are you still fucking standing there in shock? Move. Do you want to waste the opportunity Brother Yi created for us? Right. Let us go. We can't waste the opening student Su Yi made. Brother Yi, you have to hold on. We'll definitely find the teachers and bring back reinforcements. After a brief moment of daze, these 5 or 6 elite freshmen finally gained some self-awareness. They quickly carried the heavily injured Violet and the other 2, charging down the earthen trench. Reinforcements, huh? Feeling the mana and injuries within his body recovering by more than half, Su Yi murmured, that probably won't be necessary. Ding! Based on the host's current situation, the 1-star random mission Exorcise Evil has been upgraded to 2-star, Exorcise Evil 1.0. Exorcise Evil 1.0, kill 500 Tier 1 the Corrupted, 50 Tier 2 the Corrupted, and at least 1 Tier 3 the Corrupted. The mission has been changed to an unlimited time state. The final evaluation will be based on the host's cumulative kill count to determine the appropriate rewards. Current progress, Tier 1 the Corrupted 384 500,
Tier 2 the corrupted 050, Tier 3 the corrupted 01.
Shit. Apex template system, why didn't you upgrade earlier?
When I was killing those tier for the corrupted earlier, it should have been at least 3-star, 2.0, or even 3.0 or something, right?
Amidst his pleasant surprise, Suyi couldn't help but complain, and those 2-wave swords just now, that was at least 10 tier 2s wasted, wasn't it?
Triggering random missions based on the host's situation only accounts for a small part. Mission status is random in most cases, it operates based on randomness.
Host, this is a very simple concept. Huh? Why do I feel like I'm being insulted? But it sounds so logical, for a moment, I can't even argue back. In the split second of conversation with the Apex template system, one of the shadow demons actually attempted to hunt down Violet and the others. You're courting death.
Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, Suyi rapidly carved out a cross-shaped path with his blade.
Rip!
The void ahead was instantly torn by invisible blade marks, giving rise to a cross-shaped slash of crimson blood energy. Then, with a ferocity capable of tearing through anything, it slashed toward the shadow demon's mass of darkness in the blink of an eye.
Cross slash.
This terrifying strike, generated by blood energy fluctuations, differed from the cutting properties of a standard slash. The cross slash possessed the unique ability to penetrate flesh and directly trigger a violent agitation of blood energy, unpredictable and utterly eerie. Enshrouded in darkness, the shadow demon never expected Suyi's slashing speed to be so blistering. Despite being the first to close in on that group of human ants, that bizarre cross-shaped attack had managed to strike first by arriving later. It hurriedly condensed a scythe of black mist to block the blow.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang out first. However, in the next moment, under the shadow demon's stunned gaze, the cross-shaped strike suddenly dispersed, transforming into a cloud of invisible blood energy spanning dozens of meters that completely enveloped it.
Ag!
The pitch-black blood within its body began to burn and churn bit by bit, causing the shadow demon to let out a piercing, ghastly shriek. Meanwhile, high up in the sky 1,000 meters above, a strange figure clad in a black robe, seeing Suyi heavily wound the shadow demon by employing yet another different offensive technique, couldn't help but marvel raspily once more. Beyond that heaven-defying destructive power, he actually possesses buffs, crowd control, healing, and even this strange blood energy manipulation.
This is absolutely the most comprehensive god-tier talent. Ha ha ha. It seems it was well worth the temple revealing our long-hidden trump card, the Devourer Demon, for this. Chapter 40, Evil Light Instant Kill. I hereby declare you the strongest. Outside the abandoned factory. Cack. Thud. 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 The shadow demon, its internal blood energy thrown into chaos by the cross slash, was now rolling on the ground in agony. Wailing miserably, it shattered patch after patch of concrete floor in its frantic struggle.
Within moments, the entire ground was riddled with craters and hollows. Of course, Suyi had paid a price. This cross-blood slash had cost him a portion of his own vitality. Only by using his own blood energy as the core and the power of fluctuations as a supplement could such an effect be achieved. Fortunately, thanks to his comprehensive upgrades and years of rigorous training, his physical strength was surging and his blood energy was more than abundant. Trading a bit of vitality for a cross slash that caught the shadow demon off guard, heavily wounding it and stripping away most of its combat capability, was well worth it. After all, losing this small amount of blood energy didn't affect Suyi's combat effectiveness at all. It was practically negligible. He would recover in a short while. There was no cause for alarm. Scree! At that moment, the other shadow demon, witnessing the horrific state of its companion, let out a piercing shriek as if jolted by terror. The rank 1 and rank 2 corrupted that were about to pursue Violet and her team immediately turned around, swarming toward Suyi instead. Possessing low intelligence, these creatures were incapable of feeling fear unless pushed to the absolute brink of terror. Their instincts compelled them only to obey the commands of higher-order abominations. And this effect was exactly what Suyi wanted. As long as Violet and the others retreated safely, he could finally unleash his full power and begin the slaughter. Above his head, the wave marks had already reached a full count of 5. Ancient memory. Kazan of the destruction.
With his buffs fully active, Suyi didn't hesitate. He charged first toward the shadow demon that was now too weakened to dive back into the shadows. Strike while it's down. By killing that shadow demon first, he would no longer have to constantly stay on guard against a pincer attack. Facing the rank 1 and rank 2 corrupted blocking his path and lunging at him, Suyi gripped his dark gold blade in his right hand. Suddenly, a sharp, understated dark gold longsword appeared in his left. Enwreathed in dark gold dragon scales, it was a sword-type weapon from the Dark Gold Sovereign series. Die! Like a bolt of lightning, blade in his right hand and sword in his left, he instantly vanished into the horde of the corrupted. The blade light was overbearing and frenzied, slashing, hacking, crushing, sweeping. He executed the most basic blade techniques with fluid precision. The sword chi was sharp and dense with every thrust. He accurately pierced through the skulls of one corrupted after another. Supported by both blade mastery and sword mastery, Suyi multitasked effortlessly, his performance completely unaffected by switching between the two combat styles. Poochie! 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 Like the reaper passing through, wherever his blade and sword flashed, a rain of blood erupted. He carved a bloody path, pushing toward the shadow demon without losing a shred of momentum. Ding! Host has killed a rank 1 corrupted ogre. Gained 151 energy points. Ding! Host has killed a rank 2 corrupted wraith. Gained 756 energy points. Ding! Host has killed a rank 1 corrupted imp, gained 276 energy points. Ding! Host has killed a rank 2 corrupted vampire bug. Gains 697 energy points. Ding! Host has killed a tier 1. Lost in a killing frenzy, Suyi completely ignored the notification ringing in his mind, his perception locked firmly onto that shadow demon. Unless a tier 4 corrupted or a massive swarm of tier 3 corrupted appeared, no one could stop his absolute resolve to kill. Jie. Perhaps intimidated by Suyi's overwhelming murderous intent, the shadow demon endured the burning of its vital energy. Though its black-scaled body couldn't stop trembling, it flipped over and leaped, and then it actually fled toward an alleyway in utter panic. You think you can run after hurting someone? Ha! With a cold sneer, Suyi's figure vanished in the next instant, transforming into a streak of blade light. Triple slash. A half-moon strike manifested, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye to appear behind the shadow demon. Shwa! The second slash followed immediately, aiming for that neck covered in black scales. Poochie! As a graceful arc swept through the air, the shadow demon's head was severed cleanly and sent flying, black blood spraying across the ground. Ding! Host has killed a tier 3 corrupted shadow demon, obtaining 1,890 energy points. Having slain this tier 3 shadow demon, Suyi quickly shifted his perception toward the other one. Holy crap! What a crafty bastard! Seeing its companion decapitated, the other shadow demon had already vanished into the shadows, fleeing in the opposite direction. Although tier 3 corrupted are only in the early stages of developing intelligence with an IQ roughly equivalent to a 3-year-old, instinct drove it to realize one thing. Suyi was not someone they could handle. If it didn't run now, it would be next. It was terrified to the extreme. In this short span of time, and because it had bolted in the opposite direction, it had already retreated nearly 100 meters, almost reaching the edge of Suyi's perception range. Once it moved beyond his perception, finding it again in this pitch-black ruins of a city would be no easy task. But chasing after it now was clearly cutting it too close. Think you can get away? Taking a deep breath, Suyi suddenly hoisted the dark gold blade onto his shoulder, assuming a strange hacking posture. The fluctuations within his body surged violently as the crest above his head spun rapidly. In the next heartbeat, Ghost 1000 slash. With a thunderous roar, he swung the dark gold blade violently toward the direction where the shadow demon was fleeing. Buzz! Accompanying a violent roar, 2 5-colored half-moon evil lights, each 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide, condensed out of thin air, slashing out instantaneously in a cross pattern following the trajectory of the dark gold blade. The 5 colors of evil light, red, blue, gold, white, and light blue, completely illuminated the night sky, as if 2 bright moons had descended upon the world,
filled with an aura that was both holy and sinister.
Bang 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 bang. In less than the blink of an eye, wherever the evil light passed, the earth was plowed into a shocking ravine. Every target in its path, whether it was the corrupted or buildings, was instantaneously evaporated, leaving nothing behind. That shadow demon, who thought it had narrowly escaped, could never have imagined, why did it still have to die even after fleeing 100 meters away? Caught in the sweep of the evil light, it couldn't even let out a scream before being crushed on the spot. It was exactly like an ant stepped on by accident, dying as thoroughly as one could possibly die. Even after slaying the shadow demon, the afterglow of this evil light slash did not diminish, continuing to crush everything in its path. Rumble. High-rise buildings, streets and alleys, abandoned scrap metal cars, unlucky the corrupted. All were destroyed. It wasn't until a chasm several hundred meters long had been carved out that the power finally exhausted itself and vanished. Phew! Swinging this evil light slash had nearly drained Suye's already incomplete mana. He breathed slightly, unable to even maintain his wave inscriptions. Holy crap, was that a bit of an overkill? Looking at the deep chasm stretching out into the distance with a destructive force several times more exaggerated than the ground upheaval wave sword, Suyi was a bit speechless. But there was no other way without using this move, that shadow demon would have definitely escaped. After catching his breath, Suyi didn't plan on using any more mana. He directly used his physical strength to fight the remaining low-level the corrupted. After a while. Ding! Task Exorcism 1.0 completed. Kill count, Tier 1 the corrupted 581,500, Tier 2 the corrupted 5450, Tier 3 the corrupted 21. Task completion rating, excellent. Ding! Would you like to claim the task rewards now? Although a few individual the corrupted had escaped, the task was still overfulfilled. An excellent rating was much better than a normal one. And since he was now exhausted, Suyi had no desire to hunt down those scattered ants. The level 2 spacequake hadn't disappeared yet. Wouldn't it be better to hurry back to the fighter jet point, hide away properly, and claim his rewards? Just as he was reveling in his thoughts. Clap, 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 clap. A rhythmic sound of slow clapping suddenly drifted down from the heavens. Tisk, tsk, tsk. That 5-colored slash just now was likely on par with a standard strike from the diamond realm. And yet, you are merely in the silver realm. Impressive. Truly impressive. With such talent, I am willing to call you the strongest. You have truly amazed me, Suyi. The moment he heard that raspy voice, even though Suyi was exhausted to the bone, he instantly reactivated wave inscription and entered a combat-ready state. But as the voice faded, he discovered he was actually unable to move? Chapter 41, The Evil God Temple, an extremely twisted philosophy. An unknown power had Suyi firmly shackled, rendering him incapable of moving even a fraction of an inch. It was that voice. Forcing himself to stay calm, Suyi attempted to release his wave perception. Fortunately, his wave perception was still functional. Within his sensory range, an oppressive aura was slowly approaching from the sky. Above it was a figure draped in a black robe. Walking through the air? This suddenly appearing mysterious figure was a being of the astral tier. Realms, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, astral, sunfire, extraordinary, king, god of war. Only when an awakened reaches the astral tier can they break free from the gravitational shackles of heaven and earth to gain the ability of flight. As his wave perception cautiously continued its probe, Suye's heart grew increasingly heavy and suspicious with every subtle discovery. The aura of this mysterious figure was not that of an evil spirit, but a human. Furthermore, he was likely far beyond just the astral tier. The sense of pressure he exerted on Suyi was even significantly greater than that of Tanya. Tanya was a powerhouse at the peak of the Sunfire tier, with 1 foot already in the extraordinary realm. For the pressure to be even heavier than hers. Extraordinary? In an instant, a sense of powerlessness flooded Suye's heart. In the face of such a powerhouse, he was like an ant that could be crushed at a whim. Even in his peak state, even after consuming that newly acquired high-grade strength elixir, he would be nothing more than a slightly larger ant. But why would such a mysterious powerhouse, clearly a human, target a fellow human like himself? Based on what was just said, he was clearly coming for Su Yi. Suddenly, Su Yi thought back to all the anomalies that had occurred during this trial. Could all of this be related to this mysterious person? Incredible sensory perception, you nearly escaped even my detection. The black-robed figure had now tread through the air to a spot 2 meters above Su Yi, looking down with an overbearing and oppressive pressure. He looked down at Su Yi, observing him for a moment before seemingly remembering something. He let out a dry laugh and said, "My apologies, how rude of me. Facing a future god-level powerhouse, perhaps even one of the pillar gods of my temple, I shouldn't extend an invitation in such a disrespectful manner." As he spoke, he actually landed gracefully on the ground in front of Su Yi, looking him straight in the eye. Seeing Su Yi, who could still remain calm at this moment with no obvious disruption in his aura, the mysterious figure praised him once more. "Not only is your talent the strongest, but your temperament is far beyond that of your peers. Unlike those juniors in my temple who act all subservient the moment they see me. So, Su Yi, don't you have anything to ask? For instance, why I have appeared before you, or who I am? Why those ant-like instructors and the militaries the awakened haven't arrived yet? And what you are about to face next?" Each rhetorical question seemed to carry a trace of magic, constantly invading Su Yi's mind. Immobilized where he stood, Su Yi tried his best to stay calm. Looking at the situation, this incident was indeed related to this person. He listened intently to every word. This envoy. Temple. He didn't seem to be from the Night Watch or the military. Could he be from another organization of the awakened that fights evil spirits? But he clearly harbored hostility toward both of those parties. He didn't seem like a civilian organization, as they wouldn't have the guts. Furthermore, his attitude didn't suggest an immediate intent to eliminate him. There was even a hint of politeness. Suddenly, Su Yi recalled the words of the old principle, Chen Yud. People who are more like evil spirits than the evil spirits themselves. Could it be? Su Yi felt a wave of speechlessness in his heart. It had only been a few days since he was warned. Could he really have run into this group already? However, Chen Yud hadn't gone into detail, only expressing an extreme, visceral hostility toward them, so Su Yi couldn't quite figure them out. Run? He couldn't get away. Wait for rescue? But looking at the mysterious figure's attitude of having everything under control, it was clear that help wouldn't arrive in time. Even if Instructor Huang and the others rushed over and started fighting without a word, judging by that obvious transcendence realm level, they would likely be insta-killed on the spot. What should he do? Su Yi hated this feeling of his life and death being controlled by someone else. Though his heart was anxious and restless, he asked calmly on the surface, "Is this trial ground related to you?" The mysterious figure laughed. "To be precise, I came for a peerless monster like you. To bypass the perception of those Night Watch members at the extraterritorial border, my temple sacrificed a major trump card." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A small cluster of the black smoke tendrils in the sky suddenly condensed into a gaseous black shadow. It then floated to the side of the mysterious figure and stayed there obediently, appearing quite well behaved. It was actually that strange evil spirit, which was only a tier 3 strength. Seeing this, Su Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran through his entire body. An evil spirit. Actually taking orders from a human? And this mysterious powerhouse was standing there in peace with an evil spirit? Watching Su Yi's reaction, the mysterious figure grinned. "Judging by your reaction, those guys probably haven't told you about my temple yet, have they? It makes sense after all. In the eyes of that lot, my evil god temple is a parasite on humanity." Without waiting for Su Yi to respond, he continued, "Su Yi, why do you think this world was able to evolve from the tiny old era into this new world where transcendent power rules everything?" Su Yi's face was icy. Evil spirits destroyed the order of this world, so we humans naturally had to stimulate our potential to resist. Ignorant. The mysterious figure sneered, his tone gradually becoming frenzied. "It's the evil spirits. It was the appearance of the evil spirits that gave us humans transcendent power. If not for them, we humans would never have possessed the ability to explore the unknown. Therefore, we should be grateful to the evil spirits. Instead of engaging in meaningless struggle, a situation where we coexist with the evil spirits is the most correct choice. Hearing this, Sui also let out a sneer. Ridiculous. Are the compatriots devoured by those beasts over the past century what you call coexistence? His parents, his father who died a heroic death protecting the common people, Violet's father, Sister Frost's closest kin, and everyone else who had lost their loved ones. Coexistence? Coexist my ass. The mysterious figure shook his head. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Those ants who failed to obtain transcendent powers are losers. They are naturally meant to be eliminated by this new era. Whether it be malice or humans, the strong should dictate life and death. There is no need to shelter them. Such burdens it is their honor to serve as the source of malice evolution. Our evil god temple has no such burdens. Everyone here is a transcendent recognized by the malice. By now, we have already achieved a state of coexistence with them. Come, Suyi, join our evil god temple. You are the chosen one, bestowed with great power by the evil god. In the future, you will surely stand as an equal to the great evil god, or even reign above all gods and rule everything. The frantic tone, like a demonic melody, constantly assaulted Suya's spirit. Ha, as expected, you people are more like malice than the malice themselves. Looking at the mysterious figure who seemed possessed, Suyi sneered sarcastically. If your ancestors' great aunts, 8 uncles, and cousins' grandfathers knew about your pathetic state, they would definitely regret not splashing you against a wall back then. The words fell. The mysterious figure fell silent. As he remained quiet, the surrounding ground shook violently. It felt as though this entire abandoned urban district was about to collapse in the next moment. Forget it. If you had joined the evil god temple without a word, it would have been suspicious instead. Once you reach our temple, you will understand. Suppressing his anger, the mysterious figure finished speaking as the black smoke tendrils in the sky swept down frantically, enveloping both him and Suyi. In the next instant, the figures of the two disappeared directly along with the black smoke. Immersed in total darkness, Suya's consciousness became hazy. His thoughts ceased, and he fell into a deep sleep. However, just a moment before he fell asleep, inside the special bracelet symbolizing his status as the top student among the items rewarded by the academy, one of the two inconspicuous, peculiar crystals, the one shaped like a sword, suddenly flickered. A terrifying sword intent began to permeate the air. Chapter 42, The Sword That Lights Up the Night Sky. Is he the one with the divine talent? He's quite handsome. As expected, whenever the Holy Envoy takes action, success is guaranteed. Nonsense. For his sake, even the trump card Devouring Demon was used. If it still didn't succeed, how would the Holy Envoy explain it to the higher-ups? Do you think he will join the temple willingly? If he were willing, the Holy Envoy wouldn't have knocked him out and forcibly brought him to the Divine Ruin Branch. A divine-level talent. If he grows up, he'll likely be another invincible powerhouse, right? In a daze, Suya's consciousness gradually awakened after hearing these voices. Vibration perception was released subconsciously. In his perception, the surrounding environment had undergone a complete transformation. He knew for certain that he had been taken away from the abandoned city district, but it was different from what he had imagined. The so-called evil god temple of these cultists did not have the grim and terrifying layout he had expected. On the contrary, it possessed an air of grand and magnificent elegance. In the vast, bright, and sacred hall, statues of various malevolent entities were enshrined like gods around the perimeter. There were angels as described in myths, towering and eerie headless deities, and small, demonic female forms with 3 heads and 7 arms. Eerie yet divine-looking statues filled the entire hall. Below the statues, black-robed figures sat upon ancient chairs suspended in mid-air. On some seats, there were even humanoid malevolent spirits. Some looked hideous, while others were indistinguishable from humans. Towering, massive spirits were entrenched upon large stone platforms. They sat level with and opposite the black-robed figures, emanating human auras, maintaining an atmosphere of peaceful coexistence. The only thing Suyi couldn't understand was why the light illuminating the great hall was green. Did these vermin have some sort of special hobby?
As for Suyi himself, he was seated on one of 7 bone thrones that were significantly higher than all the other seats.
Though he was sitting steadily, he was firmly restrained and unable to move.
The mysterious figure was currently seated beside him, while on the bone throne on his other side sat a tall, enchanting humanoid spirit. A pale face, crimson hair, and blood-red eyes, an eerily beautiful countenance paired with an aura of extreme coldness. Her proud figure, which even her withered robes covered in human faces could hardly conceal. Suyi seemed to recall catching a glimpse of her in the high-level malevolent spirit database. He had some impression of her.
7th Order Malevolent Spirit, Demon Type, Blood Consort. A terrifying spirit that specialized in consuming human blood and flesh.
In human history, there was once an 8th Order blood consort who took a city that failed to evacuate in time. She drained hundreds of thousands of civilians until they became nothing more than shriveled human pelts. She was venomous to the extreme.
At that moment,
the blood succubus noticed Suyi had awakened. Her pale, eerily bloodless fingers gripped his chin firmly. Holding Suyi provocatively and gazing at his blood-stained, handsome face, she lightly pursed her purple lips and said seductively, "The little guy is awake.
Do you know that your surging vital energy has been making me feel so restless since just now? Could you let Big Sister take a sip? Just one sip, okay?" A 7th-rank evil entity possessed not only terrifyingly high intelligence but also the ability to speak human language. This was especially true for evil entities like the blood succubus, who possessed humanoid attributes and could speak human tongues from an early stage. However, Suyi merely let out a cold sneer, "Suck your mother. You damn beast. An evil creature playing the seductive Big Sister act?"
If he weren't currently at their mercy and lacking the strength, he would have drawn his blade and cleaved her down instantly. Of course, the main reason he dared to be so insolent was that his value seemed to be very important to these parasites. The words fell. The blood succubus's crimson eyes flashed with venomous malice. She bared her horrific fangs and prepared to bite down forcefully on Suya's neck. "Blood succubus, if you don't want to be devoured by Lord Six-Winged Blood Angel, go ahead and bite." Hearing the words of the mysterious figure, the blood succubus froze mid-motion. "Humph." She shoved Suya's chin away and then reached out toward the space below. With a clenching motion, a black-robed figure was pulled directly into her hand. "No, please don't, Lady Blood Succubus." Amidst screams of agony, this gold-rank member of the evil god temple was sucked dry into a withered husk, his black robe falling to the ground. The crowd of black-robed figures on the scene immediately fell silent, too terrified even to breathe loudly. Seemingly unsatisfied, the blood succubus reached out again toward a 3rd-rank evil entity. That demonic creature, at least dozens of meters tall, was also sucked dry until only a skeleton remained despite its pleas. "Tastes terrible." She let out a disgusted burp and gave Suyi a lingering, reluctant look before turning her gaze toward the mysterious figure. "Holy Envoy Luo, you see his foul temper. How could this little guy ever willingly join our evil god temple? It would be better to let me have a delicious taste and then have Lord Soul Pupil control him directly." On the bone throne, Holy Envoy Luo spoke solemnly that Lord, one of the pillar gods, said that we should first try our best to persuade this kid. No matter how long it takes, we must try. Only as a last resort should we call upon Lord Soul Pupil for forced control. He said that without one's own will, it is impossible to step onto the path of godhood. Hearing this, the blood succubus curled her lip. "If all the monstrous geniuses of you humans joined the evil god temple of their own will like that lord did, it wouldn't be this much trouble. But looking at this kid's temperament, it's clearly impossible. His talent is so heaven-defying that it would indeed be a pity if he were forcibly controlled. I really wish I could just take a sip and not have to think about anything." In the middle of the throne area, Suyi clearly became tense upon hearing these words. Control him? Did they mean some method to forcibly manipulate his consciousness? Damn it! If they can't have Suya's heart, they actually want to forcibly seize his body. How ruthless! An existence that even a 7th Order evil spirit addresses as Lord must be an even more powerful entity, or perhaps a human powerhouse from the evil god temple. How is he, a mere silver rank, supposed to resist?
Is he really going to have to go against his will and pull some kind of body in the enemy camp, heart at home stunt?
Sigh, it's all because his talent is just too god tier. While it's true he was caught off guard by these cultists' trump cards, the fact that the Dragon Kingdom's top brass had such a lax sense of protection for their prodigy is also partly to blame. They underestimated the evil god temple's desire for Su Yi and their fear of him as a future enemy. Apex template system, is there any way to slip away? At the moment, he truly has no cards left to escape the surveillance of these cultists and evil spirits unless he plays the role of an undercover agent. But from the conversation between Holy Envoy Luo and Xueji just now, it's not hard to tell that the evil god temple possesses secret arts capable of discerning a person's true intentions. It seems that once he's forcibly branded, even that plan won't work. There is. Hearing the response from the Apex template system, Suya's heart stirred. What way? Are you going to teleport me directly back to human territory? No. Is it some heavy-handed method where you need to go into a deep sleep for a while and use terrifying power to annihilate every living being present? Not that either. Then what is it? The luck halo. Suyi was stunned. What do you mean? Look above your head. Upon hearing this, Suya's perception surged out toward the exterior of the hall. Holy crap! What a bright light! As Suyi reacted in shock, the expressions of everyone inside the hall, including Saint Envoy Luo, Blood Queen, and the rest of the human experts and evil spirits, changed drastically. High above this mysterious divine ruin branch within the outer domain Forbidden Zone, a sword light, like a galaxy hanging upside down, tore through the firmament and the night sky, accompanied by the humming of a blade, completely illuminating the darkness. In the center of that sword light, a colossal sword phantom stood tall, pointing directly at the divine ruin branch hidden within the black mist and haze. Chapter 43, The Cow Capable of Slaying Gods, Six-Winged Blood Angel. Saint Envoy Luo. You bastard! You actually let someone track us to the divine ruin branch. Feeling the majestic, heavenly sword light above her head, every pore on Blood Queen's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her blood-red eyes were filled with terror as she screamed on the spot, "This sword light! It's that person from the Dragon Kingdom! We're finished! We're doomed! I've only just evolved to the 7th rank, I don't want to die." Saint Envoy Luo's face was also as pale as a sheet. Impossible. I clearly severed all connections between this kid and the outside world, and with the devouring demon's ability, how could he possibly have found the divine ruin branch? Wait. Back in the abandoned city district, he had already tested whether this kid had any powerful protectors. But even when Suyi was nearly killed by the ghost spirit sword fetus, no one appeared except for that group of useless instructors who were still struggling to resist. Logically speaking, he should have blocked every possible means the human side had to contact Suyi. Could it be? As if realizing something, his expression shifted rapidly, and he suddenly struck a fierce palm toward Suyi. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy triggered a violent sonic boom, instantly enveloping the latter. The force generated by a transcendent realm physical body was enough to annihilate Suyi in his current state. Clang! Following a crisp sword chime, a streak of sword light carrying the aura of heavenly majesty surged out from Suya's body. While erasing the incoming force, it lunged fiercely towards Saint Envoy Luo. Saint Envoy Luo's expression instantly turned to one of despair. I'd been outplayed after all. He thought he had been cautious enough, testing the waters for several rounds before daring to show himself to capture Suyi. Who would have thought? Those guys from the Dragon Kingdom were even more cunning than he was. Despite being protected by the power of that sword saint, they had kept it suppressed until now. Weren't they afraid that something might happen to the genius they valued so highly? I was too careless. I fell right into their trap. I should have tested them a few more times. He watched in despair. Although the streak of sword light appeared unremarkable, it left Saint Envoy Luo powerless to dodge. This space had been sealed the moment that entity in the sky appeared. He had been immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light, imbued with infinite sword intent, filled his entire field of vision. Poochie! His brow was pierced. Saint Envoy Luo, a powerhouse of the transcendent realm, died on the spot when facing an existence even more transcendent than himself.
It wasn't just Saint Envoy Luo who was immobilized.
All the evil spirits and black-robed members in the hall were similarly unable to move. They could only stare in utter despair as Lord Luo's body collapsed. That steady, powerful Lord Luo had actually died just like that. Unbelievable. As the Great Seven Great Evil Spirit who co-managed this evil god temple branch in the divine ruins alongside Saint Envoy Luo. Seeing her former colleague, whose strength was on par with her own, die such a miserable death on the spot, Blood Queen was scared witless. Blood Pupil looked pleadingly at Su Yi, who had now regained his freedom. It was as if she were saying, "Save me, I'm willing to do anything." By this time, Su Yi had gained a general understanding of the current situation through the reactions of Blood Concubine and Saint Envoy Luo. The phenomenon overhead was clearly a powerful human expert coming to the rescue. Furthermore, the sword light within his body was terrifyingly potent, instantly killing Saint Envoy Luo, a transcendence realm expert, on the spot. Tracing the aura of the sword light, he made a discovery. This aura actually emanated from the shimmering, sword-shaped crystal inside his special bracelet. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to it, thinking it was just a decorative item issued by the Academy. He never expected it to be such a massive trump card. It seemed it would only trigger when his life faced an inevitable death scenario. And was there a connection between this sword-shaped crystal and that majestic, heavenly sword light above? Their auras were identical. Apparently, there were two such trump card crystals. However, at this moment, the other round crystal deep and black like obsidian remained inactive beside the sword-shaped one. But presumably, it should possess equivalent power. In other words, if he hadn't been sure he could withstand that Ghost Spirit Sword Fetus ultimate move back in the abandoned city, either of these two trump cards would have been triggered? Misunderstanding cleared. The Dragon Kingdom does indeed protect its own. Well, I'll be. Was the crisis resolved just like that? It felt as though he had just taken a quick trip. Beside him, Blood Concubine's blood-red eyes grew increasingly aggrieved as she let out a despairing sound, "Woo!" With a cold sneer, Su Yi walked up to her. He suddenly reached out his right hand, pinching her pale, beautiful chin before slowly sliding his hand down. He abruptly throttled her slender neck. Under Blood Concubine's stunned gaze, the youth actually attempted to snap her neck. Damn! Won't budge. How awkward. A rank 7 evil spirit was indeed formidable, even with most of her abilities suppressed. The sheer power of the physical body alone left Su Yi, a mere silver realm, completely immobilized. No matter how much strength he mustered, he couldn't budge even a fraction of an inch. He had actually been hoping to see what it felt like to slay a 7th-tier evil spirit. As it turned out, his attempt to show off was a total failure. And it happened right under the gaze of a crowd of evil spirits, humans, and even the victims. It was indeed more than just a little bit awkward. Arrived just in time, it seems. At that moment, a weathered yet kind chuckle drifted through the air as a flash of sword light descended upon the great hall. A middle-aged man with glasses, whose aura seemed no different from an ordinary person but who possessed a gentle and elegant temperament, walked toward Su Yi with a light smile. The middle-aged man was handsome with short, cropped hair, wearing a lead-in t-shirt so ordinary it looked like it came from a street stall. On his lower half, he wore a pair of gray slacks paired with well-fitting casual sneakers, giving off the distinct vibe of a friendly uncle next door. However, this uncle wasn't greasy at all. Instead, he gave off a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze, appearing both handsome and sunny. Su Yi knew that this person must be the Dragon Kingdom powerhouse who had come to rescue him. He hurriedly called out politely, "Senior." He wondered which senior from Jiangnan-based city this neighborly uncle might be. Anyone capable of charging directly into an extraterritorial forbidden zone and easily immobilizing two transcendent powerhouses had to be a big shot at the same level as the old principal. He should have heard of him. The neighborly uncle approached and offered no introduction. He simply sized Su Yi up with a satisfied expression, his smile widening, "Peak Silver Realm indeed. And this foundation is significantly more stable and powerful than mine was back in the day. Not bad." Being praised right after a failed attempt at showing off made Su Yi feel a bit bashful.
He quickly changed the subject. "Senior, how did you find this place?" The words fell. The uncle chuckled softly and flicked his finger, causing a glimmer of sword light to emerge. Immediately, a matching sword light resonated from Suyi's wristband. As expected, that sword-shaped crystal was connected to the senior. It was even possible that this trump card belonged to him. Filled with gratitude, Suyi was just about to ask about the situation back in the abandoned city district. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. The eerie divine statues within the great hall all began to emit streaks of bloody light. Tantai Wuxuan, what audacity! You dare to charge into the forbidden zone? Did you think this god would not sense you? As the bloody light flared, a magnetic, booming voice instantly filled the hall. All at once, the crowd of evil spirits and black-robed members including Blood Queen found themselves able to move again. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged neighbor next to Suyi grinned. "So what if I entered?" As the voice, gentle yet filled with dominance, spread out, the blood succubus and other aberrations, along with the members of the evil god temple, were once again immobilized. No matter how the statues flickered with bloody light, they could not be liberated this time. Good, good, good. The 3 consecutive goods were enough to show just how furious the owner of that magnetic voice, who referred to himself as a god, was at this moment. On the platform of the bone throne, after saying those words, the neighbor uncle suddenly grabbed Suyi by the shoulder. Then, to Suyi's bewildered perception, they had already arrived in the sky above the Divine Ruins branch. Perhaps it was because of the phantom of the sword that stood between heaven and earth, constantly emitting brilliant sword light. The original pitch-black haze that covered tens of thousands of meters of the Forbidden Zone and even the boundless, infinite terrifying gloom had been evaporated. It revealed vast stretches of mountains and dense forests from the old era, though they were now withered and deathly silent. Standing in the sky, the neighbor uncle patted Suyi's shoulder again and grinned proudly. "Little Su, do you want a badass master? One who is several times more powerful than your old, disreputable Principal Chen, and who is fiercely protective of his disciples." Suyi was still in a daze. Hearing this, he couldn't help but freeze, subconsciously swallowing hard. More powerful than the principal? Wouldn't that be as legendary as a king-level giant? Seeing Suyi's look of awe, the neighbor uncle was quite satisfied. After all, if this kid didn't worship the strong, figuring out how to take him as a disciple would be a problem that even he, the sword saint, would find more headache-inducing than slaying a god. Looking at the horizon gradually being dyed red by the approaching bloody light, he continued to grin. "Yeah, more powerful than a king. Powerful enough to slay gods." In the next moment. Slay gods? Ha ha ha. Tantai Wuxuan, oh Tantai Wuxuan. Do you think I am that fool, Styx? He was barely born and couldn't even control his own divine power before he rushed to his death. He didn't deserve to be called a god at all. For all these years, you humans have used him to tarnish the dignity of us gods. If he didn't die, who would? But I must admit, you, Tantai Wuxuan, indeed possess the qualifications to be called a god among mortals. Following the neighbor uncle's words, that magnetic, grand voice that had previously echoed within the Hall of Divine Ruins rang out again. This time, the owner of the voice had arrived in person. Upon hearing this voice, Suyi looked at the middle-aged man beside him in utter shock. The Slayer of Styx. The first god slayer of humanity. This neighbor uncle in front of him was that Dragon Kingdom sword saint? Holy crap! This is nothing like what I imagined. In Suya's mind, shouldn't a sword saint be the type with long hair fluttering in the wind, dressed in white, with soaring sword intent, someone cool, aloof, and lonely at the top? But the person before him had messy hair, a bargain bin t-shirt, gray slacks, casual sneakers, and even wore a pair of glasses. His aura was no different from that of an ordinary person. He lacked the demeanor of a sword saint entirely. Strangely enough, Suyi actually found the old sword saint's current appearance much more pleasing to the eye. There was none of that keep-away aura typically held by the powerful. He was very down-to-earth and amiable. Retreating into the mortal world and blending into the mundane life, he was indeed a unique sword saint. Furthermore, Suyi felt he had truly gained some serious prestige. The sword saint is a trump card, the sword saint coming to the rescue. Who else could claim that? And beside that sword-shaped crystal,
there seemed to be an obsidian crystal as well. He had heard that the Dragon Kingdom possessed two supreme gods of the mortal realm, one sword saint and one Yama.
This was absolute god-tier treatment.
Snapping back to reality, Sui perceived that the horizon ahead had completely transformed into a world of blood. Whether it was the withered trees, the decaying earth, or the hazy clouds in the sky, everything was stained crimson, appearing utterly eerie. The bloody world surged forward, clashing and deadlocking with the brilliant sword light as if two vastly different worlds were colliding. At that moment, accompanied by the descent of a blood moon and amidst the pervasive crimson glow, a figure radiating a sense of divine majesty slowly descended from the blood-red clouds. His long blood-red hair danced wildly, and his face was handsome to the point of being monstrous. His pupils glowed with a holy golden light, and a blood moon was etched upon his forehead. Over his tall, upright frame, he wore a suit of blood-red divine armor with gold patterns that shimmered with crimson light, looking both formidable and uncanny. Even more bizarre were the 3 pairs of blood-colored wings spanning across his back, large enough to blot out the sun. Each feather was saturated with surging bloodlight, filled with a beauty that was eerie to the extreme. Witnessing this scene, Sui frowned. An angel? It was far too sinister, clearly different from the holy white-winged angels. However, in this world, angels were also considered malevolent entities. They were equally intolerant of humanity regardless of whether they were upright-looking or sinister. Angels were simply no good. The 6-winged scarlet angel before him, referring to itself as this deity, was likely a rank 9 evil god. The terrifying, oppressive aura weighed down so heavily that Sui could barely breathe. Is this what a god is? It was indeed terrifying and overwhelmingly oppressive, but in the end, it was merely an evil god. Nothing more than an enemy of humanity. Forcing himself to withstand the pressure, Sui bit his lip and gradually regained his composure. Such remarkable resilience and mental fortitude. Seeing this, Tantai Wuxuan felt increasingly gratified. Faced with the unconscious aura of an evil god, without any external help, the boy had not been crushed. This state of mind was something even a normal Diamond Realm expert could not match. Is this boy your human race's 11th god talent user? Truly extraordinary. If he joined the Temple of Evil Gods, he would surely receive the protection of the outer gods and be allowed to ascend to godhood. It's just a pity that he is human, and even more so, unwilling to become a believer of the evil gods. Back then, letting you, Tantai Wuxuan, grow to a level comparable to us was indeed an oversight. From now on, your human race will never give birth to an 11th mortal sovereign. Hearing the 6-winged blood angel's words, Tantai Wuxuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I shall use the sword in my hand to cleave a path to godhood for him." As the words fell, clang! The sky-propping sword phantom above erupted with blinding radiance, transforming into a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth, radiating a majestic and divine sword intent. A boundless white sword sheath suddenly slashed out from the pillar, sweeping across the sky from one end of the horizon to the other, cutting straight into the scarlet world. Rip! The void was instantly marked by a pitch-black, deep line, forming a shocking sight as scar of the heavens. The space of the firmament had actually been sliced open. The surrounding gloom was frantically sucked into this spatial rift. The scarlet world influenced by the 6-winged blood angel also shook violently as the scar of the heavens passed through it. The blood-red light flickered as if the entire realm were on the verge of collapse. Yet the blood angel remained calm, its expression filled with arrogance. Very well. Today, this deity shall reclaim some dignity for that fool, Styx. As it spoke, the 6 blood-colored wings behind it beat rhythmically. In the next instant, endless blood-red light surged from every single feather of the angel. Before long, a crimson, towering, and eerie giant blood moon coalesced within the scarlet world. This collapsing blood-colored world also stabilized, and even began to press back against Tantai Wuxuan's heavenly sword light. Humanity's supreme god faces off against the Lord of Evil. A battle of gods, after many years, plays out once again. Chapter 44, The Sword Strikes, Slaying 3 Wings. Is this the duel between those at the ceiling of power? Protected behind Tantai Wuxuan, Sui looked on with a face full of shock. At this moment, he felt like a lone boat adrift between 2 worlds. He felt as if heaven and earth had been overturned. He could no longer tell north from south. He could only catch a glimpse of the outline of that sky-propping sword pillar and the blood moon above his head. Everything else was either crisscrossing sword light or pervasive blood red light. The fluctuations in this area were completely disrupted. His perception simply could not witness this divine battle normally. If Senior Sword Saint hadn't protected him while resisting that blood angel, he feared he would have been instantly erased by the blood light the moment that sliver of the blood moon was born. Terrifying. When gods fight, mortals suffer. It truly wasn't just a saying. Just as that blood moon finished condensing, the Elder Sword Saint lightly raised his finger. With a calm expression and even a hint of a curious smile, he pointed toward that eerie blood moon. The crisscrossing sword lights instantly solidified into intangible phantoms of sword souls, surrounded by sharp flowing light as brilliant as a galaxy. They filled the entire horizon as the heavenly sword artistic conception permeated the air. Like the sovereign of swords, thousands of sword shadows followed the sword saint's finger, all pointing toward the blood moon within the crimson clouds. Heaven's sword piercing. A gentle voice murmured. In an instant, thousands of sword soul phantoms surged toward the blood moon like stampeding wild horses, bringing with them a deafening roar of sword cries. Feeling the intent of the heavenly sword hidden within the sword soul phantoms, the blood angel frowned, and his arrogance gradually faded. Though he looked down upon those human awakened with his words. This Tantai Wuxuan was indeed a formidable enemy hindering the progress of these gods from beyond the domain. He was not to be underestimated. The miniature blood moon at the center of his brow flickered. The crimson moon, which supported the blood moon world, immediately trembled, followed by an explosion of thick rivers of blood that blotted out the sky. With a heavy, oppressive force, the torrent roared toward the tens of thousands of phantom sword souls. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Yet these seemingly powerful and vast rivers of blood were pierced through on the spot by the heavenly sword soul phantoms at the moment of collision, annihilated by that terrifying sword intent. Interesting. The blood angel's eerie face gradually turned solemn. That sword intent seemed to possess an extreme artistic conception capable of cutting through everything. In fact, his divine blood rivers had already regenerated countless times the instant they were crushed. But in less than a single breath, they were annihilated once again. The speed of recovery fell far short of the sword soul's destructive intent. It was killing power pushed to the absolute extreme. It wasn't until the blood light of the entire blood moon world assisted the blood rivers in entangling those phantom sword souls that this wave of offensive was barely withstood, though many streaks of starlight still managed to pierce into the crimson moon. This triggered yet another upheaval throughout the entire blood-colored world. After two exchanges, the six-winged blood angel had been forced into passive defense, clearly falling into a disadvantage. This made him, as the lord of a secret realm, lose face, and the terrifying divine power within his body began to brew frantically. Senior Sword Saint has the upper hand. Standing behind that figure who appeared thin but provided an invincible sense of security, Suyi looked excited. In his perception, although he couldn't discern the specific details, he had felt the two tremors of the blood-red world. Suyi could even sense that the Tier 9 evil god was suppressing his rage, much like the heaven and earth he influenced, on the verge of erupting. Just as Suyi was speculating, two golden beams briefly pierced through the sword light and stared directly toward them. It was the pair of golden pupils belonging to the blood angel. He looked at Tantai Wuxuan, who currently wore a relaxed and faint smile, and his divine heart nearly wavered. Did this god of the mortal realm not take him seriously at all? He, the six-winged blood angel, was not that fool sticks. Among the pantheon of outer gods, he was not the strongest, but he was certainly far from the weakest. He was actually being underestimated. Yet he knew in his heart that it would likely be difficult for him to defeat this Tantai Wuxuan. Over all these years, he had undoubtedly grown significantly stronger. Taking a deep breath, the blood angel forced his divine heart to steady. Tantai Wuxuan, it seems you truly have taken that step. Since that is the case, there is no need for minor skirmishes. Unfold your domain. Hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but hold his breath. Domain. The ultimate killing move of Ninth Order evil gods and God of War level the awakened. By resonating one's core ability with the world and merging it into the environment, one creates an absolute space optimized for their own combat. Within that spatial world, one is a god and omnipotent being,
Thus, this absolute space is also known as the God's domain.
Suyi had only heard such general descriptions on the awakened forums.
After all, how could mortals dare to involve themselves in duels between gods?
Consequently, the domain had become an unknown power that all the awakened yearned for.
Could he actually witness the might of a domain with his own eyes this time?
But damn it, his strength wasn't enough. He couldn't perceive the details of the duel between these two at all. Suyi felt an extreme sense of regret in his heart. In front of him, Tantai Wuxuan merely gave his glasses a gentle nudge, maintaining that same composed smile. To slay you, why would I need a domain? It was as if a powder keg had been completely detonated. At this moment, the six-winged blood angel could no longer restrain his divine heart, and his eerie face turned cold and indifferent.
The next moment,
the infinite sword light that had been suppressing the scarlet world suddenly dimmed. Everything between heaven and earth was swallowed by the crimson river of blood. The void, the black mist and haze, the decaying earth, and the endless stretches of withered mountains and forests all were devoured into the river of blood. Crash! The entire world was left with nothing but a sea of scarlet. The high-hanging crimson blood moon sat at the center overhead, presiding over the constantly churning, heaven-reaching scarlet sea of blood. And accompanied by a divine chant, streaks of sacred golden light identical to the blood angel's golden pupils diffused through the sea of blood, looking utterly bizarre.
Welcome to the
Blood Sea Abyss. The arrogant, majestic voice of the blood angel echoed throughout the entire expanse of the blood sea space.
Standing within this space, the blood inside Suyi's body surged and roiled frantically. It was agonizing.
Even protected by the sword pillar, which had shrunk to less than 10 meters, his face was flushed a deep crimson.
He couldn't understand why Senior Tantai didn't release his own domain to resist.
Being trapped deep within an enemy's domain meant that even if one's strength surpassed the opponent's by a significant margin, they would still be suppressed into a disadvantaged position.
Wasn't this far too passive?
At that moment, within the blood sea abyss, massive waves of blood bore down from 10 different directions.
There were hideous, 10,000-meter-long blood dragons transformed into draconic shapes, and giant angels wielding divine weapons raising their palms to strike.
They blotted out the sky, and blood-red clouds permeated the air, filled with killing intent. Every single one of them was locked onto the two people within the sword pillar, which was on the verge of being swallowed and disappearing. Yet, Tantai Wuxuan maintained that same indifferent, kindly expression, like a middle-aged man next door. Suddenly, an ancient, simple longsword in its scabbard appeared in his hand.
Caressing the constantly trembling blade, the sword saint looked at it as if he were seeing an old friend he hadn't met in years. Old partner, are you excited as well? Clang! Buzz, buzz!
A low hum of the sword vibrated in response to Tantai Wuxuan.
Very well.
Today, let us slash through this first-tier domain and slay this minor god. Tantai Wuxuan smiled faintly, his right hand gripping the ancient hilt.
In the next moment,
the sharp sword left its sheath, and the world fell silent. A pale flash of sword light ignited along the ancient blade. The entire world of the blood sea froze instantly. The blood angel's voice was silenced. After a long while, under Suyi's stunned gaze, the blood sea abyss, which a moment ago had been churning with waves and endless killing intent, was suddenly covered in a dense network of sword scars.
Then,
crack! It shattered. Crack, crack, crack. As the blood sea abyss completely disintegrated, the pitch-black night sky was revealed once more. On the scene, the radiant and towering figure of the six-winged blood angel was nowhere to be found. Only 3 massive, sky-blotting blood wings remained, slowly falling toward the decaying earth along with a vast amount of golden divine blood.
Chapter 45, A Bountiful Harvest. Old friend, you've lost your edge. You only took half that minor god's life and let him slip away.
In the night sky, Tantai Wuxuan stroked the ancient longsword with a slightly reproachful tone. Buzz, 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 buzz. To his surprise, the ancient longsword vibrated frantically, appearing quite dissatisfied. It even tugged at Tantai Wuxuan's hand, its tip pointing persistently in one direction, its sword intent yearning to be unleashed.
No, no, no. We're not going. We could slay him, but there's no need. This is someone else's turf, after all. Be good, don't be so impulsive.
Tantai Wuxuan hurried to soothe the sword's emotions like he was comforting a child. Next time.
I'll definitely let you slay him next time. Only then did the ancient longsword quiet down and obediently return to its sheath. Off to the side, Suyi looked utterly dazed. It's over just like that? A moment ago, he had been worried for the Sword Saint Senior, wondering why he hadn't opened his domain. The next moment, it was freaking over?
The disparity in strength was actually this vast. The Sword Saint Senior indeed didn't need to open a domain to cut down that six-winged blood angel. It turned out that Suyi himself was the clown all along.
Is this the most terrifying killing power among humanity's 10 strongest experts? Badass. Noticing Suye's admiring gaze, Tantai Wuxuan put away his longsword and cleared his throat. Well? Is your master badass or what?
To this, Suyi gave a thumbs up. Master, you are incredibly badass.
Holy crap, slaying a god the moment he said he would. If that's not badass, what is? How could he not understand? Senior Tantai had been asking him repeatedly because he wanted to take him as a disciple.
Charging directly into an extraterritorial forbidden zone to slay a god and rescue someone, a master who was this protective and this powerful. Anyone who refused would be an idiot.
Ha ha ha. Let's go, disciple. We're heading back.
Having received his answer, Tantai Wuxuan found Suyi more and more pleasing to the eye, far more so than his own granddaughter. That girl is incredibly headstrong and refuses to listen to a word anyone says. She's a total handful. By now, the Divine Ruins branch below had been completely razed to the ground, leveled by the six-winged blood angel during the battle between the two gods.
Their motives remain unclear, but presumably, they simply didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to gain control over anything there.
After all, the evil god temple is currently a thorn in humanity's side. Having to resist supernatural evils while staying vigilant against these vermin stirring up trouble is a massive headache. Consequently, the seven great powers want nothing more than to uproot every single stronghold of the evil god temple.
Soon after, Tantai Wuxuan then took Suyi and transformed into a streak of swordlight, heading back toward human territory. Remaining outside the domain was always fraught with danger if several lords of the evil gods were to descend and intercept them. Then even a sword saint like Tantai Wuxuan would find himself overwhelmed by superior numbers. It was best to leave while the various supernatural evils had yet to react. After all, they had already destroyed an evil god temple branch and eliminated key members. It couldn't be considered a wasted trip. On the way back, things finally quieted down, and Suyi couldn't wait to shift his focus to opening the Apex template system. Due to a series of accidents, he hadn't had the chance to take stock of his loot yet, so he didn't know how much he had gained. Before long, a character panel slowly emerged in his mind. Host, Suyi. Level, Silver Realm Peak. Ability Wave Dominion SSS+. Items, 10k 100k Energy Random Scroll X1, 100k 200k Energy Random Scroll X1, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll X3, Consumable Random Scroll X3, Special Grade Strength Elixir X1, Fate Coin X1. Energy Points, 284,500. Template, Azura Unlock Progress 20.5%. Template Capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. 280,000. Setting aside the other rewards, he had actually obtained 280,000 points just from the energy point category alone. Suyi did a rough calculation. The 2 achievements, first kill and slaying a higher level enemy, rewarded 50,000 and 100,000 respectively. Combined with the value of the number of evil spirits killed, it indeed added up to roughly this amount. It was just a pity that the accident happened so suddenly, otherwise, he could have earned even more. But overall, it was quite good, nearly 290,000 energy points. He could unlock 1% of the Azura progress. It was worth mentioning that through the frequent use of his abilities this time, the progress had actually increased from 20.2 to 20.5. A full 0.3 increase, nice. If he opened those 2 energy random scrolls and the 3 junior unlock progress scrolls, once he returned this time, he could definitely unlock nearly 5% of the progress, and it wouldn't be impossible to directly promote to the gold realm.
Action followed thought, so he directed his intent toward the first scroll with an amount ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. Though his face wasn't white with luck right now, it was covered in some blood. There was no way he could be black-faced with bad luck, right?
Ding!
The host has opened a 10,000 to 100,000 energy random scroll, obtaining 18,000 energy points.
Damn it!
Cursing under his breath, Suyi continued to click on the second one.
Ding!
The host has opened a 100,000 to 200,000 energy random scroll, obtaining 192,000 energy points. Instantly, Suye's lips curled into a grin, and his heart felt balanced again. Not bad, at least it wasn't bad luck all the way to the bottom.
Energy points.
At this point, his total energy points had nearly broken the 500,000 mark, enough to unlock 2% of the current progress.
Exhilarating! Not long ago, he felt that the unlocking progress was outrageously expensive.
Now it seemed that as long as he participated in more operations to kill the corrupted, there was still hope. In fact, even before the freshman trial, Suyi had researched many events similar to the trial where one could come into contact with the corrupted. However, most of them had restrictions. Only after becoming a sophomore could one qualify through specific conditions. Freshmen, under the subconscious protection of the academy, rarely had opportunities for such life and death tempering. They could basically only encounter them through the trial tower. But the trial tower was completely useless to Suyi no matter how many he killed. Even if he killed until the trial tower's energy was exhausted, he wouldn't gain a single energy point. It was entirely meaningless. Once I go back and promote to the Gold Realm this time, I must fight for a spot in the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament.
The Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. It was the qualifying round to enter the International Prodigy Training Camp.
Each of the 10 federal saint universities in the Dragon Kingdom held 5 slots. They would compete against each other in the tournament, with the weak being eliminated and the strong surviving, until finally, the most monstrous geniuses could enter the training camp. The winners of these 5 slots in each university were essentially the strongest 5 students who fought their way to the top through sheer strength. They were the so-called man of the hour figures. Ultimately, they would compete with the 5 top figures from the other 9 universities to enter the Gathering of Monsters, the International Prodigy Training Camp. Every country followed this system. Therefore, anyone who emerged from the training camp would essentially achieve greatness. Frost was like this, and Kane was the same. What Suyi had his eye on was naturally one of the perks of the training camp. Members could participate in all combat operations of the Night Watch and the military, and even take on special missions.
Doesn't that mean having direct access to the corrupted?
Membership in the International Prodigy Training Camp, he had to get it. Even if it meant competing against the legendary sophomores of his own academy. No, even if he had to fight the elite second-year geniuses from the other 9 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, he had to secure a spot in the Prodigy Training Camp. Although he had been enrolled for less than a month, his strength spoke for itself. Suyi feared no one. He had heard that Sister Frost secured a spot just as she was finishing her freshman year and heading into her sophomore year, subsequently achieving great results in the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament to enter the training camp. Once he returned, he would ask the principal about this.
Just as he was thinking, a notification from the Apex template system suddenly rang out. Ding!
Does the host wish to claim the rewards for the Evil Eradication 1.0 mission now? Oh, right. He had almost forgotten about this reward.
Suyi replied expectantly, claim them.
Chapter 46, Growing Stronger.
Promotion to Gold Realm.
Ding! The host has completed the 2-star mission, Evil Eradication 1.0. Overall evaluation, excellent. Distributing rewards. Congratulations! The host has received 100,000 energy points, 1x Junior Unlock Progress Scroll, 1x Random Energy Scroll 150,000 200,000, 1x Random 4-Star Weapon Scroll, 10x Sparkling Remy's Aid, 1x Life Token, and 1x Random Arad Continent Title Scroll. As expected, 2-star random missions have a high probability of rewarding a Junior Unlock Progress Scroll. This item was undoubtedly the most enticing thing for Suyi. Furthermore, with the 100,000 energy points plus a scroll worth 150,000 to 200,000, his energy points were about to hit a new peak.
In a pleasant mood, he continued to look at the remaining rewards. It seemed that aside from the 10 sparkling Remy's aids, the other 3 items were new. Random 4-star weapon scroll allows the random extraction of a weapon equivalent to 4-star quality from across the heavens in myriad worlds. Note, energy points can be paid to restrict the weapon to a specific category. It just so happens my dark gold blade is ruined. If I can draw a handy weapon after I get back, I won't have to go through the trouble of finding one. This scroll could be considered the icing on the cake. Of course, if he pulled a special weapon. Then the value of this scroll would definitely double. It all came down to luck. Looking at the other 2 items, Suya's consciousness suddenly froze, feeling a mix of surprise and complexity. Life token, use upon death to resurrect oneself. This was something Suyi hoped he would never have to use in his entire life. This is even more screwed up than the fate coin. You have to freaking die to use it. That's an experience he has absolutely no desire to go through. But no matter how you look at it, this thing is still heaven-defying. It's essentially an extra life. To put it bluntly, all the other rewards from this haul combined aren't even worthy of licking the boots of this resurrection coin. It truly is a love-hate relationship. As for the final item, it was another scroll. Arad Continent Title Random Scroll can randomly draw any title from the Arad Continent. Will it be a title that grants special abilities, or a decoration so weak it's negligible? Come on, young man, draw. Screw you. Draw it is, then. Suyi directed his consciousness straight at the scroll. He was rolling in wealth now and wasn't afraid of anything. On the surface of the scroll, various titles he vaguely remembered began to flash by. Holy Guardian, Kanina's Hope, Guardian of the King. Monster Hunter? Good grief, even this ancient relic that summons minotaurs can be drawn? Ding! The host has opened the Arad Continent Title Random Scroll and obtained the title, Legendary Supernova. Legendary Supernova, the advanced mythic level version of the Supernova title. Once equipped, it increases overall strength including mana power, physical strength, and soul intensity by a certain margin, and adds plus 10% damage to enemies. Duration, 1 hour. After 1 hour, it will automatically unequip and return to the inventory. Cooldown, 12 hours. This is a good one. Suyi absolutely loved anything that could boost his own combat power. Not only did it increase his overall strength, but it actually provided an additional 10% buff to damage dealt against enemies. That was equivalent to a 10% increase in combat effectiveness. A trump card. Another trump card. Although it wasn't as potent as that special grade strength secret medicine, the combination of the two would be absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, during the brief moment Suyi was communicating with the Apex template system, Tantai Wuxuan had already carried him through the void, and in less than an hour, they had soared into the territory of Zhongnan Base City. Coming into view was a towering, pitch-black city wall that reached into the clouds and stretched beyond the horizon. This ancient, aura-laden high wall was naturally the barrier outside the borders of Zhongnan Base City that blocked the invasion of external evil entities. The long solidified dark bloodstains on the wall were enough to tell the story. This chasm-like barrier has already warded off countless disasters for Zhongnan Base City. At this moment, atop the 1,000-meter-high wall, Chen Yud, Tanya, and even Frost and Kane, who were in the middle of an important mission. Upon learning that an accident had occurred during the freshman trial, they all dropped what they were doing and rushed here, heedless of the potential punishment. Seeing Frost's anxious face and the way she bit her crimson lip, Tanya stepped forward to comfort her. "Frost, relax. That kid has the trump card left by the Sword Saint. He won't be in any danger." This girl. If Tanya hadn't forcefully stopped her just now, she probably would have brainlessly charged into the Outlands with Kane to find Suyi. To her surprise, her words only made things worse. Frost's south beautiful crescent eyes instantly reddened. Suyi was heavily injured by the ghost spirit sword fetus and still stayed behind to cover for Violet and the others. How could he possibly be fine, facing a siege of evil spirits with a broken body? If I had known this would happen, I should never have let him undergo awakening. I'd rather he lived a healthy life like an ordinary person, with me protecting him forever.
Junior sister, Suyi is very strong.
Your protective instincts are too.
Kane, standing nearby, tried to chime in, but one glance from those crescent eyes made him shut his mouth immediately. Naturally, he was also extremely worried about his younger brother's situation, perhaps more than anyone else. But things had already reached this point, and with the protection of the Dragon Kingdom's two great human gods, it shouldn't be that easy for something to go wrong. Since the kid had decided to step onto the path of the awakened, experiencing life and death situations was inevitable. And Suya's performance this time was enough to prove that he wasn't the type to grow stronger by following a conventional cultivation path. He was destined to be the manic type who carves out a blood-soaked path to join the ranks of the strongest. Daring to confront a Tier 4 evil spirit while only at the Silver Realm, and even teaming up with a mentor to slay one. Good lad, ruthless and heaven-defying enough? Much more ruthless than I was in my younger days. Thinking this, Kane couldn't help but let a gratified smile slip, though he quickly suppressed it, remembering the solemn atmosphere. Suddenly, above everyone's heads, a brilliant flash of sword light descended, revealing the figures of Tantai Wuxuan and Suyi. Before Suyi could even open his mouth to say hello, a tall, soft body pulled him into a death grip of a hug. Who else could it be but Frost? As her fragrance wafted over him, Suyi suddenly remembered the warning Frost had given him before the trial. Don't try to be a hero during the trials, or you'll have me to deal with when you get back. Swallowing hard, Suyi really wanted to say that he hadn't been trying to show off. But with a combat suit capable of withstanding attacks from a Diamond Realm powerhouse shredded to tatters and himself covered in blood, the words clearly wouldn't come out. However, Frost did not give him a lecture. Instead, she took out a damp towel and gently wiped his blood-stained face, just as tenderly as she used to wipe away his sweat after a grueling workout. Are you planning to give me 10,000 reasons to explain yourself again? Humph. Seeing this stubborn streak of yours just makes me angry. Suyi grinned. No one knows me better than you, Sister Frost. Feeling proud of yourself, are we? You're asking for a beating. The next day, inside Jiangnan Federal Saint University. In Villa number 666, Suyi sat cross-legged in his secret room. After a night of checking on him and confirming he was truly fine, Frost and Kane had left once more to carry out that important mission. Had it not been for the absolute necessity of immediate execution, the two of them would have insisted on staying with Suyi for a few more days no matter what. As for this freshman trial, thinking of this, a trace of guilt instinctively flickered across Suya's expression. Violet was still in a coma, and the casualties among the students were heavy. Of the 7 instructors sent to oversee the event, 3 had fallen. Instructor Huang, who had protected him, had survived, but his left arm had been severed by the ghost spirit sword fetus for his sake. All of this was caused by the Temple of Evil Gods in their pursuit of Suyi. Suyi looked helpless. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. I must get stronger. Guilt is useless. Only by constantly growing stronger can I have the power to face unknown crises. He quickly opened the Apex template system. Energy points, 700,000. Template, Azura unlock progress, 20.5%. Just moments ago, he had opened the scroll containing 100,000 to 200,000 points, which, combined with the 100,000 reward points, his energy points had skyrocketed to 700,000. To unlock the current progress to 21.5%, it would require 210,000 for 22.5%, it would be 220,000, and then 230,000. It's enough to unlock 3% of the progress, plus the 2.3% progress gained from opening 2 junior unlock progress scrolls? 5.3%. Sufficient to advance to the Gold Realm. Once he promoted to the Gold Realm, he would immediately seek out the principal to request a pre-selection qualification for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament, continuing to gain opportunities to slay evil spirits and strive to become stronger. Advancing to the Gold Realm requires condensing mana springs in the abdomen. The stronger the talent, the greater the number of mana springs condensed, and the sturdier they are. The quality of mana also far exceeds that of the same rank, like the difference between a vast ocean and a small stream. In human history, the 10 sovereigns, relying on their god-tier talents, each achieved the heaven-defying feat of condensing 6 mana springs. My master almost condensed 7. The vortex formed by the heaven and earth spirit mist was incredibly magnificent. Recalling Tanya's explanation of the Gold Realm advancement process, Suyi murmured with anticipation, I wonder, with the potential of wave dominion and the power granted back by Azura, how many I can condense. Chapter 47, Heavenly Phenomenon, Mana Tide. Apex Template System, unlock it directly. After instructing the Apex Template System, Suyi immediately assumed the posture of the mana channeling technique. Ding! Azura Template Unlocking. Current character progress, 21.5%. As the cold notification from the Apex Template System faded. Boom! An invisible explosion seemed to erupt within his body. Those familiar surges of power once again violently flooded into Suyi's body, madly nourishing his physical form. His soul, washed by that mysterious power, was also evolving toward an unknown level. The pleasurable sensation, even though he had experienced it before, still left Suyi deeply intoxicated. As for that mana, pure to the extreme, Suyi slowly guided it toward his abdomen through the channeling method. At the peak of the Silver Realm, the mana within his body was already full. To evolve to the next step, he had to break the invisible barrier at his abdomen and condense a mana spring within that mysterious space. The extremely pure mana was directly guided by Suyi, converging from all parts of his body toward the barrier at his abdomen. Bang! 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 Each fierce impact forced a muffled groan from Suyi. It couldn't be helped, his physical body was exceptionally powerful, which naturally meant his barriers were equally robust, and the mysterious space within his abdomen was vast beyond measure. Compared to his peers, the difference in their foundations was like night and day. Barriers that others could break with ease required him to expend far more mana, but what he gained in return was an invincible foundation. Fortunately, his terrifying physical constitution also allowed Suyi to withstand the excruciating pain that would have been unbearable for others. Thump, 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 thump. The constant battering continued for an unknown amount of time until suddenly. Crack! With an invisible, crisp sound, the pure mana guided by Suyi met no further resistance and surged all at once into the mysterious space in his abdomen. Condense! He hurriedly used the guiding technique to control this surge of mana, following the method Tanya had taught him to begin condensing his first mana well. Unbeknownst to Suyi, as he began to condense the first mana well, the world outside was already being influenced by him, slowly undergoing a subtle change. And this change was continuously growing in intensity. Inside the elite student villa district of Federal Saint University, the ambient spiritual mist, which had been calm and difficult to perceive, began to shift. It started to thicken to the point where such movement could be detected even without using a mana guiding technique. The air began to flow as the spiritual mist of heaven and earth rapidly converged toward Villa number 666. Soon, it wasn't just the Villa district, every corner of Federal Saint University was affected, with the energy flowing toward Villa number 666 in the residential area. Many students, whether in class or participating in outdoor activities across various sectors, began to sense that something was wrong. The sophomores, in particular, possessed a perception of the spiritual mist and mastery of mana guiding techniques far superior to those of the freshmen. Consequently, they were the first to notice the anomaly. Hey! Do you guys feel that? Yeah, something's wrong with the spiritual mist. Why is it so restless? And the direction it's flowing in is so consistent. Damn it! I just tried to draw in some of this spiritual mist, but it completely ignored me and just kept surging toward that direction. It really is. What on earth is going on? Let's go. Follow the spiritual mist and see what's happening. Driven by curiosity, a group of students who were outdoors or free at the moment headed straight toward the source. Those currently in class were itching to skip out immediately just to join in on the spectacle. Meanwhile, the teaching faculty also halted their movements. They were seasoned elders who had seen the world. Anyone at the Gold Realm level understood the situation instantly. Someone was condensing a mana spring. Furthermore, for it to cause such a massive disturbance, their talent had to be at least S rank or higher. An S rank or anyone below that level could never trigger a resonance across such a vast area. One must realize that the range affected on their side alone had already exceeded several thousand meters. But a moment later, these teachers were utterly bewildered. They recalled that among this year's sophomores, there shouldn't be any SS rank monsters. The few elite S rank geniuses had already ascended to the gold realm long ago. Even if they hadn't, it would be impossible for them to create such a phenomenon. If it were a teacher, it would be even more out of the question. If someone only reached the gold realm at that age, they'd be lucky just to successfully condense a spring. Creating an anomaly like this would be dreaming. If it wasn't a sophomore and it wasn't a teacher, then who exactly was behind this? There were indeed two individuals with talent above S rank who hadn't reached the gold realm yet. One was the princess of the Bear Empire, Alina Shears, with her SS rank special series, Demonic Spirit Awakening. However, she hadn't recovered from the injuries she sustained during yesterday's freshman trial. Besides, even if she did break through, she would only be entering the silver realm. It didn't add up. That left one other person. Su Yi. The one with the god-tier talent. That monstrous youth did fit the criteria, as he was currently in the silver realm. No way. It's been less than a bloody month. Is this for real? As the thought crossed their minds, the expressions of the teachers gradually turned blank, and their brains seemed to short-circuit. At that moment, Tutor Huang, who was recovering from his injuries with a severed arm, sensed the world's spiritual mist flowing toward the villa area, growing increasingly dense. He couldn't help but chuckle with emotion. That kid, he really doesn't stop for a second. He's going to scare people to death. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chen Yud, who was sipping on some wine, looked at Tantai Wuxuan sitting opposite him. Such a commotion just as it's starting to condense. It seems he's even more exaggerated than you were. Tantai Wuxuan adjusted his glasses, looking self-satisfied. Isn't it only natural for the disciple to surpass the master? Screw you. You wall-digging scoundrel, you don't deserve the title of sword saint at all. You have no professional ethics. Afro, oh Afro, it's just that you're not strong enough. Don't blame the world for being too realistic. Pa! Once I advance to the war god realm, I'm definitely going to have a chat with you. Then I'm sorry to say, I can slay a god with one strike. With a face as black as the bottom of a pot, Shenyud took a swig of wine in frustration and said, I bet that kid condenses 8. Tantai Wuxuan also took a sip, 8.5. Put. Are you picking a fight? 8.5? Why don't you just say 9? Principal Chen knew very well how difficult it was to condense mana springs. The further along each subsequent spring was, the harder it became to form. Chen Yud betting on 8 was already based on Su Ye's recent logic-defying, heaven-sent performance. It was already an extraordinary estimate. His goal was to avoid being shocked by that kid again, unless that kid defied heaven once more to show him, actually condensing 8 mana springs and slapping his face with the impossible yet again. And just as these two powerhouses were bickering, the spiritual mist of the entire Federal Saint University even beyond the academy, the spiritual mist within a 1,000-meter radius and extending further. It was becoming denser and denser, and this trend was still expanding, forming a spiritual mist tide. The ordinary people outside were all surprised, wondering why it was so foggy so early in the morning. Only the awakened looked toward the direction of Federal Saint University with faces full of horror, their inner curiosity almost uncontrollable as they felt the urge to go and see. As for the culprit, Su Yi, he was still immersed in the wonderful process of condensing his first spring. Above the villa's canopy, as the condensation of his first mana spring neared completion, a massive mana vortex actually manifested within the void. It was as if the heavens and earth had formed a spring of their own, rotating and condensing in sync with Su Ye's own mana spring. Ding! Current character progress, 22.5. Chapter 48, No Madness, No Life Multitasking with Two Minds. Ding! Current character progress, 22.5%. The notification from the Apex template system sounded once again. The Azura progress had unlocked once more. The several forces that had not yet been fully digested a moment ago were immediately followed by an even more violent surge of power, turbulent to the extreme.
At this moment, within the vast, star-like space in Suya's abdomen, at the very center,
that extremely pure mana flowed continuously into the first mana spring like all rivers returning to the sea, spiraling and swirling incessantly. Though it appeared as a misty white expanse, a closer look revealed it to be crystal clear, a state that only appears when purity reaches a certain threshold. Simultaneously, the spiritual mist from the outside world was being refined by the celestial spring in the sky and sucked into Suya's body through his guidance technique. Like an invisible conduit, it provided an endless supply of mana for his condensation process, a true two-pronged approach. Until about 10 minutes later. First mana spring complete. Suyi quietly sensed the mana spring standing in his inner space, as magnificent and towering as a star, his face filled with ease.
That's right.
It was truly effortless, bolstered by the powerful feedback of the Asura's strength and the support of the world's spiritual mist. There wasn't a single obstacle. Soon, he began condensing the second mana spring, positioned far across from the first, both shimmering with a dim white light. Outside the elite student villa district, many students had already followed the source and arrived at the scene. Although non-elite students could not enter the villa area, even from the outside, they were stunned by the spiritual mist that was almost visible to the naked eye.
Specifically, that magnificent celestial spring, resembling a white sun, left them completely bewildered, staring blankly. When had they ever seen such a spectacle? Damn, their brains just couldn't process it. However, someone reacted instantly. Could this be a phenomenon caused by the condensation of a mana spring?
Hearing this, the gathered students were all taken aback.
This phenomenon was caused by the condensation of a mana well? But why didn't the top students from the elite class cause such a stir?
For them, it was just a localized disturbance of the spiritual mist.
So, do you guys just treat the teacher's lectures as background noise?
Only those with S-rank talent or higher have this kind of potential when promoting to the gold realm.
I remember now.
The teacher did mention that only S-rank monsters create heavenly phenomena when advancing to the gold realm, but it was just a passing remark.
Who the hell would pay attention to that?
And the vortexes in the sky seem to symbolize the number of wells currently being condensed.
Holy crap! Another one?
Just as the group of students was reeling in shock, another prototype of a mana well began to form in the sky. It was spinning rapidly, absorbing the spiritual mist that continued to gather from all directions.
Could this be the start of condensing a second well? Absolutely.
The freshman elite villa district, and with that kind of talent.
I can only think of two people.
I heard Goddess Alina is only at the peak of the bronze realm, so it's basically impossible for her.
That only leaves Suyi. No way? Wasn't he just at the early stage of the silver realm? How is he already promoting to gold?
Word on the street is that Junior Suyi cleared the bridge of heaven and earth in 20 seconds, several times faster than the top 10 strongest humans. With that kind of potential, his true level is worth reconsidering.
What do you guys think? Outrageous. Is this the power of a god-tier talent?
Here we are, seniors stuck at the peak of the silver realm, and he's promoting to gold less than a month after enrollment. I suddenly feel like total trash.
Trash +1. Our generation is destined to be crushed under Brother Ye's shadow.
Just like senior sister Mo, who suppressed the seniors of the previous class so hard they couldn't even lift their heads.
In the distance, atop a banyan tree,
a young man with a buzz cut, wearing combat gear engraved with dragon patterns and carrying a ferocious dragon saber on his back, listened to the students' chatter.
His domineering, blade-like eyebrows furrowed noticeably, crushed under his shadow? A bunch of cowards. Admitting you're inferior before you've even competed, laughable.
God-tier talent certainly provides a starting point far beyond one's peers, but I, Zhao Ju, refuse to believe that talent truly determines everything.
Muttering to himself, the young man continued to gaze solemnly at the phenomenon in the sky.
However, his subconsciously clenched fists proved that at this moment,
he was actually quite shaken by Suya's phenomenon.
Like him, scattered throughout the academy, several elite prodigies who were rarely seen in public were also staring intently at the phenomenon. The feeling of a newcomer closing the gap so rapidly made them extremely uncomfortable. Inside Federal Saint University, everyone had completely stopped what they were doing. They watched in horror as the second mana well began to frantically devour the spiritual mist. And this second spring was actually condensed and completed in less than 10 minutes.
Everyone watched in stunned silence. Condensing a mana spring truly depends on one's talent.
For a genius with an A-grade ability, being able to condense a single spring that is sturdier and has a larger capacity than those of the same rank is already considered defying the natural order. Most of the awakened find it extremely difficult just to condense one.
Only S rank can stably condense 2.
Those who are truly exceptional can manage 3, marking them as the elite among S-rank prodigies.
SS class. In human history, there have been fewer than 100 such individuals.
Most of them could condense 4 springs, but Frost condensed 5, which is why she is hailed as the legendary girl. Anything beyond that is a realm only the 10 greatest powerhouses can reach. 6 celestial vortex phenomena spanning the sky, 6 mana springs enough to stand as an equal to the gods. As they watched the third celestial spring begin to condense once again, the crowd was both shocked and secretly speculating.
Just how many springs can Suyi condense? 6? Or would he take that final step the Dragon Kingdom's Sword Saint never could, achieving the peerless feat of forming 7 spiritual wells? Tension.
Everyone began to feel the nerves, as if they were the ones condensing the spiritual wells themselves.
Inside the villa's secret chamber. Phew, that's the third one, and I still don't feel any pressure. Suyi looked inward with satisfaction at his 3 vast, sun-like spiritual wells and directly commanded the Apex template system. Apex template system, no need to take it slow. I can handle it, let's do it all in one go. Host, the remaining 3% of the feedback power is immense. Are you sure you want to unlock it all at once? Do it. Upon confirming the command, the Apex template system's notification immediately rang out. Current character progress, 25.5%. Boom! An invisible explosion, far louder than any before, resounded. Suyi was nearly stunned by the indescribable surge of power, but in the next instant, he didn't hesitate for a second.
Operating his guidance technique at full capacity, the pure mana poured into his abdominal space like a flood breaking through a dam.
Condense! With a low growl, Suyi actually split his focus, beginning to condense 2 spiritual wells simultaneously. One must be obsessed to achieve the impossible. He wanted to use the feedback power to drive the external heaven and earth spiritual mist. He wanted to see just how far he could go under the influence of ultimate power.
In the sky outside, following his frantic maneuver, the prototypes of 2 more heaven and earth spiritual wells abruptly appeared. Together with the 3 already solidified, towering wells, they hungrily devoured the surrounding spiritual mist. The already turbulent mist instantly whipped up wave after wave of terrifying spiritual storms.
Put! Put!
In the principal's office, Tantai Wuxuan and Shenyid spat out the wine they had just sipped, standing up abruptly to stare at the 2 newly born spiritual well prototypes.
Chapter 49, Breaking the Limit, the 10th Spiritual Well. Condensing 2 spiritual wells at the same time? Shenyid cursed on the spot. This brat is being absolutely reckless. Even an invincible powerhouse with a steadfast sword heart like Tantai Wuxuan couldn't help but grow nervous. Should we stop him?
Shenyid's expression gradually darkened. You know exactly what this means, so why are you asking me? In truth, the 2 could hardly be blamed for their anxiety.
The act of multitasking to condense 2 mana springs simultaneously was not unheard of in history. Prodigies, after all. Driven by ambition and a desire to utilize their current power to the fullest, they often tried to condense more mana springs in one go. But the ultimate result was always the same: they bit off more than they could chew. They would fail to precisely control the subtle nuances, the flow, the rotation trajectories, the balance of power, and the sustaining energy of 2 separate springs. This would lead to one spring rupturing and collapsing, resulting in instant death under the impact of the 2 conflicting forces. There had been 2 such absurd accidents in total, and both victims were S-class prodigies.
Of course, there were instances where powerful masters intervened, forcibly suppressing the energy to save the person's life. But the consequence of doing so was a severed path of progression. The abdominal space would become exceptionally fragile. They would never be able to condense a mana spring again. It was a classic dilemma. Unless one could burn their boats, continue the condensation, and actually succeed, which would undoubtedly break through their potential limits and reach a new level, the situation was dire. Yet, such a success story had never actually happened. Who would dare? Those two S-class warriors dared, and what happened? They died young and were immortalized as cautionary tales for future generations, a bizarre way to be remembered by history, but a tragic and wasteful death nonetheless. Therefore, the two titans were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Damn it! I didn't warn him enough, Chen Yud cursed, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Let us do this, we observe for now. If things go south, we stop him immediately and figure out the fallout later. He never expected things to escalate to this point. He was just having tea when that brat pulled this stunt. He was completely stunned. Much like the two titans, everyone watching this scene, teachers, students, and even those outside the academy who had caught wind of the situation, was taken aback. Shocked by this sudden turn of events, they all began to frown. Was Su Yi being far too greedy? Su Yi. Clearly, if he had simply followed the standard procedure to condense the spirit springs, given his heaven-defying talent, connecting the bridge between heaven and earth in just 20 seconds. His first cultivation session seemingly reached the peak of the silver realm, possessing potential comparable to the 10 strongest power holders. He could definitely condense 6 spirit springs. His ambition is just too wild. And yet, while everyone was worrying for Su Yi, he himself didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. In fact, his expression was quite calm. Isn't this speed much faster? With a light chuckle, he unhurriedly condensed the 2 mana springs within his body. The rotation trajectories, the flow, the balance of power under his extraordinary perception, everything was controlled with absolute clarity. Furthermore, his soul was powerful. Multitasking was effortless for him, and he wasn't panicked in the slightest. 15 minutes later. Within the storm of spiritual mist, 5 identical heaven and earth spirit springs appeared, standing tall against the firmament. Chen Yud's eyes beneath his afro widened into perfect circles. This actually works? This kid really succeeded in condensing them through multitasking, breaking all precedents. Dantai Wuxuan pushed up his glasses and forced a faint smile. Only my disciple could achieve such a feat. His expression was much calmer compared to Chen Yud's, yet his action of tipping an empty wine glass to his lips betrayed him. This Dragon Kingdom sword saint was actually not truly calm. He was more freaking nervous than if he were being besieged by 10 evil gods. But in the next moment, the prototypes of 2 more spirit springs emerged, causing both of their bodies to freeze instantly. Again? Outside the villa. My heart can't take this. This constant back and forth is going to take at least 10 years off my life. 10 years? I nearly twitched my way into the grave. I just recovered when my heart skipped another beat. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. The 6th mana spring and the 7th record-breaking spring are being condensed together again. I'm floored. I am truly floored. Time passed slowly. Compared to the previous 2, these 2 springs did indeed pose a bit of pressure for Su Yi. But it was only just a bit. 1 hour later. Inside the abdominal world, 7 mana springs, as brilliant as stars, formed a circle and rotated slowly. Coupled with the abdominal space that was as vast as the universe, it actually gave off the impression of a self-contained galaxy. Looking at such a magnificent sight, Su Yi felt increasingly satisfied and, without a second thought, condensed them simultaneously once again. The 8th and the 9th. At this stage, he was actually prepared to give it his all. It was no longer as easy as the previous 2 times. If he succeeded, he would possess a peerless foundation. The moment these 2 embryonic springs emerged, the density of the external spiritual mist completely blocked all visibility within Federal Saint University, coming just short of dripping as liquid spiritual mist. Sensing all of this, Chen Yud's breathing grew rapid. Good lad. The 9th one. Tantai Wuxuan's breathing was equally hurried, no longer able to maintain his sword-saint composure. Succeed.
You must succeed.
Under the tense observation of everyone for several hours, the two springs actually gradually condensed into their final forms.
And then, the embryonic form of a 10th spring emerged. The 10th spring. My goodness! Everyone present was utterly speechless, unable to describe their current feelings. Condense! Inside the secret chamber, the veins on Suye's forehead bulged as he frantically pulled in the final traces of the gifted Azura power. Originally, after condensing the 9th spring, he had indeed reached his absolute limit. However, in the depths of his consciousness, he felt a persistent premonition. He had to give his all to condense a 10th spring, for it would trigger an unknown transformation. And so, Suyi decided to risk everything. The 10th spring guiding every thread of power felt as though he had to break through his own limits just to integrate it. It nearly exhausted Suyi's entire mental focus. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, after a full 5 hours, under the watchful eyes of the masses, the 10th spring of heaven and earth was fully condensed. Chapter 50, A Unique Phenomenon, Thousand Demon Dagger. As the 10th mana spring finished forming, Suyi couldn't help but breathe a massive sigh of relief. By now, he was drenched in sweat. He hadn't expected the 10th spring to be so difficult to condense. It was close, it was nearly a failure. Furthermore, it seemed that even if he wanted to continue condensing springs or unlock even another 1% of the Azura power, he was no longer able to do so. Had he reached his true limit? However, just at that moment, those condensed springs, vast as the stars, suddenly began to move slowly. My intuition was right, there really is a change. Suyi hurriedly focused his attention, his face full of anticipation. He watched as those massive, brilliant springs, which were originally scattered across the vast expanse, began to move. As if imbued with life, they moved toward the very center of the world, and then they arranged themselves in a circular formation, spaced several kilometers apart, taking their positions in an orderly fashion. Before long, they formed a haloed circle, emitting a hazy white light and rotating with a rhythmic pace. Suyi watched in secret amazement. And yet, it seemed this wasn't over. From each mana spring, an invisible track suddenly branched out, beginning to spread toward the adjacent springs. Though the speed was slow, extending only a tiny thread at a time, if this momentum continued, these springs seemed to want to link together. There's even a move like this? Suyi was incredibly curious. He had heard that for awakened individuals with multiple mana springs in their bodies, as long as those springs were filled with mana, they could mobilize those powers simultaneously. However, there was supposedly no connection between the springs themselves. But in his case, what on earth was going on? This was quite peculiar. However, Suyi knew that this was definitely not a bad sign. In fact, once they were connected, there would surely be some kind of special effect. A truly unique phenomenon. Meanwhile, outside, once the 10th heaven and earth mana spring had truly finished condensing and emerged, the bursts of spiritual mist storms began to subside, and even the spiritual mist from the world outside the academy stopped gathering. 10 heaven and earth mana springs stood like suns in the sky, majestic and eye-catching. 10 mana springs. Am I freaking seeing things? Ow! Why did you slap me? Sorry, I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Damn it! If you want to know if you're dreaming, why hit me? Forget it, I'm telling you, 10. It's really 10 mana springs. How exactly were these condensed? Has Junior Suye's potential truly reached such a terrifying level? A miracle. It can only be described as a miracle. The students chimed in one after another, gradually coming to their senses, but they still dared not believe the reality before their eyes. 10 mana springs? They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. At this moment, Chen Yud and Tantai Wuxuan had arrived at the scene. They were standing in the void, gazing excitedly at these 10 heaven and earth mana springs. Chen Yud's face was flushed red as he looked at his old friend. You were right. That kid might actually have the ability to take that final step. 10 springs. I truly can't imagine what heights he will reach in the future.
Tantai Wuxuan nodded excitedly, unable to suppress the thrill in his heart.
But suddenly, his expression froze. Those 10 heaven and earth mana springs are moving?
As his words fell, the 10 heavens and earth spring eyes in the sky indeed began to move slowly. The movement of these circular orbs of light, spanning a full 1,000 meters, was an incredibly awe-inspiring sight.
Everyone was once again struck with awe.
Following the changes within Suye's body, those 10 spring eyes actually began to arrange themselves in a circular formation, nearly encircling the entire Federal Saint University. This triggered wave after wave of exclamations from the citizens outside the Jiangnan provincial district. Between the spring eyes, hazy and miraculous divine passages began to emerge, connecting them one by one. The speed was almost identical to the state within Suye's body. Moreover, it was proceeding automatically, Suye no longer needed to worry about it. As for how long it would take to complete the connection, at the current speed, it was truly hard to say. I'll just wait slowly. I wonder what kind of effect there will be once they are fully connected. Thinking with anticipation, Suye did not stay idle and immediately communicated with the Apex template system. Host, Suye. Level, Early Gold Realm. Items, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll 2, Random Consumable Scroll 2, Special Grade Strength Elixir 1, Fate Coin 1, 4-star Random Weapon Scroll 1, Shining Remy's Aid 10, Resurrection Coin 1, Legendary Supernova Title. Energy Points, 47,211. Template, Azura Unlock Progress 25.5%. Template Capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. After exchanging for 3% progress, his nearly 700,000 energy points had plummeted to less than 50,000. His scrolls were also mostly used up. To be honest, Suye felt a sense of anxiety. He felt an even stronger desire to join the International Prodigy training camp. But regardless, as long as his strength improved, it was all worth it. Less than 2 weeks. Gold Realm. Not bad. With a slightly humble smile, Suye immediately directed his thoughts toward the weapon scroll in his inventory. The other items were not needed for the time being. Since he was idle anyway and had just forged an invincible foundation, he had to open something to celebrate. Suye was in no hurry to use the junior progress scrolls. He could save them for when he truly couldn't obtain any more energy points. After all, since the scrolls can only unlock character progress below 30%, wouldn't it be much better to save them for when progress reaches 27% or 28% through energy points? Apex template system, you mentioned that I could pay energy points to limit the range of this 4-star random weapon scroll, right? Suye focused his mind on the scroll and asked curiously, what's the ratio? For 40,000 energy points, there is a 40% probability of limiting it to your desired category. Is it trying to bleed him dry? 40,000. He couldn't exchange for progress right now anyway, so should he go for it? Let's go with 10,000. A 10% increase in probability is enough. If it didn't work out, getting a standard 4-star weapon was still a decent choice. There was no need to waste too many energy points. Without the heart of a gambler willing to risk small stakes for big gains, how could one expect top-tier loot? Ding! The host has opened a 4-star random weapon scroll. Congratulations, you have triggered a special draw. You have obtained the semi-sealed divine weapon, 1,000 demon daggers. The moment the Apex template system's voice faded, Suye grabbed a nearby mirror. Sensing the handsome, eyes-closed face reflected on the surface, he smiled. My luck really is golden. When luck comes, there's no stopping it. 1,000 demon daggers semi-sealed, one of the national treasures of the land of divine smiths, guarded by a 1,000-year-old evil spirit and formerly wielded by the chief assassin. The blade is composed of 1,000 fragments, featuring a black hilt and a partial blade body engraved with blue patterns depicting an evil spirit. Only when the patterns glow with blue-violet light can its true power be unleashed. Traits: the 1,000 fragments of the blade can change shape to attack enemies in various ways. Its offensive power is peak perfection, all offense and no defense, unparalleled in the world. Note, as this was a special draw, it is currently in a semi-sealed state, capable of exerting only 1% of its power and transforming 1/10 of its blade fragments. Originally a 9-star top-tier divine weapon, it is currently a 4-star top-tier weapon. To break all seals, a massive amount of energy points must be paid. Looking at the description, Su Yi's smile widened.
It really is this divine weapon. Awesome. Chapter 51, this damn thing practices automatically.
In his past life, Su Yi was extremely fond of this divine weapon. After all, its compatibility with him was perfect. Whatever he did, he went all out, success or death. His personality was both too brave and too stubborn. This 1,000 demon daggers, with its all offense and no defense nature, suited his tastes perfectly. Of course, it wasn't that the 1,000 demon daggers truly lacked defense. If the user utilized it properly, the protective shield formed by the 1,000 blades possessed extraordinary defensive power. It was simply that its reputation for lethality far outshone its defensive capabilities, leading to the resounding and domineering title, all offense, no defense, unparalleled under heaven. Without another word, Su Yi shifted his thoughts. Instantly, a 3-foot 3-inch straight blade was held in his hand. The 2/3 of the blade, composed of thousands of fragments, was covered with dense cracks, yet it remained crystal clear. The jet-black hilt and the lower section of the blade extending from it featured mysterious and eerie blue patterns. In the very center, the image of an evil spirit was visible. The overall impression was one of extreme sharpness, yet there was a strange sense of fragility, as if it might shatter at any moment. It was both contradictory and uncanny. So this is the Demon Blade 1,000 Fiends? It truly possesses a unique and extraordinary aura. Su Yi secretly sensed the details of the blade, growing more fond of it the more he looked. If it weren't for the fact that the mana spring within his body was currently undergoing a unique transformation, he would have immediately channeled his mana to manipulate the blade and experience its 10,000 variations. He gave the blade a light flick. Sizzle! Only the sound of tearing air resounded. A good blade is indeed different, the sound is truly pleasant. Smiling with satisfaction, Su Yi asked the Apex template system, what did it mean when it triggered a special draw just now? It seemed that because of this, he was able to obtain such a divine weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull even a single fragment of the demon blade. A special draw is a special bonus benefit triggered during the host's scroll extraction process, which provides a high probability of pulling high-quality items. This applies to random scrolls as well as restricted random scrolls. However, when the latter pulls a high-quality item, it remains confined within the scroll's restricted scope according to the rules, but the essence remains a superior item such as the semi-sealed Demon Blade 1,000 Fiends. Upon hearing this, Su Yi understood the general idea, but what he cared about more was the trigger rate of this special draw. But before he could ask, the Apex template system prompted again, the probability of triggering a special draw is 1%. Staring silently at his handsome face reflected in the lens, Su Yi knew that his luck had likely been exhausted. He shouldn't act like a gambler again anytime soon. Having clarified everything, while waiting for the transformation of the spiritual spring within his body, he continued to play with the Demon Blade 1,000 Fiends inside the secret chamber. Time passed second by second. However, the crowd watching the phenomenon in the sky felt no impatience at all, their eyes fixed intently on the sight. Until night fell. 10 massive heaven and earth springs emitting a hazy white light glowed alongside the rows of neon lights. It directly illuminated Federal Saint University and the urban districts surrounding it, casting a brilliant glow over everything. Even though it was nighttime, the peak hours for the malevolent entities lurking within human communities to become active. Under the radiance of this vast, hazy white light, they could only hide away obediently, not daring to risk coming out to prey upon the common folk. This also allowed the Night Watch, who were patrolling nearby, to breathe a sigh of relief. Because nightfall was the time when they had to risk their lives to protect humanity. They had to stay vigilant against the spacequakes that appeared suddenly only at night, as well as the elusive, hard-to-detect evil entities hiding within human communities. Mom, this is great. With those suns shining so brightly, we don't have to go home so early tonight. We don't have to be afraid of bad things hurting us anymore. On the street, which was illuminated so brightly that there were almost no shadows, a young boy spoke excitedly while looking up at the spring of heaven and earth radiating soft white light in the sky. No way! We have to go home immediately, it's too dangerous at night. However, just as he finished speaking, he was forcibly pulled back by his mother. Some ordinary citizens who had wanted to stay near Federal Saint University to keep watching struggled with the decision but eventually headed home once they realized night had fallen. In the consciousness of ordinary people, the night is unsafe, people will die. But some chose to stay, looking up curiously at the 10 springs in the sky that were nearly connected. In their words, if those dirty things really target you and the awakened don't make it in time, what's the use of hiding at home? It's a death sentence either way. Indeed, for so many years, ordinary people have lived their lives in such trepidation, especially in the remote urban districts where the atmosphere is even more oppressive. Look! Those 10 strange light clusters have connected. Someone shouted, and everyone hurriedly looked up. They saw the 10 springs of heaven and earth slowly rotating in the sky. Hazy, mystical channels had completely linked the 10 springs together, and in the next moment, they began to flicker incessantly. Inside the secret room, Suyi had already put away the 1,000 fragments demon blade and was looking inward to inspect his internal condition. At this moment, after the 10 springs were fully connected, he sensed a wonderful feeling. It was as if the 10 springs were a single entity, indistinguishable from one another. Yet, he could still perceive every change in each individual spring, a truly marvelous sensation. Furthermore, if mana was stored inside, this mana could actually flow through the mystical channels between each spring. It formed a cycle every time it passed through a spring. It grew slightly stronger, constantly refining and enhancing the mana. The most exaggerated part was that even though Suyi was not currently in a meditation posture and was not deliberately absorbing the spiritual mist using wave dominion, these 10 interconnected springs, through their continuous rotation, were automatically absorbing the spiritual mist from the heavens and earth. Like a perpetual motion vortex, they rotated outside his abdominal space, refining the mist into pure mana before funneling it into the springs. This damn thing is cultivating by itself. While it wasn't as frantic as the absorption triggered by wave dominion, it was certainly not to be underestimated. In fact, with both methods working together, combined with the power gifted back by Azura, a triple threat approach. Now that's powerful. And what Suyi valued most was the effect of strengthening his mana. When others' mana enters their spring core, its quality remains exactly as it was. Unless the spring core is filled, it is only after reaching the diamond realm where one's perception of heaven and earth spirit mist continues to strengthen, that they can absorb more spirit mist and perform the compression effects unique to the diamond realm. But for Suyi, even at the gold realm, after his mana enters the spring core, it can actually cultivate and improve on its own, continuing to grow stronger. As long as the cycle continues, Suyi's explosive power, endurance, and even the killing power of his Azura abilities will be further enhanced. He was just secretly rejoicing. Suddenly, the moment the 10 great spring cores in the sky were completed, they stopped rotating. They compressed directly into a stream of mana purified to the extreme, surging down from above into Villa number 666. Specifically, into Suyi's body. The great spring cores vanished, and the night turned completely dark once more. However, inside Suyi's body, one of the spring cores was instantly filled with mana, with misty mana flowing within it. It was blindingly bright. By comparison, the faint, hazy white light from the other 9 empty spring cores was nothing more than the glow of a firefly. Chapter 52, the 6th qualification for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. Once that single spring core was filled, without Suyi even needing to consciously guide it, the extremely pure mana within automatically began flowing toward the other spring cores. In a short while, it formed a complete cycle. Upon careful sensing, after less than a few minutes, it had indeed grown a tiny bit stronger and even more refined. Of course, if Suyi wished, he could stop the process at any time. It was truly miraculous. With this invincible foundation, I won't have to worry about slow progress after reaching the diamond realm. I can have invincible combat power while avoiding the slow accumulation that usually plagues those with powerful foundations. This feels great. In the midst of his excitement, the figures of Tantai Wuxuan and Chen Yud suddenly appeared directly inside the secret chamber. Ha ha ha! You brat, you're truly fierce. Little Su, how do you feel? As soon as the two appeared, their faces were flushed as they looked at Suyi. Their gaze was as if they were staring at a peerless treasure. Suyi smiled and said, "It's alright, I successfully advanced to the gold realm."
Alright? He's condensed 10 spirit springs, yet how can this kid be so calm?
We were so excited we almost wanted to pop champagne on the spot.
This brat is getting a bit full of himself.
And after learning that such miraculous effects had actually manifested within Suye's body, the two titans were completely stunned. Even with their vast experience and knowledge, they never expected that as the spirit springs reached their absolute limit, they would possess such heaven-defying properties.
Then again, it made sense after all. This was the first human in history to possess 10 spirit springs. Wasn't it only logical to have a foundation that was one of a kind?
Seeing the two elders staring at him in a daze, Suyi didn't waste words.
After a light cough, he looked directly at Chenyid. "Principal, actually, now that I've promoted to the gold realm, I wanted to ask you." Before he could finish, Chenyid grinned and said, "The qualification for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament, right? Looking at your performance in the freshman trials, I knew a kid like you wasn't the type to sit still."
Suyi rubbed his nose and stated his objective: "I want to enter the Prodigy training camp. Only then will I have more opportunities to face the depraved entities directly. In life and death crises, I can become even stronger."
Dantai Wuxuan gave Suyi a light, encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Attaboy.
That's exactly the heart of a powerhouse you should have. Back in the day, your master was just like that, unafraid of the depraved, carving out a path to godhood with my sword. If you're afraid of this and that, there's no point talking about getting stronger."
"Don't worry, if anything happens, your master has your back. Go forth and charge ahead. And then you almost died at the hands of a wicked fox, didn't you?"
Chenyid shot a glance at Dantai Wuxuan before turning his gaze back to Suyi.
"Don't worry. We actually considered this issue after reviewing your performance in the freshman trials.
We have all unanimously decided to make an exception and grant you a 6th slot to participate in this year's Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. After all, with your strength, you have the right to compete for it." As he spoke, Chenyid suddenly gave a peculiar smile. "However, while we in the upper management have agreed, whether the other little fellows who almost secured a spot will agree is something we won't get involved in.
You understand what I mean, right? Or do you want us to help you suppress those dissenting voices?"
At those words, Suyi simply smiled. "From the moment I decided to join the Prodigy training camp with my current status, I knew it wouldn't be that simple.
Paths are made by walking them.
Naturally, I will fight for this slot fair and square, just like Sister Frost did."
"Ha ha ha. Good lad. You've got spirit, that's how it should be. As expected of the Sword Saint's, disciple. Heaven-defying talent and away with words, huh?" The night passed quickly. After the fermenting effects of last night's phenomenon, the news that the god-tier talent of Jiangnan Federal Saint University had promoted to the gold realm in less than a month, and the heaven-defying feat of condensing 10 spirit springs spread completely throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even to the other 6 nations overnight. Immediately, the entire world was shocked. Videos of yesterday's phenomenon were circulating frantically across all social media platforms. In an instant, Suyi became even more famous. Of course, under the oversight of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials, this momentum was eventually reined in. After all, they didn't want Suyi to be negatively affected by the publicity. One must know that in the past, many chosen ones had become conceited and lazy after being put on a pedestal by the media, undergoing drastic personality changes that ultimately ruined their path as they awakened. It was always a great pity. Where there is bad news, there is also good news. Inside the Jiangnan Federal Saint University, a piece of news regarding Suyi began to circulate early in the morning. "Attention, students. We have a breaking announcement. In light of student Suye's outstanding performance during the freshman trials and his own relentless efforts, the senior faculty of the academy has, after careful deliberation, reached a unanimous decision. He has been granted an exceptional qualification for the 6th slot in the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. All of this was earned through his own hard work and achievements. Therefore, students, you should look to Suyi as a role model, study hard and make progress every day." Before the female announcer could finish her sentence,
the spirited laughter of Chen Yid rang out in the next moment. Children, since its founding, our Federal Saint University has always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, with absolutely no special treatment. As long as you work hard and let the school witness your excellence, you will naturally be rewarded with more. Well, that is all the principal has to say. Oh, by the way, student Su Yi's character is truly worthy of praise. Upon learning he had secured this spot, his first reaction wasn't joy, but rather a sense of regret for the upperclassmen who worked so hard yet couldn't obtain a slot. You should all learn from such a polite and humble attitude, understood? The broadcast cut off. Su Yi, who was on his way to visit Violet, nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn! He had indeed said he wanted to earn the 6th spot fair and square, but was it really okay for the principal to stir the pot like this? People might have been accepting of it at first, but now they were going to be absolutely fuming because of those words. Upon hearing this announcement, students across the entire academy were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. The students in the freshman elite class, in particular, immediately erupted into cheers and wild hooting. Oh hoo! Brother Yi is the GOAT. As expected of the man who condensed 10 spirit springs. Ah, the principal's words are going to drive those seniors in the sophomore elite class insane with rage. What's there to be mad about? Brother Yi deserves this. Reaching the gold realm in less than 2 weeks, and being a god-tier talent holder to boot, isn't that way more impressive than those seniors who only just broke into the gold realm? Way more impressive. It's just a bit of a shame for Senior Wei, who was ranked 6th on the leaderboard, and Senior Chu Gang, who was ranked 7th. They are both S-ranked geniuses and are already in the mid-stage of the gold realm. If they were in any of the other lower-ranked Federal Saint universities, they might have easily secured a spot. Actually, if the equally competitive seniors from the other 10 academies found out about this, they'd probably be indignant too. Holy crap! Someone really is protesting. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the announcement. Everyone, look at the Academy's communication forum. Following that student's exclamation, all the elite freshmen whipped out their communication devices and logged into the forum. The Academy Communication Forum was a platform for all teachers and students from the 10 Federal Saint Universities to interact. Usually, it was filled with students sharing cultivation insights or daily logs, and some teachers would share extracurricular materials. However, at this moment, a newly created thread had completely buried all those sharing posts. It was explosively popular, with dozens of students entering and replying every single second. The title of the post at the top was as follows: Why do some people get a spot while doing absolutely nothing? It was a generalized title, but the smell of gunpowder within it was incredibly strong. Just reading the first few sentences was enough to instantly trigger a sense of hostility. Chapter 53, So you think I'd be afraid of him? Humph. These people are clearly just jealous of Su Yi. In the medical wing of Federal Saint University, Su Yi had just stepped into Violet's ward when he heard the girl's angry, shrill shout. Jealous of me? What's going on? She is almost ready to be discharged, so why is this girl unhappy and getting so angry? Curious, Su Yi walked inside. There were 2 beds in the ward at this time. On the first bed, Violet sat cross-legged, wearing loose hospital pajamas. She was staring at her information bracelet with a fierce expression, occasionally gritting her teeth. On the second bed, Alina was also wearing hospital pajamas, but her proud figure filled out the clothes significantly. These people, to talk about Mr. Su Yi like this, how rude. She was also looking at her information bracelet. Despite her royal upbringing and etiquette, she rarely showed such a teeth-gritting expression. Beside the 2 of them, Tanya was helplessly peeling apples for them. There was also a female mentor from the Bear Country at Federal Saint University, looking at her young lady with concern. When the young lady was back with the family, she never got angry like this. Naturally, both of them sensed Su Yi's entrance. Soon, Su Yi entered the ward carrying fruit, looking puzzled. Why aren't you 2 focusing on recovering? What are you so angry about? Seeing Su Yi, Violet jumped up and thrust her bracelet toward him. Su Yi, you came at the perfect time. Look, the Academy just announced your qualification for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. and those guys on the forum are already gossiping about you. Alina, completely abandoning her ladylike image, grabbed a banana, peeled it roughly, and took a bite. They're actually calling you a connected person. How detestable. Doesn't that just negate all the hard work and training Mr. Suyi has put in for over a decade? What a bunch of hateful people. So they were angry on my behalf. Suyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he opened his head student bracelet and entered the communication forum. At this moment, that single post had been bumped to the top with tens of thousands of comments. Looking at the title that was clearly dripping with sarcasm aimed at him, Suyi clicked into it out of curiosity. On what grounds? Just because he promoted to the gold realm and condensed 10 spring eyes, he gets to break the rules? Does this mean from now on, one can get a slot without passing a high-ranking challenge? I guess in my next life, I'll have to make sure I'm born into the right family. The opening sentences were actually quite obvious. Any student who knew about last night's events would know exactly who was being talked about. There was even an audio recording of that broadcasted message uploaded to the post. Evidently, this post originated from the main campus here in Jiangnan. Looking at the short few sentences already filled with hostility, Suyi wore a faint smile. It seemed that dissidents had indeed jumped out. But why not just be more direct? Wouldn't it be easier to just challenge him? A single wave of killing the chicken to warn the monkey should be enough to silence everyone. Having nothing better to do, Suyi continued reading under the indignant gazes of the two girls. There were already over 10,000 comments. Bullshit. Breaking the rules? This is a new rule created by the academy, okay? Besides, Suyi obtained his qualification based on his own talent. Although he didn't get it through a high-ranking battle, I heard he assisted his mentor in slaying a high-tier evil spirit during the level 2 spatial tremor disaster. A monster like him, who has now promoted to the gold realm, is absolutely qualified. The first comment was speaking up for Suyi, but the replies were over a dozen sarcastic voices. Your avatar is so cute, you must be a girl, right? Saw that Suyi is handsome and talented, and now you can't help but suck up to him? You said it yourself, it's just heard. Who knows if it's actually true? Without showing some battle results through a high-ranking challenge, who the hell would be convinced? Just a bystander here, let's be fair. The academy did drop the ball a bit on this. Suyi's talent is god tier, and he might catch up before long, but right now he has no track record. Directly making an exception to grant him qualification indeed makes a lot of people unhappy. Reading through the comments one by one, generally speaking, there were those speaking for Suyi and those staying neutral to watch the drama. However, the majority of people were still posting sour grapes and fanning the flames. But right at that moment, within a few short minutes, a comment was suddenly pushed to the top by a frenzy of likes. Suyi naturally noticed it. Suyi, I am Chu Gang. I'm a straightforward person and don't like all this beating around the bush. I'll say it plainly, this post was orchestrated by that guy Wei Ming. I'm not like him. He is clearly unconvinced but is too embarrassed to challenge you using his status as a senior, so he hypocritically resorts to these petty tricks. I prefer to be direct. To be honest, I'm not convinced either. Until I see your true strength, it's not just me and that hypocrite Wei Ming who are unconvinced. Everyone with similar strength and status across the other 9 academies is unconvinced. I'll throw my pride away today. I want to challenge you. If you can defeat me, I'll be fully convinced. But if you can't, it proves you really aren't qualified for this slot. Of course, if the academy insists on giving it to you, I'll have nothing left to say. However, with your status as a god-tier talent, you probably wouldn't deign to be a nepotism hire, right? So, do you accept the challenge? If you see this, please give us an answer. This comment gained several thousand more likes in a short while, clearly representing the sentiments of the majority. Looking at the message, Suyi smiled. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? The prey has arrived. Seeing Suyi's reaction, Violet, who was standing nearby, suddenly became nervous. Suyi, are you really going to accept the challenge? Suyi nodded. The young girl instantly lost her cool. That Chu Gang is a top sophomore in our school, and he's even ranked 7th on the billboard. Although he's the lowest ranked among the 7S ranks in the seniors year, he's still at the mid-level of the gold realm. You've only just promoted to the gold realm, can you actually beat him? Looking at her, Suyi spoke with a speechless expression. Who was it that rescued you from the encirclement of evil spirits? It was you, Suyi. At that time, weren't there 2 Tier 3 shadow demons plus a swarm of Tier 1 and Tier 2 evil spirits? I think so. And yet, back then, as a silver realm, I could save you from such a situation. Now that I'm in the gold realm, do you think my strength has improved? It definitely imper. Ah. That hurts. With a darkened face, Suyi gave the girl a flick on the forehead and said irritably, so do you think I'd be afraid of him? If I can't even beat this bunch of losers, how am I supposed to participate in the prodigy martial arts discussion a week from now? As he spoke, Suyi posted a reply under Chu Gang's message. I am Suyi. You pick the place. Chapter 54, Don't worry, my body is quite robust. Seeing Suyi calmly leave his reply, Tanya, who was standing to the side, smiled lightly. You're carved from the exact same mold as that sworn sister of yours. You both have to fight for everything yourselves. Suyi grinned. Teacher, didn't I tell you last time that I don't like living off others? If I let this reputation of being a privileged relation stick, it would be bad for my image. Humph. Always so glib. Tapping Suyi lightly on the head, Tanya then cautioned, I'm confident in your current strength, but that kid Chu Gang is an S-rank genius after all. Moreover, he possesses the conventional power type Berserk Force Charge. His strength is so immense that even some non-physical Gold Peak the Awakened wouldn't dare clash with him head-on. Your forte isn't physical combat, and your level is lower than his. You absolutely cannot be careless. Don't engage in close quarters brawling or head-on collisions with him, do you understand? Hearing this, Suyi nodded. Naturally, I won't be careless. Although my physical strength is also decent, I should indeed show others some respect. It wasn't a joke, his physical intensity was indeed quite good. As for exactly how good, he wasn't entirely sure himself. After all, up until now, Suyi hadn't properly tested his own physical strength yet. After over a decade of training, bolstered by the nourishing feedback of the Azura power, the sheer surge of vitality within his body so potent it had once infatuated the Tier 7 evil spirit, the Blood Queen was enough to prove this point. If he truly weren't as formidable as the strength-focused Chu Gang, he naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. Seeing the youth's nonchalant attitude, Tanya's face darkened instantly. This brat. He absolutely hadn't listened to a word she said. Fine, whatever. Once this kid tastes some bitterness, he'll probably stop being so careless. Meanwhile, on the exchange forum, as Suyi posted his reply, many students who noticed the message instantly began to speculate with excitement. It couldn't really be the real Suyi, could it? He actually dared to accept the challenge. This is a top-tier senior who fought his way up through numerous ranking battles. I heard Senior Chu Gang is ranked 7th among the elite figures over in Jiangnan. Thrilling. I'm starting to become a fan of Suyi. He is tough enough, or real man. He's man enough, but I just don't know if he can beat Senior Chu Gang. After all, he has been at the academy for less than a month and hasn't even undergone ability technique training via the Apex template system yet. Are there any brothers from Jiangnan who can spill the beans? Just how strong is Suyi? To the guy above. I'm one of the top freshmen at Jiangnan Academy, and let me tell you, I was saved by Brother Yi during the Grade 2 spacequake in the freshman trials. Man, you guys didn't see how fierce Brother Yi was that night. One wave of golden blade chi, and every evil spirit within 100 meters was annihilated. Even though we evacuated later, the fact that Brother Yi could survive being surrounded by 2 Tier 3 shadow demons and countless low-tier spirits proves he is as fierce as a tiger. And at that time, he hadn't even broken through to the gold realm yet. Holy crap! That fierce? Can a god-tier talent really cut through enemies across ranks like that at the silver realm? And last night he broke through to the gold realm with 10 springs. I'm a fan now, what a beast! Humph. Seeing is believing, hearing is just hearsay. Even if Suyi really has that kind of strength, wait until he actually beats seniors like Chu Gang before hyping him up.
I could say I've killed outer realm gods in my dreams, would you guys believe that? Stop arguing, everyone. The two main parties haven't said anything more, yet you guys are already yapping away. Just as the replies to Suye's comments soared past 1,000, inside the Jiangnan Federal Saint University. In a villa for top-tier sophomore students. He accepted the challenge. Standing at a full 1.9 meters tall, wearing a tank top that revealed a physique of hardened muscle, Chu Gang saw the reply. A look of joy instantly appeared in his thick-browed eyes. It seems this Junior Su is a straightforward character too. He's way more of a man than that petty Wei Ming. Although Wei Ming was ranked ahead of him as the sixth most influential figure, those who knew his character were well aware of the truth. This direct descendant of the Jiangnan Wei family appeared on the surface to be an elegant and refined young noble. But in reality, he was more narrow-minded and sinister than anyone. Countless senior and junior sisters in the academy had been toyed with by his gentle facade. He even used his connections to secretly kill off many commoner awakened who offended him. He was an absolute hypocrite and a despicable scoundrel. The reason Chu Gang knew Wei Ming was behind the post was simple: the scoundrel wanted to use him as a pawn to test Su Yi's strength first. Had he not truly been dissatisfied with Su Yi himself, he would never have associated with such trash. That was why, when issuing the challenge, he didn't hold back and exposed the man's underhanded behavior. Lost in thought, Chu Gang quickly posted a reply. Junior Su Yi, I like your directness. See you at arena number 9 in 10 minutes. Cutting the chatter, he posted the location. He immediately donned his light combat armor, which hugged his muscular frame, and walked toward training arena number 9 with an overbearing aura. Upon seeing this response, the exchange forum where all the faculty and students were following the drama instantly exploded. They're going at it already? Just like that? And in 10 minutes. Brothers and sisters at Jiangnan, can someone start a livestream? It would be a tragedy to miss such an intense scene. Start the stream. Hurry. I bet 300 points on senior Chu Gang winning. Are you kidding me? 100 points says brother Yi wins. Talent takes time to manifest. I once had the honor of seeing senior Chu Gang participate in a night watch mission in our base city. With his strength, most tier 3 specters couldn't even withstand him. If Su Yi wins, I'll eat ST. Just looking for a free meal, aren't you? I won't be that harsh. What if Su Yi really is that fierce? If he wins, I'll just streak through the girls' dormitory. In the principal's office of Jiangnan Federal Saint University, Chen Yud watched these comments with great interest. He looked at Tantai Wuxuan beside him. How about us two old fogies place a bet as well? Tantai Wuxuan was sipping some wine. Hearing this, his sword-like brows twitched as he glanced at Chen Yud. When you were young, back when you were mid-stage gold, even with your SS rank wind element, you couldn't take a few of my strikes when I was only early stage. Even I wouldn't dare say I could 100% defeat current Little Su at the same rank. What are you betting? Your head? Screw you, digging up my dark history like that. You've changed, old Jian. Right back at you. After bickering for a few more moments, Chen Yud used his principal's authority to remotely activate the livestream equipment for arena number 9 on the exchange forum. Since the kid Su Yi wanted to fight for his legitimacy, he would let all the other disgruntled youngsters see it crystal clear. 10 minutes later, at training arena number 9. Every student and teacher in Jiangnan Academy who had received the news rushed to the scene. Including Zhao Ju, the top 5 geniuses on the wind cloud list. Even those who were in seclusion had come upon hearing the news, all wanting to witness the true extent of Su Yi's capabilities. Alina and the others from the freshman elite class, whose injuries had not yet fully healed, hurried over to cheer for Su Yi. In the center of the massive, reinforced arena, which spanned a full 1,000 meters, Su Yi was dressed in a slim-fitting black martial arts uniform that perfectly accentuated his agile and slender physique. Opposite him, Chu Gang looked at him and said, "Junior Su, you're going to fight me in those clothes? You should know that my ability is the S-rank Berserk Power Rush. My punches and kicks are powerful enough that even standard tier 3 combat suits can't withstand them. Are you sure you don't want to put on a combat suit?"
Hearing this, Suyi gave a light chuckle. My dark gold combat suit was damaged during the freshman trials, so let's just fight like this for now. Don't worry, senior, I've trained hard for over a decade, my body is quite sturdy. The words fell. Not only was Chu Gang stunned, but most of the people present looked at Suyi with expressions of pure disbelief. Did Suyi's words mean that he intended to go toe-to-toe with Chu Gang using nothing but his physical body? One must realize that even Chu Gang was wearing a Tier 3 light armor combat suit. Yet you, Suyi, are wearing nothing but a simple martial arts uniform? This is just too arrogant. Chapter 55, Violent Clash, Flesh Against Bone. Chu Gang stared blankly at Suyi with his thick brows and large eyes. Junior Su, are you sure you're not joking? He, Chu Gang, was an S-rank mid-stage gold the awakened who specialized in strength. Was this Junior Su intentionally making fun of him? But seeing that Suyi made no move to equip a combat suit, he realized that this junior actually dared to face him in hand-to-hand combat. Taking a deep breath, Chu Gang felt himself becoming truly angry. To be challenged in his own area of expertise by someone who didn't specialize in physical strength, wasn't a conventional strength type, and even had a lower level than him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Even if it wasn't intentional, it was enough to make one's blood pressure rise. Just like now, Chu Gang's breathing was slightly rapid, fueled by irritation. But he quickly calmed down. With a thought, the light armor combat suit covering his body rapidly retracted, revealing a tall frame dressed only in a tank top and trousers. His 1.9-meter height combined with his ripped muscles created an imposing aura. He glared at Suyi. Junior Su, since you aren't using a combat suit, then as your senior, I naturally cannot take advantage of you. I will also suppress my strength to the early gold stage to fight you. I hope you don't regret this. This action caused many of the observing instructors and elders to nod secretly in approval. Teaching students to improve themselves is the priority, but character is also a point they never overlook. This Chu Gang, though slightly less powerful than the top 6 rank sophomore elites, was definitely a promising talent. Future achievements, with enough hard work, will not even fall short of anyone else's. Suyi looked at his senior with a hint of admiration. My apologies, Senior Chu. It's true that I haven't had the chance to purchase a new combat suit yet, but when I said my body is resilient, I wasn't intentionally joking or poking fun at you. As he spoke, he abruptly clenched his right hand into a fist and swung a powerful punch out to the side. Bang! The violent physical strength caused the air in the immediate vicinity to explode directly. It triggered a fierce gale of fist wind that swept outward, the roar piercing to the ears. This kid. Tanya and the other high-level instructors felt the power behind this punch, and their pupils contracted in shock. With their perception, they could naturally sense just how terrifying this single punch truly was. It was actually not inferior to some mid-stage gold realm the awakened who specialized in strength and physical prowess. Furthermore, looking at the boy's expression, he seemed completely at ease. He clearly still had strength in reserve. Holy cow! It was one thing for his abilities' lethality and mana depth to be exaggerated, but for his physical strength to be this ridiculous too. What a freaking freak! As Chu Gang witnessed this scene, his large eyes gradually lit up, even revealing an excited expression. Junior Su didn't lie to him. He is indeed very robust. No. His physical body has reached a level equivalent to 40% of the power I exert when using my ability. And this is just Junior Su's raw physical strength. He still possesses that SSS rank god level ability. At this moment, he finally seemed to understand why the Academy granted Junior Su a direct spot. Junior Su, in that case, let's skip the small talk, let's fight. His spirit soared, and the moment the word fight left his lips, Chu Gang's figure had already charged out. Bang! His tall frame left a series of afterimages behind as his violent iron fist, carrying domineering force, smashed straight toward Suya's face. Whir! The terrifying wind from the punch forcefully squeezed out all the air within a radius of dozens of meters. In the stands, the students of the elite freshman class were extremely tense. Although they were all cheering for Suyi, seeing that 1.9-meter tall, overwhelmingly oppressive figure lunging toward him was something else. As that sandbag-sized fist, which had literally blasted the air apart, hurtled toward that handsome, eyes-closed face, their hearts clenched tight.
Terrified that Suye's head might be blown off. And yet... Snap!
Suye reacted instantly, his palm moving like a bolt of lightning. With a swift open and close of his hand, he caught the violent punch head-on. The wind from the punch sent his black clothes fluttering and his hair swaying, but his body remained absolutely motionless. In the next instant, his other hand clenched into a tight fist. With a thunderous bang, it broke the sound barrier and slammed toward Chu Gang's abdomen. What incredible reaction speed! Chu Gang's expression shifted, but he didn't panic. With a twist of his body, he forcibly withdrew his fist while simultaneously dodging Suye's aggressive counterattack. He then executed a spinning kick with his left leg, the explosive energy transforming into a whip-like strike aimed at Suye's side. But as fast as he was, Suye was faster. The moment his punch was dodged, Suye's right leg was already whipping toward Chu Gang's other flank. Bang! The violent force struck Chu Gang's body, sending his towering frame flying dozens of meters away. However, after a mid-air flip, he neutralized the force and landed steadily, staring at Suye in the distance with a grave expression. In less than a second, during their lightning-fast exchange of killing moves, he was the one who had ended up at a disadvantage. One must remember, he was an awakened who specialized in strength, refined physical techniques, and studied the art of close-quarters combat every single day. Even some natural type or special type awakened would find themselves in deep trouble once he got close. Yet Suye's reaction speed and ability to seize openings were so sharp that they weren't the least bit inferior to his own. In the distance. Retracting his right leg, Suye smiled and said, "Senior Chu, the warm-up is over. Can we officially begin?" Chu Gang resumed his fighting stance and laughed heartily. No need to be polite with me. Show me everything you've got." In the next instant, both figures vanished simultaneously. A series of dense, booming explosions rang out as the air surged and energy rippled everywhere. Bang! 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 Suye and Chu Gang's figures flickered incessantly across the thousands of meters of the martial arts arena, engaging in a brutal, flesh-to-fist struggle. The intensity of the fight was breathtaking. For the lower-level freshmen, their dynamic vision could no longer track the two figures. They could only stare blankly at the areas where the thunderous collisions continued to erupt. Only those who had reached the Gold Realm could keep up with the visual speed of the battle. The elite sophomores who had been unconvinced just moments ago were now staring at Suye with eyes full of utter disbelief. They were not only shocked that Suye could fight Chu Gang to such an extent without using his ability, but they were also rendered silent by the scene that followed. As the fierce exchange continued, sweat began to bead on Chu Gang's forehead. He even dropped all pretense and began utilizing his full strength as a mid-tier gold rank. Yet, even so, he could not take Suye down. On the contrary, under the latter's sharp and relentless onslaught, the pressure on him mounted, and the sweat on his brow grew increasingly profuse. Chapter 56, completely convinced, still not feeling it? Chu Gang is actually being suppressed. This is even harder to accept than Suye suppressing him with that god-tier ability. Chu Gang's physical strength is so explosive because his ability provides a direct buff. But isn't Suye's ability a special type? How is his physical body this ridiculous? Based on physical strength alone, few at the same rank would be a match for him. If he were to actually use his ability, I feel like Chu Gang is going to lose. Thank God I didn't make any bets just now. Like I said, a man who can make the 10 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom make an exception for a 6th slot has to have something up his sleeve. Hey, elite seniors in the top classes, why'd you all stop talking? Students from the other 9 academies watching the livestream might not have been there in person. They couldn't feel the raw intensity of the combat firsthand. However, a high-quality capture of the stream did its best to show them the current state of the battle. Once they snapped out of it, they began flooding the chat with exclamations of awe. As for those prodigies who had been instigating conflict and expressing their dissatisfaction a moment ago, they were indeed silent now they no longer had the face to respond. The strength Suye was displaying right now was already beyond what most of them could match. To continue being bitter at this point would truly be the behavior of a clown. It was better to just shut up and watch. Of course, some of the thicker-skinned ones stopped questioning him and instead started sucking up. They silently joined the freshmen who were frantically sending emojis and praising Suyi, switching into full-on hype man mode. Such is human nature. If you're worse than me, I'll look down on you more or less. If you're more awesome than me, then fine, I'll just praise you to the heavens. Back at Jungnan Academy. By now, even the freshmen could tell who held the advantage in this battle, because bang! With a muffled thud, a figure was sent flying backward once again. It was Chu Gang. He tumbled awkwardly across the ground, and by the time he regained his footing, his face was flushed deep red, a result of the violent surging of blood and chi within his body. His large, calloused hands were now trembling uncontrollably. It was the result of the jarring impact from every single collision with Suya's iron fists just moments ago. At one point, when the exchange of blows reached a fever pitch, Chu Gang had even subconsciously developed an urge to shy away from the impact. For the first time, he understood how the elementalists felt when he used to chase them down and pummel them. Those fists. They were way too damn hard. In the stands, Violet, Elena, and the others let out cheers and shouts of excitement as they witnessed the scene. Yay! Mr. Suyi is simply amazing, he's the best. Suyi, go for it. Take advantage of the senior's weakness and finish him. Beat him until he cries. Brother Yi is mighty. Let's see who dares to say you only got your spot because of your talent now. Brother Yi hasn't even used his ability yet. Once he activates his ability, he'll be straight up invincible. Is there anyone else who wants a piece of this? Woohoo! If the heavens hadn't birthed Brother Yi, the way of the fist would be as eternal as a long night. The students of the elite freshman class stood up one after another, hooting like monkeys. Some even stripped off their shirts on the spot, swinging them wildly and cheering. Only Yagami Kenta and the other international students, who had little interaction with Suyi, wore expressions of bitterness. They had thought they could compete with Suyi in the early stages, but who would have known that in less than a month, this god-tier talent would leave them so far behind, already capable of competing with the older geniuses. Was the gap truly this massive? Meanwhile, in the center of the arena. After a brief pause, Chu Gang had calmed down significantly. Although his hands were still shaking, he had finally suppressed his surging blood and chi. Staring at Suyi, who hadn't followed up with an attack, he exclaimed with a pained expression, "Junior Su, you are simply a freak. To go head-to-head with me in my specialty and hit me so hard my hands are shaking among those in the gold realm, you are the first. But next, I'm going all out. I haven't actually fully mastered the power of Berserk Force Burst, and I haven't dared to use this state much. You'd better be careful." As he spoke, his sinewy muscles made the sound of expanding flesh, and his 1.9-meter height shot up to just over 2 meters. Veins bulged across his body, making him look incredibly menacing. Bang! In the next instant, a mere stomp on the ground caused the surrounding air to explode, and his figure had already charged right in front of Suyi. Suyi chuckled lightly, "Now this is more like it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two engaged in an even more intense clash. Iron fist against iron fist. Leg axes whipped at each other frantically. Bang, 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 bang. The frequency of the sonic booms was several times higher than before, with wave after wave of violent wind sweeping outward. In just a flash, the number of collisions between the two sides was no less than hundreds or even thousands. If the arena material hadn't been tough enough to withstand the impact of the Star Glow realm, it would have been riddled with craters by now. Yet, before even 10 minutes had passed. Stop, stop, stop. Junior Su. I surrender. I surrender, no more fighting. I'm done. Chu Gang immediately deactivated his berserk strength mode and retreated rapidly, crying out in pain, "If we keep going, your senior's limbs are going to snap right in front of you." Suyi also quickly halted his movements. "So, does this mean you're convinced, senior?" His face flushed red and his limbs trembling, Chu Gang replied helplessly, "How could I not be? If I don't give in, I'm going to die. I'm convinced, truly and utterly convinced."
Upon hearing these words, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Suyi had actually managed to forcefully defeat Chu Gang using nothing but raw physical strength. Too fierce. After catching his breath, Chu Gang suddenly looked toward Wei Ming, who was surrounded by a group of younger female students. Hey, Wei! Weren't you the one who also refused to accept Junior Su? You even had people post those sarcastic comments on the forum and freaking egged me on. A real man owns up to his actions. I'm convinced regardless, but if you're still not satisfied, step down here and face him if you're a man. In an instant, everyone at the scene turned their gaze toward Wei Ming. Even the live broadcast cameras were pointed directly at him. It's happening. It's happening. The real mastermind is being called out. This Senior Wei, if he wanted to challenge him, why couldn't he just step up? Why resort to these petty tricks? Shu, do you have a death wish? Don't be fooled by Senior Wei's gentle and kind appearance. I heard from other seniors that he's actually very humph. I'm not afraid. I'm not from the Jiangnan area, and my background isn't any weaker than his. He clearly has the strength of the 6th rank on the leaderboard, yet he resorts to such shameful tactics. Tui. Actually, I'm quite envious of Senior Wei. Look at him, surrounded by so many cute girls. I'm so jealous. Wei Ming, who was still reeling from the shock of Su Ye's strength, felt his handsome face turn the color of pig liver as everyone stared at him. It was bad enough that Chu Gang had exposed him in the forum post, but now he actually dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Fine. Fine, Chu Gang. I'll remember this debt. He realized he should never have tried to manipulate such a muscle-brained, simple-minded waste. Thinking these poisonous thoughts, Wei Ming, dressed in a flashy white robe, pushed aside the female students. He then put on a fake, gentle smile. Junior Su, I'm sorry. There was indeed a bit of a misunderstanding regarding that post. A junior felt indignant on my behalf after hearing the broadcast and posted it in a moment of confusion. I'll definitely make sure he apologizes to you later. As he spoke, those who knew his true character cast disdainful glances his way. On the field, Suyi looked at this hypocrite and grinned. Is that so? No worries, no worries. I, Suyi, am different from certain people. I'm not the narrow-minded type. It's just a small matter, let bygones be bygones. But what about you, Senior? Are you truly unconvinced as well? Chapter 57, I think it's a 50-50 split. But what about you, Senior? Are you truly unconvinced as well? As these words fell, the sound of muffled snickering could be heard from the surroundings. Wei Ming's handsome, fair face, which had been maintaining the image of a refined and elegant noble, suddenly stiffened. Unlike some people, he wasn't the narrow-minded type. Only a person knows what kind of person they truly are. Was he talking about him, Wei Ming? Heh, this junior certainly has a sharp tongue. But what truly left him speechless was that final sentence. Are you really still unconvinced? Taking a deep breath, Wei Ming's smile gradually faded as a surge of fury nearly boiled over in his chest. Kid! If I were freaking convinced, would I have sent people to the forum to drag your post? Would I have egged on that loser Chu Gang to challenge you? Crap! If it weren't for the fact that this kid had some background, god-tier talent or not, he would have long since used some underhanded tactics to put him in his place. It would have been far more than just some passive-aggressive sniping on a forum. But the current situation was that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had been asked point-blank, "Are you convinced or not?" It left Wei Ming in a real bind. If he said he was convinced, wouldn't that be admitting he was inferior to Suyi? His reputation would be completely trashed, and for someone who valued appearances as much as he did, it would be a humiliating slap in the face. But if he said he wasn't, the kid's strength was indeed the real deal. To be honest, when facing Chu Gang, he had to kite and play tactically to win. He never dared to give him a chance to get close. However, since Suyi's ability hadn't been fully revealed yet, he was genuinely feeling a bit uncertain. And so, under everyone's gaze, Wei Ming remained silent for a long time, caught in a dilemma where he couldn't step up, yet couldn't back down. He was totally losing it. Chu Gang had already made his way from the arena to the stands. Seeing Wei Ming's expression, he sneered, "What, scared? Or are you trying to think of some fancy wording to save your image?" Wei Ming's breath hitched. "You." But he quickly regained his composure. "You're just a loser I've already beaten. Bark all you want." Chu Gang didn't get angry at the remark. Instead, he grinned widely. "I admit I'm not as good as you, but at least I'm man enough to own up to it. Unlike some people who aren't men at all." Tui. His eyes narrowed slightly, but the next moment, Wei Ming suddenly laughed. Then, with a flashy stomp on the ground, his figure drifted gracefully toward the arena. He had indeed been being a bit too cautious. If Suyi could defeat Chu Gang, naturally, so could he. So why should he be afraid of this Suyi? He was an elemental user, not a reckless brawler like Chu Gang who relied solely on physical combat. Suyi's physical body was indeed strong, but that didn't necessarily mean his ability would possess such power and effectiveness once unleashed. When it came to the application of abilities alone, he was confident that his mastery surpassed Suyi's. He refused to believe that Suyi could master his ability to a level of complete proficiency in less than a month. One must remember that he, Wei Ming, was a prodigy ranked 6th on the billboard, having secured his position through genuine, hard-earned strength. He was on par with the person in 5th place, having only lost by a narrow margin in the last ranking battle due to a stroke of bad luck. If it weren't for the fact that the prodigy martial arts competition was starting in a week, he would never have been this anxious. Thinking this, the prodigy regained his confidence. He looked at Su Yi and gave a gentle smile, saying, "Junior Su, I am indeed a bit unconvinced. You said that if you lose, this 6th slot." Before he could finish, Su Yi replied with a grin, "Then this slot is yours." Hearing this, a flash of excitement flickered in Wei Ming's eyes. If he could obtain it, he would definitely have a chance to enter the prodigy training camp. The overall strength of their Jiangnan Academy ranked around 4th among the 9 major academies, while the other academies were generally a notch inferior in strength. With his power, he might actually be able to squeeze into the prodigy training camp at the very last moment. Once inside the training camp, under the supply and cultivation of resources from the 7 nations, his future prospects would definitely be better than graduating from Federal Saint University. The fight hadn't even started yet, and this fellow was already fantasizing about what would happen after he secured the slot. Such an expression was naturally caught by Suya's perception, and his own expression became somewhat strange. Is this what they call popping the champagne at halftime? During the brief moment the two were talking, not only did the crowd on site begin whispering again, but in the live broadcast rooms of the 9 academies, the bullet chats were scrolling frantically once more. To the brother who just opened the betting pool, do you dare to start another round? Senior Wei seems to be ranked 6th on the billboard. I heard he has defeated Senior Chu Gang multiple times and is an S-rank poison element user. This is going to be good. Open my ass. I've lost everything. Su Yi, no. Brother Yi is too fierce. He hasn't even used his ability yet. I don't dare to bet anymore. Your vision is too narrow. Shouldn't we open a pool on whether Senior Wei can defeat Su Yi? To the person above, don't lead people astray. Senior Wei is an S-rank elemental user after all, and his destructive power is top tier among the 6 lineages. Plus, his level seems to be much deeper than Senior Chu Gang's. I can't say for sure who will win or lose, but saying whether he can defeat Su Yi is a bit hyperbolic. I think it's a 50-50 split between them. At this moment, many people were indeed unsure of who to favor. Firstly, Su Yi already possessed such strength without even using his ability. Once he unleashed it, while it might not guarantee 100% victory over Wei Ming, he certainly stood a chance. Secondly, Wei Ming belonged to the elemental system. After all, his strength was significantly greater than Chu Gang's, and his proficiency in controlling his ability was bound to be high. Given all these factors, both sides truly stood a chance. In the center of the arena, Wei Ming looked at Su Yi with a smirk. Junior Su, I won't be taking it easy on you like Chu Gang did. After all, you possess a god-tier talent and such terrifying physical strength. If I were to let my guard down and be defeated in close combat, that would be disrespectful to you, wouldn't it? His sarcastic words trailed off. Whoosh!
A terrifying surge of purple liquid erupted from the body of this prodigy, who ranked 6th on the prestige leaderboard. It covered a distance of several dozen meters, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. In the next instant, these purple toxic elements enveloped him, forming a poisonous wall 4 to 5 meters high, a defensive barrier deliberately created to keep Suyi at a distance. Despite having regained some of his confidence, he remained somewhat wary of Suyi's terrifying physical prowess. On the opposite side, a golden runic mark appeared above Suyi's head.
It's time to slaughter the chicken.
The reason he had fought Senior Chu for so long before was that he had a decent impression of him and wanted to show respect. But as for the person in front of him, he was the perfect candidate to be sacrificed as an example. Chapter 58, All Flash and No Substance. Luckily, my hand slipped. After another few seconds passed, a second pink runic mark appeared above Suyi's head, closely following the first one. Most of the people who hadn't seen what Suyi's ability looked like revealed expressions of utter bewilderment.
What was going on?
A god-grade ability, and this was all the commotion it made?
In their imagination,
a god-grade ability should either stay dormant or erupt with world-shaking power the moment it was activated, shouldn't it?
Just a few marks appearing over his head counted as warming up? The contrast was a bit too much.
Look at Wei Ming. The moment he finished speaking, poison elements surged out overwhelmingly. They were already approaching a 50-meter coverage area and were continuing to blanket the field.
The sense of oppression was immense. This was the power of the elemental system.
Not only could they perform large-scale attacks, but once they reached the manifestation control stage, they could perform shape-shifting compression, making their single-target lethality ferocious as well. That was why most people still felt the elemental system was superior. While the special system certainly had its share of insanely powerful large-scale attacks, it lacked the consistency of the elemental system.
Because as long as it was an elemental system, it would possess such effects.
Of course, the potential of low-level elemental systems such as F rank or even E rank was still quite pathetic. After all, without powerful mana to fuel it, such effects were impossible.
Give me back my anticipation.
I was just looking forward to what kind of massive commotion this junior Suyi would cause, but the result.
The contrast is indeed too great.
I don't know if you guys have seen that video, the one featuring one of our Dragon Kingdom's gods, Senior Dark Yama, defending against a wicked secret realm.
Do you remember the commotion when his god-grade dark element, Abyssal Knight, was unleashed? Nonsense. Who hasn't seen that?
It was freaking ridiculous. The moment it was used, day turned directly into night, and if used at night, you couldn't even see your own hand in front of your face.
He truly deserves to be called a god. The elemental system is indeed badass. If I were given an ability of the same rank, I'd definitely choose the elemental system. Humph. I'd choose the special system anyway. It's widely recognized that the ceiling is slightly higher. You think you can tell how powerful it is just by looking at the commotion? What a joke.
Some special systems are all quiet rain and loud thunder otherwise, why would they be called special? At the scene, only teacher Huang, who had lost an arm, and the few elite class students Suyi had rescued looked at him with faces full of confidence. Because they knew that once the runes appeared above Suyi's head and he made his move, it would inevitably be a devastating attack.
Is this the commotion caused by that god-tier ability? How should I put it, the momentum is indeed a bit underwhelming.
Opposite him, Wei Ming had a face full of smiles, staring curiously at the runic seal above Suyi's head. He stood like a monarch, arms crossed over his chest, as the poison elements around him surged to surround their master with immense, sweeping momentum.
Seeing Suyi in his current state, for some reason, Wei Ming's confidence suddenly surged by another 100 million points. Could it be that the rumors were true? That Suyi's ability was actually more geared toward the sensory type?
Across from him, however, Suyi had assumed a starting stance with a hand blade.
As for why he didn't draw his sword, why not pull out the demonic blade Thousand Knight?
It was merely a case of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys using a butcher's cleaver would be overkill. Looking at those flashy, sky-fluttering poison elements, and then down at Wei Ming, who seemed to have a slight smirk on his face, Suyi also smiled. "Senior, are you ready?"
Wei Ming's expression froze for a moment. What did he mean by ready? Couldn't he see that his poison wall was already 10 meters thick and that he was keeping a distance of 100 meters? This was already giving the kid more than enough respect, damn it. Why did it feel like he was the one facing pressure from Su Yi? Flashing a charming smile, Wei Ming spread his hands with gentlemanly grace. Junior Su Yi can charge over at any time. My poison wall welcomes you. Please. The moment his words fell, under the held breath gaze of everyone present, Su Yi wasted no words, directly swinging his hand blade 3 times in succession. His movements and posture were incredibly elegant and natural. Buzz! A long, narrow, crescent-like wave of blade chi, a full 60 meters in length, tore through the air on the spot. Rip! With a whistling roar, in the blink of an eye, it cut through and annihilated the encroaching poison elements, carving out a long path. Buzz! A second, even more exaggerated wave of blade chi followed immediately after, plunging into the 10-meter-thick poison wall. With another tearing sound, the entire 10-meter wall of intertwined poison elements was instantly routed, revealing Wei Ming, who was still wearing his charming smile. Buzz! It wasn't until the third and most terrifying wave of blade chi, carrying a blinding golden glow, whistled past him and finally slammed into the arena's barrier. Rumble! As a thunderous roar erupted and the ground trembled slightly, the 6th-ranked prodigy on the leaderboard had yet to react, still maintaining his gentlemanly composure. The next moment, with a sudden whoosh, Su Yi appeared before him, landing a punch fueled by violent, immense force directly into the man's abdomen. Bang! Instantly, before Wei Ming even realized what was happening, his eyes bulged out. Ugh! Stomach acid sprayed out as his body curled into the shape of a shrimp. With a sharp whistle, he was sent flying backward in a graceful arc, parallel to the ground. Thump! Finally, he slammed hard against the energy barrier. Struggling like a dying dog, he looked up at Su Yi in the distance. You! Ugh! Accompanied by a mouthful of blood, he fainted on the spot. The sky full of poison elements, no longer driven by their master, let out unwilling sizzling sounds before slowly dissipating. Their emergence had been so spectacular, yet their disappearance was utterly pathetic. Su Yi withdrew his fist, looking speechless. That's what you get for showing off. All those bells and whistles, would it have killed you to just thicken your defenses properly? Damn it, if my hand hadn't slipped on that third strike, I would have cut you clean in half. This punch was indeed a spur-of-the-moment follow-up. He hadn't expected that even after the poison wall was sliced through and they were face to face, this guy still wouldn't have reacted. Damn, if this strike actually lands, wouldn't both the poison and the person be finished together? If you had honestly deployed a poison wall dozens of meters thick, you might have even lived to see the 4th strike. Meanwhile, the scene was deathly silent. In the entire martial arts arena, one could hear a pin drop. Is this over? Even though instructor Huang, Tanya, and the others knew Su Yi's strength would inevitably lead to a win, they never expected it to happen this quickly. As for everyone else, their eyes were wide with shock as they looked back and forth between Su Yi and Wei Ming, who was knocked out cold like a dead dog. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, confirming that the person unconscious was indeed Wei Ming. He really was insta-killed. Unbelievable. What happened to the promised 50-50 match? Young Master Wei, are you sure you didn't just come up here to create a comedic effect? It hasn't even been a minute since the fight started and you're already gone. You looked really cool just a moment ago. But the way you're lying face down now is just too much. Even that tough guy Chu Gang lasted longer than you. In the center of the arena, Su Yi waited for several minutes, but no one came down. Left with no choice, he looked toward the section where the top sophomore students were sitting. Are there any other seniors who are unconvinced? There's plenty of time, we can spar slowly, no rush. His slightly magnetic laughter rang out. Everyone, including those from the 9 grade academies and even the top 5 geniuses, felt their hearts skip a beat as they looked at the young man's smiling, handsome face. They remained as silent as cicadas in winter. Chapter 59, Conditions for the Second Template. Ultimately, it's due to poverty. Unconvinced? With their hearts pounding wildly, these geniuses all wore a trace of a bitter smile.
Most of them still possessed A-level abilities, and although a small number had ascended to the Gold Realm, they were still inferior to Wei Ming.
With the young master still lying there, how could they dare to make any bold claims? And so, Junior Suyi truly deserves his status as a god-tier talent. We really can't compare. The Academy's decision is indeed fair. Suyi. Ha ha ha, it's funny when you think about it. Despite only having an A-rank ability, I actually had the gall to think about challenging Junior Suyi just now. Looking back, I'm a total clown. A man's word is his bond. I'll fulfill my bet and take a streak around the girls' dormitory. Pa! You pervert! Which faculty are you from? We girls don't want to see that. Now, if it were Junior Suyi coming over, he would be more than welcome. Senior, do you realize who Brother Yi is now and what his status is? Stop daydreaming. The live stream's bullet chat was scrolling frantically. Not a single negative comment about Suyi could be seen. It was as real as it gets. Meanwhile, back at the scene, silence still reigned. Yeah. Another win. Suyi is incredible. I told you, when Brother Yi goes all out, 10 bulls couldn't hold him back. Brothers and sisters, just keep hyping him up and we're good. At this point, surely no warrior dares to step onto the stage anymore? With this kind of strength, never mind qualifying for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament, he could even break into the Prodigy training camp. I'm just a bit sad that Brother Yi is leaving us behind so quickly. I haven't even had the chance to latch onto his coattails yet. Everyone, I suspect Brother Yi hasn't even used his full power yet. He didn't even release the Golden Blade Aura Wave. He is definitely holding back. Brother Yi is mighty. Brother Yi is top tier. Only the students of the freshman elite class managed to snap out of it immediately, their faces flushed as they shouted Suyi's name in unison. Seeing that indeed no one else dared to come down, Suyi smiled with satisfaction. This display of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had worked quite well. Since there are no more challengers, let's end today's sparring here. If any seniors still wish to discuss things, you're welcome anytime. I promise I won't just go through the motions. I'll definitely take you seriously and finish you in seconds. Leaving these words behind, Suyi departed from the martial arts arena, surrounded by his classmates. Beside Chu Gang, Zhao Ju, who was carrying his dragon blade and wearing his Xiaolong combat armor, had eyes that were already burning with fervor beneath his sharp brows. Seeing his expression, Chu Gang knew exactly what he was thinking. He immediately grinned and teased, "Don't be in such a rush. US-ranked top prodigies who have condensed 3 spirit springs will still have a chance to clash with Junior Su once you enter the Prodigy training camp, or even at next week's Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. But remember to do it early. Otherwise, once his level rises a bit more, you won't stand a chance, huh?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju didn't put on his usual arrogant front. Instead, he nodded heavily, his gaze fixed on that slender figure as it walked away from the arena. It wasn't until everyone else had left the arena, still savoring the spectacle, that this battle of proof finally came to a complete close. Wei Ming was carried off the stage, and that sarcastic, passive-aggressive post on the forum had long since been deleted. However, a new post regarding Suyi was soon pushed to the top. Just how strong is Brother Yi? He crushed Senior Chu Gang physically and instantly took out Senior Wei Ming with his ability. Everyone, take a guess. Suyi glanced at the title after returning to his villa. He simply smiled and stopped paying attention to it. The 6th slot had been rightfully secured. As for the matter of entering the Prodigy training camp, it will take at least another week until the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament concludes before any information is revealed. There is no rush for now. But there is still a week left. How is he supposed to get more energy points or unlock progress scrolls? Although he could cultivate on his own, it definitely wasn't as satisfying as leveling up this way. After all, the feedback power could also enhance soul intensity and physical strength. But if there really was no other way, he would just have to wait until he entered the Prodigy training camp. Interfering with the Night Watch and the military's secret hunts for evil spirits without authorization was out of the question. After all, Suyi didn't even understand some of the rules. If he made a mistake and disrupted the established order arranged by the Night Watch,
he would definitely be reprimanded if caught.
Thinking this over, Suyi found himself idle and bored, so he opened the Apex template system interface. Host, Suyi. Level, Early Gold Realm.
Items, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll 2, Random Consumable Scroll 2, Special Grade Strength Elixir 1, Fate Coin 1, Shining Remy's Touch 10, Resurrection Coin 1, Legendary Supernova Title.
Energy Points, 284,500. Template, Azura Unlock Progress 25.5%. Template Capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. With less than 40,000 energy points left, it was indeed a pathetic amount. Shaking his head, Suyi suddenly asked out of curiosity, Apex template system, I didn't pay much attention before, but does the template capacity 2 mean that I can actually draw a second template now?
Yes. At the moment the Apex template system was activated, it not only provided the benefits of the first draw but also granted an extra upgrade to level 2 template capacity for the host. This means the host does not need to spend energy points to increase capacity for now. However, if you wish to draw a third template, you must upgrade the capacity to level 3. Hearing this, Suyi was first delighted, then asked cautiously, so, Apex template system, you saved me a huge expense. Just asking quietly, how many energy points does it take to upgrade from level 1 to level 2? Over 1 million. Over 1 million? Looking at his meager 30,000 plus energy points, Suyi suddenly felt a chill in his pockets. Fortunately, this Apex template system was a real one, waiving such a fee. He loved it. After taking a deep breath, he immediately commanded with an excited face, so I could have drawn a second template long ago. You should have said so earlier, Apex template system. Quick, quick, quick. Draw it immediately. A second template. The Azura template had already made him this fierce. If he got another one, wouldn't he be unstoppable? He was a man who was easily satisfied and didn't ask for much. Something like the Heavenly Emperor era template, or the Pango template would be fine. If those weren't available, he'd settle for a True Lord Erlang template, or a Monkey King template. And if even those were out of reach, he'd de-humble himself and take a Whitebeard template, a Satoru Gojo template, or a Sage of the Six Paths template. That should work, right? And yet, although the capacity requirements have been met, the host's other conditions do not yet qualify for drawing a second template. Drawing is unavailable. The cold voice echoed in his mind like a bucket of ice water being poured over Suyi, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Son of a bitch. I'd have been better off not knowing. It was like a delicate young girl had already washed up and was waiting for you, but you just couldn't get it up no matter how hard you tried. You can only stare helplessly, turning red with frustration on the spot. But at the end of the day, it all boiled down to being poor. If he had endless energy points, who couldn't he unlock? With a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Suyi asked helplessly, tell me what the conditions are then. Let me die with understanding. Chapter 60, Commission Task, Strange Occurrences. Ding! In addition to reaching level 2 capacity, the conditions for drawing a second template require the host's first template to reach a certain level of unlock progress, plus the payment of the drawing fee. Suya's head throbbed, give me some real numbers. Phase 1 above 40%, energy points over 1 million. Suya's face grew darker and darker, stop, stop, stop. Don't say another word. I can't take it. Who could handle this? It was over 1 million energy points at every turn. And then there was the issue of unlock progress hearing above 40%, especially regarding that Phase 1 requirement. He felt a sharp, stinging pain in his skull. It seemed that drawing a second template was out of the question in the short term, unless he participated in multiple major operations after entering the Prodigy training camp. That might give him a chance. After all, the spacequake triggered by a single freshman trial had already brought him a massive windfall. He had heard that after entering the Prodigy training camp, one could participate in extra-dimensional explorations, as well as special operations to help guard evil realms and suppress spacequakes. Shaking his head, Suya's consciousness returned to reality. He opened the Federation Skynet, intending to purchase a combat suit first. A combat suit was absolutely necessary. If he hadn't been wearing the dark gold Supreme combat suit, his injuries from taking that hit from the ghost spirit sword fetus would have been significantly worse. Beep beep beep. But before Suyi could even enter the mall, a message arrived on his top student ID. It was from an unfamiliar student account. It wasn't Violet. Driven by curiosity, Suyi tapped on the message. The virtual screen connected, revealing a young man with sharp, domineering eyebrows and a clean-cut buzz cut. Zhao Ju. Seeing this, Suyi felt slightly surprised, as he shouldn't have had any prior contact with this top-tier prodigy ranked second on the power rankings. Why would he reach out to me? Could it be for a spar? But Zhao Ju already holds a spot for the prodigy martial arts discussion. On the other side of the screen, seeing Suyi pick up. Zhao Ju didn't waste words, saying in a cold tone, "Junior Su, I heard from the freshmen in the elite class that you've been wanting to temper yourself against real evil spirits. I have an opportunity here. As long as you meet one requirement of mine, we can set out immediately." This sudden statement left Suyi momentarily stunned, but he instinctively replied, "What kind of opportunity? Tell me more first, senior." It's not actually a major mission. Yesterday, I happened to come across a newly refreshed commission on the task board. It involves going to a small county town to assist the local night watch and the military, who are short-handed, with an investigation. Although it's just an investigation, nothing says we aren't allowed to assist the night watch on their night patrols. One person would actually be enough for this mission, but as the primary contractor, I can invite one additional person. You understand what I mean, right? Hearing Zhao Ju's words, Suyi spoke without a second thought. What is your requirement? The Mission Commission Board especially tasks potentially involving evil spirits. Hardly a single one refreshes in a month, and they usually require the contractor to be at least a sophomore. A crowd of people stares at that commission board every single day. One can only imagine how rare these tasks are. Zhao Ju was lucky enough to snag one right when it refreshed and even had the right to invite someone. To be honest, Suyi was envious. Looking at Suyi, the battle intent in Zhao Ju's eyes was almost overflowing. It's simple. After the mission is complete, I want you to find a place with me for a private duel. I'm someone who doesn't like others watching. After seeing your strength in the arena just now and learning about your needs, you were naturally the first person I thought of. The mission is actually quite simple, but sparring with you is my real goal. Anyway, there's still a week until the prodigy martial arts discussion. With your strength, Instructor Tanya should agree to it as well. So, how about it? Are you going, or not? If he went, he would have to agree to Zhao Ju's demand for a private duel, the kind where they both go all out. It could lead to heavy injuries, or even worse, it might affect the upcoming prodigy martial arts discussion. But ever since seeing Suya's strength moments ago, Zhao Ju had been unable to suppress his fighting spirit. A sense of pride and urgency, under the assault of terrifying pressure, was driving him to do this. As the rumors say, this senior truly is a battle maniac. Complaining inwardly, Suyi replied, "When do we leave?" Although it is an investigation assistance, there is no rule stating that contact with evil entities is prohibited. Does this mean I can legitimately participate in the kill? This is a rare opportunity for him, as he has yet to enter the prodigy training camp and has not yet earned the qualification to slay evil entities within the city. There is no reason not to go. Seeing that Suyi had actually agreed, Zhao Ju hurriedly said, "Great. Let us meet outside the school gates in half an hour. As for Teacher Tanya, I'll handle things on her end for you." After purchasing a 4-star top-tier pitch-black combat suit crafted from the special material known as dark gloomvine, Suyi set off. He quickly made his way toward the school gates. Every freshman who saw him greeted him with profound respect. Even some upperclassmen crowded around, enthusiastically trying to strike up a conversation and get on his good side. Responding to each of them in turn, Suyi walked straight out of the school gates. Half an hour later, a pitch-black mana-powered vehicle belonging to the Night Watch pulled up in front of him. The door opened, and Zhao Ju's voice came from within. "Get in." Before long, the black mana vehicle sped off toward the outskirts of the main district. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Ju sat upright across from Suyi, still clad in his domineering Xiaolong combat armor, though his dragon blade had been stowed away in his storage bracelet. Sitting beside Su Yi was a middle-aged man with stubble, wearing the specialized black robes of the Night Watch. Judging by the white hairs that were even more prominent than his black ones, he was at least 40, if not 50, clearly a seasoned veteran. Zhao Ju spoke up, "Uncle De, this is Junior Su. Although he's a freshman, his strength is no less than mine." Before he could finish, Uncle De chuckled and said, "Little friend Su's reputation has already spread through our team long ago. No need for introductions, even an old fox like me recognizes him. Besides, I heard from our team leader that General District Chief Bai Jing has already pre-reserved an inspector position for little friend Su. This has made my boss and the veteran team leaders from other districts die of envy. Little friend Su is truly young and promising." Uncle De hadn't expected this. Originally, the team just wanted to select an outstanding gold-ranked sophomore to accompany him and assist in the investigation. In the end, he had recruited these two paragons from Federal Saint University. One was the direct descendant of the Zhao family, ranked second on the Wind and Cloud list, the top-tier genius Zhao Ju, who had condensed 3 spirit springs. The other was even more preposterous, the one with the god-tier talent. He still vividly remembered the commotion caused by the condensation of 10 spirit springs last night. Good heavens, a simple investigation and assistance mission had managed to attract 2 great Buddhas. Although he was an elite gold rank member of the Night Watch and an old hand at this, to be honest, facing these 2 youngsters, he probably wouldn't last 10 moves. After greeting Uncle De, Su Yi asked curiously, "Uncle De, does this mission involve the evil spirits?" The words fell. Uncle De's smile faded. Although it was an easy task, he still maintained the necessary professional attitude. After lighting a cigarette, he said with a serious expression, "This mission takes us to a small county town with a population of less than 100,000. While assisting the local understaffed Night Watch branch with night patrols, we also need to investigate a strange occurrence." A strange occurrence? Zhao Ju and Su Yi were both momentarily stunned. Uncle De continued in a low, eerie tone, "Since last month, the people of that small county have been suffering from outbreaks of diseases that shouldn't have appeared yet. The number of people dying from natural causes is actually higher than those killed by supernatural entities. Furthermore, at night, many families have experienced psychological abnormalities, leading them to murder their closest loved ones." Chapter 61, Triggering the First Night Watch. Psychological abnormalities? And murdering their closest loved ones? Upon hearing this, even though the interior of the car was warm, Su Yi and Zhao Ju still felt a chill rush to their heads, and goosebumps began to form. They found it normal for supernatural entities to devour humans. But for ordinary people to suddenly turn on their beloved family members with lethal intent was highly abnormal. Uncle D continued, "According to reports from regular law enforcement, these families didn't have major conflicts. A few had frequent arguments, but nothing to the level of murder. Even families that were known to be harmonious have experienced this phenomenon. Eventually, the Night Watch and the military intervened, but they found no trace of supernatural entities. Moreover, these incidents have become increasingly frequent this month. Even when families that exhibited abnormal behavior were quarantined, the following night, other families would start showing the same symptoms. It's very sinister." Speaking solemnly, Uncle D showed a look of helplessness, combined with the issues of physical frailty and illness, as well as the danger posed by supernatural entities at night. The local branch had no choice but to seek assistance from surrounding major districts and cities. However, our primary focus is to watch for supernatural threats. The other phenomena are still the responsibility of the regular police. We can investigate in passing during our night patrols. Ordinary people handle ordinary matters, and transcendents handle transcendent matters." Understood. Su Yi and Zhao Ju nodded solemnly. Even though the situation was bizarre, their main objective was still to alleviate the pressure caused by the supernatural. This would allow the local personnel some breathing room to investigate these strange events. Their destination this time was one of the countless small towns scattered between the Jiangnan main district and another major district. A small county town surrounded by mountains called Xiong County. Although it was protected by the major districts ahead and didn't face the threat of natural disasters from supernatural secret realms, Level 1 spatial tremors would still occur from time to time. Consequently, even in this small county with a population of less than 100,000, there were quite a few supernatural evils lurking within the town and its mountainous outskirts. They traveled for a full 10 hours, flying over stretch after stretch of mountainous terrain. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Su Yi and the others finally arrived at the small county. They landed at the Night Watch branch located in a secluded suburb of the town. A female logistics staff member, who had been waiting for some time, hurried out to greet them. "Everyone from the main district, please come inside." As she finished speaking, she caught a glimpse of Su Yi standing behind Zhao Ju out of the corner of her eye. A look of sudden astonishment flashed across her relatively pleasant face, followed by a surge of excitement. Uncle De knew exactly what this 20-something girl was thinking and teased, "That's right, it's that Su Yi. If you want an autograph, remember to get it while he's free. Otherwise, once he starts the night watch or heads back to the Jiangnan main district, little girl, you'll have missed the only chance of your lifetime." As he spoke, the logistics girl's face turned slightly red, and she stole another glance at Su Yi. A few minutes later, the support personnel from other city districts also arrived. After donning the special black robes of the Night Watch, Uncle De looked seriously at Zhao Ju. "Zhao Ju, this shouldn't be your first time participating in a Night Watch patrol, right? Let's do this. The time limit for this mission is 3 days. On the first night, you will lead young friend Su. For the following 2 days, he will go on his own. Even though you are here for field experience, you cannot be careless. Understood?" In terms of status alone, both Su Yi and Zhao Ju outranked Uncle De, but since the latter was the team leader for this operation, they had to obey, yes. Responding in unison, Zhao Ju's figure was the first to vanish. In the next instant, Su Yi appeared behind him. The two soon stood atop a tall building in the dark night, overlooking the neon scenery after dusk. Shrouded in black robes, their two slender figures appeared exceptionally cold and stern. "Junior Su, remember what you promised me in 3 days. Of course, if we encounter any malevolent entities, I will listen to you and let you have them." Feeling the senior's intense fighting spirit, Su Yi nodded speechlessly. "I will naturally fulfill my promise." Beep, beep, beep. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Location, the third deepest alley of Xiangxiu Street. Sequence code D421 has encountered a second-order malevolent entity, a long-tongued ghost. Unable to hold. Unable to hold. Sequence code D421 has encountered a second-order malevolent entity, a blood-headed woman. Are there any colleagues nearby? Requesting backup. At that moment, a hurried intense female voice crackled through the Night Watch communicators worn by Su Yi and Zhao Ju. By the sounds of it, a member of the Night Watch had encountered malevolent entities, and the situation seemed quite grim. "Let's go." After saying this, Zhao Ju dove straight down from the 50-meter-tall building, his movements looking incredibly stylish. Holy crap! A leap of faith? I'm coming too. With that, Su Yi also dove down. His black robe fluttered, his body lean and steady without a hint of trembling, looking even cooler than Zhao Ju. Meanwhile, deep within a street in Xiangxiu district, a mangled corpse, chewed beyond recognition, lay miserably beside a trash can. In the 5-meter-wide alley ahead, a malevolent entity with long limbs and a swirling, frantic tongue was lashing out. It was using its whip-like tongue to relentlessly attack a young female member of the Night Watch with short hair, who was dressed in a black robe. Clang, 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 clang. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. At this moment, the short-haired female of the Night Watch, designated as D-Class 421, was swinging the long blade in her hand, exhausting every ounce of her strength to defend against the tongue lashes of this second-order long-tongued ghost. But it seemed she was reaching her limit. Her arms and thighs had been grazed by the long tongue multiple times, causing blood to splatter and spill on the spot. She was merely a D-Class, the Awakened, at the mid-stage of the Silver Realm, and had only recently graduated from an ordinary The Awakened university. She was simply no match for this long-tongued ghost. Yet, at this very moment, she had a reason why she could not retreat. Woo! Daddy, wake up, please wake up. Big sister, let me go see Daddy,
please let me through."
Hearing the cries of the little girl she was shielding behind her, the short-haired female the Night Watch knew she absolutely could not back down. However, in that brief moment of distraction, a sharp tongue had already filled her entire field of vision.
It was the long-tongued ghost's finishing move. Am I going to die?
The short-haired female the Night Watch's eyes were vacant, but just then, she caught a glimpse of a faint purple light streaking toward her in her peripheral vision.
It was fast. Fast as a bolt of lightning. Was that a purple shard? 2 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed, and she suddenly widened her eyes. She wasn't dead?
Instead, the head of the long-tongued ghost had slid to the ground, the cut perfectly smooth. Ahead, at some unknown point, 2 slender, cold figures in black robes were already standing there. One of them, a black-robed youth with closed eyes holding an eerie straight blade and surrounded by mysterious shards, spoke into a matching communicator. "Shangshou Street, 3rd Alley.
Second order long-tongued ghost neutralized."
After finishing the report and glancing at the tragic scene, Suyi gave a helpless sigh before leaping into the night sky with Zhao Ju.
Right at that moment. Ding!
Based on the host's current situation, a 2-star random mission has been triggered, the First Night Watch.
Chapter 62, Eerie Scene, The Restless Demon Arm. A mission has arrived. And it's a 2-star random mission.
Moving through the dark of night, Suya's expression shifted as he heard the cold notification in his mind. He quickly diverted part of his attention to check the details of the task. 2-star random mission, the first vigil, during the commission period, whether you perform your watch duties step by step, provide excess protection for Dome County, or resolve supernatural phenomena, your final rating will be determined based on your comprehensive completion level. Looking at the prompt bar, Suyi pondered subconsciously, with this level of freedom, does it mean that even if I just complete the watch normally, it counts as a mission success? And if I can help others investigate clues about the supernatural phenomena, the final rating and rewards will be even better? Yes. Nodding, Suyi's lips curled slightly. This kind of mission is more comfortable. Whether I get more or not depends entirely on myself. At least there's a guaranteed baseline.
Up ahead. Recalling the scene just now, Zhao Ju managed a rare smile. "Junior Su, I heard you didn't use a giant long blade?"
That strange straight blade from earlier, whose tip suddenly shattered, had completely bewildered him. But it wasn't until that eerie purple fragment traversed a 100-meter distance with instantaneous speed, instantly killing the long-tongued ghost before returning to the blade's body, that his curiosity turned into even greater excitement. It was his first time seeing such a bizarre blade, and its aura seemed to be that of a 4-star, or perhaps even a 5-star blade. This Junior Su was indeed a natural-born blade cultivator. Of course, regardless of what blade this junior used, as long as it was blade against blade in their duel 3 days from now, he had no fear. Just fight. Hearing Zhao Ju's voice, Suyi exited the Apex template system and smiled as he brandished the demonic blade in his hand. Demonic Blade 1000 Reams. It's better to use than the Dark Gold series. Of course, I'm actually quite fond of swords as well. Does Senior want to see? Under conditions of multitasking, using a blade in his right hand and a sword in his left would maximize his combat power. As for the sword, if completing this mission could yield another weapon scroll, that would be perfect. Then, with another special draw, if he could get something like the Shura Heavenly Sword, or a Burst Magic Ancient Greatsword, that would be blissful. However, what remained most unforgettable to Suyi was that incredibly flashy demonic sword possessed of infinite power. Apophis. A cursed sword endowed with mysterious and unpredictable magical power. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ju's face darkened, and he immediately slowed down to flash beside Suyi. "You must use a blade." He didn't doubt Suyi's proficiency with a sword. The man said his physical body was robust, and he was indeed as fierce as a tiger. Then his swordsmanship must also be extraordinary. He was a monster, after all, so it made sense. But he didn't care about any of that. Suyi had to face him with a blade, otherwise. Seeing Zhao Ju's increasingly dangerous gaze, Suyi said helplessly, "Blade, I'll use a blade, alright?" Looking at that expression, if he didn't give a straight answer, this guy might go on strike and leave on the spot, or even drag him into a fight right then and there. No! Just as the two were grappling with the question, an anxious female voice suddenly rang out from the row of detached villas ahead. The voice was filled with panic and sobbing, appearing quite abruptly.
Another evil entity?
In less than 10 minutes, they had encountered one again.
This is getting a bit frequent.
The two exchanged a glance, abruptly halted their movement, and quickly charged toward the source of the sound.
But when they reached the villa furthest in the back, Zhao Jue's expression turned to one of bewilderment. There's no aura of an evil entity. Could it be?
Without a word, he was the first to burst into the villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa's main hall, a spine-chilling scene was unfolding.
Die! Die! Ha ha ha! A middle-aged man in his early 40s was currently holding a sharp blade, stabbing frantically at a bloody and mangled pet dog.
The man's eyes were rolled back, showing only the whites, a crazed grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, and saliva was dripping down as his movements remained highly distorted. Even though the large pet dog was letting out low, whimpering death moans, he continued to plunge the knife into its abdomen over and over again, the blood flowing incessantly.
This eerie appearance simply didn't look like a human at all. Honey! Don't! Please stop!
Off to the side, a woman and a young girl with a burnt face didn't dare approach the middle-aged man. The woman could only plead desperately.
However, in the next moment, Shwa!
The man whipped his head around to look at the woman and the girl, his lips once again curling into a bizarre smile. After a few twitches, he actually raised the knife and charged straight at them.
No!
The girl hiding behind the woman screamed out on the spot.
Poochie!
The blade plunged directly into the fair thigh of the woman who was shielding the girl.
Thud!
As the man let out a frantic laugh and prepared to plunge the knife a second time, a large hand, gripping like an iron vice, seized his wrist.
Zhao Ju frowned deeply, glancing at the deceased pet dog before scrutinizing the man's condition. Is this the abnormal phenomenon? It is indeed quite eerie.
With that, he moved to knock the man unconscious with a hand chop, but in the next instant, the woman's eyes rolled back, and she lunged directly at Zhao Ju. Like a rabid dog, she snapped at Zhao Ju's neck.
Bang! Bang!
But with Zhao Ju's speed, just 2 swift hand chops were enough to knock them both out.
Yet, another eerie scene unfolded.
Even though they were unconscious, the couple's bodies continued to twitch incessantly, as if they were trying to stand back up. Seeing this, the pretty young girl nearby, whose face was half scarred by burns, was on the verge of tears. She gripped Zhao Ju's hand with all her might. Stop hitting them!
Please, stop hitting them! Bang!
With a single strike of his hand, the girl also fainted.
10 minutes later, a group of security personnel, including Uncle De, arrived at the scene. Uncle De looked at Zhao Ju. We've checked. This couple are locals from Cheong County. The girl isn't their biological daughter. She was apparently adopted a year ago. Their family life should have been quite harmonious. I don't understand why this happened out of the blue.
Actually, just moments ago, similar incidents broke out in several other locations besides this one.
What a headache! By the way, when you arrived at the scene, did you detect any aura of evil spirits?
The other investigating officers also looked toward him. The other incident sites had shown no involvement of evil spirits.
They wondered if this place would be any different.
When Zhao Ju shook his head, everyone sighed in frustration. Meanwhile, off to the side, Suyi was staring intently at the 3 unconscious people, pushing his wave perception to its absolute limit. His focus shifted back and forth between the couple and the exceptionally pretty girl with the half-burned face.
After sensing for a moment, Suyi frowned deeply. They aren't evil spirits, just ordinary humans. But why is my demon arm?
At that moment, his left hand, hidden beneath his black robe, had become restless ever since he entered the villa. It felt as though it was trying to break free from his control, as if it were searching for something. It was incredibly bizarre. If he hadn't forcibly suppressed it, it likely would have been exposed right then and there.
What was going on? Although the appearance of his demon arm was hidden by the Apex template system, it still physically existed.
It had always been suppressed and quiet before. Why would it suddenly become so agitated for no apparent reason?
Was there something here triggering a reaction from it? Chapter 63, He Wants to Kill Me.
Sui continued to expand the range of his wave perception, yet he still found nothing. He was utterly perplexed. One thing was certain, however, his demon arm seemed to have some sort of connection to this eerie phenomenon. This was good news. Of course, Sui would not easily expose the demon arm unless it was a critical moment or a life-threatening crisis. First, the demon arm was a sinister object cursed by ghosts and gods, which people would naturally associate with evil entities. Second, although liberating the demon arm could cause his combat power to skyrocket, he would also be influenced by it, becoming manic and finding his bloodlust difficult to control. However, if he could uncover clues because of the demon arm, he wouldn't mind releasing it for a while in order to secure greater rewards. At that moment, Uncle De looked toward Su Yi and Zhao Ju. Xiao Su, your performance just now was excellent. You decapitated a second-tier long-tongued ghost. When the local night watch heard your voice, they were all full of praise, saying you provide a great sense of security, huh? Alright, you two continue your night patrol. We'll leave this place to the security personnel. The evil spirits have been appearing quite frequently tonight. We can't afford to slack off. After deeply sensing the surroundings of the villa once more, Su Yi and Zhao Ju vanished back into the darkness of the night. What no one noticed, however, was that after all the awakened had left, leaving only the ordinary security personnel behind. Lying on the medical gurney, the slender fingers of the girl with the facial burns twitched slightly. A moment later, the fingers of the couple also jerked. But in less than a second, they returned to their original state. At 9:50 p.m., they moved through the darkness. Zhao Ju looked at Su Yi with some confusion. Did you discover something just now? You looked like you were frowning deeply. Su Yi shook his head helplessly. I didn't find anything, I was just observing. Indeed, there were no findings. He could only wait until daylight to visit the families where the strange phenomena had occurred and see how the demon arm would react. He hoped to obtain some clues then. While he was lost in thought, Zhao Ju, who was beside him, suddenly and silently summoned his ferocious dragon blade. Su Yi was still thinking about his plan for tomorrow morning and hadn't paid much attention until a blade shadow carrying a blood-red glow slashed right toward his face. Exclamation point. This sudden turn of events caused his reaction to be nearly half a beat slow. The blade of the 1,000 fragments demon blade instantly disassembled. 100 blade bodyguard. As the purple patterns flickered, nearly 100 eerie purple fragments formed a protective shield. Clang! Zhao Ju's condensed blood glow blade shadow, carrying a terrifying momentum and spanning dozens of meters, struck directly against the protective shield, emitting an ear-piercing, teeth-gritting screech of impact. Rip! The terrifying blade force, like a circular saw, swept out in all directions. The floor tiles of the old park nearby groaned and were instantly ripped up, while the surrounding trees, grass, and decorative statues were all sliced clean in half. Rumble! Centering on this point, a thunderous boom erupted, loud enough to startle everything within a 100-meter radius. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and since this was just an old, dilapidated park, there was no one around. The protective barrier of the 1,000 demon daggers remained unshaken. Su Yi looked at Zhao Ju with a cold expression. What are you trying to do? To suddenly slash at him without warning and with a strike laced with killing intent, such an action caused his own murderous urges to surface. At the same time, Su Yi was very puzzled. Although their contact had been brief, he knew that this senior's personality was merely tsundere and prideful. He wasn't a bad person at heart. So why this sudden sneak attack? Why did he even want to kill him? Was he really that impatient to challenge him? Seeing Zhao Ju remain silent, locked in a stalemate while gripping his dragon blade, the killing intent in Su Ye's heart grew increasingly intense. However, when his perception picked up a slight twitch on Zhao Ju's rugged face, Su Yi was stunned. He saw the senior's features becoming increasingly contorted and twisted, as if in immense pain. The pupils beneath his sword-like brows began to turn white, a trace of madness tugged at the corners of his mouth, and saliva started to leak out. These were the exact same bizarre symptoms as that middle-aged man from earlier. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Su Ye's nightwatch communicator suddenly rang, and Uncle De's anxious voice came through. Xiao Su. A terrifyingly loud noise just came from your vicinity. What's happening? Has a high-level evil spirit appeared? Taking a deep breath, Suyi replied solemnly, Senior Zhao is exhibiting that strange phenomenon.
What? On the other end, Uncle De's mouth hung wide open, the cigarette he was holding dropping as his expression turned grim. Is it serious? He wants to kill me.
Hearing Suya's calm voice, Uncle De's heart began to thud nervously. He knew exactly how insane people who suffered from this abnormal phenomenon could become. They would even try to kill those closest to them. It was a state of total loss of humanity. If ordinary people were like this, then if Zhao Ju entered such a state. Shit. This guy was a top-tier Three Springs prodigy from Federal Saint University. Possessor of a top-tier S-grade offensive weapon sold the Blood Spirit Blade. If his full strength as a late-stage Gold Realm expert were to erupt, it could rival a typical A-rank early-stage Diamond Realm.
If he were to go on a rampage in this small county town, losing all sense of reason and recognition of kin, there's no telling how many ordinary people would perish. It's feared that more than half of the entire county would be reduced to ruins. Right now, within this county, only that mid-stage Diamond Realm team leader could possibly stop Zhao Ju. However, the former reportedly headed to the outskirts this morning to deal with an evil nest threatening Cheong County suspected to be the source of these strange phenomena and is still on his way back. As these thoughts raced through his mind, sweat poured down Uncle D's forehead. Knowing he was powerless to stop it himself, he hurriedly said, Xiaosu, prioritize your own safety. If you are capable, try to lure him to the uninhabited outskirts and do your best to keep him from running wild. But don't push yourself too hard, your safety comes first. If there is truly no other way, escape if you must. Even if you have to let him run rampant, it doesn't matter, I'll contact the Cheong County team leader immediately. Although he had heard Zhao Ju mention that Suya's strength was not inferior to his own, Zhao Ju was, after all, a late-stage Gold Realm. Moreover, he currently looked merciless and intent on killing under such circumstances. He truly feared Suyi would be in danger. To put it bluntly, if Suyi really couldn't hold his ground, he could even lure him here or toward the other members of the Night Watch. Even if he died, it would be a small price to pay. But Suyi absolutely must not come to any harm. This young man was the hope of humanity, his value was far greater than theirs. Understood. I will suppress him. Hearing Suya's reply, Uncle De grew frantic. Don't be impulsive. Escape if you can. Before he could finish, a loud metallic clang rang out, and the communicator was cut off. Chapter 64, Forceful Suppression. What on earth is happening? On the other side. After taking Zhao Ju's second strike, Suyi hung up the communicator. By now, following the second impact, everything within a several dozen meter radius of the park lay in tatters, transformed into a field of ruins. Even from outside the park, Suyi could hear the panicked screams of many civilians. Indeed, I cannot suppress him within Cheong County, or it will definitely cause massive damage. From within the protective barrier of the 1,000 demon daggers, Suyi glanced around and immediately charged toward a small path currently under construction. Zhao Ju seemed to have locked onto him. Like a mad dog, he wielded his hideous dragon blade and transformed into a blade shadow in pursuit. The most terrifying part was that, even in such a mindless state, he could actually still activate his ability. A blade radiating a blood-patterned phantom slowly materialized behind Zhao Ju. As this blood-patterned blade took shape, Zhao Ju's overwhelming pressure actually surged close to the Diamond Realm. Buzz! A blood-colored blade chi, a full 60 or 70 meters long and carrying an unparalleled momentum, slashed directly toward Suyi. Rip! Everywhere it passed, the construction path was instantly devastated and severed. Debris flew everywhere, leaving a long, deep gouge in the ground as it closed in on Suyi's back in the blink of an eye. Clang! Unfortunately, it was once again blocked by the eerie shards of the 1,000 demon daggers. The blood-colored blade chi exploded violently, and the force of the strike swept outward once more. Bang! 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 The surrounding abandoned high-rises, which had been nearly completed, crumbled and collapsed one after another. However, in the very next moment, just as Zhao Ju intended to unleash another slash. Triple slash! I can't let you run wild anymore. With a low murmur, Suyi held the 1,000 demon daggers and executed a reverse slash,
arriving in front of Zhao Ju in an instant.
Snap!
As a wave mark appeared above his head, he also gripped Zhao Ju's face firmly with one hand. Meanwhile, the shards of the 1,000 demon daggers tightly suppressed the buzzing dragon blade and its blood-red patterns. Ah! Accompanied by a frenzied roar, the 2 mana springs within Zhao Ju's body that were filled to capacity, along with a third spring that was more than half full, suddenly began to surge violently. Buzz, 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 buzz. The blood-patterned blade above his head erupted with surging, flickering blood light. The dragon blade was like a ferocious beast trying to break free from its cage. It actually began to push the shards of the 1,000 demon daggers outward, bit by bit.
You really have turned into a beast. In that case, I definitely can't let you run amok in the county seat.
Zhao Ju grew ruthless, but Su Yi was even more ruthless than him. In the next instant, the latter's 10 star-like mana springs vibrated simultaneously, and the power equivalent to a single full mana pool began to rotate rapidly. Whoosh! Under the terrifying explosion of mana, he pinned Zhao Ju down completely. His figure became like a bolt of black lightning, dominantly dragging him out of the urban area. However, during the process of the 2 clashing their mana, the leaked aura still caused the surrounding environment to shake and crack apart. Crack, crack, crack. But it was already far better than the large area that had just been destroyed by Zhao Ju's blade chi. At this moment, inside the Nightwatch branch in the city center. On a massive screen, all the logistics personnel watched this scene with faces full of terror. A streak of blood-red light was being suppressed by a streak of purple light, whistling and charging toward the outskirts. That destructive power left them, most of whom were from the support series or even just ordinary people watching with trembling hearts. Beep, beep, beep. The young girl who had initially received Su Yi and the others hurriedly answered the anxious voice call sent by Uncle De. What's the situation? How is things on Su Yi's side? With such a loud noise, is the damage severe? Are there any casualties? The girl hurriedly replied, no, there are no casualties. After Commissioner Zhao Ju destroyed most of Development Zone Number 5, Commissioner Su Yi directly pinned him down by force and is now dragging him toward the Qiangjiang outskirts. The words fell. Uncle De, who was rushing in that direction, froze on the spot. His tension eased significantly, and his eyes were filled with shock. Young friend Su wasn't joking. He might actually be able to hold Zhao Ju back. Keep observing. Report any special circumstances immediately. Yes. Minutes later, 2 streaks of light, one blood red and one purple, shot out of the Cheong County urban area and into a dense forest on the outskirts near the Cheong River. Go on then. The moment they reached the area, Su Yi's left arm exerted a sudden, violent force. Gripping Zhao Ju by the head, he hurled him away ruthlessly. Swoosh! The savage power sent Zhao Ju flying like a tattered sack in the blink of an eye. He crossed 100 meters and crashed into a mountain dozens of meters high. Rumble! As the ground shook and the mountain trembled, a terrifying explosion followed immediately. But before the sound could even dissipate, a streak of highly compressed, blood-colored blade light came slashing through. 5 rune seals spun rapidly above Su Yi's head as he calmly swung his demon blade. The vibrating blade chi whistled forth to meet the blood-red line. Clang! Boom! With another thunderous crash, the blood-red chi and the vibrating chi exploded simultaneously. In less than a few seconds, this patch of dense forest was swept clean, with vegetation and debris flying everywhere. 100 meters away, perched upon the rubble, Zhao Ju let out a roar. The phantom of his blood-patterned blade vibrated frantically, and a blood-red glow extending a full 100 meters surged from the tip of his hideous dragon-themed saber. 100-meter blade. Rip! With a piercing screech of air being sliced open, it slashed down with peerless momentum. Within the blade's stance was a raw, undisguised killing intent. Even an ordinary early-stage Diamond Realm expert would not dare to take this strike head-on. I originally intended to drag this out until you recovered, Senior, but it seems I shouldn't waste any more time. With that, Su Yi assumed a stance with his blade resting across his shoulder. Ghost Slash! 2 colossal, 5-colored crescent waves of malevolent light, each spanning over 100 meters, materialized out of thin air. They were unleashed instantaneously in a crosscut following the trajectory of the 1,000 demon daggers. Red, blue, gold, white, and light blue, the 5 colors of malevolent light illuminated the night sky as if 2 bright moons had descended upon the earth. The eerie yet holy aura even suppressed the killing intent within Zhao Ju's strike. When the ultimate moves collided, one might have expected a balanced deadlock. Instead, after less than a few seconds of stalemate, the blood-colored blade glow was shattered to pieces. Zhao Ju hurriedly used his dragon blade to block, only to hear a sharp clang, followed by the sound of rapid cracking. The Xiaolong combat blade, capable of withstanding attacks from the early Diamond Realm, was instantly covered in a dense web of fractures. Had Suyi not withdrawn part of his power in time, the blade likely would have snapped outright. Zhao Ju was sent flying once again. Bang! 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 He only came to a rest after smashing through layer upon layer of steep mountain rock. Yet, just as he attempted to stand up again, driven by his bizarre state despite his heavy injuries, a massive blue orb of light, condensed from the power of engravings, had already enveloped him. The swirling, rotating vibratory force bypassed his vital spots but relentlessly battered his Xiaolong combat armor. Ah! Amidst agonized screams and a full minute of devastation, Zhao Ju finally lost consciousness and fainted. To be safe, Suyi even used the fragments of the 1,000 demon daggers to bind and imprison him. Back at the Night Watch branch, everyone watched the scene in a stunned daze. It wasn't until Uncle Da's voice came through again that the young girl in charge of communications snapped back to reality and opened the channel. That violent vibration, did Suyi lure Zhao Ju out of the city? The elite Night Watch members and I are still quite far away. What is the current situation? Hearing Uncle D's tense voice, the girl stammered, "Commissioner Suyi." He knocked Commissioner Zhao Ju unconscious. In the outskirts of Changjiang, thanks to Suyi intentionally holding back, Zhao Ju was only heavily injured. Before long, he woke up with a look of total confusion. Seeing that his expression had returned to normal, Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to strike again. If he did, this senior wouldn't just be heavily injured anymore. Tell me, what exactly happened? Chapter 65, Does the demon arm want to devour people? Looking at Suya's solemn expression and feeling the pain racking his body. How could Zhao Ju not realize that he must have been caught up in that abnormal phenomenon? Before he had lapsed into that daze, he was with Junior Su. Naturally, the most likely person he would have attacked was the latter. Zhao Ju even possessed brief memory fragments of being engulfed by that blue light orb. He had been suppressed by Junior Suyi, knocking him unconscious with overwhelming, crushing power. For a moment, a wave of frustration washed over Zhao Ju's heart. He had to admit it, talent was indeed an insurmountable chasm. Especially when it came to a monster like Junior Su, who possessed both insane natural talent and a relentless work ethic. At the same time, he set a new goal for himself to try his best not to be left in the dust by this junior, the man who had truly made him feel the sting of defeat. Seeing Zhao Ju staring at him with a look of awe, Suyi said speechlessly, "Senior, I'm asking you a serious question. What on earth are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Zhao Ju reined in his complex emotions and frowned. "I don't know the specifics of what happened. I just know that after leaving that eerie scene, I merely thought about our duel in 3 days. Suddenly, my emotions surged higher and higher. In the next moment, I was driven by that thought to draw the Xiaolong blade immediately. I even had the urge to kill you, Junior." Shaking his head with lingering fear, Zhao Ju continued, "However, I do have intermittent memories of you dragging me out of the city area and the final scene where your blue halo enveloped me. As for the rest, I don't remember." Listening to Zhao Ju's words, Suya's brow furrowed. "Could you have been controlled? Did you have any thoughts of resisting?" Zhao Ju shook his head. "I couldn't resist that impulse at all." Just then, Uncle De and the other 2 gold-rank elite the Night Watch arrived. Looking at Zhao Ju's disheveled state and then at Suya's perfectly neat black robes, the contrast was so sharp that it left them all stunned. This was quite different from the scene they had imagined. They had expected a situation where both sides suffered losses, but the result. In other words, this fierce battle that had shaken the entire county town was actually a one-sided suppression? The three of them subconsciously swallowed hard and stole a glance at Su Yi.
This god-tier talent holder didn't need them to sacrifice themselves to stall for time.
It was a good thing they hadn't arrived sooner, otherwise, they would have been nothing more than a hindrance.
Uncle D, before we arrived, did any of the awakened in this town aside from the ordinary people show these strange symptoms? Uncle D looked at the elderly Night Watch member with a goatee standing beside him.
The old man replied solemnly, "It has happened before, but it was always bronze rank the awakened. Those above the bronze rank were basically unaffected, even if they were physically present at the scene. Young Zhao Ju is the first person above the silver rank to be affected." As the words fell, the expressions of everyone including Uncle D, Su Yi, and the two deputy group leaders of Cheong County darkened. If that was the case, did it mean they were also at risk of being influenced? Let's head back first. Once we're back, notify all the Night Watch and military personnel. From now on, any of the awakened above the silver rank must be on guard against their fellow Night Watchers at all times. A short while later, everyone returned to the Night Watch branch. Zhao Ju went to have his injuries treated, while Su Yi headed out alone to keep watch. "I'll go test the reaction of the demon arm first." Acting alone, he could now afford to probe the demon arm's response. After getting the addresses of the households where the strange phenomena had occurred from Uncle D, Su Yi immediately rushed toward the nearest one. As for his Night Watch duties, he would naturally kill any malevolent entities he encountered, but he wanted more. He wanted to find the source of these anomalies. Furthermore, since he had accepted this commission, he would do his best to restore this small county to its former state. Before long, Su Yi arrived at a home where a bizarre incident had taken place. It was a household shattered by tragedy, a father who had murdered his own son. At this moment, several security personnel were stationed outside the house, monitoring the interior from every angle. Should any abnormality be detected, they were prepared to storm in instantly. However, aside from the father's constant, grief-stricken wailing, the strange symptoms had not flared up again for 2 days. Under the pretext of searching for traces of evil spirits, Su Yi entered the house. He looked at the elderly father, who was kneeling and weeping incessantly before his son's funeral altar. "Whoa, my son, my son." For a moment, Su Yi's expression grew complex. He understood the agony of being separated from a loved one by death. Unsure of what to say, he silently extended his perception to sweep the entire house. There was no lingering aura of malevolence, and the demon arm showed no signs of restlessness. Seeing this, Su Yi's brow furrowed deeply. Strange, why is there nothing wrong here? This was also a scene of the anomaly, so why? Just then. "Son, it's all because of me. It's all Dad's fault. It's all my fault. I'm coming down to join you right now." The father suddenly pulled out a pair of scissors from somewhere. After choking out those words, he lunged them toward his own throat. Shwa! With a flash of movement, Su Yi instantly snatched the scissors away. Seeing the old father consumed only by despair without entering the anomalous state, he could only sigh helplessly. He wanted to offer comfort, perhaps to say, "It wasn't actually your fault, it was because of that anomaly." But would it help? It would likely only serve to further provoke the grieving man. These anomalies, whether caused by spirits or some celestial calamity, are truly twisted. Shaking his head, Su Yi waited for the security personnel to rush in and provide close supervision before heading to the next address. However, over the next several hours, Su Yi had already traversed nearly half the county, coming into close proximity with numerous families suffering from the strange symptoms. The demon arm remained completely unresponsive, not moving in the slightest. Standing atop a tall building, Su Yi was lost in thought. So far, the demon arm only reacts to the family in that villa. "I'll go back and check again, hopefully there's a clue." The words fell. Su Yi then hurried toward the final villa in the affluent residential area. A few minutes later, he arrived outside the villa. There were security personnel monitoring the premises, and after a brief explanation, Su Yi was allowed in. Su Yi stepped into the villa immediately. Exclamation point. The very moment he entered the villa, the demon arm actually began to stir restlessly. At this time, the couple was unable to sleep. They sat in the hall, staring silently at the pet dog that had been stabbed to death.
Only the young girl noticed Sui entering.
She was the first to react, approaching him and bowing deeply.
"Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you all, my mother would have already."
But at this moment, Sui could no longer hear her.
His demon arm was more violent and agitated than ever before.
And the source was the girl standing right in front of him.
The demon arm's craving was so intense that it seemed to want to devour her. Chapter 66, Going Mad. Quiet down for me.
With a low murmur in his heart, the demon arm hidden beneath Suye's black robe finally calmed down significantly, though it remained as restless as ever. This caused him to sink into deep thought.
In other words, was this agitation really caused by this girl?
The first time, he had been standing further away, which was why the reaction hadn't been this intense. This time, with the girl so close, the difficulty of suppressing the demon arm had skyrocketed several times over. Had it not been for his powerful soul, it truly would have been a struggle.
But why would this girl cause such a reaction from the demon arm? Could it be? "Big brother, what's wrong?"
Seeing Suyi frozen in place, staring silently at his own left arm despite his eyes being closed, the girl asked tentatively. The pretty young girl, half of whose face was marred by burns, suddenly stepped forward and grasped Suye's hand.
"I've already poured a cup of tea for you. Whatever you need to investigate, have some tea first.
However, the moment the girl made contact with Suye's left hand, she reacted like a startled cat with its fur standing on end. With a sharp cry, she leaped backward instinctively. A flash of terror flickered across the intact half of her delicate face, but it vanished quickly, replaced by a look of worry.
"Big brother, your hand is so cold. Do you have a cold?" "A cold? I am a gold rank awakened, how could I possibly catch a cold?"
At this moment, Suyi was struggling to suppress the demon arm. The veins on his left hand were bulging and distorted, looking quite hideous. All of this had been triggered by the girl touching his hand. Through his perception, he had caught that fleeting look of terror on her face, despite how quickly she had masked it. Suyi merely gave a light chuckle.
"It's nothing. My constitution is naturally a bit cold. I didn't scare you, did I?" The girl nodded obediently. "No, not at all."
"You should have some tea first, big brother." Having said that, she turned to look at her parents, who had rushed over after being drawn by her scream. "Father, mother, please look after him for a moment.
I'll go prepare some snacks."
Suyi also waved off the security personnel who had been alerted, then sat down on the sofa with a smile on his face. "Lord Awakened, we've caused you trouble. If your colleague hadn't been here just now, I would have already, my wife and daughter." Suyi shook his head with a smile.
"It's what we're supposed to do. Mr. Zhang and Auntie Fong, there's no need for this."
As he helped the couple up when they tried to bow in gratitude, a strange look flashed in Suye's eyes. The reaction from the demon arm did not intensify further. In fact, as the girl headed toward the kitchen, the agitation even subsided slightly.
Once they were seated back on the sofa, Mr. Zhang asked nervously, "Lord Awakened, does your visit mean we are going to, again?"
He didn't dare say it out loud, but the woman beside him, Auntie Fong, already wore a look of terror. She still found it difficult to accept her husband's horrific appearance from earlier, and she had heard that she herself had transformed into that same monstrous state.
Were the rumors of the cursed incidents spreading through Cheong County recently actually true? Suyi said helplessly, "We can't predict it either, we can only conduct periodic inspections."
As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Mr. Zhang with a smile.
"Recently, have you encountered anything strange?
Before the occurrence of what you call this curse?
Did you meet any strange people, or perhaps any of those unclean things from the rumors? To facilitate our investigation, we need to gather some intelligence."
The couple exchanged a look, thought for a moment, and replied, "Not really.
We only went to the neighboring city for business a month ago. Our family returned to Cheong County immediately after finishing the business, and we didn't meet anyone strange.
And since we hired an awakened as a bodyguard, we didn't encounter any unclean things either."
"None." Hearing this, Suyi nodded. "I see. Thank you for your cooperation. None.
That was precisely what made him most suspicious. At that moment, the young girl walked over carrying 4 pieces of cake.
Big brother, are you leaving? Won't you stay and finish the cake before you go?
Mr. Zhang also smiled and said, Sir Awakened, my daughter's skills have improved rapidly lately. Her pastries are delicious. Have a taste before you leave. Next year, she'll be undergoing her awakening ceremony as well. I only hope she can be as young and promising as you are, haha. After quickly finishing the piece of pastry, Sui offered his thanks and left the villa with a smile on his face. Once outside, he vanished into the darkness of the night. Inside the villa, after Sui had departed, a strange, demonic voice echoed quietly, undetected by any of the security personnel.
Babadilla, what was that about just now?
Master, you shouldn't have lured that young god talent user here.
There is something strange about him.
Why? For a whole month, you've sucked enough nutrients from this little place. I've grown tired of it and was planning to move elsewhere to continue my fun anyway. I didn't expect this god talent user to actually come here. Suddenly, I don't want to leave anymore, I have already infused the evil force into his body. Remember to keep him under control. If I can achieve what even the 6-winged blood angel couldn't, father and mother will surely be pleased.
Master, this is the human heartland after all. We should keep a low profile. Once I absorb a bit more nutrients, I can promote to a ghost level forbidden object. Cut the nonsense. With Uncle Ashale around, how could the barriers of those ants possibly stop us? I can go back whenever I want and come whenever I please. Fine, but I still feel that boy isn't simple. It seems there is something about him that makes me feel afraid. After leaving the villa, Sui didn't continue searching the surrounding area because it was already obvious. There was definitely something wrong with that girl. Although he didn't know if she was connected to this supernatural phenomenon, he at least had a lead now. If all else failed, Sui smiled. I'll just use force. And now, let's see if things are truly as I suspect. As he spoke, he sent a message to Uncle Day. The content was, "Don't worry about me." After sending it, Sui simply began wandering around, keeping watch as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Half an hour later, after he had saved a member of the Night Watch and slain an evil spirit, his demon arm suddenly vibrated violently. It seemed as if it wanted to devour something for Sui, protecting its master. "Don't hurry, let it come," Sui murmured softly. In the next moment, he let out a muffled groan. His handsome face became extremely distorted and hideous, with veins bulging one after another. A manic smile actually curled at the corners of his mouth as saliva flowed freely. His entire body twitched and jerked except for the fact that his pupils hadn't turned white. He was no different from Zhaoju's previous state. Wuug, ah! With a roar, Suya's limbs suddenly hit the ground. Like a mad dog, he lunged and crashed violently into a garbage dump with a series of heavy thuds. Boom! His violent physical form directly turned the garbage dump upside down. Moments later, he plunged into the massive lake connected to the Cheong River. Boom, boom, boom. As he sank to the bottom of the lake, the water erupted with loud booms from his strikes, and the currents surged wildly. He then began to charge unconsciously toward the Cheong River like a maniac. He had clearly fallen into that eerie state. However, inside his mind. Apex Template System. Chapter 67, Was That Girl Eaten by You? The Night Watch. The logistics personnel watching this scene felt a chill rush to their heads, leaving them shivering. Has Commissioner Sui also been affected by that bizarre symptom? Commissioner Zhaoju has only just recovered. And terrifyingly, the person who was supposed to be the least susceptible to influence has actually been affected. We're doomed. The team leader hasn't made it back yet. Now, who is going to suppress Commissioner Sui? I think even if the team leader were back, given the monstrous power that Genius just displayed, he might not necessarily be able to suppress him, right? Fortunately, he actually charged toward the Cheong River. If he were in the county town, the consequences would be unthinkable. But why do I feel like something is off? His behavior seems a bit different from Commissioner Zhao Ju's. Shouldn't he be finding the nearest person for a mindless massacre? Why did he charge into the scrapyard and then head toward an unpopulated area? Quick, contact the deputy team leader and the others. A moment later, the surveillance feed cut out. Suyi had completely plunged into the depths of the Cheong River, and the cameras could no longer track what was happening inside the black mist. However, when the logistics department managed to contact Uncle D and his team, Uncle D grit his teeth with difficulty and said, "Ignore him for now. Tell the reconnaissance department to do everything they can to extend their field of vision and keep up with Suya's movements." After saying this, Uncle D also looked completely bewildered. Because just now, the message Suyi sent seemed to have a hidden meaning. After agonizing over it for a long time, he decided to listen to the former's words first. After all, before that team leader returned, if Suyi truly went on a rampage, there was simply no one who could stop him. But of course, he couldn't truly leave Suyi unattended. He immediately summoned a fighter jet, brought along several military personnel with auxiliary reconnaissance abilities and members of the Night Watch, and hurriedly went out to search. Meanwhile, deep within the Cheong River. Boom! A dark shadow, like a cannonball, burst out from the riverbed and slammed straight into the steep riverbank shrouded in black mist. Whoa! With a strange cry, he actually crashed headlong into the misty mountainous region. The steep mountain rocks were directly smashed to pieces, collapsing under the impact. Bang! 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 Massive, earth-shaking booms echoed out. The evil anomalies sleeping and hiding within were naturally disturbed. Sensing a human aura, they curiously approached one after another. But before they could even get close, this dark shadow had already initiated the charge. First-tier anomaly, ogre dead. Second-tier anomaly, water ghost neck snapped violently, dead as could be. First tier. In a state of frenzy, the manic dark shadow unintentionally slaughtered one anomaly after another. The surrounding environment was completely devastated beyond recognition, yet not a single anomaly could escape. Apex Template System. Ding! The host has killed a first-tier anomaly, Nightworm, gaining 172 energy points. Ding! The host has killed a Tier 2 evil spirit, a rot corpse, gaining 721 energy points. Ding! The host has killed. Host, your actions are making the Apex template system look quite foolish. Hearing the voice in his mind, the frenzied dark shadow paused for a moment, but then continued as if he hadn't heard a thing. He directly pulled out an eerie straight blade and charged toward the peak of a rocky crag, his speed as fast as a bolt of lightning. Babadilla, you can make him stop now. Atop the crag, a slender figure stood tall, surrounded by wisps of demonic energy. Watching the frenzied Suyi actually dare to charge at her, the wicked female voice said with dissatisfaction, "Just control him and put him in a catatonic state." Beside the slender figure was a bizarre, meter-long flute glowing with purple light and emitting a faint whistling sound. The human face etched onto the flute stiffened visibly upon hearing the command, "Master, I suddenly can't control him anymore." As it spoke, the purple light quickly enveloped the slender figure, forming a purple-patterned protective shield. Suyi flashed into the air above the crag at that exact moment. At this point, there was no trace of ferocity left on his face. Instead, he wore a smirk, looking incredibly handsome. The 1,000 demon daggers disassembled in an instant, its eerie fragments gathering piece by piece to form a 100-meter-long blade that swung down instantly. Rip! The air seemed to be sliced open. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the blade struck directly against the protective shield created by the bizarre flute. Boom! Under the immense force, though the purple shield did not break, the rocky crag beneath it collapsed on the spot, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. As the dust and mist cleared, the face of the slender figure was revealed under the reflection of the purple light. With half her face covered in burn scars and the other half being a pretty, lovely face, who else could it be but the quiet, well-behaved young girl from the villa? However, at this moment, her well-behaved and lovely expression had vanished, replaced by an extreme coldness. Looking at Suyi, who had jumped onto another massive boulder, she said with a grimace, "Suyi, you dare play me? You were never controlled by Babadilla at all. Babadilla was precisely the name of this bizarre flute with a human face. As it hovered, keeping the girl afloat in mid-air, its abstract face looked toward Suyi in disbelief. I am a half-ghost grade forbidden object. I can stir up negative emotions even in those of the diamond realm. This kid's combat power might be strong, but how could his spirit possibly resist me? Play you? His perception coldly locked onto the girl. Suya's voice gradually grew frigid, causing countless people to fall ill and die, and that bizarre phenomenon was all of that you're doing? The words fell. He, oh my, Babadilla, we've been exposed. Oh well, whatever, I was getting tired of playing anyway. Covering her mouth with a mischievous laugh, a massive cloud of black energy suddenly enveloped the girl's body. In less than a few seconds, the black energy dissipated, and the girl's appearance had completely transformed. Her previously pretty, half-burned face had vanished, replaced by a strange and bewitching countenance. Golden pupils, purple lips, and a face even more exquisite than before, with black patterns spreading from her forehead down to her chin. Her long purple hair reached down to her waist, and she wore a tight-fitting robe made of some unknown creature's hide. Most notably, her previously slender frame had instantly filled out, becoming tall and curvaceous. And behind her, a massive pair of demon wings embroidered with purple patterns sprouted forth. Once her transformation was complete, the girl stretched her lithe, tall frame and gave a sweet smile. My own body feels so much better. Taking the form of that little human slut was such a chore, though her flesh was quite nice, fairly tender and delicate. After saying this, she finally looked at Suyi with an expression of natural, innocent confusion. In order to let Babadilla ascend to a ghost-grade forbidden artifact, I had to consume those humans as nourishment. Isn't that perfectly normal? As for that eerie phenomenon, my ability and wicked power both get a slight boost just by playing with them. But since a divine tier talent like you discovered me, I'll just have to find another place. Sai, I originally wanted to let Babadilla control you, but who knew your soul was so powerful? What a pity. Though Suyi was shocked by how this woman possessed both the aura of an evil spirit and the vitality of a human, he took a deep breath upon hearing her words. He had only one question: you ate that girl? Suddenly, Suyi recalled the look of relief on Mr. Zhang's face as he looked forward to his daughter participating in the awakening next year. He remembered the grieving father who wept over killing his own son and even contemplated suicide, and all those families crushed by sorrow. The girl ignored Suyi's expression and pouted. If I didn't need her, how was I supposed to infiltrate human territory? Are you an idiot? Beside her, Babadilla sensed that something was wrong with Suyi. Master, let us leave. He is only in the gold realm and cannot fly, he won't be able to catch us. Besides, it would be bad if human powerhouses detected our presence. Hearing this, the girl said huffily, next time, I am definitely going to control this guy. With that, Babadilla began to drag the girl toward the sky. However, at that moment, it realized it was being pulled back violently by something. It couldn't fly. On the boulder below, Suyi's expression was icy. His left hand, hidden beneath his black robe, had been raised high at some unknown point. Veins bulged from his left hand as his entire arm was gradually overtaken by a blood-red hue. A terrifying, malevolent power began to radiate quietly. Chapter 68. Now, I only want you dead. That malevolent aura, it was the power of a ghost god. It was the cursed power hidden within the demon arm after being afflicted by the curse. On the continent of Arad, any human cursed by a ghost god is destined to live a life of misfortune. But to resist this tragic fate, four warriors chose to no longer fear or submit to the control of the demon arm. There are warriors who mastered this madness, fighting with blood energy they seek to devour the demon arm. There are those who integrated the power of the demon arm into their blades, pursuing the ultimate peak of swordsmanship throughout their lives. People call them blade masters. There are even those who use the power of the demon arm, offering themselves as an equal vessel and breaking the shackles to become the incarnation of a ghost god. As for the last one, he turned his heart toward the light. At the cost of his sight, he traded for the power of fluctuations, completely sealing the demon arm to walk a different path. Though I have obtained the Azura template, I don't necessarily have to completely seal the demon arm like he did. As long as I am strong enough, I can absolutely control the power of the demon arm.
Recalling the origin of the demon arm, Suyi cast aside his reservations and began to liberate the demon arm, bit by bit.
Demon arm, Suyi, demon arm. And at this very moment, he could not afford any hesitation. Because that eerie flute actually possessed the power of flight and had extremely formidable defensive measures. The slightest hesitation would allow it to escape at any second. Furthermore, that Babadila appeared to be a forbidden object born from a curse. It turned out that the thing that had triggered the demon arm's thirst for devouring from the very beginning was this evil flute. Suyi could only suppress a curse with a curse. Apex template system, reveal the demon arm. The words fell. On his raised left hand, a pitch-black bracelet engraved with runic chains appeared, emitting a divine aura. However, with a thought from Suyi, the seal on this pitch-black bracelet clearly weakened by a fraction, though it did not fall off. The weakening of the seal caused the demon arm to undergo a total transformation. Roar! Like a ghost or god roaring, the nails on Suyi's 5 fingers were completely tainted by the curse, turning a deep, abyssal black. The surface of the skin had turned into a flowing, blood-like scarlet, as if it possessed a life of its own, pulsing incessantly and radiating emotions of extreme hunger. At this moment, Suyi experienced what it meant to undergo ghost godification. His overall strength surged explosively in every aspect. Terrifying. Absolute terror. However, his mind was being constantly affected by violent emotions and emotional infection many times more evil than that of Babadila. Though it was somewhat unpleasant, possessing a powerful soul and not having fully released the seal of the demon arm allowed him to remain in control. Babadila, what are you doing? Why do you keep backing away? In midair, the sinister young girl said with dissatisfaction, didn't you say you wanted to leave? Or do you still want to play around with that Suyi? Hearing this, Babadila's abstract human face stared fixedly at Suyi's revealed demon arm. Master, it's not me, it's that kid, it's that arm. I finally know what terrified me when I met him at the villa. That blood-red, hideous arm of his is also a cursed entity. And the source of its curse is definitely much stronger than my own source. I don't intend to go back. I'm being dragged back by its devouring power. Hearing Babadila's panicked voice, the sinister girl also noticed Suyi's ghost-godified left hand, her wicked little face filled with shock. How is that possible? You are a forbidden object spawned by the curse of the cursed sovereign, Lord Tianzi. Lord Tianzi was the ruler of the cursed secret realm, a deity equal to her father, the king of sinful desires. In this world, how could there possibly be a cursed object stronger than one spawned by the cursed sovereign? And isn't Suyi a human? Why does he possess a forbidden cursed creature? Aren't these the things humans call taboo objects, things that must be completely sealed the moment they are encountered? The body of Babadila's flute was being pulled bit by the devouring intent released by the demon arm. It could only cry out anxiously, Master, hurry and contact Lord Azir. You are only an early gold tier awakened with an SS grade special type ability. Even with Lord Sinlust's divine power, you are no match for that guy. Although her master possessed the bloodlines of both gods and humans, and had awakened her ability and divine power ahead of schedule. While she was absolutely invincible within the same rank and could even take on 4th tier evil spirits or diamond rank humans, given the strength Suyi had displayed earlier, her master might not be his match. As it spoke, it released a purple, eerie glow, attempting to resist the pull of the demon arm. Who would have thought that it had only just released this curse power painstakingly condensed to the semi-ghost level by feeding on human nutrients? When in the next moment, this curse power spiraled out of its control. It transformed into strange trickles of energy, flying into Suyi's demon arm, and the suction force grew even stronger. Holy crap! Even curse power can't be used? As a semi-ghost level forbidden object possessing curse power, it could kill even human diamond rank experts. But without its curse power, its own fell energy could only fend off ordinary diamond rank humans, making it roughly equivalent to a 4th tier evil spirit. At this point, Babadila was truly panicking. Using fell energy couldn't block the suction, and using curses only turned it into the opponent's nourishment, causing it to be pulled in even faster. In contrast, the Witch of Sin and Lust calmed down. What is there to panic about, she said, looking at Su Yi with a charming smile. Since you want to play, fine, I'll accompany you. But Su Yi, do you know what the situation is in Xiong County the moment you angered me? If you dare provoke me further, those ants will all be. Before she could finish her sentence. Buzz. Slash. Accompanied by a tearing sound that sliced through space, a massive five-colored crescent wave of fell light over 100 meters long slashed into the airspace near her in Babadilla. 5 colors of fell light, red, blue, gold, white, and light blue, completely filled the vision of the girl and the forbidden object, illuminating the entire sky. Master. Babadilla hurriedly channeled dark purple fell energy, forming a spherical black shield with the defensive strength of a 4th-tier evil spirit. But if it was only 4th tier. Bang! The moment the fell light slash made contact with the spherical black shield, it triggered a violent tremor in mid-air. The steep mountain walls below were ruthlessly swept by the aftershocks. The earth shook, mountains trembled, and rocks collapsed and flew in all directions. Buzz, 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 buzz. The outward momentum of the fell light slash and the inward frenzy of the demon arm suction pinned Babadilla and the Witch of Sin and Lust in mid-air, forcing them to endure the concussive impact every single second. Crack! Ah! With a crisp crack, after less than 3 minutes of stalemate, the fell energy shield fractured. The eerie young girl's face was already deathly pale from the shockwaves, her head spinning. Seeing the shield that had always protected her start to crack, she let out a startled scream, completely losing her composure. On the mountain crag, Su Yi's expression remained icy. He held his left hand high, further weakening the seal on the demon arm by another fraction, causing the suction force to explode in intensity. After unleashing that evil light slash, his right hand, gripping the 1,000 demon daggers, had already returned to his shoulder, bracing for a charged strike. I don't know what the situation is in Xiong County, but I believe in Uncle D and the others. Right now. I only want you dead. Chapter 69, The Witch Breaks Down, a Divine Apparition. As the cold voice fell, the deadlocked evil light slash detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, this steep, rocky mountain region was instantly illuminated as bright as day, while the terrifying aftershocks of the evil light relentlessly ravaged the earth below. Rumble! Aha! Trapped within a fell energy shield riddled with cracks, the Witch of Sin and Desire screamed incessantly as she was tossed about by the tremors. Yet, Babadilla dared not disperse the barrier, otherwise, his master would surely be injured if she bore the brunt of this malevolent light directly. What he did not know, however, was that the holy yet sinister light leaking through the fissures had already begun to permeate the body of the Witch of Sin and Desire. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm dying. The young girl no longer possessed the playful heart she had moments ago. The nature of this sinister light seemed specifically designed to harm her, relentlessly searing her body and causing her eyes to redden with pain. This was her first time entering human territory. Back in the outer realms, she had never endured such agony, having always been meticulously protected. Faced with such excruciating pain now, she actually burst into tears on the spot. However, just as she was truly beginning to consider retreating, an Azura spirit crescent more than twice the size of the previous ones was unleashed once again from Su Yi's 1,000 demon blades. Azura spirit crescent. One of the ultimate killing moves unlocked at the 25% progress mark. By condensing his own power, he upgraded the standard spirit crescent into the far more formidable Azura spirit crescent. Whether in terms of destructive power, slashing speed, range, or even the underlying airy aura, it was far beyond what a normal spirit crescent could compare to. Furthermore, at the moment of the slash, it could even strengthen the wave manifestations. At this very moment, in terms of sheer size alone, the difference between this Azura spirit crescent and the previous ordinary ones was like that between a father and a son. Moreover, this was not even Su Yi's strongest Azura spirit crescent in this state. He wasn't wearing the legendary supernova, nor had he consumed high-grade secret medicines. He was merely buffed by Kazan, ancient memory, and a trace of ghost god transformation from the demon arm. Of course, while it wasn't his absolute peak, it was still something no ordinary tier 4 evil entity could withstand. Spanning over 500 meters, the 5-colored Azura spirit crescent shone even more brilliantly, almost enveloping the entire mountain range. With a momentum that could crush everything in its path,
it slashed toward the Witch of Sin and Desire in Babadilla. Under such vast and magnificent sinister light, the person and the forbidden object were as tiny as ants, able only to stare blankly. They could only stare blankly because they had already been pulled into place by the demon arm. They could only be drawn forward, making escape impossible.
Babadilla!
The Witch of Sin and Desire shrieked, her golden pupils filled with pure terror within her tear-rimmed eyes. This bizarre slash that caused her such agony was coming again. And it was even more terrifying than the one before, making her tremble with dread. This Su Yi actually dared to kill her. Is he not afraid that her father, the king of sinful desire, along with the other gods, would bring a dragon-level secret realm to annihilate the human ants? Master! Contact Lord Azrael immediately! Babadilla shrieked, and this time, it held nothing back, fully erupting the fell energy stored within its body. It reinforced the crack-riddled protective shield, making it even darker and deeper, greatly increasing its defensive power. And yet... Bang! Crack, crack, crack! The moment they collided, cracks instantly appeared on the shield, looking even more fragile than before. Of course, this didn't mean the defense had weakened. On the contrary, it was because the Azura evil light slash was too powerful. Crack! Bang! Unable to hold out for even a few seconds, the shield shattered. Clang! However, Babadilla actually used its own flute body to block the further offensive of the Azura evil light slash to protect its master. Subconsciously, the Witch of Sinful Desire moved to flap the purple patterned demon wings behind her. Snap! Shwa! But a black shadow had already appeared in mid-air a step faster, grabbing Babadilla with his left hand while the demonic straight blade in his right hand slashed toward the girl's slender neck on the spot. It was Su Yi, who had shattered the mountain rocks and surged upward in an instant. Poochie! Following the sound of a blade tearing through flesh, the Witch of Sinful Desire instinctively jerked her head away, but one of her demon wings wasn't so lucky. It was severed directly. Ah! A tragic female scream rang out. Without Babadilla's support and having lost one of her demon wings, the Witch of Sinful Desire fell straight into the ruins below. Just as she attempted to steady her tall, delicate body, Su Yi was already descending from the sky. Gripping Babadilla and waving away the remaining Azura evil light slash, he used the momentum of his fall to deliver a vicious axe kick toward the Witch of Sinful Desire. He looked completely intent on finishing her off. The terrifying axe kick directly compressed the air into an explosion, reaching within a meter of the witch's head in the blink of an eye. Father! Shrouded by death, the Witch of Sinful Desire's face was filled with panic. She could no longer hold it back and cried out through her tears. In the next moment, a towering, majestic black phantom emerged on the surface of her body. Its face was blurred, yet it exuded a divine and mysterious aura. To Su Yi, it felt just like the six-winged blood angel. It was even more powerful than the six-winged blood angel. But clearly, this wasn't the arrival of a true body. Could it be some kind of defensive ability? Wondering in confusion, Su Yi let out a cold sneer. He didn't care if it was an evil god or not, as long as it wasn't an ability that could suddenly teleport away. Even if he had to wear it down, he would grind away this phantom and then kill that bitch. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, his leg axe slashed fiercely at the head of the mysterious phantom. Yet it remained motionless, and he hadn't even managed to shave off a single sliver of the dark shadow's silhouette. The Witch of Sin and Desire landed steadily. Her once beautiful and charming face was now distorted with venomous malice, staring fixedly at Su Yi as if she wanted to devour him alive. However, her moist eyes, pale complexion, and the wound behind her where the demon wing had been severed all indicated the truth. She was merely glaring in impotence. If she truly had the strength to deal with Su Yi, she wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. In truth, the aura of this Witch of Sin and Desire was quite strong, and the dense, wicked energy within her body made Su Yi feel oppressed. But this bitch seemed to be nothing more than a trophy wife who didn't know how to fight, relying solely on this evil flute for protection in combat. Fortunately, Su Yi's demon arm could suppress Babadilla. Otherwise, if this thing were allowed to unleash its full power, it would indeed be a bit difficult to handle. Suddenly, just as Su Yi was thinking about how to break through that divine phantom, the expression of the Witch of Sin and Desire suddenly regained its calm so profound it was as if everything that had just happened never existed. Suyi even saw a sense of indifference in her golden pupils, much like the gaze the six-winged blood angel had once directed at him. It was that kind of high and mighty, natural, and condescending gaze that looked down upon everything with total detachment. What was going on? The wave brands above his head spun rapidly. Suyi silently equipped the title of legendary supernova. He was ready to use his special grade secret medicine at any moment if things went wrong. Chapter 70, Evil God Proxy? The Frenzied Wave Swordsman. Legendary Supernova, the advanced mythic level version of the supernova title. Once equipped, it increases overall strength including mana power, physical strength, and soul intensity by a certain margin, and adds plus 10% damage to enemies. Duration, 1 hour. After 1 hour, it will automatically unequip and return to the inventory. Cooldown, 12 hours. After equipping the legendary supernova title, Suya's strength surged once again. His mana power, physical ferocity, soul, and more. Everything received a comprehensive boost. Combined with an additional 10% damage to enemies, it was another significant leap in power. In this past hour, without exaggeration, Suya's strength has truly reached a level where he can stably rival a Diamond Realm existence. Even if that top-tier Tier 4 Ghost Sword embryo were to appear, he could stand his ground. However, the current state of that eerie woman remained inscrutable to Suyi. It felt as if she had become an entirely different person. Her temperament had shifted from that of a mere vase to one of indifference and absolute confidence. On the opposite side, the Witch of Sin and Desire flapped her severed demon wings, her indifferent golden pupils glancing at the demon blade Thousand Knight in Suya's hand. Human godling, was it you who severed my daughter's wings? Her voice carried not a trace of emotion, sounding utterly aloof, yet Suyi could still detect the underlying chill within it. Invoking your daddy's possession, are we? Suyi chuckled. So what if I severed them? I didn't just cut her wings, I'm going to take this bitch's head as well. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Suya's expression stiffened. Even under the protection of the demon blade Thousand Knight, he felt as if he had been struck by an object weighing hundreds of millions of pounds. Swoosh! Though his body sustained no significant injury, he and the 100-blade shield of the demon blade Thousand Knight were sent flying backward, crashing toward a towering mountain behind him. Boom! 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 He didn't stop until he had smashed through an unknown number of peaks. Dust mixed with the nocturnal black mist, swirling together and completely obscuring the surroundings, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. Oh! To be able to withstand a blow that even a Tier 4 evil spirit couldn't endure while only at the Gold Realm. That indifferent voice echoed through the dust and mist. At some point, the Witch of Sin and Desire had taken a stance in mid-air, looking down at Suyi as he slowly emerged from the rubble. I heard from the Sixth Wing that you carry the protection of Tantai Wushuan and Shen Xiao. I thought this strike would draw out their methods, but it seems I underestimated you, human godling. Facing those golden eyes, Suyi smiled fearlessly. To slay you, why would I need to trouble those two seniors? As he spoke, his entire aura actually began to rise slowly. Golden runes began to emerge around him, spinning rapidly alongside the wave inductions above his head. Indomitable Spirit. One of Azura's passive abilities, it could also be called a divine skill that grows stronger with every battle. Indomitable Spirit, after being attacked by an enemy, temporarily increases your own strength and abilities. If the increased ability damage reaches maximum stacks and you are attacked again, you can recover mana consumption. At this very moment, after suffering that sudden strike, Suyi was not only unharmed but his strength had soared to a new height. Kazan of the Destruction. Ancient Memory. Leap. Activating his buff abilities once more, a deafening boom resounded as Suyi's silhouette shattered the mountain rock for dozens of meters around him. With a roar that broke the sound barrier, he tore through the air like a humanoid missile, charging violently toward the succubus of sin. Get down here! The 1,000 demon daggers in his hand lunged straight toward the phantom's head. Buzz! However, after a ripple of black light emerged, the tip of the blade was frozen at the surface.
Double stab. With a low shout, the power in his right arm exploded again, surging into the hilt. This second wave of terrifying penetration finally forced the blade tip into the interior of the phantom. Though it was pinned once more, it was enough. A slight smirk played on Suya's lips. Shatter. The blade tip embedded within the phantom shattered instantly, scattering over a dozen purple blade fragments that surrounded the succubus of sin inside the projection. In the next moment. Buzz, 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 buzz. Over a dozen golden wave energy sword beams vented out from the blade fragments. Each single beam possessed the power of the diamond realm. More than a dozen vast wave energy sword beams expanded and detonated inside the phantom. At this moment, a flicker of emotion finally appeared within the indifferent golden pupils of the succubus of sin. She never expected that Suyi could break through her evil shadow in such a bizarre manner. Boom! Under the simultaneous pressure and rampage of over a dozen violent, sharp-wave energy beams, the interior of the towering phantom exploded directly. A low, heavy boom caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. And yet. But it wasn't over yet. Holding the hilt of the now fragmented thousand demon daggers, Suyi performed a forced mid-air flip. Moving from bottom to top, the wave power within his body surged wildly as a ghost orb manifested out of thin air along the arc of his swing. Following up on the first wave of the offensive, the ghost orb enveloped the towering phantom. Bang, 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 bang. Though the extremely compressed ghost orb was not as large as before, its destructive power had doubled. The vibratory annihilation force, entwined with wave manifestations, continuously strangled the pitch-black phantom, overbearingly suppressing it down toward the earth. Suspended in midair, looking down at the towering phantom being crushed toward the ground by his ghost orb, Suyi frowned and muttered, "Not enough." Still not enough? This would likely not be sufficient to suppress that evil god phantom. Because the consciousness possessing the eerie girl gave him a sensation that was close to a Tier 5 evil entity. In the next moment, Suyi threw caution to the wind. With a thought, he further weakened the seal on his demon arm, directly reducing it by another 30%. Roar! After a roar that shook the heavens, the black fingernails of the demon arm grew sharp and jagged. The pulsating blood-red veins on the surface burst instantly, and blood shimmering with a surging crimson glow overflowed, spiraling frantically around the demon arm held in a crushing grip. Babadila suddenly let out a wretched scream. My curse power! My evil spirit consciousness! The very essence of the forbidden object was being greedily devoured by the demon arm. Suye's aura also skyrocketed at this moment. When his lowered head rose again, every trace of expression on his features was replaced by madness and bloodlust. His mouth split into a wide grin, revealing sharp teeth. Ha 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 ha! Kill, 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 kill! The wide split mouth and the sharp, manic laughter echoed through the mountain range like the hooting of a night owl, making one's skin crawl. The thousand-faceted demon blade immediately swung in rapid slashes toward the ghost seal bead that had been squeezed downward. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz. Streaks of fluctuating blade chi, as if consuming no mana at all, tore through the void and hacked down frantically. There were even several vast evil light slashes interspersed among them. Carrying a power that made one tremble, they all hacked into the ghost seal bead in one fell swoop. Most fatally, under the influence of the frenzied killing intent, Suyi had cast aside even his own life and death. A pitch-black greatsword he had recently repurchased appeared beneath his feet. Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! Die! Silver light falling blade. Just like that, stepping on the hilt of the sword, he plunged headfirst into the ghost seal bead as well. An offensive method driven to the extreme of madness. Chapter 71, You Dare Touch the Dragon Kingdom's Prodigy? You're courting death. The continuous, non-stop offensive indeed caused a brief moment of daze for the king of sinful desires, who was possessing his own daughter. Why did this human godchild's strength suddenly surge so much? He was utterly perplexed. This was even more incomprehensible than the performance of the 10 human powerhouses when they were young. In the past, while preventing humans from stepping onto the path to godhood, he had witnessed the performance of the one known as the Little Sword Saint, Tantai Wuxuan, when he was only in the Gold Realm.
A sword in the gold realm was enough to withstand their tier 4 secret realm creatures. From that time on, they had tried multiple times to obliterate Tantai Wuxuan in his cradle, but that fellow Chen Xiao had successfully protected him, allowing Tantai Wuxuan to step onto the path to godhood and become humanity's sharpest sword. Yet the strength displayed by this newly born human god child before him was actually even more terrifying than that of Tantai Wuxuan. Does this mean that humanity is about to witness the birth of another god-man like Tantai Wuxuan, or perhaps one even more terrifying? As one of the outer gods, king of sin and desire would never allow such a thing to happen. Although the protection he bestowed upon his daughter served primarily as a defensive measure. Given his daughter's third-tier strength equivalent to the early golden realm of humanity, it was sufficient to withstand the power of a fifth-tier outer being. This was comparable to the human star glow realm. Boom! The ghost seal bead finally slammed into the earth. Its terrifying binding force was something even this phantom shadow of the king of sin and desire could not break free from immediately. The mountainous region shook violently in an instant, and a blue mushroom cloud immediately swept out in all directions. The jagged mountain terrain was instantly plowed into a circular plain spanning over 1,000 meters. And as the successive waves of sword chi and evil light slashes exploded right after, the ground that had just stabilized began to sink once more, crushing the king of sin and desire deep into the abyss. Swoosh! Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter, a pitch-black giant sword descended from the sky, plunging straight into the aftershocks of the explosion. The tip of the sword lunged fiercely toward the heart of the towering phantom, the exact location protecting the body of the witch of sin and desire. Clang! Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the expression of the king of sin and desire, who was possessing his daughter, stiffened. Asher, this girl's body cannot withstand too much fell energy. I am going to drain all the power within her and pour it into the next strike. Regardless of whether we can obliterate this human godling, we must try. Watch the timing. Hearing the words of the king of sin and desire, an ethereal voice echoed from the surrounding space. This place is too far from the outer realms. The portal still needs 5 seconds. Watch for the right moment. As the untraceable voice faded, the towering black shadow of the king of sin and desire dissolved instantly, disintegrating in the blink of an eye into a vast expanse of viscous, pitch-black liquid. Like a black sea, it swallowed thousands of meters of the surrounding earth while simultaneously surging towards Suyi. This single strike turned the mountainous area into a pitch-black abyss. With such might, even a star-glow realm awakened would likely be unable to withstand it and could only be consumed. However, locked in a state of frenzy, Suyi couldn't have cared less. He laughed hysterically, his face filled with bloodlust. The moment the towering phantom vanished, the momentum of the giant sword surged again under the explosive force of a powerful kick from his right foot. It lunged straight toward the tall, graceful figure of the witch of sin and desire. His sword could indeed pierce the body of the witch of sin and desire, but he, too, would be swallowed by this black sea. He looked as if he intended to perish together with her. Rip! But at that moment, as the witch of sin and desire was falling, an invisible ripple appeared. A spatial vortex began to pull her body inside, but it was ultimately a step too late. Suya's pitch-black giant sword was sucked in along with her. Ah! A young girl's cry of pain rang out. In the final moment before the vortex vanished, it appeared she had still been pierced by the giant sword. As for where it struck, since the eerie vortex had already vanished and Suyi had fallen into a state of brief madness, it remained unknown. However, barring any accidents, the tip of the blade had been aimed squarely at the heart from beginning to end. If it struck true, it would inevitably have pierced the heart. At the very moment the spatial vortex disappeared, Suyi's falling body was simultaneously swallowed by the malevolent black sea. Buzz! Under the shroud of death, just as the primordial sword seal left by Tantai Wuxuan within Suyi's chief student bracelet was about to erupt, a nearby circular, obsidian-like crystal burst forth with a streak of pitch-black, ghostly light first. Seeing this, the sword seal crystal stopped flickering and fell silent, as if the two were competing with each other to protect Suyi. After this ghostly light erupted from within Suyi, it expanded from small to large in the next instant. With Suyi as the center, ripples of blackness spread out in circles in the blink of an eye, directly crushing and routing the surrounding black sea. As these ripples spread through the world, every trace of light was completely swallowed. This was countless times more terrifying than that black sea. A single black dot turned heaven and earth into an abyss. This was what true darkness looked like. A primordial mark. Shen Shao. Shen Shao. It's you again. Between heaven and earth, only the voice of the king of sin and desire could be heard, suppressed with fury. The moment he sensed the primordial mark, he knew that he had ultimately miscalculated. The unwilling voice echoed in the darkness, finally dissipating. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black secret chamber, a figure shrouded in darkness slowly opened his deep, profound eyes. As the figure opened his eyes, even the last remaining sliver of light in the secret chamber vanished completely. Pitch black, thick, and oppressive. Indistinguishable from the abyss. Then, a magnetic yet domineering voice quietly drifted out. Daring to touch the prodigy of my dragon kingdom, you seek death. Cheong County, within the mountainous region of the Cheong River. To be precise, it could no longer be called a mountainous region swallowed by the pitch-black abyss. It had formed a colossal, gaping crater. Crash. Rumble. The surging river water poured in violently, causing the flow rate of the entire Cheong River to increase several times over. Ding. The root cause of the eerie phenomenon and the strange pathogen has disappeared. 2-star random mission, first night watch completed. Rating, perfect. Ding. The host is in an unconscious state. The Apex template system is automatically sealing the demon arm. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Still in a state of frenzy, Suyi was swinging his demon blade at his surroundings. His demon arm, radiating a wanton malevolence, let out a final vent of resentment before slowly reverting to its original form, though it remained drenched in blood. Gently buoyed by the river water, Suyi lay flat on the surface. Seeing that the mission had truly been completed, he couldn't help but grin, a perfect grade rating. I wonder if the rewards will be a bit more generous. Chapter 72, Reward, Murderous Intent Wave. At that moment, high above the Cheong River, a fighter jet was cruising slowly through the air. Uncle D and the others had received reports of widespread supernatural phenomena in Cheong County, followed by news of a sudden calm. Their hearts had gone from panic and tension to suspicion in days, finally settling into a sigh of relief, though their foreheads were still beaded with cold sweat. I don't know why the supernatural phenomena suddenly erupted and then abruptly stopped, but let's ignore that for now. Uncle De wiped the sweat from his brow. Quick. Continue the search for Suyi. Head toward the source of the noise. Nearly half an hour has passed. I have no idea how he is doing. Damn it. If it wasn't for this black mist, we would have arrived long ago. As he spoke, Uncle De turned to a local awakened from Cheong County. What's going on with the flow rate of the Cheong River? Does this happen normally? The awakened shook his head with a solemn expression. I've never seen such a rapid current. Uncle De, could it be related to those booming sounds? Let's get over there first. A moment later, when the group reached the area where the geography had been transformed and saw the vast, immense lake, they were instantly stunned. In their perception, this body of water had absolutely just been formed. The evidence was clear from the way the river water continuously surged in and the strange, clean-cut gaps where the surrounding mountains had vanished. What happened? The local awakened looked on in utter bewilderment. This used to be a range of steep, continuous mountains, dozens of them. How could a lake suddenly appear out of nowhere? Including Uncle D, several awakened from the reconnaissance department wore looks of utter bewilderment. In other words, those thunderous roars just now originated from this very spot? What on earth happened? What kind of thing could have caused such destructive power? A rank 4 evil spirit? Or a rank 5 one? One of the awakened swallowed hard. Could it be the commotion made by Commissioner Suyi while he was in a state of madness? Uncle De frowned. Anything capable of causing such destruction would at least be at the Star-Glow realm, or even stronger. It's unlikely. Ignore that for now. Hurry up with the search. We need to find little friend Sue first. However, the moment he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from beneath the lake. After a column of water blasted dozens of meters into the air, a dark shadow shot upward and leaped into the open hatch of the fighter jet.
Who else could it be but Su Yi? Half an hour later, after briefly explaining the events to Uncle D and the others, Su Yi returned to his temporary night watch residence under the incredulous gazes of everyone present.
The fate of the sinful desire succubus was unknown, but she had fled.
Babadilla had been sucked dry by the demon arm and had dissipated into dust during the recent shockwave. Presumably, the supernatural phenomena in Xiong County would not occur again, otherwise the Apex template system wouldn't have prompted that the mission was complete. The remaining aftermath of the riots triggered by the civilians should be manageable for the night watch and military personnel. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, after bandaging his left hand, Su Yi couldn't wait to communicate with the Apex template system, claim rewards. The words fell. Ding! The host has completed the 2-star mission, First Night Watch. Comprehensive evaluation, perfect. Distributing rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 energy points, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll 2, 200,000 to 300,000 Random Energy Scroll 1, and 1 Trigger Special Draw Qualification. Wait. That's it? Su Yi, who had been listening to the prompts with delight, was momentarily stunned. Apex template system, are you sure these are the rewards for a perfect rating? Last time I finished the exorcism mission, wasn't there a whole heap of stuff?
The rewards obtained are already the best rewards possible for a 2-star perfect rating.
Hearing this, Su Yi looked at his inventory with half skepticism. The energy point reward has indeed doubled, and there's an extra unlock scroll, which is nice. The gambler's energy scroll limit has increased too. Wait. This thing, could it be?
Trigger Special Draw Qualification, a special trigger benefit that grants a high probability of drawing top-tier items during the item scroll extraction process. This applies to random scrolls as well as restricted random scrolls. When the latter draws a rare item, it will be suppressed to the highest quality within the scroll's restricted range according to the rules.
Young man, let the Emperor of Luck possess you. This works too. Su Yi's grin widened until it was practically lopsided. Could that long-awaited 1% chance special draw bonus actually manifest as a reward? If that's the case, won't it be absolutely incredible the next time he gets a random item draw? And there's even an extra junior unlock progress scroll. Brilliant. Misunderstanding cleared, misunderstanding cleared.
The Apex template system still loves him. Compared to a pile of stuff he couldn't use for the time being, the rewards of a special draw qualification and an extra junior progress scroll seemed, indeed, a bit more enticing. After all, quality over quantity, he was satisfied. The energy points are quite substantial too.
Smiling, Su Yi's mind immediately opened the character panel.
If he didn't open the gambler's energy scroll to relax now, he would be doing a disservice to his hard work of rummaging through trash, baiting bosses, and purging the supernatural.
Host, Su Yi. Level, Early Gold Realm, half a step into the middle stage.
Items, Junior Unlock Progress Scroll 4, Random Consumable Scroll 2, Premium Strength Elixir 1, Fate Coin 1, Shining Remy's Aid 10, Resurrection Coin 1, Legendary Supernova Title, on cooldown, 200k to 300k Random Energy Scroll 1, Triggered Special Draw Qualification 1. Energy Points, 700,000.
Template, Azura Unlock Progress 26%. Template Capacity, Level 2 can accommodate 2 templates. Holy crap! Apex template system, what's going on with these energy points? I did kill some low-tier evil spirits earlier, but even with the 200,000 reward, it shouldn't have soared to 740,000, right? After checking his consciousness several times and confirming it was indeed over 740,000 energy points, Su Yi looked pleasantly surprised. Is it a bonus? Is there such a sense of ceremony? The Apex template system has started playing with surprises too. The surprises Sister Frost gives him every time are never this thrilling. Host, please stop your delusions. These are the energy points obtained by your demon arm devouring that half-ghost grade forbidden cursed spirit. That ugly flute actually had such a function? Su Yi was somewhat surprised. In other words, when the demon arm sucked that evil flute dry just now, all that energy was actually converted into my energy points? It wasn't that I gained nothing at all. Although forbidden curse spirits are strange creatures born from curses, they live on the essence of heaven and earth, so they can naturally provide energy points. A half-ghost grade forbidden curse spirit can actually yield 600,000 energy points. However, the demon arm consumed a portion to strengthen itself, so the host received 500,000. Hearing the Apex template system's explanation, Suyi gently caressed his left hand lady with satisfaction, quite sensible, knowing to leave some for me. If it dared to suck it all dry, becoming a one-armed swordsman would be just around the corner. It's quite good news. This gives me another way to obtain energy points. Although these things are rare, I can look into it once I'm back. Over the past century, there have indeed been rumors of humans sealing taboo abominations. Murmuring with excitement, Suyi immediately began to use the energy point scroll along with the 4 primary unlock progress scrolls. Primary progress scrolls could only unlock progress at or below 30%. After this life and death battle, his Azura progress had reached 26%. If he could draw at least 4% more progress, it would be just enough for an upgrade, allowing him to save his energy points for later. Once he reached 30% progress, it seemed he would be able to master 2 other types of wave power. The wave of ice, and the power of murderous intent. Chapter 73, Lake Golden Realm, the venue for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament. Ding! The host has opened a 200,000 to 300,000 random energy scroll and obtained 220,000 energy points. 220,000, huh? Not bad. Energy points, 700,000. Glancing at the final energy point total with satisfaction, Suyi continued to open the 4 stored primary unlock scrolls one by one. Ding! The host has opened a primary unlock progress scroll and obtained 1.2% unlock progress. Ding! The host has opened a primary unlock progress scroll and obtained 1% unlock progress. Ding! The host has opened. In the end, the 4 scrolls yielded a total of 4.6% unlock progress, failing to hit a single 2% drop. Without hesitation, Suyi sat cross-legged on the bed in a meditative guiding posture and commanded, "Unlock it, Apex template system." Ding! Azura template unlocking. Current character progress, 30.6%. Perhaps because of the previous 2 upgrades, the Apex template system didn't take its time this time around. It unlocked all the power directly, letting it surge forth all at once. Boom! Several massive surges of power rushed directly into Suyi's body. His soul, physical body, and mana were all skyrocketing rapidly. After advancing to the Gold Realm, those terrifying celestial springs did not manifest again. However, the spiritual mist surrounding the area still swept toward Suyi's location. Zhao Ju, who was recovering in the adjacent room, noticed the commotion immediately upon sensing the source. His sharp eyes beneath blade-like brows widened in disbelief as he looked toward Suyi's room. No way? It hasn't even been a few days, and he is promoted again? He gave a bitter smile while cursing under his breath. Suyi simply wasn't giving the rest of them a chance to keep up. Just shortly after nightfall, Suyi, then at the early gold stage, had already given him a brutal beating and suppressed him with overwhelming force. Although factors like falling into a frenzy and being unable to fight calmly played a part, the fact that Suyi could severely injure him without taking a scratch was proof enough. Even if he regained his composure, he would be no match for Suyi. And now, this guy had promoted yet again. Zhao Ju completely abandoned any thought of a rematch. The result would surely be the same, a crushing defeat. However, if he ever regained his confidence in the future, he would still challenge Suyi. At the very least, he wanted to see if he could even follow in this junior's footsteps, or if he even had the right to watch his back. Lost in thought, Zhao Ju leaned against the wall, quietly sensing the changes. But as he observed silently, his eyes grew wider and wider. With this level of power, was that guy really just promoting within the Gold Realm? How did it feel even more ridiculous than the Diamond Realm? On the other side, with the spiritual mist being rapidly gathered by Wave Dominion, the feedback from Azura, and the 10 mana springs rotating within his body, it was a 3-pronged surge. Suyi's physical blood and chi boiled, every cell leaping and dancing with joy. Fatally, the skin beneath his black robe began to emit a jade-like luster. His imperceptible soul was bathed in a strange environment,
feeling so euphoric that if not for his self-restraint, Suyi would have wanted to purr like a cat lol. Within his body, the second star-like mana spring was filled with mana of extreme purity, and soon, the third followed suit. Mid-stage Gold Realm. It wasn't until half an hour later that the spiritual mist gradually settled, signifying that Suye's latest unlock had successfully concluded. Level, Late Gold Realm. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This thrill of becoming stronger and leveling up was truly the moment every awakened craved. It was wonderful. Of course, what Suyi looked forward to the most was mastering his two new abilities. He extended his right hand, and with a sharp crack, a streak of bone-chilling cold current appeared in his palm, instantly freezing the air around it. In the next instant, the indoor temperature plummeted, turning the room into an ice cellar. The power of Ice Wave. A quick note, although the Azura template has been unlocked, there will be some modifications. In the game, it is stated that Azuras control ice waves, even if it wasn't depicted very prominently. Since he now controls ice waves, it allows for more diverse variations, right? The same applies to his other abilities. I wonder how my ice power, controlled through waves, compares to those ice element awakened? Smiling with curiosity, Suyi stepped out of his room. As he passed Zhao Ju's room, he knocked lightly on the door. "Senior, how is your injury?" The door opened, revealing Zhao Ju's face full of disbelief as he stared fixedly at Suyi. "Did you rank up again?" Suyi smiled. "Yeah, I gained some insights while resolving the source of that supernatural phenomenon this time." "As expected." "What a freak!" Zhao Ju blurted out, "Mid-stage? Take a guess." With a grin, Suyi put on his Nightwatch black robe and left the Nightwatch branch under Zhao Ju's irritated gaze. A few minutes later. In an urban village, Suyi grabbed an ogre that was trying to crawl into a house and threw it onto the ground. Suyi murmured softly. Murderous Wave. Keeping the range and power to a minimum, an invisible, bone-piercing domain of killing intent centered on him and expanded instantly. He suppressed it within a 10-meter radius, but that was more than enough to envelop the ogre. Jie! The ogre let out a mournful cry. In less than 2 seconds, it froze in place like a statue, motionless. Ding! The host has killed a Tier 1 evil creature, ogre. Gained 162 energy points. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Suyi was stunned. It's dead just like that? Holy crap, is Murderous Wave really this overbearing? Murderous Wave emits waves of intense killing intent toward enemies, dealing continuous damage to those nearby and taunting them to focus their attention on the user. Simultaneously increases the morale of nearby allies, drawing out their explosive potential. It can also enhance the caster's own basic attack power and ability damage. Reminder, releasing the skill will continuously consume mana. If mana is insufficient, Wave Murderous Intent cannot be activated. Taking continuous damage, so that means those who are significantly weaker than me will basically be insta-killed? Walking up to the ogre, Suyi looked at the dull, hideous body that had already become an empty shell without a soul. He raised his right hand, and a surge of cold current swept through. Crack, crack, crack. The ogre was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. Then, with a bang, it shattered into ice shards that scattered across the sky. Its consciousness was obliterated in an instant, and then it was killed by ice dead without a whole corpse. Fortunately, this murderous intent wave can be controlled. Damn, if it were an indiscriminate attack, it would definitely cause widespread devastation. After obliterating the ogre, Suyi continued his night watch, constantly testing the powers of the murderous intent wave and the ice wave. Over the next 2 days, the strange phenomena indeed did not occur again. Having performed their duties diligently for 3 consecutive days, they successfully completed the commission task. On the morning of the 4th day, under the respectful gaze of the Cheong County team leader and the military sub-leader, Suyi and the other 2 left Cheong County and flew toward Jiangnan Base City. In the car, Zhao Ju's injuries had mostly healed, and he was browsing information on the federal Skynet. Suddenly, he looked at Suyi and smiled excitedly. "Junior Su, the location for the Prodigy Martial Arts Tournament has been decided." Suyi, who was dozing off, asked curiously upon hearing this, "Where?" "Magic Capital Base City."
The words fell. Suya's expression froze for a moment. Magic capital base city, wasn't that the base city where the Dragon Kingdom Sword Saint, his master, resided? Chapter 74, Divine Blood Awakener. The Tantai clan is one of the pioneer great clans of the magic capital base city. For a century, they have protected the safety of humanity at any cost. They are a powerful family that holds authority in both the military and the Night Watch. More importantly, the Sword Saint, who has protected humanity from dire straits on multiple occasions, hails from the Tantai clan. Therefore, whenever the name Tantai is mentioned in the world, the reaction from everyone is one of respect and love. Thinking of this, a sense of reverence couldn't help but emerge in Suya's heart. A family so loyal and dedicated truly deserves the admiration of generations. It seems my master has headed to the front lines of the human territories to deter the strange and ominous movements of the malevolent entities. Before leaving, however, he did mention that I should definitely visit the Tantai family as a guest whenever I have the chance. As it happens, the venue for this Pride Martial Arts tournament is the Demon Capital Base City, so I might as well pay them a visit. The Pride Martial Arts tournament, ha! Opposite them, Uncle De looked at Su Yi and Zhao Ju with a smile. With your strength, you will definitely achieve a high ranking. There's a high probability you'll enter the Pride training camp and bring glory to our Jiangnan, just like Su's sworn elder sister did 2 years ago. Envoy Mo was quite the dazzling star back then, huh? Zhao Ju glanced at Uncle De. Uncle De, I'm certainly confident in getting a good rank, but do you really think it's as simple as just a good rank for this guy? Saying this, he slapped Su Yi hard on the shoulder. If this freak only achieves a good ranking, wouldn't my beating have been in vain? Ha ha ha. True. When it comes to young friend Su, one really shouldn't speculate using normal logic. Amidst the laughter and conversation, the group of 3 drove back into the central territory of Jiangnan Base City after a journey of over 10 hours. Well then, good luck to you both. I'll be watching your brilliant performances online. After dropping off Zhao Ju and Su Yi, Uncle De gave a thumbs up and headed back to the headquarters in the main district to report for duty. At that moment, Su Yi's chief student bracelet suddenly vibrated with a message from Chen Yud. I'm going to buy a dragon blade first. We'll likely have to head to the demon capital base city early tomorrow morning. See you then. Pulling out the crack-riddled Xiaolong combat blade, Zhao Ju looked distraught. This blade had been his companion for quite some time, and yet. Shaking his head, the young man walked away, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Su Yi immediately entered the school gates and hurried toward the principal's office. Inside the principal's office at that moment sat 2 people. One was, naturally, the trendy Chen Yud with his afro, beach suit, and flip-flops. The other was Bai Jing, whom Su Yi had met once during his awakening, the general district chief who oversaw all regional branches of the Night Watch in Jiangnan Base City. Surprisingly, this pair of rivals wasn't bickering for once. After clinking glasses and taking a small sip, Bai Jing was the first to smile. I heard from the people over in Xiong County that young friends who seemingly resolved the entire county's crisis single-handedly and even broke through to a new realm. TSK, impressive, truly impressive. As expected of the youngest envoy in the history of my Night Watch. In the future, he will definitely become an invincible guardian of the nation, just like Senior Chen Xiao and Senior Tantai. However, Chen Yud didn't appreciate those words. What do you mean your Night Watch's youngest envoy? He is currently the iconic figure of my Federal Saint University. Don't try to claim a relationship that isn't yours. Bai Jing glanced at him. It's happening soon anyway. What's wrong with calling me that a little early? Upon hearing this, Chen Yud surprisingly didn't argue. He silently finished the wine in his glass, his weathered face filled with emotion. That kid is growing too fast. Who would have thought that less than a month after enrollment, he'd already reached the mid-stage of the Gold Realm? Now that he's participating in the Prodigy Martial Arts tournament, it's a foregone conclusion that he'll join the trial camp. The academy is indeed no longer suitable for his growth. Fortunately, I'm not just the principal of Jiangnan, but also one of the Dragon Kingdom's heads of the Prodigy trial camp. I'll have plenty of opportunities to guide the boy in the future. As his god-grandfather, I need to accompany him constantly and pass down my knowledge. Bai Jing. At that moment, Suyi opened the office door and looked at Bai Jing with some surprise. "Senior Bai, you're here too." The instant Suyi stepped inside, both titans subconsciously released their king-level spiritual sense, and then... Put! Put! They both spat out their wine simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock. Gold! Gold Realm late stage? Shen Yud glared at Bai Jing with a dark expression. "Didn't you damn well say he was at the mid-stage of the Gold Realm? You call this the mid-stage? Screw you, are you trying to give an old man a heart attack?" Bai Jing lightly wiped the corner of his mouth, staring at Suyi in utter bewilderment. "Little friend Su, have you promoted to the late stage of the Gold Realm?" Suyi gave a light smile and nodded. "Yes. The supernatural incident I encountered in Xiong County was very dangerous. Under the realization of life and death, I made consecutive breakthroughs." What a realization of life and death leading to consecutive breakthroughs. How come they never encountered that when they were young? Does having only one breath left every time count as a life and death crisis? Shen Yud and Bai Jing looked at each other in dismay. However, once they remembered that Suyi was a god-tier talent holder, they suddenly felt that it seemed reasonable again. After all, this was a little freak who had condensed 10 spring eyes. Promoting to the late stage of the Gold Realm in just a few days. After the initial shock, the two men burst into laughter, their faces flushing red with excitement. Suyi progressing so rapidly was absolutely fantastic news. If humanity could produce another supreme god of the human realm in a short period, the current passive and agonizing stalemate would definitely ease up. They might even have the chance to turn defense into offense and reclaim more of the human territories from the old era. Next, when Suyi recounted the strange events he encountered in Xiong County, the two big shots, Shen Yud and Bai Jing, didn't show much of a reaction. After taking a small sip, Bai Jing responded to Suyi's confusion with a look of helplessness. "Since you've already come into contact with this, there's no harm in telling you. That half-human, half-evil girl is a hybrid born from the union of humans from the evil god temple and an evil god. Their goal is to obtain even more formidable power. We in the Night Watch call them heterobloods. Heterobloods not only inherit the bloodline power of the evil gods, but they can also awaken abilities. They are existences even more difficult to deal with than the evil spirits themselves. What's even more troublesome is that they can switch their identities between evil spirit and human. They are transported into our human territories via spatial quakes by an evil god suspected of wielding spatial power, and then they lie in wait within our borders. Ordinary awakened simply cannot detect their presence. Unless one possesses a powerful and specialized sensory-type ability, or is a formidable awakened who has reached the transcendent realm, opened their brain domain, and birthed spiritual pressure, they might notice some anomalies. Otherwise, it's impossible to detect them at all. And what we humans find hardest to accept is that, in order to completely crush us, those female awakened of the evil god temple actually went to plead with the evil gods to mate with them. They've even used despicable means to abduct many of our female awakened. They stop at nothing to birth powerful heterobloods. Currently, according to the observations of Senior Tantai and Senior Chen Xiao, it is highly likely that a young heteroblood with an SSS rank ability has already been born within the evil god temple. Combined with the fact that they were born from an ancient evil god, their potential has been a persistent headache for the two seniors. Speaking solemnly, Bai Jing looked toward Suyi. "After the previous freshman trial and this current incident, little friend Su, you have likely become a thorn in the side of these heretics. Regardless of whether that young divine heteroblood exists or not. These heretics who have discarded their humanity and pursue only power are, like the evil spirits, bound to be great enemies on your path to rising. So, you must remain vigilant at all times, do you understand?" Listening to Bai Jing's words, Suyi nodded calmly, but beneath that calm lay a killing intent as cold and sharp as a blade. He recalled the actions of that witch of sinful desire. For the sake of twisted ideals, for the illusory dream of immortality and power, and to satisfy her own selfish desires, she toyed with the emotions and lives of others at will. If this is what a heteroblood is, then bring it on. Bring more of them. And then, become Suyi's energy points. Chapter 75, If it's not Suyi, could it be the two of you? Half an hour later, Suyi walked out of the principal's office.
Before he left, Senior Bai Jing also revealed the purpose of his visit this time.
It concerned the divine powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, the founder of the Dragon Kingdom's Night Watch. The Dark Yama, Senior Chen Xiao, had spoken.
As long as Su Yi emerged from the prodigy training camp, he would become a special inspector. He could freely choose to take office in any district within the 10 major base cities, or move between them throughout the Dragon Kingdom on inspection. His authority would be so vast that he would not be under the jurisdiction of any district lord. He could almost be considered a Titan-level figure within the 10 base cities, second only to the general district lord. Listening from the side, Chen Yud sighed inwardly. It seems Senior Dark Yama truly placed immense importance on Su Yi. Even before his wings were fully spread, they had already paved the way for him toward the vast sky. He only wondered why the two invincible divine powerhouses had gone so far as to separate a portion of their source imprints to protect Su Yi's path. Whether he can successfully grow to maturity under the watchful eyes of those heretics and evil gods remains to be seen. Early the next morning, the entire faculty and student body of Federal Saint University gathered at the airfield to see off the 6 participants of the Heavenly Prodigy Martial Competition. After all, these 6 represented the prestige of Jiangnan Academy. If 3 among the 6 could break into the training camp, Jiangnan would undoubtedly gain immense fame in this year's competition. As for the top spot, thinking of this, many turned their gazes toward the young man in green robes standing beneath the fighter jet, looking as elegant as a jade tree, and toward Zhao Ju, who had already replaced his weapon with a new dragon blade, exuding a domineering and sharp aura. I wonder if these two have what it takes to fight for the championship. Of course, a small portion of people looked toward Su Yi, who was surrounded by the elite freshman class. The scene of this god-tier talent insta-killing Wei Ming just a few days ago was still fresh in their minds. Some who had performed a rational analysis unanimously agreed that Su Yi's strength should at least be ranked 3rd. He was even closing in on the top 2. Because while the top 2 could have insta-killed Wei Ming during the ranking battles, Su Yi had not only done it, but had done so at a much lower level. At this moment, in front of the airfield, everyone from the elite freshman class who had a good relationship with Su Yi had come to see him off. Especially the young girl Violet, who had a tearful face. Su Yi, what happened to the beautiful university life we talked about? On Alina's stunning mixed-race face, there was also a look of reluctance. Mr. Su Yi, I have already advanced to the silver realm and will soon reach the mid-stage. From now on, I will be like you, training harder and harder to keep up with your footsteps. Within a year, I will find a way to join the training camp and follow behind you. The prince of her fantasies was even more dazzling than those in stories, so she absolutely could not be an inadequate princess. Brother Yi, let me hug your leg one more time, okay? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep after you leave. Once you enter the Heavenly Prodigy training camp, it will be hard for us to see you again. Let us hug your legs one more time, okay? I want to hug both. If you guys hug them all, what am I supposed to hug? Woo-woo, then this lady will just have to hug Senior Su's 3rd leg. Holy crap! I actually understood that instantly. You look so pure in class usually, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless female hooligan. Su Yi looked at Violet with a dark expression. Is this some kind of tragic farewell? Why the hell are you crying? Even without university life, isn't there still life in the Night Watch? As for you, girl, you've already undergone awakening, yet you still lack the resolve to become stronger. Look at Alina. She has SS grade talent and works so hard she's already on the verge of promoting to the mid-silver rank. Then there's you still stuck at the peak of the bronze rank. Rebuked by Su Yi, the young girl shrank her head back further and further. Alina, on the other hand, felt her heart race like a startled deer. She had actually been praised by Mr. Su Yi. Her hard work was being noticed. Yay, so happy! After feeding some chicken soup for the soul to the top students he usually associated with, Su Yi was the last to board the fighter jet bound for the Magic City base city. Brother Yi is so gentle, I'm crying my eyes out. Brother Yi is right. Although we can't enter the prodigy training camp, as long as we work hard, anything is possible. Once Brother Yi becomes a big shot in the Night Watch, I'm definitely going to join him. Having an A-grade talent and becoming Brother Yi's subordinate, that's not embarrassing, right? Subordinate?
After I graduate, I want to be Brother Ye's most loyal lapdog. High in the sky, the fighter jet pulled a trail of exhaust, instantly flying out of the Jiangnan main district and passing over one vast territory after another. Chen Yud, acting as the leader of this group, sat in the main seat of the jet with his legs crossed. He suddenly glanced at the handsome young man in green robes who stood as elegant as a jade tree. Chen Feng, your granduncle's shoulders are a bit sore. Come over and give them a rub. Chen Feng was the name of the top-ranked youth on the billboard, known in the academy as Young Master Feng. His ability was the S-grade wind element, profound cold astral wind. Like Zhao Ju, he was a top-tier prodigy who had perfectly condensed 3 spirit springs. The reason he could surpass Zhao Ju was that his mastery over his ability had reached the 3rd realm, the realm of mimicry. During combat, the profound cold astral wind could mimic any shape at will, making his attack methods dazzling and unpredictable. He had an approachable personality and was a direct descendant of the grandson generation in Chen Yud's family. Seeing his granduncle like this, Chen Feng gave a helpless smile but still walked behind Chen Yud with a grin to massage his shoulders. Granduncle, do you think Zhao Ju and I can take the top spot this time? Ever since senior sister Mo helped Jiangnan make a name for itself 2 years ago, the seniors after her have found it very difficult to enter the prodigy training camp. This time, no matter what, I must win some glory for Grandpa and for Jiangnan Academy. As he finished speaking, the 4 billboard prodigies, including Zhao Ju but excluding Su Yi, all nodded heavily. Although the talent of their current class couldn't compare to senior sister Mo's year, and perhaps couldn't match junior Su's year, they were definitely stronger than the previous class. This time, they had to make the name of Jiangnan Academy resonate once again. Hearing the confidence in his grandson's words, Chen Yud gave his shoulders a comfortable shrug and then shook his head. You and the Zhao kid might be able to enter the prodigy training camp, but if you want to fight for the top spot, you're still a bit lacking. Those little brats from the Magic City and Imperial Capital base cities are hiding their strength deep. Do you think dual ability users are pushovers? Even if it's just one S-grade and one A-grade dual ability, which might not compare to a single SS-grade ability, it's definitely more formidable than your single S-grade. Little Feng, you still need to put in more effort. Hearing his granduncle's words, Chen Feng sighed helplessly. If I really can't fight for the top spot, then I'll at least fight for a good ranking. Hearing this, Chen Yud took a sip of wine and glanced at his grandson. Who told you it's impossible to compete? If it were truly impossible, would your grandfather be sitting here so calmly with his legs crossed, sipping wine? Seated in his spot, Zhao Ju stole a glance at Su Yi, while the other prodigies were stunned. If even Chen Feng and Zhao Ju couldn't compete for the top spot, then who among them could possibly do it? Subconsciously, Chen Feng looked toward Su Yi, who was sitting quietly in his seat. He had heard the recent rumors Su Yi's strength was definitely closing in on his and Zhao Ju's. He acknowledged this junior's strength, but as for surpassing himself, he found that a bit hard to accept. Second Grandpa, you aren't saying that the person who can take the top spot is Junior Su Yi, are you? Taking another elegant sip of wine, Chen Yud slowly countered his grandson's question. If it's not the Su kid, could it be you and Zhao Ju?